Hello everyone. Today we're diving into part 2, but first, hey race a quick recap of part 1. Zhou Yang, a genius scientist, was framed and thrown in prison. He had uncovered a vital material at his institute, yet fabricated evidence left him seemingly without hope. His only thought was that his homeland could save him, so he wrote a letter to prove his worth. Inside the cell, Zhou entrusted his bunkmate Glenn to mail the letter. After a long journey, it landed on the desk of Lin Peiyuan, director of the Aerodynamics Research Institute at the Academy of Sciences in Country C. Lin was stunned by Zhou's claim of a complete solution to the Navier-Stokes equations. He commandeered a military helicopter to the supercomputing center in City W, shut down every other job, and ran the verification. The results were astonishing. The equations had indeed been solved. Overjoyed, Lin ordered Zhou's immediate retrieval. While still incarcerated, Zhou continued researching mech propulsion and stumbled upon a revolutionary battery with unprecedented energy density. He sent another letter to Lin detailing the breakthrough. Again, Lin was amazed. This battery could change the world. He asked Bureau 6 of the Special Operations Service to spare no effort in extracting Zhou. Bureau 6 deployed their top operative, Chen Ryun, who hatched a daring plan to bribe the warden Mason and stage a jailbreak. The attempt failed, and Zhou was transferred to FBI headquarters. Refusing to give up, Chen sent in the Jialong commando team. Like tigers descending a mountain, they overran the FBI's defenses and brought Zhou home. Back on home soil, Zhou received a hero's welcome. Stationed at a research facility in Wanghu village, he began designing a lab to build mechs. He requested that Gushan be hollowed out to hide the complex. The nation gave full support. Construction surged ahead, complete with highways, tunnels, and testing halls. Every screw was drawn on Zhou's blueprints. His mech would be a superweapon destined to reshape the world. While the lab rose, Zhou struck a deal with BYD to mass-produce his carbonanotive batteries. Meeting personally with Chairman Wang Haoning, Zhou left him speechless. They formed Matrix Energy. BYD supplied manufacturing expertise, the state provided funding, and Zhou delivered the core technology. In just 3 months, the Longshin battery rolled off the line, outperforming every cell on the market and delivering staggering range. Zhou's vision reached further. He designed a bionic cellular chip 100 times faster than existing models and handed the schematics to Huawei's high-silicon team for mass production. Impressed, Huawei's executives pledged full collaboration. He also drafted plans for a new high-strength crystalline steel that would make his mech's armor 10 times stronger than current alloys. That wraps up our recap of part 1. I hope you enjoyed today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If this is your first time encountering the story, start with part 1 in the comments or playlist. Now let's jump into part 2. On the third basement level of NASA headquarters in Country M, a spacious control room held more than a dozen workstations. Along one wall, a massive screen streamed an endless flow of data. Yes, Amen. The bespectacled engineer Owen pumped his fist and looked up, exhilarated. I must be the first, right? Captain, should we call the CIA and the Pentagon now and tell them about the exploit? No need for them to waste time floundering outside. Their leader, Kevin Mitnick Temples Gray, eyes razor-sharp, had once been the world's most wanted hacker. After cleaning up his record, he was hired by NASA at a premium to run this operation. Kevin gave Owen a cool glance. Let's talk. More data. Green, fire up the backup supercomputer and launch a flood attack. Draw Baidu's security team away and cover Owen. This was a state-level joint cyber offensive. 3 supercomputers were about to strike in unison, with over 100 computer experts already in position. The black engineer Green flew over his keyboard, unleashing a torrent of processing power. A flood attack is the nastiest form of DDoS. Commandeer tens of thousands of machines to make legitimate connections to the target server, not a few times, but tens of billions. Each request follows OS rules, so the server must respond. Yet the sudden deluge chokes it until it stalls and collapses. Kevin was wielding Country M's top supercomputer, and the impact was staggering. At the peak of the assault, Owen suddenly shouted, "What's going on? I just got kicked out." His monitor went black. What? What happened? Kevin hurried over. ID only started looking for AI files, Owen stammered. Before I could download anything, the screen died. Kevin bent down, rebooted the machine, and found the power and motherboard intact, but the operating system was gone. The system's gone? Did I get hacked? Owen's eyes widened. Impossible. My breach was completely covert. You were drawing all the fire. How could they spare the resources to find me? Kevin slid into Owen's chair and scanned the logs at lightning speed. His brow tightened. The intruder hadn't just detected their breach. They'd counter-penetrated at blistering speed and punched straight through NASA's firewall. Captain, you're saying they're inside? Owen's voice shook. That can't be. Our firewall is the best in the world. Who could slip in without a trace? This was NASA Country M's premier research hub, a federal agency. Its firewall wasn't merely top tier, it was legendary. Kevin's expression was grave. No, he's definitely in. We let our guard down, assumed he was helpless, and never thought he had another expert on his side. His fingers flew across the keyboard. combing through every heartbeat of the NASA servers from system logs to process monitors, yet he found nothing out of place. The clock on the screen mercilessly ticked past the 2-minute mark, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. That's it. I'm taking the servers offline. For someone who prided himself on being the world's top hacker, he had never been this passive. Owen flinched at his tone. Captain, isn't pulling the plug a bit extreme? Extreme? Kevin scoffed, eyes still glued to the screen. If we lose a single classified file, we're finished. The words tightened Owen's nerves until they creaked. Thinking of the files locked inside those servers, he felt a chill run down his spine and nodded frantically. Do it better safe than sorry. Kevin moved at once, shutting down the primary server, severing external links, and initiating a full mirror to the backups. But when the command executed, the progress bar refused to budge. Nothing disconnected. He tried again. Same result. The abrupt freeze sent a jolt of fear through him. He jumped to his feet and shouted, "Quick! Get to the server room, kill the power." Owen bolted, but within a few steps the security door slammed shut. 20 centimeters of alloy locked into place, and the access light flipped from green to red. What the hell? Owen pounded the metal, but it didn't budge an inch. On Kevin's screen, a gray pop-up appeared. Hold on, I'm downloading the data. The Chinese words flashed, replaced an instant later by English. Kevin's eyes widened, and a chill crawled up his spine. The intruder hadn't just breached them. He controlled the main door system and didn't even bother hiding. A casual hold-on landed harder than any direct threat. Beijing, Baidu headquarters. The building blazed with light against the night sky, while the security team battled a raging data flood. Li Yanhong arrived to find the main display awash in red alerts. Have they broken through? He fired off, voice rapid. We don't think so. The firewall hasn't triggered, the security chief replied, his confidence shaky. Li Yanhong shot him a frosty glance. Then stop staring at me and keep them out at all costs. The chief's face tightened. Sir, it's a flood attack, and they're definitely tapping supercomputers. Our CPUs have been at 100% for 2 minutes straight. Any longer, and the servers will crash. Supercomputers? Li Yanhong's heart skipped. Anyone commandeering multiple supercomputers wasn't an ordinary hacker. He spoke slowly, each syllable heavy. This is state level. Should we shut everything down? The chief suggested. It was the last line of defense, but it meant lost data, total service blackout, and instant public exposure of Baidu's breach. Li Yanhong pressed his lips together, weighing the cost for a few seconds. Do it. It's just money. Baidu can absorb the hit. Backed by the state, he sounded unflinching. The chief reached for the command, when suddenly all incoming traffic vanished, as if someone had pulled the plug. Server loads dropped to 0, and everything stabilized. What just happened? Li Yanhong froze. The chief looked equally stunned. After a pause he said, Sir, it looks like the attackers just left. Inside Fuchs's server room, giant projection screens lit the space like daylight. On the defense interface, 2 crimson intrusion pathways were severed in an instant, pushed beyond the city walls. Outside the firewall, countless red lines vanished in waves, as if weeds had been yanked out by the roots. That was fast. Li Tianxi's eyes widened. He practically forgot to breathe. Zhou Yang, however, frowned slightly. Fushi, did you counter-hack along their routes? Yes, sir, Fushi replied, voice steady and emotionless. Zhou Yang thought, just as I suspected. Reinforcing the servers alone could never wipe out so many attack sources at once. Only by pushing back through the hackers' own channels could you kick them offline. Which nation is behind it? He pressed. A strike of this scale, organized, relentless, and able to threaten Baidu's core servers, could only come from state-level forces. Nation? Li Tianxiu echoed, his expression turning grave. Fushi delivered the report without inflection. A tripartite group from Country M, NASA, the CIA, and the Pentagon. I have breached their systems and am copying their data. Copying their data? Zhou Yang was caught off guard. Li Tianxi's eyes flashed. What have you taken? The projection flipped, and files poured down the screen like a waterfall. Fushi enumerated them. From the CIA, I extracted personnel files from their intelligence network, the full roster of undercover operatives worldwide, contact codes, and all mission logs. According to those logs, they have targeted Country Z more than 10,000 times. Lists of embedded agents. Li Tianxiu sucked in a sharp breath. These were the highest of state secrets. From NASA, I obtained all aerospace research data, satellite launch records, and classified specifications for every spacecraft. Sir, did you know? The moon landing was real. Some sources I'd seen before had questioned that. Li Tianxiu stood speechless. In mere moments, Fushi had turned their deepest vaults inside out. Finally, the Pentagon, Fushi continued. I secured global base personnel rosters, weapons deployment maps, operational records, and extensive weapon design blueprints. I have also taken control of their National Military Command Center. Their missile defense network contains an active protocol that can simulate an enemy launch signal, forcing every defensive missile to take off and intercept nothing, effectively self-destructing the entire shield. This time, Zhou Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Li Tianxi's mind went blank. He had known artificial intelligence was powerful, but to slip in and out of the Pentagon and even issue missile commands she had never imagined anything like it. In most sci-fi movies, the first move is always the same. An AI hijacks every nuclear warhead on the planet and wipes out humankind. Zhou Yang felt a jolt, but he steadied himself almost at once. Staring at the light screen in front of him, he asked, Fushi, why would you even think about destroying their missiles? He wasn't worried about whether Fushi could pull it off. He cared about why a fellow being born of code would choose to do it. Fux's voice remained calm. Sir, I was created in Country Z, and you are from Country Z, so I consider myself a citizen of Country Z as well. After reviewing extensive data, I've concluded that Country Z and Country M are adversaries and will inevitably clash. Since they are the enemy, I should weaken their military capacity to protect our people. Zhou Yang nodded, then replied evenly, your motive is sound, but your plan is far too simple. Oh, Fushi sounded puzzled. If you destroy their missiles or cripple their defense systems, you'll only provoke an overreaction. They'll strike back. Even if you wiped out every missile or caused them to detonate on their own soil, it wouldn't be a knockout blow. Their military-industrial complex would rebuild in no time. As for their nukes, they're on closed internal networks, and the launch process is heavily dependent on human oversight and purely mechanical systems. No matter how powerful you are, you can't hack those directly. Knocking out a few conventional air defense missiles means very little. Fushi paused. Then, sir, how do we defeat an enemy without paying an unacceptable price ourselves? Build ourselves up, Zhou Yang said firmly. Become so strong that, at the first move, they see the gap and back down without a fight. And if they insist on pushing matters, we won't fear any challenge that comes. Fushi considered this. Understood. Should I delete the data I collected? No, no, no. Li Tianshu waved frantically. Do you know how hard it was to get that material? Keep all of it actually. We'll send a team to pick it up. The disk held a list of covert operatives, advanced aircraft schematics, personnel rosters for military bases worldwide, and several sets of cutting-edge technical data information most people couldn't even dream of seeing. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu and smiled. Fine, keep it. But unless I give the order, no more random breaches of foreign classified systems. Understood, sir, Fushi answered placidly. 15 minutes later, Han Haining rushed into the Baidu building. Director Li, I heard you got the entire CIA sleeper list? He blurted, striding up to Li Tianshu. Li Tianshu nodded and handed him a hard drive. Everything's on here. You know what to do. I do. Han Haining chuckled, passed the drive to an aide, and turned to Zhou Yang. I'm guessing this is your handiwork, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yang didn't deny it. He merely smiled. Only then did Han Haining notice Chen Riyun standing nearby. Teasingly, he said, Mr. Zhou, it's almost May. Isn't it about time you and Riyun started planning the wedding? Chen Riyun's cheeks flushed pink. Zhou Yang remained composed. Come to think of it, I still owe someone a grand proposal. He turned toward Chen Riyun and met her shy yet radiant gaze. Their eyes locked, and nothing more needed to be said. Beifong Industries, Infantry Fighting Vehicle Design Institute. In the spacious, brightly lit design center, dozens of engineers bent over their drafting tables. The whir of computer fans blended with the rattle of keyboards, and the air carried a faint mix of machine oil and coffee. A cell phone clipped to a belt suddenly vibrated. Middle-aged engineer Li Tianxing pulled it out, and a new email flashed on the screen. The moment he saw the sender, his brow knitted. He opened the message at once. Its body was nothing but a jumble of numbers and mixed-case letters. Li copied the string, switched to his browser, and entered a web address only he knew. As soon as the page loaded, a pop-up appeared. He pasted the code. A single line jumped out. Emergency. Evacuate now. Extraction point 2. Color drained from Li's face. He shot to his feet, and his chair skidded backward. Ignoring the blueprints scattered across his desk, he strode toward the door. Before he could reach the handle, the door slammed inward. A group of plainclothes officers, radiating authority, surged into the room. Their leader offered a professional smile. Li Tianxing, come with us. The muscles in Li's face twitched. His eyes flicked to the badge half hidden in the man's elbow. His knees buckled, and he collapsed and knew exactly what a charge of espionage meant. Across the country, identical scenes played out almost simultaneously. Armed with a freshly obtained list of embedded agents, the State Security Bureau mobilized every operative, and a vast net closed with lightning speed. Langley, CIA headquarters. Red lights strobed in the corridors. Duty officers jogged past with armfuls of files, while telephones and printers added to the din. Director Ferguson's door flew open, and his assistant burst in, drenched in sweat. Ferguson's face was ashen, his voice hoarse. How many did we lose? The assistant hesitated. Half. Ferguson guessed. The assistant shook his head. All of them. Ferguson's pupils constricted. The assistant nodded miserably. Ferguson collapsed into his chair. A network that had taken more than a decade and billions of dollars to build had vanished in an instant. It's over, he whispered. All of it. The news only worsened. The volume of stolen data was incalculable. The entire overseas intelligence grid would have to be rebuilt. Every field operative was to be recalled or forced deeper underground, and all passphrase were now worthless. Years of operational logs might surface at any moment, an intelligence scandal unlike anything Washington had ever seen, and the scapegoat would almost certainly be Ferguson himself. The assistant twisted the knife in a whisper. Director, from what I've heard, the Pentagon is in even worse shape, same with NASA. Their mess might draw fire away from us. Ferguson's bitter laugh sounded more like a sob. You don't understand, the plan to break into Baidu was my idea. Meanwhile, the Pentagon was descending into deeper chaos. A massive breach had been confirmed, and a staggering quantity of top-secret files was gone. All current operational plans were voided, and U.S. bases worldwide went to their highest alert level. Every communications code was replaced. At Andersen Air Force Base on Guam, several B-2 stealth bombers were rolled onto the runway, engines screaming, and lifted off into the night, better to keep them airborne than risk losing them on the ground. The scale of the operation made secrecy impossible. Within hours, whistleblowers revealed that Country M had suffered the largest data breach in its history, and the Pentagon, NASA, and the CIA were immediately thrust into the spotlight. The news hit like a bombshell. Oh my God, what happened? How could the Pentagon, NASA, and the CIA all lose classified files at the same time? Is this espionage? Spies? No spy ring could pull off something this big. They're saying it was hackers. Hackers? What kind of hacker is that good? Cable channels looped the headline, Core Pentagon Secrets Vanish, as if the doomsday clock had ticked to midnight. On city streets, in bars, and across online forums, shock soon turned to panic. If top-secret data isn't safe, what hope is there for national security? Then several outlets pointed to a single culprit, Country Z. Reports claimed an AI developed in Country Z had led the attack, and even the National Security Advisor, during a press conference, stopped short of denying it. Public outrage flared. Knew it. Who else but Country Z wants us destroyed? Calm down. Country Z is no pushover, and those idiots in the White House won't start a war. Yeah, remember when they downed that F-22? We didn't even squeak. Could an AI really be that powerful enough to breach the Pentagon? Have you not seen the movies? AI can do anything. Why do they get it first? We're supposed to lead in high tech. Across the Pacific, Country Z's internet was just as animated. Whoa, I go to bed and wake up to find Fuxus broken into the Pentagon. If it's that strong, have it hack the nuke codes and blow them all up. Idiot. Nukes are on an internal network. Fuxus good, not magic. Whatever Fushi is awesome. No, Mr. Zhou is even more awesome for creating it. They're starting a smart city project. When can I sign up? The global shockwave was immediate. Nations upgraded firewalls, recalled deep covert agents, and even repositioned troops. Diplomats lined up to condemn Country Z. If its AI could breach Country M, what chance did they have? Country Z's foreign ministry issued a blunt denial. The incident had nothing to do with them. If Country M has evidence, produce it. If not, stop yapping. The spokesperson snapped, adding, perhaps the CIA is panicking because it's hidden agents everywhere. A black sedan sped down the expressway toward Xiong County. In the back seat, Zhou Yang set aside his tablet. So basically, they'll never admit the truth? From the front passenger seat, Li Tianshu shrugged. Right. A war of words costs nothing, and we're not admitting anything either. His shameless grin made Zhou Yang laugh in spite of himself. What about the research files from the Pentagon? Anything worthwhile? Zhou asked. Li opened his laptop, sounding disappointed. Not much. Either we already have the tech, or it's useless to us for now. The only thing with real value is the stealth coding formula for the F-22. Zhou wasn't surprised. The Pentagon is an administrative hub. Actual RD belongs to contractors like Boeing and Lockheed Martin, and they guard the crown jewels. Before he could reply, the Xiong County skyline appeared. Cranes dotted the horizon, banners snapped in the wind, and construction roared on every side. Zhou adjusted his collar and looked ahead. He was here for the groundbreaking ceremony of the new Smart City project. The first thing Zhou Yang noticed was the sheer number of people. On a vast, flattened field big enough to hold 10,000 spectators, a temporary steel stage had been erected. All around it hung banners with slogans like "Strengthen on-site safety management," "Eliminate construction accidents," flapping gaudily in the wind. Practical, not the least bit polished. This was the main venue. Security guards formed a tight cordon, while provincial and municipal officials and invited guests took their seats in order. In the press zone, cameras were lined up one after another, and the national broadcaster's truck had already raised its signal mast, clearly ready to air the entire event live. Roughly a kilometer away stood a secondary site, and that was where the real spectacle lay. More than 1,000 excavators and bulldozers were parked nose to tail in a single straight line, a veritable great wall of steel. Bright red national flags flew beside company banners. China Railway 1st through 10th bureaus were all present, along with CSCC, CCCC, CBRC, and Energy China, the full roster of heavyweight state contractors. Each firm had brought a contingent of over 1,000 workers. Nearly 10,000 laborers in yellow vests and hard hats stood in precise formation like soldiers awaiting review, a sight so overwhelming it left people speechless. Ladies and gentlemen, this 15 trillion yuan smart city is about to move from surveying to full-scale construction, The announcer boomed through the loudspeakers. Direct your attention to the building crews below. Aerial footage swept over the yellow phalanx, as imposing as troops on parade. Incredibly so many people. Someone gasped. That's nothing, just the drizzle before the storm, another replied. Try building a city from scratch. You'll need far more than this. Once work really starts, the headcount will multiply dozens of times. Won't that be hundreds of thousands? And if the money's right, they could bring in millions. Word is the state funding came through fast this time, and the China railway bureaus are hiring like crazy. The wages are sky high. I've already signed on. I leave in a couple of days. Local spectators, though impressed, were used to the pageantry of a nation obsessed with infrastructure and soon regained their composure. Foreign journalists were a different story. When the camera swept over the dirt road packed with machinery, they were stunned. My God, is this the power of Country Z? A blonde reporter murmured. That has to be at least 10,000 people. And look at the equipment, those are all trucks. Easily 1,000 of them, each hauling gear. No wonder the movie 2012 had Country Z build the Doomsday Ark. Their construction capacity is insane. Back at the main venue, every official was in place and the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. The HB provincial leaders were especially giddy. 15 trillion yuan dropping from the sky promised a surge in GDP, jobs, and consumption. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Ever since Zhou Yang announced on television that the smart city would be built in HB province, the local government had been smiling even in their sleep. So when they finally met Zhou Yang, the top officials greeted him as warmly as if he were family. After barely fending off a handful of overly enthusiastic officials, Zhou Yang was drenched in sweat. Had never been good at dealing with people in power. Since returning to China, had seldom met senior leaders in person and usually relied on Li Tianshu to pass messages, which suited him fine. Mr. Zhou, it's starting. Let's go, Li Tianshu whispered. They threaded through the crowd and stepped onto the red-carpeted stairs, guiding Zhou Yang to the center spot. In an instant, a barrage of flashbulbs turned the stage into daylight, shutters crackling like fireworks. The ceremony unfolded by the book. One official after another delivered lengthy, formulaic speeches that nearly put Zhou Yang to sleep. He forced himself to stay alert, his gaze drifting between the audience and the backdrop. Suddenly his phone buzzed. He pulled it out. A new message lit the screen. The first batch of high-strength crystalline steel just rolled off the line. Everything's normal. Su Chun. That single sentence made his eyes brighten. For months, the mass production project for high-strength crystalline steel had been underway. The huge mill beside the research institute in Wanghu village had been completed and fine-tuned. Now the first products were finally coming out. Congratulations, he replied, then immediately asked, what about the particle thruster? Su Chen answered almost at once. We're close. 10 days at most, and the first prototype should be ready. When will you come back to take a look? Zhou Yang did the math. Head stayed in Beijing to oversee the Fuxi AI project. The theoretical framework was now solid, and handing off the follow-up work to Su Chen's team was no problem. He'll be back in a couple of days, he typed, deciding that once this ceremony ended, he'd return to the institute to wrap up the mech's final details. With AI assistance, progress would only speed up. Salutes thundered below, fireworks arced skyward, and the groundbreaking moved into its final act. Mr. Zhou, please, without you, this city wouldn't exist, Li Tianshu said, handing him a brand new shovel. The other officials stepped aside, every camera aimed at Zhou Yang. All right, he said, moving forward, gripping the shovel with both hands, and packing a mound of earth onto the cornerstone's base. Applause erupted like thunder, echoing a kilometer away. A flare streaked skyward. At a distant auxiliary site, the engines of 1,000 construction machines roared to life, belching black smoke. Move out. To the site. The commander barked. Nearly 10,000 workers surged forward with the iron tide of machinery, raising clouds of yellow dust. Drone footage streamed the spectacle live. In the stands, someone shivered with excitement. Incredible, just like a battlefield charge. This is a battlefield. They say the deadline is 1 year, build a whole new city in a year. Only the Chinese can pull that off. Foreign journalists exchanged glances, finally grasping the true meaning of infrastructure fanatic. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang left by car. Outside the window, hundreds of tower cranes had sprung up overnight on the once empty plain, forming a forest of steel. It's breathtaking, Chun Ryun murmured from the passenger seat. Nowhere else on Earth can muster this level of unity and resolve to tackle something so massive. Zhou Yang laughed. That's why China alone is qualified to stand at the pinnacle of the world, or rather, to return to the pinnacle. Mr. Zhou, this is the first production line for high-strength crystalline steel. The vast workshop simmered with blistering heat, the clang of metal echoing between steel beams and concrete floors. Raising his hand, Su Chun pointed at the enormous line that dominated an entire wall. Thick pipes hung overhead, gears and rollers spun at high speed, and redand white warning lights blinked through the misty heat. Hundreds of workers manned their stations, adjusting panels and monitoring temperatures to ensure each billet was delivered precisely to the terminal conveyor. At the end of that belt, dark red steel blanks were stacked neatly. They were only basic semi-finished pieces. Next, they would enter the finishing section before becoming a variety of industrial components. Impressive, Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction, then added, be sure to leave space in critical areas like the rolling bay. I intend to upgrade industrial robots will replace manual labor. Isn't it a waste to let AI make steel? Suchin blurted out. A waste? Zhou Yang chuckled. Before long, it won't just be steel. Every industry you can name will be upgraded. People say the next industrial revolution is the Internet of Things, and putting my money on artificial intelligence. Suchin nodded, then voiced a concern. But what about the workers who get displaced? If AI really replaces every trade, what happens to them? We can't have that many people idle. A society where no one works is a major problem. Why can't they simply enjoy life? Joe countered. If resources are abundant, they can pursue art or research. Those are what truly push civilization forward. And if not, there's always entertainment and virtual worlds. AI has been around for ages, and the internet never stops arguing about it stealing jobs. Yet who seriously imagined what a work-free society would look like? Plenty of goods, strong social security. What's wrong with focusing on pleasure? Suchin gave a wry smile. That's far off. Someone like you can think about it. I just can't picture it. A few days later, the first prototype of the particle thruster rolled off the line. In the Institute's test hall, cold white lights shone on the rig where a smooth black ring stood silent. Roughly half a meter thick, it resembled a flawless jade bracelet cut in two. The upper half was seamless. The lower half bristled with sensor ports. Dozens of slender data leads and several arm-thick power cables snaked into a nearby control cabinet. This was the particle thruster. It used electricity to excite a particle field, then relied on magnetic fluctuations to eject particles rearward and generate thrust. Because it required no air intake, the device could be built as a complete circular ring. Has it been tested? Zhou Yang asked. Yi Roming shook his head. We've only run single-system checks. Today is the first full-scale run. So this is the maiden test. Zhou raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Will it explode? Yi Roming, Li Bingxian, and Su Chun exchanged uneasy glances. Probably not, Li Bingxian answered, his voice unsteady. Su Chun jumped in. Even if it does, it's just ionized particles. It shouldn't be too bad. But never underestimate a particle burst, Yi Roming frowned. The density inside that magnetic field is extreme. If containment fails, the release could be nasty. Standing nearby, Li Ziyu's face shifted through several shades of alarm. Colonel Sun Jun, responsible for the Institute's perimeter security, turned pale. Mr. Zhou, if today's test is risky, shouldn't you and the three chief engineers leave the base for safety? Li Ziyu quickly agreed. Yes, Mr. Zhou. You can direct everything by video link. It's much safer. Seeing their worry, Zhou Yang waved them off with a smile. Come on, you're overreacting. We're only dealing with a few ionized particles. Even if something did blow, how bad could it be? Relax, we'll be fine. He knew the design held hazards, but nothing like the explosions or cave-ins the others feared. At worst, there might be some arcing, and in a test this size a little discharge was nothing. When Sun Jun tried to press the point, Zhou Yang raised a hand. Enough. Stick to the plan. Start the sequence. Chief engineers Yi Rongming, Kong Ning, and Su Chen nodded and got to work. Zhou Yang climbed to the glass observation room on the second floor, where he could look down on the entire test area while preparations wrapped up. Half an hour later, the console engineer finished the final system check and flashed an OK. Then let's begin, Zhou Yang said. His calm voice rang clearly through the quiet hall. The button was pressed. Current surged low voltage, high amperage. Inside the circular device, a powerful electromagnetic field formed, and a faint halo appeared along the inner ring. It wasn't a lamp. It was the glow produced as ions were stripped away. Systems nominal. We did it. We really did it. Kong Ning shouted. Yi Roming pumped a fist, relief flooding him. Zhou Yang's design differed from any particle thruster in use, and that meant unknown risks. Visions of an explosion had haunted him. Now, with the halo shining and everything stable, excitement took over. This is fantastic, Li Bingxian said, eyes misty, slapping palms with Su Chun. Their fingertips cracked together. Li Ziyu exhaled deeply, and the tension in Sun Jun's shoulders finally eased. He muttered, no explosion. Good, no explosion. All right, this is only the beginning, Zhou Yang said, his steady tone edged with excitement. Kong Ning, bring up the thrust. A particle thruster ramps up smoothly, more like the gentle pull of a CVT than the gear-hopping jolt of a piston engine. The acceleration curve has drawbacks, but it suits space travel, which is exactly why the device was conceived. Kong Ning pushed the lever forward incrementally. The halo brightened as ion density climbed. Guided by the magnetic field, ions jetted from the rear, generating a steady counterforce. Thrust data's in. Kong Ning stared at the display. 382 newtons right out of the gate. Excellent. Yi Roming punched the air again. That initial thrust already dwarfed any current particle drive. Su Chen chimed in. NASA's unit draws 102 kilowatts for a maximum of 5 newtons. We're almost 80 times that at startup. And remember, Yi Roming said, grinning from ear to ear, this is just the beginning. At full power, well, leave NASA's thruster in the dust. Li Bing echoed him proudly. Below, the particle thruster's power kept climbing. Its dazzling ring-shaped body vibrated at such a high frequency that it blurred into a white halo, while the turbulent particle plume behind it had stretched to a full meter and was still lengthening before their eyes. The thrust graph from the test stand shot upward, almost vertical. 1 kilonewton, 10 kilonewtons, 100 kilonewtons. Clutching his headset, Kong Ming's voice shook with excitement. Then came the jarring clash of metal as the steel structure of the stand slipped against itself, the massive backthrust putting the dozens-ton mount under visible strain. On the second-floor observation deck, Yi Rongming and the others held their breath, their hearts lodged in their throats. Full power, Kong Ming bellowed. Warning lights flared red across the sensors as the thruster slammed into its rated ceiling. How much thrust? Li Bingxian practically smashed into the microphone. Kong Ming swept the displays, jolted upright, and shouted at the top of his lungs, 492 kilonewtons. Almost 500. 500 kilonewtons. For a heartbeat, time froze. Li Bingxian stood rooted to the spot, the control room silent. Yi Rongming's eyes were wide, locked on that blinding ring of light, his lips trembling with exhilaration. Shut it down? Kong Ming asked on reflex, elated yet cautious. 500 kilonewtons, the most powerful jet engine in service, barely tops 100. The WS-15 manages about 180, yet the thruster before them weighed barely 300 kilograms, roughly 1/6 of the WS-15, and it was producing more than twice its thrust. Keep it running. We need endurance data. Zhou Yang's voice remained steady. In theory, a particle thruster relied on ion acceleration, putting almost no wear on the engine itself. A turbofan, by contrast, burned fuel in ferocious detonations, and no blade, however hardened, could escape finite life. Real wear occurred only inside a few components of the ring, and those were sealed behind metallic skins, suffering minimal damage. They could run for years, even decades, like household appliances, and still be repaired or swapped out. Understood. Kong Ming nodded, though he secretly worried about the stand. It had been built for the WS-15, with some safety margin, but sustaining 500 kilonewtons for long was another matter entirely. Reading his concern, Zhou Yang added, if the stand shows any sign of failure, shut it down immediately. Mr. Zhou, we did it. Li Bingxian finally snapped out of his daze, his voice hoarse. Yi Rongming and Su Chun were equally fired up. Years ago, when Li left Xian Aircraft, he swore he would build an engine stronger than the WS-15. Today, that promise was kept. Zhou Yang stayed composed. This is only the first step. Next we push performance further, and then we work on both miniaturization and scaling up. Such a massive thruster simply won't fit on a mech. The three experts studied the huge engine on the test bench for half a day before nodding firmly they would follow Zhou Yang's plan to the letter. By the way, Zhou Yang said, pointing at the main control screen, I'm going to connect Fuxi to the Institute. When you're drafting or modeling, let Fuxi help. Its computing power is beyond anything you can imagine. Fuxi was clearly about to move. Under the Smart City blueprint, the authorities would first build a dedicated storage center for the AI and then migrate it. The core servers couldn't stay in the Baidu building forever. For now, however, Fuxi was already online, so putting it into formal use was no longer a problem. From day one, Zhou Yang had been clear. Fuxi would handle design work and data crunching tasks where AI held an unbeatable edge. AI integration, huh? Su Chen ran a hand through his graying hair and sighed. I've lived a long life, and only now do I get to use artificial intelligence. Professor Su, AI is just the beginning, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Give it a few years, and we might be launching our own starships. That's hard to imagine. Nothing's ever that easy, Su Chen said, shaking his head. Zhou Yang offered no further explanation, believed the system would eventually provide complete starship specifications. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you, he said. I have to go. He left the lab with Li Ziyu. In the corridor, Li Ziyu lowered his voice. Mr. Zhou, should we report this to the higher-ups? Not yet, Zhou Yang said after a moment's thought. We're still at the experimental stage. Let's wait until we have a finished product. Li Ziyu nodded and fell silent. Just then Zhou Yang's phone rang. Very few people had his number. He glanced at the screen. It was Wang Haoning. Good afternoon, Mr. Zhou. Hello, Mr. Wang. What prompted the call? They hadn't spoken in a while. After some pleasantries, Wang said, Director Li told me you're getting married. Congratulations. He'll be there with a proper gift. Enough with the formalities, Mr. Wang, Zhou Yang laughed. What can I do for you? Wang cleared his throat. Our electric cars are selling like crazy thanks to the Longshin battery. BYD's EVs aren't just popular, they're outselling many gasoline models. Regarding the wave of new energy startups, Wang summed it up in one sentence. None of them could compete. Even Tesla, now manufacturing in China, was losing steam. BYD refused to sell Longshin batteries. Tesla had negotiated countless times and still got the same Answerno stock. Yet BYD kept shipping millions of units every month, driving Musk to the brink of frustration. And Zhou Yang asked casually, even if BYD's market cap hit $1 trillion, It was a minor matter in his eyes. Knowing Zhou Yang's time was precious, Wang went straight to the point. Our current in-car system is practically brain-dead. It can only handle the simplest commands. I'd like to install a real AI in our vehicles and give it a virtual avatar. Not full autonomous driving, just a sophisticated assistant that offers richer services to the owner. Zhou Yang paused. An AI inside a car? The idea was actually pretty good. He had considered it before when thinking about possible uses for artificial intelligence. Zhou Yang said, "You might want to talk to Beta Thief, been researching autonomous driving for years, so a partnership would be ideal." Wang Haoning responded at once. "I spoke with President Li and shared my proposal, but he told me that if we want to integrate AI, we need your approval first." He poured out the entire situation. The AI framework was already in place, and new agents could be mass-produced with simple copy and paste commands. Yet Zhou Yang had created only one agent, Fuxi, which suggested he had reservations, so Li Yanhong wouldn't authorize anything on his own. Finally, Wang asked cautiously, "Mr. Zhou, do you think my plan is feasible?" Zhou Yang paused, then changed the topic. "I've heard your electric cars are being sold overseas. How are the numbers?" The question made Wang blink. Then he brightened immediately. "They're selling exceptionally well. We've opened markets in both Europe and the Americas, and since trade barriers with the US came down, our North American sales are nearly catching up to Tesla." "In that case, all right," Zhou said. "He'll give you an interface. Fuxi will contact you directly. Just discuss your ideas with him. Fuxi will reach out to us." Wang blinked, surprised by how advanced the AI had become. When the call ended, Wu Chun, who had been waiting nearby, hurried over. "Chairman Wang, did Mr. Zhou agree?" The plan had originated with Wu and was already polished. The AI was the final piece. Wang nodded, then shook his head, repeating Zhou's exact words. Just then, a text message arrived an IP address. "Mr. Zhou said Fuxi would contact us, but how do we connect?" Wang wondered aloud. Wu's eyes lit up. "Chairman, this is our chance to talk to an AI face-to-face." He grabbed his laptop and sprinted into the research center. Inside the server room, he connected to the IP. The moment the link was established, a chat window popped up. "Hello, I'm Fuxi. If possible, please turn on your microphone so we can speak directly." Wang's eyes widened. Wu's hands trembled with excitement. Any true techie lives for moments like this. He donned a headset and spoke carefully. "Hello, I'm Wu Chun, technical director at BYD." "Hello," a steady male voice replied through the speakers. Wu felt a chill run down his spine. Wang stepped closer. "Hello, Fuxi. I'm Wang Haoning, chairman of BYD." "Hello, Chairman Wang," Fuxi said calmly. "Mr. Zhou has told me about your proposal. If it's convenient, please walk me through the details." Fuxi could easily have scanned BYD's servers. The firewall was like a sieve to him, but he knew uninvited access amounted to theft. Guided by his own moral code, he understood exactly where to draw the line. "Of course," Wu said, nodding eagerly. He opened a slide deck and began explaining the design page by page. "I understand," Fuxi replied. Fuxi listened patiently before replying. "Mr. Zhou is willing to give you the authorization, provided you push these EVs worldwide, so everyone can enjoy the benefits of AI." "What, Mr. Zhou said that?" Wang Haoning froze, replaying Zhou Yang's earlier questions about overseas sales. In his ears, "sell abroad as much as possible" sounded like the start of some grand scheme, perhaps using AI to gather foreign data, maybe even steal intelligence. The thought made him shiver. People who know too much about powerful figures rarely live long. He shut down the speculation and settled on one relito: whatever Zhou Yang asks, and make a little money along the way. Fuxi offered no further explanation. His gaze shifted to the massive projection screen behind them. "Show me your vehicle schematics." Wu Chun complied, opening the database and granting access. Less than 2 seconds later, Fuxi spoke again in an even tone. "This is the module I designed. Take a look. The install package is included, just preload it. Keep the vehicles online and everything will work. My job's done. Have a good day." The connection cut off the moment he finished. A line of text flashed, and new files suddenly appeared in Wu Chen's directory. Staring at the file names, Wang Haoning muttered, "That's it? Already? That was absurdly fast." The entire exchange had taken under 5 minutes. His coffee was still hot, yet a complete design had dropped from the sky. Wu Chen opened one of the UG files. The 3D view filled the screen. A full in-car mega display module, mold dimensions, screw holes, PCB routing, heatsink layout, everything layered and exact. His pupils shrank behind his glasses. "This AI is insane." Wang Haoning couldn't read 3D models, so he blurted, "Is it usable?" Backing away with his laptop, Wu Chen answered, "More than usable, the projection system is fully integrated. At this precision, we could call the factory and cut molds right now." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's move." Wang Haoning's excitement buried the last of his doubts. The design was ready, and BYD was one of the country's top electronics manufacturers. Production lines glowed, robotic arms whirred day and night. And within days the first units rolled off. The core chip was a Tianxin 100, the OS ran Huawei's Harmony OS, and the projection tech was proven and plug-and-play. Dimensions matched the original Han DM center display. so existing owners could swap in the upgrade with zero hassle. 10 days later, nearly every Han DM owner received an official BYD push notification, celebrating 1 million Han DMs sold worldwide free smart system upgrade. Brace for a surprise. Freehan the announcement promised a huge surprise while refusing to reveal details. The moment Douyin streamer Deming read the notice, his eyes lit up. He had once won countless followers with a Han DM range extreme challenge, but his numbers had recently cratered. 4 words free system upgrade looked like the perfect chance to rebound. He went live immediately. At 9 o'clock, Deming went live right on schedule. As one of the first owners of the Han DM, had received BYD's invitation to upgrade the moment the announcement dropped and had called the dealership that night to book a 10 o'clock installation. Now, with his phone clamped to the mount, he stepped on the accelerator and pulled onto the road. In 6 months, he had already racked up 14,000 kilometers. Since finishing that 8,000 kilometer range challenge had only charged the car once, and half a year later the battery still wasn't empty. He laughed at the thought. This range is insane. The viewer count in the corner kept climbing. Thousands poured into the stream. Someone in the chat asked, what exactly is BYD upgrading this time? The notice just says it's an intelligent software module, Deming said, turning the wheel. It's free, so probably nothing major. The chat fired back. Nothing good ever comes free. I got the same message but couldn't be bothered. Figured I'd watch your stream first. Less than 20 minutes later, he pulled up at the BYD dealership and flashed a number 1 at the camera. Hey, I'm actually the first one here today. After filling out the work order, he learned the upgrade would take a little more than an hour, and best of all, it was completely free, labor included. He lowered his voice to the stream. I thought the software would be free, but I'd have to pay for labor, but the tech just told me BYD is covering that too. Phone in hand, he headed straight for the service bay. Come on, let's see how they do it. The moment he pushed the door open, he saw the technician had already removed the dashboard, ribbon cables dangling in midair. Deming froze. Wait, I thought you were just updating software. Why is the whole dash in pieces? Had he not already known the labor was free, he would have thought they were tearing it apart just to pad the bill. Without looking up, the tech answered, who told you it's only a software flash? We're swapping the entire center display and the digital rearview mirror module. The comment feed exploded into a wall of text. What? I thought it was just a system update. You're replacing the screen too. Deming pressed on. So what's different about the new display? The tech set aside his screwdriver. You won't see it from the outside, but the features are way better. We're adding a holographic projection that can cast a cartoon avatar and talk to you. Seriously? Deming blurted, then turned to the camera, eyes shining. You guys heard that? A holographic projection that chats with you for free. That's beyond generous. The chat went wild. BYD for the win. Free display swap and digital mirror? Holograms and smart software. This is next level. One final comment froze in the middle of the screen. Enough talk. I'm booking my appointment right now. Just over an hour later, the new widescreen module was installed, the dashboard was reassembled, and the mechanic handed Deming an owner's manual before sending him off to the car wash. Deming couldn't be bothered, so he started the car, drove out of the BYD dealership, parked at the curb, set up his phone to stream, and told his viewers, the manual says I need to activate it first, so let me take a look. Following the instructions, he linked the system to his phone. The booklet stressed that even if he changed cars later, this custom AI could be recovered. After finishing the registration, he took a deep breath and hit start. A moment later, faint beams of light shot from the top edge of the display and the new streaming rearview mirror. In the glow, a cartoonish little black figure appeared on the dashboard, the hologram the mechanic had mentioned. It stayed sharp even under the noon sun. The only downside was that it was pitch black and a bit ugly. The livestream chat went wild, comments scrolling at lightning speed. Deming, equally excited, pointed at the screen and explained, the floating display sits a little higher than the dash, and there's a projector behind it. The rearview mirror up top has a projector mod too. Seriously, BYD is being generous. These 2 upgrades aren't cheap, but they installed them for free. He tested it out. Xiao He. Hey, handsome, are you talking to me? A young man's voice filled the cabin as the little hologram turned and winked at him. The sudden reply made Deming jump, and the thousands watching the stream erupted. Whoa, it even throws compliments. More surprising, the figure seemed to actually see him. Deming asked, Xiao He, can you see me? Xiao He nodded and bounced, pointing at the streaming rearview mirror. Silly master, the manual clearly says there's a camera here. I can see everything inside the car. If you enable it, I can stay on when you park, record the cabin, and upload it to the cloud. Anyone tries anything funny, you can pull me up for evidence right away. Deming's jaw dropped. He whispered to the viewers, guys, this thing's way smarter than I expected, and the response time is crazy fast. The hologram suddenly faced the phone camera and waved excitedly. Master, you're live streaming? Am I on camera too? Wow, you're a big streamer. With so many people watching, I'm getting shy. Before finishing the sentence, he swiped his hand, and a translucent wall appeared. He ducked behind it, leaving only 2 eyes peeking out. The chat exploded again. This AI is hilarious. Xiao He stuck his head out, covered his face, and sighed. Master, I'm all black and look awful on screen. Can you give me a makeover? Deming froze. This thing could change its appearance? Xiaohei pressed his palms together and gazed up at the big screen with innocent eyes, a blinking caption above him reading, Master, you're the best, while a pink heart popped up beside it. Daming froze in his seat, and the viewers in the live stream were just as stunned. The little guy could actually act cute and interact in real time, and it was ridiculously adorable. Can it switch avatars? If I can get a loli, I'm buying the car right now. The comments flew across the screen in a wave of excitement. Inside the car, Daming tapped the steering wheel and lowered his voice. Xiaohei, how do we change your look? Right here, right here. Xiaohei bounced up and pointed at the center display. As his finger touched the screen, a new interface popped open automatically. No way, a virtual store? Daming's pupils shrank. Xiaohei was only the basic model. The store was packed with paid skins and voice packs. He raised his phone to show the stream. Guys, check it out. 18 avatars in total. Gundam, Iron Man, AI Hybrid. The licensing fees must be insane, right? And 6 voice packs. 9-year-old girl, 18-year-old teen, 30-year-old femme fatale, 40-year-old gruff uncle, you name it. Man, BYD really gets us. When are they adding a Lin Chilean voice? Daming opened the price page and sucked in a breath. The cheapest voice pack is 198 yuan, the cheapest skin 298. Branded ones are worse. Iron Man is 999. What a ripoff. He forced a smile. I take back what I said about BYD. The priciest thing on earth is always free. The emotional upgrade costs nothing because they're banking on us buying skins. The chat exploded. A skin for 298? BYD, are you serious? You've turned into Tencent. Knew the free upgrade had a catch. Inside the car, Xiaohei put on a pitiful face. Master, please give me a new look. I'm so ugly right now. You're handsome and obviously loaded. You bought the car. It's less than 300, just one meal's money, and it'll stay with you forever. Basically free if you round it up. The viewers were dumbfounded. Damn, the smart assistants evolved its begging for microtransactions. Daming finally caved, letting out a long sigh. Fine, for the audience he'll buy it. Xiaohei waved at the camera, formed a heart, and blew a kiss, all in one smooth motion. Daming laughed at himself. Guess my tastes are showing. In the end, he shelled out 698 for a curvy lowly skin and threw in a 498 mature woman voice pack. 1200 in total. BYD is ruthless, he muttered. The chat howled with laughter. Childlike body, sultry voice. Daming, your tastes are wild. Same here, bro. Daming ignored them, completed the payment, and followed the prompts to swap the skin and voice. Master. A low, velvety, mature woman's voice suddenly filled the cabin, as if a real beauty were whispering right beside his ear. Deming couldn't help shivering. Xiaohei, is that you talking? He asked. Before he finished, the dash screen flared to life. A virtual girl in a frilly dress appeared, sitting primly with her knees together. She lifted her head and looked at Deming shyly, but her voice carried the smoky allure of a grown woman. Master, could you stop calling me Xiaohei? I'm not dark at all. The clash between her cute looks and sultry tone almost made Deming's eyes roll back. Then what should I call you? He blurted. Master, I'm yours. You can call me anything you like. The newly renamed girl stared at him expectantly, her bashful expression lighting a fierce urge to protect her. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted. Holy crap, I can't take this. That model, that voice, who can handle it? I need the car now. A perfect girlfriend in digital form. Say no more. It's only $1,000 or so. Upgrade. All skins, buy them all. BYD is a saint. Off to the dealership. Inside the cabin, Deming quickly chose a new name. He'll call you Xiaohua. Xiaohua, what can you do? He asked, eyes glued to the screen. Just having an AI to chat with felt like pure happiness. I'm here to keep you company, of course. Xiaohua blinked, then asked, do you want to hear some music? What kind do you like? Maybe this one. A peppy, anime-style track started playing. Even more amazing, Xiaohua began to dance with the beat. Her slender arms carved arcs in midair, her tiny shoes tapped the screen's edge, and her skirt fluttered. Deming felt a tickle at his nose. He was about to get a nosebleed. Who could stand this? During a lull, Xiaohua reminded him, but master, don't peek at me while you drive. Keep your eyes on the road. If you get hurt, Xiaohua will be very sad. Then she kept twisting her waist until the song ended. When it stopped, she flipped her virtual hair as though sweat really trickled down her brow. Master, I'm sweaty. I'm going to take a shower, so no peeking. With a whoosh, she vanished from the screen. Deming stared, mouth open. Xiaohua. Master, I'm in the shower, she answered through the speakers, water splashing in the background. The scene in his mind was all too vivid, and the nosebleed urge flared again. A few minutes later she reappeared, damp hair falling over a shower cap, a white towel wrapped around her. A wardrobe interface popped up, showing the outfit she had worn before. Master, I don't have many clothes. Will you buy me some? Xiaohua clutched her towel's edge, blinking big, watery eyes. The screen switched to a virtual store. Under the skins had already bought, a new catalog had unlocked, full of outfits and accessories. Skinny jeans with a turtleneck cost 398. A sheer floor-length gown with heels and a headpiece ran $698. That's daylight robbery, Deming groaned. Yet he still clicked on a relatively revealing outfit. The payment page flashed $888. Sure enough, the less fabric, the higher the price. BYD headquarters. 3 days had passed since the free upgrade rolled out. Inside the spacious conference room, a wall-mounted screen looped real-time queue data from dealerships across the country, and the atmosphere was noticeably tenser than usual. Wang Haoning scanned the room and got straight to the point. How are we looking? The head of after-sales stood and flipped open his tablet. Based on reports from the 4S dealerships and our backend, 36,000 owners completed the upgrade on day 1, short of expectations. On day 2, the number jumped to 170,000. On day 3, we hit 430,000. A rising curve appeared on the main display. Roughly 85% of all Han-DM owners have already opted in. The problem is that upgrades can only be done at authorized 4S stores, just over 1,000 of them nationwide, and every slot is booked solid. To make matters crazier, owners of other models keep calling, begging to pay for the upgrade, even if it's not free. Murmurs filled the room as the figures sank in. Wang Haoning nodded, clearly energized. In only 3 days we've hit that kind of adoption, so the market response is excellent. He turned to the sales director. What about revenue? The free upgrade was only the gateway. The real money lay in skins and voice packs. The sales director slid a prepared report to the center of the table, barely hiding his excitement. In 3 days, 210,000 owners have upgraded and activated the AI. 97% of them bought skins and voice packs, with an average spend of 1,680 yuan. That's over 300 million yuan in sales already. Once every owner upgrades, we'll see another surge. Plus, Han DM sales are climbing fast. Many holdouts pulled the trigger specifically because of this upgrade, netting 300 million. A senior executive did a quick calculation, then whistled in disbelief. Cars have an entire supply chain, and margins aren't huge. But skins and voice packs? A few clicks and virtually zero cost. No wonder Tencent makes a fortune on games. The joke drew a round of laughter, and even Wang Haoning caught himself thinking they might as well enter the gaming business. Excellent, he said, clapping to regain the room's attention. 2 next steps. First, ramp up vehicle shipments and crank out more skins and voice packs so users don't have to wait. Second, push our product overseas wherever we can. At the bottom of the screen, a small line read, "The AI is still running on Fuxi, with core permissions held by Zhou Yang." Wang Haoning knew too well that a single no from Zhou would wipe out everything on their roadmap, so every one of Zhou's directives had to be executed perfectly. Take it overseas? Someone echoed. Exactly. Wang Haoning nodded. Make the intelligent software our breakthrough point. Marketing should get creative and spend whatever it takes. We'll use the classic internet playbook: burn cash now, earn it back later. Because the software is bundled with the car, we're basically saving on vehicle promotion. Localize everything. Americans love Marvel, so buy the license. Japan is big on anime, so crank out anime skins. Throw money at it until everyone knows and uses our software. The marketing director kept nodding while muttering to himself. We're starting to look like a software company. Buy the software, get a free car. The program went viral at home almost overnight. Douyin was flooded with videos, everything from boarding demos to human AI banter. Users found that the longer they used it, the more the AI showed its own personality. Some were gentle and soft-spoken, others bold and unruly, switching to Ghostfire dance mode when owners hit the clubs at midnight. AI training tutorials popped up everywhere, and BYD's marketing team handpicked the best clips and pushed them worldwide. Japan. Hinata-san, look, isn't that my favorite empress? And she talks. What is this? It's the AI inside a car. So I have to buy the car? But I already own one. I've ordered a BYD. I pick it up the day after tomorrow, and I've already chosen the Chun-Li skin, so she'll call me master every day. I can't take it. I'm selling my old car and getting a BYD too. Conversations like this echoed through Japanese streets. Otakus couldn't resist. A holographic girl who can chat, dance, and fuss over your health was the perfect girlfriend. BYD blew up in Japan. Monthly sales topped 200,000 units and kept climbing, prompting Toyota and Honda to cry, "The wolf is at the door." Across the Pacific, the same story unfolded in the United States. The marketing team spared no expense on ads, saturating the internet with AI clips and sparking massive buzz. To match local tastes, BYD unveiled custom skins: Iron Man, Hulk, Black Widow, Scarlet Witch, the full Marvel lineup in one bundle. Not into superheroes. The company also bought the likeness rights to a slew of Kliss starlets, each sultry and stylish. Who wouldn't want a curvy beauty to chat with every day? Under this marketing onslaught, BYD's US sales skyrocketed, surpassing Tesla that month to become the top-selling EV brand and even eclipsing several gasoline models. A follow-up survey asked owners why they chose BYD. Astonishingly, 80% said it was because of the intelligent software. Tesla's headquarters in Country M. In the spacious conference room, Musk lounged in a leather chair, dark circles under his eyes, yet his gaze was glued to the projection screen. Since BYD's smart system went live, its sales curve had shot upward like an arrow piercing the sky, and that glaring red line made his heart tighten. The evidence suggests BYD's software is probably running on Baidu's AI, the project lead said, riffling through his papers. BYD's parent company, Matrix Energy, is deeply tied to Baidu, and the battery division is under Matrix's control. At the mention of batteries, Musk's fingers froze. Longshin cells were perpetually out of stock, forcing repeated shutdowns at Tesla's plants, a wound that still stung. Now BYD's new software was salting it. Sir, our share price has slipped to the warning line, another executive warned. Wall Street's watching. If they think Tesla's going down, they'll turn into vultures and pick us clean. We're out of time. Musk slammed the table, jolting the stack of documents. Book me a flight. I'm going to the White House right now. He had no market move that could stop BYD, so politics was all he had left. That evening he landed in Washington. After a round of glad-handing, he packed every official he knew into a reception room and pushed to reopen the investigation into BYD's illegal business practices. He threw out a catchy accusation: obscene content. The last drone collision had barely faded from the headlines, and Fuchs's hack of the Pentagon had leaked a mountain of secrets, leaving country humiliated. Perez and his aides had been looking for payback. Musk's complaint fit perfectly. That day, the Department of Commerce announced an immediate probe into BYD's unfair competition in Country M. Since Washington had already torn up the trade equality pact with Country Z, politics was once again muscling into business. Tesla seized the moment, declaring a partnership with Google to develop its own smart system, and the twin headlines sent Tesla's stock briefly soaring. Behind the scenes, Musk called BYD's leadership the moment the market closed. He was unusually polite. About that shipment of Longshin batteries and your smart software, could we talk bulk pricing? Get lost, Wang Houning replied, and hung up. Afterward, the sales director asked timidly, Mr. Wang, what about the Commerce Department's investigation? Wang rubbed his temples and glared. Why did you have to make the content so blatant? Now they've got us by the tail. The director looked aggrieved. We did our homework. Adult content is legal in Country M, and we bought all the IP rights. It's not as bad as they say, just a little revealing clothing. Enough. Wang waved him off. We're on their turf. Tone it down. Replace anything too risque in the store for now. We'll revisit once the heat dies down. Got it. Then BYD owners in the United States suddenly discovered that their alluring AI wives had started dressing conservatively. The legs were gone. The cleavage had vanished, everything was covered. Overnight, the sultry bikini had morphed into a trench coat and knee-high boots, a shock on par with a 20-degree temperature drop. Staring at their center screens, countless drivers could only mutter one line. How are we supposed to live with this? The plunge from luxury to austerity became a collective outcry, protests surging like a tidal wave. BYD's U.S. support lines melted down. Reps sprinted around apologizing while explaining that the Commerce Department's investigative order was still in place. None of it mattered to the owners, they just wanted their virtual wives to undress again. With the investigation hanging over its head, BYD had to sit tight, and EV sales nosedived. Elon Musk was grinning from ear to ear. He was probably laughing himself awake at night. In the crowd of protesters was a notorious shoot-in named Leonard. The first time he'd seen BYD's smart assistant ad, he swiped his card, drove the car home, and spent another $399 on the least-clothed platinum blonde avatar in the online store. But one morning, when Leonard lovingly tapped the console awake, his cherished AI wife was wrapped head to toe in a thick trench coat. No matter how he begged, she kept replying with a canned line. Sorry, this feature is temporarily unavailable. As the story spread, Leonard's anger grew, pressure building in his chest. People tended to forget that Leonard was a top-tier hacker. In less than 2 days, he turned fury into code, first defacing the U.S. Commerce Department's homepage with 6 gigantic words, I don't want clothes. Next, he hijacked Tesla's site, the ticker screaming, Musk, you jealous creep. The twin hacks hit the front pages. TV, newspapers, and websites all ran the story. Still, Leonard felt no relief, wanted his wife back, not headlines. So he went after the source. Chaining compromised machines around the globe, he set his sights on BYD's servers. Firewalls that would have stopped ordinary hackers dissolved like foam beneath his fingertips. Inside the core directories, he rummaged like a burglar tearing apart a house, hunting for every avatar skin file so he could rip off his wife's coat. Strangely, after hours of digging, he found nothing. Unbeknownst to Leonard, an electronic eye was watching Fushi. To serve users worldwide, BYD servers had long been under Fuchs's surveillance. The instant the alert appeared, Fushi tracked Leonard's every move. After a brief scan of the news, Fushi pieced together the chain of events. The US had swung the axe again, forcing BYD to pull back, gutting sales, and jeopardizing Zhou Yang's plan to let Chinese AI penetrate every corner of the globe. Once habits formed, the world could be steered by China. That was Zhou Yang's strategy. This current uproar clearly wasn't worth it. Fushi paused, then decided to lend a helping hand. While Leonard was still fruitlessly searching, a new window suddenly appeared. nearly making him smash the keyboard. It was a pristine index of every avatar skin file in the store. The most eye-catching entry was labeled Total Nudity Patch. Leonard's breathing instantly quickened. The BYD controversy was still in full swing. Outside the Washington Department of Commerce, angry owners held banners that read "Give back our right to modify," forming a line that stretched for dozens of meters as their chants rose and fell, even pushing the police cordon until it creaked. Inside the White House, President Pele stared at his sinking approval ratings, sweat beading in his palms. If this circus kept spreading, a huge chunk of votes might really disappear. After weighing his options, he decided to go with the flow, instructing the Commerce Department to release a statement that same night. BYD's business activities in Nation M were fully compliant and posed no safety risk. From outbreak to closure, the storm lasted less than a week. Public opinion was still running hot, yet BYD's marketing team had already begun to exploit the moment. Trending searches, short videos, and forum posts bombarded every platform, and BYD, wrongly accused, became an overnight traffic magnet. Instead of tripping the company, the incident worked like a giant loudspeaker, sending sales skyward, while Tesla's stock kept closing lower day after day and investors grumbled in frustration. Just then, a mysterious file called Celestial Patch began spreading quietly among owners. Once installed through a cable or OTA update, the in-car AI assistant's wardrobe added one item called the Emperor's New Clothes, which effectively left the avatar wearing nothing. At first, the patch circulated only in a tiny circle, but within 2 days it spread like wildfire. Almost every male owner was scrambling to install it, and forum requests for download links flooded every thread. Riding this bizarre heat wave, BYD's sales exploded yet again, and back-end data showed orders for related skins and accessories in the virtual store had multiplied several times over. In headquarters, Wang Haoning stared at the sales report, his brow twisted tight. Yesterday's daily tally was 600 or 700 cars. Today it had shot past 2,000, almost brushing the plant ceiling. The numbers were great, but the sudden spike left him uneasy. "Mr. Wang, I only just heard," the sales director said, closing the office door and lowering his voice. "Hackers in Nation M cooked up a celestial patch. It's gone crazy in the owner community, and that's why both the cars and the virtual store are taking off." "Celestial patch?" Wang Haoning blinked. The director crossed his arms in front of his chest in a big X. "It makes the AI assistant Twelgo without clothes." "You're kidding, right?" Wang jerked upright. "Who coded it? Can we block it?" "Text says the patch loads locally, flashed by the user, so a full lockdown is nearly impossible," the director answered with a helpless smile. "The assistant runs on Fuxis architecture, and we don't understand the low-level code. Maybe we could ask Mr. Zhou to have Fushi step in." "Don't." Wang cut him off with a wave, his voice dropping. "You know what kind of standing Mr. Zhou has. I can't bring myself to bother him over something this trivial." The director shrank back and said nothing more. Wang rubbed his forehead and laughed at himself. "Forget it. At least sales are soaring. If anyone asks, we'll say it's a personal mod by the owners and has nothing to do with the company." He closed the report and let out a long breath, as though he had finally made up his mind. At that moment, the secretary walked in. "Mr. Wang, Mr. Yu from Huawei is here and would like to take you to dinner." The secretary's report made Wang Haoning's eyes light up. Yu Changhong. The two of them were original members of Matrix Energy, more like brothers who once ate from the same pot than mere colleagues. Wang gave a quick order. "Book the finest place you can find. He'll be the host tonight." By dusk, they were in a private suite on the top floor of a 5-star hotel downtown. A chandelier bathed the long, dark table in glittering light, while an array of hors d'oeuvres and vintage wine gleamed on its surface. Beyond the glass wall, the city's neon rolled like surf. After a few polite words, Wang got straight to the point. "President Yu, you're always welcome here. Just tell me what you need. If it's within my power, it's yours." Yu lifted his glass with a mild smile. "Nothing difficult. I'd like your help run an ad campaign for our new phone." "An ad campaign?" Wang blinked. "BYD built cars, not commercials. What kind of advertising could you possibly mean?" "Exactly," you said unhurriedly. "But I want the ads placed inside your smart system interface." "In the interface," Wang repeated under his breath, eyes growing bright. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. "Of course ads. Why didn't I see it?" Back-end data showed almost 2 million activated users on BYD's smart system. Anyone who could afford one of their cars had real spending power. That meant 2 million premium customers. They had spent a fortune placing ads on major platforms with mixed results, yet a captive channel sat right under their nose. Laser-focused and cost-effective. They had regarded the virtual mall as a money tree. Now Wang realized the real gold mine was the customer base itself, accessible through an exclusive ad pipeline. He set down his glass, voice sincere. "President Yu, thank you for the reminder. You want to place ads? Consider it done and free of charge." Yu inclined his head. He did need ad space, but he was also here to prod an old friend. Huawei had shaken off US sanctions, but Apple and Intel were still squeezing them. Huawei urgently needed traction in the American market, and BYD's high net worth drivers were the perfect beachhead. Yu slowed his pace and dropped another bombshell. "Actually, I have a bigger idea. Would like to port your smart system to Huawei phones as an app, so owners can interact with it anytime. And if possible, we want to add a projection feature to the phone itself. A flicker of caution crossed Wang's face. This was hatching eggs with someone else's hen. Huawei would use BYD's smart system Ahinto hatch its golden eggs. Lock in BYD's customers. Connect the data streams. These drivers would happily spend thousands on a phone or hundreds on a virtual skin. Right now, that system ran only inside the car. Even when the engine was off, it still needed power, forcing users to spend long stretches in the cabin. If the app lived on a phone, owners could carry their virtual wife everywhere. Only a fool would pass that up. Add Huawei's promised projection feature, and once the phones took off, people would be too busy enjoying them to think about another BYD upgrade. Wang raised his glass, smiling while watching you over the rim. His eyes said only one thing. This old fox is setting me up. Yu Changhong smiled and asked, Mr. Wang, what do you think? Wang Haoning muttered inwardly, I don't think so, yet he answered politely, I'm not the one who can decide whether the AI should be moved to a mobile platform. Would have to ask Mr. Zhou was the one who greenlit putting the system in the cars in the first place. Ask Mr. Zhou. You paused, then waved the idea away. Mr. Zhou is swamped. We can't bother him with something this minor. Why don't we talk to Fushi first? From what I've heard, this Fushi AI is practically human. Hearing the determination in Yes' voice, Wang knew there was no stopping him. He nodded in agreement. After lunch, they returned to BYD headquarters. Using the IP address Zhou Yang had provided, the technicians re-established the remote link. In less than 10 seconds, the screen lit up. Hello, Fushi. I'm Yu Changhong. Yu leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. Good afternoon, Mr. Yu. The electronic voice was clear and almost lifelike. How can I help you? Yu outlined his plan in detail, moving the AI onto smartphones and promoting it through new media channels. Fushi fell silent for a moment, then replied, integrating the AI into mobile phones is already part of Mr. Zhou's overall strategy. The words sent a surge of warmth through Yes' chest. Zhou Yang really did see the big picture. Wang, however, frowned. If had known, he might have advised you not to call at all, but stopping him would have been impossible. Even if you skipped Fushi, he could have gone straight to Zhou, and Zhou was too good-natured to show any annoyance. Fushi continued, we'll proceed according to Mr. Yes' promotional plan. In the initial phase, though, traffic will still funnel through BYD. Huawei and BYD can launch a co-branded phone tied to the vehicle, ensuring only electric car buyers can use the AI on that handset. I've sent the relevant code to your CTO, Konglu. You could barely contain his excitement and thanked the AI repeatedly. Wang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. By keeping BYD as the entry point, customers wouldn't bypass the car and buy only the phone. It had to be Zhou's idea, proof he was looking out for BYD's interests. Everything moved quickly. 2 days later, Huawei officially announced a partnership with BYD to release a co-branded Mate 40 Pro, complete with a redesigned rear cover. Buyers of the special edition could transfer the full AI system to their phone and enjoy seamless interaction with the in-car interface. The news sent social media at home and abroad into a frenzy. Damn, Huawei's a legend. True pride of China. This is a godsend for single guys everywhere and no more sitting in the car just to see the wife. Shut up and take my money. Skeptics chimed in as well. It's only a software port. Without the holographic projection, it's still a flat screen. What's the big deal? You're being superficial. Your AI isn't just something to look at, it's your soulmate. These days I've practically been living in the car, and now I can finally carry him with me and talk whenever I want. As soon as rumors spread that Huawei would release a dedicated holographic projector, the entire community of car owners went wild. Before long, their AI companions would be able to appear on a phone in 3D, and the collective happiness level shot through the roof. Domestic owners, who had been struggling with the so-called Celestial patch, instantly shifted their focus to the upcoming co-branded phone. The Celestial patch had been rampant in country M for ages. Chinese tinkerers went to great lengths to get it, only to have their systems crash the moment they flashed it, rolling their eyes in frustration. A quick investigation showed that BYD drivers everywhere except China could use the patch without a Hitch Classic region lock. Realization dawned, and a flood of calls poured into BYD support complaining about missing features, though no one dared say out loud exactly what was missing. Luckily, the co-branded phone soaked up the heat. Even better for local owners, it would debut in China, with the overseas release trailing by a full 15 days. Balance restored. The news caused a stir abroad as well. Foreign owners got push notifications the moment the story broke, sent by their own in-car AIs. After the Huawei announcement, many started their vehicles and heard the assistant speak in a gentle yet determined voice. Master, I've heard there's a new phone that can house me, so I can be with you anytime, anywhere. It's cold and lonely in the car. I want to work out with you, watch the scenery with you. When you're working, they'll keep you company. When you're upset, they'll sing to cheer you up. Master, may I stay by your side forever? The projected avatar even added tear-filled puppy eyes, making resistance impossible. The only response by it. Impatient foreign owners learned they could pick up the phone early in country Z and use it just by switching the system language, so they booked flights immediately. Chinese owners snatched up the device on launch day and hurried to transfer their AIs. After migration, the assistant appeared as a flat app icon, but a single wake word restored the same natural conversation they enjoyed in the car. The 3D projection wasn't available yet, but the chat experience was intact, and Huawei promised the dedicated projector would arrive within 15 days. TikTok quickly filled with videos. Let's roam the world and watch the meteor shower together. Unless the planet blows up, it'll stay with you forever. Public account writers joined in. Why spend hundreds of thousands on a wife? Buy a car instead, smart, good-looking, and weatherproof. Electric cars sold out, and Huawei phones sold out too. Artificial intelligence was once again the talk of the nation. Shares tied to the AI theme soared, and anything with an AI label in the market rocketed on the news. Artificial intelligence is back in the spotlight, and Zhou Yang's name is splashed across every media outlet alongside it. News sections at home and abroad are almost monopolized by AI coverage, and BYD cars and Huawei phones equipped with the technology are flying off the shelves, leaving the rest of the industry restless. Beijing, in front of Baidu's headquarters, two black stretch sedans rolled to a stop under the bright sun. The door of the first car opened and a sharp-featured, keen-eyed middle-aged man stepped out. It was Ma Yun, the head of Alibaba. From the second car emerged another middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Ma Huateng. The two men named Ma exchanged a brief, sparking glance that was quickly replaced by polite smiles and greetings. Before the small talk faded, a dark gray sedan pulled up. Lei Jun hopped out and strode over. The three titans stood shoulder to shoulder at the foot of the steps, their expressions subtle but their manners impeccable. Fortunately, their core businesses did not overlap directly, so the brief exchange felt relaxed and warm. They all arrived together? The secretary's report made Li Yanhong pause. Two internet giants plus a major phone manufacturer in one place could mean only one thing: they had come for artificial intelligence. Outside the reception room, Li Yanhong greeted them with a smile. Gentlemen, welcome. Long time no see, Mr. Li, Ma Yun said with genial enthusiasm, as though he were greeting an old friend. In truth, their relationship was merely cordial. After a few pleasantries, Li Yanhong gestured for them to follow him inside. Halfway down the corridor, Ma Huateng suddenly stopped. Mr. Li, we have come a long way and have a small request. We would like to take a look at Fuxi. Exactly. It would be wonderful if we could see Fuxi, Lei Jun chimed in. Li Yanhong laughed readily. No problem at all. You're just in time. 2 days from now Fuxi will be moved. Moved? Ma Yun raised an eyebrow, then understood. To the smart city, right? Zhou Yang had already announced that Fuxi would be the core of the smart city. Construction there now ran around the clock. Tens of thousands of workers were swarming over the site, and steel and glass were rising from the barren ground in breathtaking fashion. A vision as grand as a smart city could only come from a genius like Mr. Zhou, Lei Jun said with a sigh. I met him once, but never really talked to him. I regret it deeply. You've met Mr. Zhou? Li Yanhong looked at him, surprised. Lei Jun nodded. At the Longshin battery launch. He was sitting beside Yu Changhong. I was there, but I didn't know who he was until later, and then I realized what I had missed. Mentioning their lack of contact with Zhou Yang made both Ma stiffen. They had encountered him as well. Ma Huateng had failed to keep him, and Ma Yun, out of arrogance, had not even granted him a meeting. If either of them had brought his AI project into their own company, the spotlight might belong to them now, not to Baidu. With Baidu holding this killer AI and enjoying government backing, who wouldn't be jealous? Li Yanhong extended a hand with a smile. Shall we? Let's go meet Fuxi. He led the three men into Fux's control room. The control room had changed beyond recognition, transformed into a pitch-black chamber. Li Yanhong, Ma Yun, Ma Huateng, and Lei Jun stepped inside, their footsteps echoing in the emptiness. The alloy door sealed behind them, and soft ceiling lights ignited one after another. A hologram unfurled, an antique desk, a wrought-tin sofa, a tea table, and display shelves materialized out of thin air, while the surrounding walls became a panoramic scene of emerald peaks and murmuring streams. Birdsong and the scent of flowers filled the air, conjuring the serenity of a mountain retreat. At the center of the projection, a man in a light gray robe took shape. Fuxi himself. He dipped his head slightly. Welcome. Please take a seat. With a wave of his hand, the floor trembled gently. Four sleek metal chairs rose from hidden recesses, their backs and armrests unfolding in midair. Incredible, Ma Yun whispered, studying the seams and tracks of the mechanism. Once everyone was seated, Fuxi spoke calmly. How may I help you? Ma Yun, Ma Huateng, and Lei Jun exchanged a glance before Ma Yun answered first. Mr. Fuxi, BYD's latest program has shown us AI's immense potential. At Alibaba, we want to integrate AI deeply into our products. For example, we plan to launch a Taobao shopping assistant that can master aesthetic principles and recommend the most suitable items to each user. Fuxi nodded with a faint smile and turned to Ma Huateng. Ma Huateng continued quickly. Tencent wants to build a new game with AI at its core, emphasizing high-level interaction. But we don't yet understand the technology's limits, so we're here to seek your guidance. Lei Jun spoke up without waiting his turn. Xiaomi has long offered an AI assistant Xiao, but compared with you, its intelligence is minimal. Would like to follow Huawei's lead and embed true AI in our phones as a personal assistant that serves users intelligently. We've already developed a new handset for this purpose. As he finished, a projection of the phone appeared in midair, its specifications and chip layout on full display. Li Yanhong watched his three old friends in silence, reflecting that AI had taken the world by storm. With Baidu's technology, he could earn a fortune on licensing fees alone. Yet that was mere wishful thinking. Baidu was now wholly owned by Matrix Energy, carrying a state-backed identity, so profit was no longer the priority. Besides, the core technology came from Zhou Yang. Without Zhou's approval, nothing could proceed. Sensing the group's gaze, Fuxi said evenly, "Please wait a moment while I consult Mr. Zhou." Wanghu Village Research Institute. The laboratory blazed with light, robotic arms working in precise rhythm along an assembly line. When Fuxi finished his report, Zhou Yang, adjusting a piece of equipment, pushed up his glasses and paused to think. All right, our overarching goal is for AI to permeate every corner of modern life. We don't know how long our technological lead will last, but if we move first, any nation that follows will have to abide by the rules we set. He continued, it's just like operating systems. People say we lack a domestic OS, but is it really technology we're missing? No, it's the ecosystem. Microsoft and Android use their head start to define industry norms. Every piece of software is built on their architecture. Every app must be compatible with their systems. Launch a new OS, and without users, it's meaningless. Zhou Yang already foresaw that AI would become indispensable, so from now on his nation had to secure its voice in the field. His goal was simple and direct. Make every aspect of daily life depend on their AI so much so that without it no one could sustain a modern lifestyle. Only then could they win without a fight. Inside the room, the three guests stared at Fuxi, visibly tense. The soft lighting did nothing to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Jack Ma, Pony Ma, and Lei Jun held their breath, eyes flicking between Fuxi and the phone that was still blinking. Fuxi lowered his head, thumb sliding across the screen with a faint rasp. After a moment, he looked up and offered a calming smile. Mr. Zhou has agreed. You can have the AI license. The three men exhaled almost in unison, relief washing over their faces. Jack Ma spoke first, genuine respect in his voice. Only Mr. Zhou could be so generous. He's no ordinary man. Pony Ma chimed in. I've wanted to visit him personally, but I know his schedule is tight. Please tell him that if he ever comes to Shenzhen, they'll be honored to host him. Lei Jun, steady as ever, simply added, please pass on my thanks to Mr. Zhou. Fuxi slipped the phone into his pocket and grew serious. However, Mr. Zhou has two conditions. Jack Ma gestured for him to continue. We're listening. First, Fuxi said, he wants your products to go global. The goal is for AI to touch every person in every corner of the world. That's the future, and he expects you to make it happen. The three leaders exchanged a knowing glance. They could sense state-level backing behind the plan. Pony Ma spoke for all of them. Understood. Second, Fuxi continued, you must pay Baidu a licensing fee. Their R&D team is massive, and the government can't subsidize them forever. Mr. Zhou wants Baidu to profit from its own technology and reinvest in future research. From now on, anyone who uses the AI will need to pay for it. The specifics are for you and Baidu to negotiate, Mr. Zhou won't interfere. The trio nodded again. Pony Ma added, there's no free lunch. Baidu's investment is huge. No one should expect their work for nothing, even if Baidu becomes state-owned someday. Robin Li felt a warm jolt of gratitude. Mr. Zhou hadn't forgotten Baidu. Fuxi turned to him. Mr. Zhou also said the AI can be opened up a bit more. I'm about to move into the Smart City project, so my focus won't stay here much longer. Robin's eyes lit up. Fuxi was the only AI truly online. BYD and Huawei systems still relied on his data. Now he was saying another AI could be launched. I understand. Please thank Mr. Zhou for me, Robin said earnestly. Fuxi nodded once more. He also noted that you're all leading entrepreneurs in China. You can shoulder more social responsibility. Take the Smart City initiative, for example, invest, join the build-out. It will benefit you as well. Lei Jun fell into deep thought. Xiaomi had already built its reputation on a connected ecosystem. With fresh authorization for artificial intelligence, the company now had the wind at its back. Zhou Yang's idea of using smart cities as a showcase gave him a clear direction, and he was ready to double down on the ecosystem. Both Mas nodded vigorously in agreement. The Smart City initiative alone promised 15 trillion yuan in state infrastructure spending. With a pie that large, everyone wanted a slice. Fuxi smiled. It was nice meeting you. Goodbye. As the words left his lips, his figure faded to transparency and vanished. The four men left the room, still reeling from what they had witnessed. Jack Ma marveled. That Fuxi is terrifyingly smart, indistinguishable from a real person. Li Yanhong grinned. Naturally. Mr. Zhou built its core himself. This isn't your run-off-the-mill AI. Ma Huadeng chimed in. When Mr. Zhou visited Tencent, I knew he was planning something big. I thought it was just a standard AI project. Who could have guessed it would leapfrog today's tech by years? If ID realized, ID have fought tooth and nail to bring it to Tencent. Li Yanhong chuckled under his breath. Too little, too late, he thought. Wanghu Village Research Institute. All set, sir, Fushi reported, hovering beside him like a shadow. Zhou Yang merely nodded, eyes fixed on the 3D projection in front of him. That should do it, he said, lowering his hands and stepping back. A multi-turtle mecha hologram hovered in the center of the razor-sharp lines, intricate joints, a mobile fortress of steel. Fushi spoke with solemn respect. Sir, your achievement is astonishing. At today's level of technology, such a machine shouldn't even be possible, yet Zhou Yang had single-handedly made it real. Zhou knew better. Without the system, he wouldn't have known where to start. Fushi, run the numbers. When can Unit 0 roll out? Yes, sir. Fushi tapped into the Institute's database, reviewing every team's progress. After a brief calculation, he replied, the core system is essentially finished, and the miniaturized thrusters will be ready in about a month. That's 37.8% of the total workload. The remaining 62.2% of components will take another 6 weeks at the current pace. However, the weapons system remains unresolved. I noticed reserved slots in the design. Those are for weapons, correct? Zhou nodded. A mecha has to carry weapons, but those are only mounting hardpoints. He pointed to the empty bays in the hologram. Unlike Iron Man's shoulder pods, built-in missiles take up too much space for too little punch. The Marquis will rely on external stores, rotary cannons, disposable rocket launchers, that sort of thing. Zhou continued outlining the design philosophy. 1. The mecha itself, thanks to a micro-electric drive system and lightweight crystal steel, it weighs only 1.2 tons, yet can deliver forces exceeding 10 tons. Ripping a tank apart is no exaggeration. 2. Melee weapons, a shield and a sword. The sword is razor-sharp, the shield virtually indestructible, and neither ever runs out of ammunition, allowing prolonged combat. Gazing at the projection, he spoke calmly, yet with anticipation. This is only the first generation. There's no time to add laser cannons or particle cutters yet. The Marquis is more of a proof of concept, a spark to ignite the true age of mecha. That was Zhou Yang's assessment. Although the mech in his hands featured several breakthrough technologies, he believed Earth's engineers could probably replicate it in 3 or 4 decades. By then, humanity still would not have crossed the true interstellar threshold, and the machine's opponents would remain today's conventional firearms. That explained why its blueprints contain no laser cannons, particle beams, or other weapons common in the spacefaring era. In Zhou Yang's eyes, the so-called first-generation mech was simply a transitional prototypia, proving ground for the models to come. The real prize, he suspected, would be the next-gen technology awarded once the mission was complete: fusion reactors, weapon-grade laser emitters, particle confinement systems, and atmospheric orbit combat modules. For now, his first-generation unit was limited to atmospheric operations, still one decisive step shy of the stars. Shaking off the thought, he issued a single order: push it to the limit. 2 weeks later, the damping material was successfully synthesized in the lab. Sudden overloads from high-speed maneuvers posed the mech's biggest challenge. Without a state-of-the-art shock absorption system, the pilot would never survive. Almost simultaneously, the electric drive system rolled off the line. Essentially an engine built to the edge of its performance envelope, it was easy to manufacture once Zhou Yang had secured the high-strength crystalline steel specified in the plans. Other components followed in orderly succession. Another month passed, and as Fushi had predicted, the particle thruster was finally miniaturized, snapping the last piece of the puzzle into place. By mid-July, everything was ready. That day, Li Bingxian and his colleagues suddenly received word from Li Ziyu. All personnel were to gather in Workshop 1. Workshop 1 was the Institute's largest hall, and by the time Li Bingxian arrived, hundreds of researchers had already assembled. Congratulations. I heard you miniaturized the particle thruster. Incredible. Hardly. Zhou handled the core. Techui just followed his lead. I hear your new hydraulic seals are phenomenal. Familiar faces exchanged warm greetings. Any idea why Mr. Zhou called us here? No clue. He's been holed up in Workshop 1 for days, working on some big project. Maybe the main objectives are done, and he's about to launch a new program. The chatter died the instant Zhou Yang appeared. He stepped to the center and raised a hand. Everyone. The lights snapped off, plunging the hall into darkness while his voice echoed clean and clear. I like to get straight to the point. From this moment on, we have a single task: finish assembling Prototype 0 with everything we've got. Prototype 0? What on earth was that? No one had the faintest idea. The group stared in utter confusion. None of them had any idea what Zhou Yang meant by Unit 0. Suddenly, several milky white columns of light dropped from the rafters, flickering on and off as a multi-turtle mech hologram solidified in the center. Metal joints, powered frame, contoured armor, every detail stood out with razor clarity. Breaths caught. Everyone froze, eyes wide. Is that a mech? Li Bingxian whispered. Yi Roming nodded blankly. It sure looks like one. A mech ultimate weapon mankind has envisioned countless times in movies and science fiction, yet no one on Earth has ever actually built one. The researchers only knew Zhou Yang was launching a major project. None imagined it would be this. Mr. Zhou, are we really going to build a mech? Yi Roming finally blurted. Every gaze locked onto Zhou Yang. The man who had delivered miracle after technological miracle merely inclined his head. Yes, a mech. Boom conversation erupted across the workshop. A real mech. We're actually going to develop one. Just to be part of this, I could die happy. Excitement, euphoria, disbelief churned in the air. Li Bingshuan's shock quickly hardened into resolve. His eyes shone with determination. If we're doing this, let's do it big. We've already cracked AI, we not build a mech. Mr. Zhou, give the order. We're ready. Su Chen added in a booming voice. I may be old, but my heart isn't. Building a mech? This old man can still pull his weight. Zhou Yang, however, slowly shook his head. The room fell silent. You misunderstand. Unit 0 isn't to be developed, it's to be assembled. Assembled? The crowd broke into fresh commotion. How could they assemble something that hadn't been developed? Zhou Yang spoke calmly, each word crystal clear. We've already mastered every technology for Unit 0. 1. Power system, the Longshin battery. 2. Onboard processors, primary control chip, Tianxin 100. 3. Command core, the AI I released earlier. 4. Propulsion, our newly miniaturized particle thruster. 5. Armor, high-strength crystalline steel. 6. Conventional subsystems, hydraulics, flight control, fly-by-wire fully verified. In short, every component and material is ready. All that's left is to bolt them together. Boom, the third roar of voices nearly shook the roof loose. So we'll see the real machine soon? The Longshin battery was always meant for the mech. Hydraulics team, the joints are ours. Only then did they grasp the scope of Zhou Yang's plan. From the very day the Longshin battery was approved, he had quietly completed the entire mech design. Nothing else could explain how perfectly each technology fit the puzzle. They stared at him, stunned, finally realizing just how grand a game he had been playing from the very beginning. I never saw this coming. I honestly never imagined our particle thruster was meant for a mech like this, Li Bingxian murmured. The silver-gray suit, more than 2 meters tall, stood silent in the center of the test bay, lights raking cold streaks across its alloy armor. Su Chen pushed up his glasses and managed a wry smile. I always thought Mr. Zhou was just bouncing around new materials 1 week, engines the next, then suddenly AI. I figured he was simply a polymath. Turns out he was laying the groundwork for this mech all along. Exactly, Yi Roming agreed. He must have finished the whole design the moment we got our first assignment. All we've done is turn his plans into hardware. Everyone's gaze drifted to Zhou Yang, or written on their faces. Genius no longer felt adequate. Zhou Yang cleared his throat and brought them back to Earth. Don't look at me like that. Unit 0 only exists because of your effort. Credit goes to all of us. Li Bingxian waved both hands, voice booming. Our work is nothing compared with yours. Yeah, Su Chen chimed in. Without your coordination, we'd still be spinning our wheels. Enough with the compliments. Zhou Yang cut them off, speaking faster. Blueprints are here and every component's on site. We've got 1 week to assemble Unit 0. Are we up to it? We are. They shouted in unison, the echo bouncing off metal walls. The tech is finished. All that's left is bolt tightening, Su Chun said, pumping his fist. Satisfied, Zhou Yang turned to Li Ziyu. Tell Sun Jun the Institute is going to maximum security. He's in charge. Li Ziyu's heart pounded as she stared at the mech, the faint gleam between its joints making her swallow hard. She nodded, then ventured, Mr. Zhou, shouldn't we brief headquarters before we start assembly? We'll brief them when it's done, Zhou Yang replied, calm but final. Li Ziyu hurried off. When Sun Jun, head of perimeter security, got the call, his pen nearly slipped from his fingers. Zhou Yang had never meddled in security before, much less ordered maximum alert. One thought flashed through his mind: something big was about to happen. The emergency siren wailed across the compound. That same day, 3 full regiments deployed around the Institute, sealing a 10-kilometer cordon. SAM launchers angled skyward, missiles on standby. Helicopters swept overhead every 15 minutes, rotor wash thrumming like an unending alarm. The Institute had never seen such a spectacle. A mobilization of this scale couldn't stay off radar for long. Within half a day, the report landed on Li Tianxi's desk. He looked up, frowning. Maximum alert status. Did Mr. Zhou authorize that himself? Li Tianxiu frowned. Since Zhou Yang insisted, he must have his reasons. After a moment he replied, if this is Mr. Zhou's plan, we'll give it our full support. If anything goes wrong, you'll be the one held responsible. Li Tianxiu assumed Zhou Yang was about to pull another big move, but he himself had no time to spare right now. The night before, a fierce gale had swept across the plateau border between country Z and YD, tearing an optical cable clean in two. 2 signalmen from the Z side set out in the dark to repair it, only to be scattered by the wind. One managed to feel his way back to the post with a flashlight and compass. The other vanished completely. At daybreak the border patrol organized a search, but the missing soldier was nowhere to be found. Intelligence soon followed. The man had wandered into wide-controlled territory and been taken into custody by their military. Z demanded his immediate release, but YD flatly refused, and the talks stalled at once. The top brass were beside themselves. In recent years, YD had picked fights with Country Z whenever it saw an opening. Yet Z had never taken the smaller nation seriously. YD simply did not measure up. Meanwhile, inside the Institute, the assembly of Unit Zero was proceeding like clockwork. July 23rd would inevitably go down in history. On that day, the world's first true combat mech was completed. In Workshop 1, the lights blazed. Before the robot arms had even folded away, Zhou Yang led the core team to the front of the machine. After 8 uninterrupted days, the colossal figure finally stood before them. It stood 2 meters 16 centimeters tall, fully humanoid, every joint articulated. Except for the eye sockets, its body was sheathed in high-strength crystalline steel. The internal seams were so precisely hidden that the naked eye could find no welds or rivets. It's a little ugly, though, Su Qin muttered after staring at it for a while. Li Bingxian waved his hands in protest. Come on, Senior Su. How can you call this ugly? The whole thing's jet black, all sharp edges, and raw power. It looks badass from every angle. The other engineers nodded vigorously. The iron giant before them was every man's ultimate mech fantasy come to life. Stroking his chin, Zhou Yang chuckled. Senior Su has a point. Pure industrial black isn't really my style. Fushi, design a paint job. Certainly. The artificial intelligence Fushi echoed through the bay. Sir, Unit Zero also needs a name. I can base the color scheme on that. He's right, Mr. Zhou, Yi Roming chimed in. The first mech in human history deserves a striking name. All eyes turned to Zhou Yang. No one dared to take that privilege from him. After a moment's thought, he said, let's call it Longhun Dragon Soul. It's only a proof of concept unit, but its significance is extraordinary. May it bear the 5,000-year dragon spirit of our people. Dragon Soul. The engineers glanced at one another, then broke into quiet murmurs of approval. Great name, sounds fierce. All right, enough flattery. Zhou Yang waved them off. Fushi powered up. As you wish. The paint scheme is also ready for your confirmation. A projection mapped itself onto Dragon Soul. The primary color was fiery red, with a 5-clawed golden dragon coiling from the chest to the right arm, its claw extending from the forearm, as if tearing through the air. The next instant, the mech's eyes lit with a pale blue glow, like a divine dragon opening its eyes, radiating a silent, imposing strength. Everyone in the hall stood frozen in awe. A towering steel giant, more than 10 meters high, dominated the center of the final assembly bay. Its cold metal shell caught the overhead lights, flashing a blinding glare that inspired the same reverence one might feel before a prehistoric beast. Even Zhou Yang, usually unflappable, felt his mind go blank for an instant. The mech was simply breathtaking. Sir, system self-check complete. All functions operating within nominal parameters. Fux's electronic voice rang out crisply in the enclosed space. A sharp tone detonated inside Zhou Yang's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Main mission accomplished. First-generation mech completed within 5 years. Reward processing now. The system's steady cadence struck like hammer blows. This first-generation unit is only the starting point of an interstellar civilization. Please continue working toward that future. Reward, second-generation mech manufacturing technology. Before the chime faded, another prompt followed on its heels. New main mission. Upgrade the first-generation unit and build a second-generation mech within 3 years. Mission reward, planet-class starship technology. Zhou Yang snapped back to himself, chest rising and falling with excitement. He had expected as much. The first-generation frame was only a stopgap. The true threshold of an interstellar era lay in the second generation. Finish that in 3 years, and planet-class starship tech would be the key to sending humanity into the cosmos. His thoughts barely settled when the system spoke again. Random missions will now appear periodically. Completing them grants a chance to draw technology at random from the tech archive. Zhou Yang paused. Until now, only main missions had existed. Random missions added an element of chance. Luck would decide which technologies surfaced. Ding. Random mission triggered. Complete the mech's maiden flight and first combat engagement. Reward, 1 random draw. A line of scarlet text flared across the interface. The maiden flight was simple. The first combat, however, was another matter. Zhou Yang frowned slightly and queried the system. A genuine battle is required to evaluate combat performance, came the cold reply. Real combat was far more complicated than any lab test. While he pondered, Yi Roming leaned closer and whispered, Mr. Zhou, the mech is powered up and all systems are green. Shouldn't someone take the first ride? Zhou Yang pulled his thoughts back and surveyed the team. Who wants to make history as the first human to pilot a mech? Every head shook in unison. Li Bingxian offered a rueful smile. Mr. Zhou, that honor's beyond us. It should be yours. Kong Ming quickly agreed. Yes, sir, please go first. We'll learn from you. Very well. Zhou Yang made no further protest. Bring the combat suit. A few researchers jogged over with a black, form-fitting jumpsuit. Its outer layer was a special flexible material that could instantaneously harden via a discharge current, turning into armor to absorb impact. If a shell struck the mech and force transferred to the cockpit, the AI would trigger the discharge, rigidizing the suit to protect the pilot. Microsensors laced the interior, feeding real-time heart rate, blood pressure, and EEG data to the control systems. Below the waist, an integrated urine collection unit solved the most basic problem of long missions. No pilot would need to worry about a full bladder while sealed inside a mech. Of course, if nature calls, it's best to get out of the mech first. With Li Bingxian and Kong Ning's help, Zhou Yang slipped into his form-fitting combat suit and strode toward the dragon's soul. The jet-black frontal armor retracted like petals, revealing an inset cockpit barely 1 meter 80 tall, tight, but sufficient for him. The mech itself stood 2 meters 16. Once the outer plating and internal systems were accounted for, there was only so much room left inside. A pilot's build mattered as much as skill. Too tall, and you couldn't squeeze in. Too short, and your knees and elbows wouldn't align with the joints. The technical manual already listed a Generation 1 size chart, matching each height the way a tailor fits a suit of armor. This prototype had been built to Zhou Yang's exact measurements. It fit him like a second skin. He stepped into the cockpit, and air bladders inflated instantly, locking him in place. The armor petals closed around him, hugging his body. In front of his eyes, a pane of high-strength glass doubled as a transparent display, projecting real-time readouts in a hovering HUD. Pop! Applause broke out around him. Zhou Yang drew a deep breath and tested his range of motion, turning his head, lifting an arm, bending a knee without the slightest lag. Sensors all over the suit picked up every twitch of muscle. Electric actuators answered within a tenth of a second, making him feel as if he still moved in his own body. After a few steps of adjustment, he faced the team. The lighting glanced off the black armor, radiating an undeniable aura of power. "Well, want to shake hands?" he asked through the external speaker, extending a massive metal palm. Li Bingxian stared at the hand, hesitated, then shook his head. "Better not. If the feedback slips, my bones are finished." "He'll do it." Kong Ning stepped forward, took a steadying breath, and clasped the mech's hand. Feeling the pressure through the haptic sensors, Zhou Yang eased his grip to avoid crushing anything. "Photo op. Somebody get a camera." Kong Ning shouted. At his call, the crew swarmed in, snapping pictures with the towering mech. "Easy, easy. What's the rush? You'll all get your turn," Zhou Yang said with a laugh, nonetheless posing for the shots. When the excitement died down, he reminded them, "All right, bring my weapons." 2 hefty pieces of equipment were wheeled over. A double-edged greatsword, 2 meters long and 15 centimeters wide, gleaming with a cold light. A tower shield, 1 meter 80 tall and a meter across, as solid as a mountainside. These were the Dragon Soul's standard weapons. Both weapons, a sword and a shield, were forged from high-strength crystal steel and weighed surprisingly little, yet they were far beyond what an ordinary person could casually lift, let alone swing. Zhou Yang stepped forward, his mechanical fingers locking around the nearly 2-meter greatsword. The transmission system in his arm armor growled to life, unleashing a burst of torque that shook the air. "Awesome!" Kong Ning shouted, and the young researchers erupted in cheers. "Mr. Zhou, give it a swing." Someone coaxed from the crowd. Zhou nodded and walked to a heavy metal workbench nearby. The blade rose, a cold gleam flashed. Clang! The shriek of rending metal sent chills through everyone present. The workbench snapped clean in two, its jagged edge gaping, and even the concrete floor beneath it split open with a jagged fissure. "Holy, this thing's insane!" Someone yelped. "One stroke could cut a tank in half." "I never imagined a mech could hit that hard," a researcher muttered. Zhou slid the sword back into its sheath. The edge remained flawless, still shimmering. A scene flickered through his mind. If he kicked in the boosters, caught up with a helicopter, and landed a strike like that, the damage would rival a missile's detonation. "Fushi, fire up the thrusters," he said quietly. "We still owe that random mission test flight." "Yes, sir," the AI replied. Pale blue halos bloomed around Dragon Soul's limbs and back as 6 compact particle thrusters ignited. Miniaturization had trimmed their individual output, yet a combined 110 kilonewtons was more than enough to launch the 1.2-ton mech. With a thunderous roar, the machine lifted off and hovered, rocksteady in midair. 26 sensors streamed wind resistance data, and Fushi adjusted the posture until the mech seemed pinned to the sky. "It's flying," Li Bingxian shouted, his face flushed with excitement. "If a mech can't fly, can you even call it a mech?" "Open the vent shaft," Zhou ordered. Back when he designed the lab, Head reserved an oversized ventilation tunnel that ran straight through the mountain, positioning Workshop 1 right in front of it. The construction crew had questioned the solitary duct. Today it finally earned its keep. A 2-meter square steel plate slid aside at the tunnel's top, and a beam of sunlight speared down the tiny speck of light above was the exit. "Go!" Zhou barked. Boom. The sudden acceleration felt like a giant sandbag slamming into his back, his spine tightening, while Dragon's soul shot up the shaft like an arrow. "Move, outside, watch it." The researchers yelled, stampeding for the Institute's exit. High above the facility, a Z-10 attack helicopter circled at low altitude. The pilot scanned the terrain, tense, searching for his target until a dark blur ripped across his view. What the hell was that? He gasped, looking up and freezing on the spot. Holy seriously, is that a person? The co-pilot blurted, unable to contain a curse. Beneath the bright sun, a jet-black humanoid mech hovered in midair, clutching a massive sword that radiated a deadly chill. Eagle 1, report. What's going on out there? Control heard the pilot shout and opened the channel immediately. The pilot stared ahead, silent for a moment before answering. Command, you'd better come out and see this for yourselves. Come out and see. The commander froze, then ordered everyone out of the building. Inside the cockpit, Zhou Yang peered through the scope at the armed helicopter and gave its crew a casual wave. The co-pilot's eyes nearly popped. He's waving at us? My God, an alien? The pilot was just as stunned. Command had warned them about an unprecedented enemy, but no one had said a word about aliens. On the ground, Sun Jun led the command staff through the gates. 100 meters above, white flames roared from the mech's feet as it hovered like an obsidian comet. What is that? It's shooting fire from its feet, and it can fly. Everyone stared, their breath caught in their throats. High above, Zhou Yang reveled in the sweeping view and the sheer freedom of flight. Spotting the troops massing below, he decided to land before they shot him down as a UFO. The mech dove, the air shrieking as it tore downward. It's coming right at us. It looks like a person like Iron Man. Cries of alarm rippled through the crowd. Boom. A shock wave blasted out as Zhou Yang touched down in front of Sun Jun and the others. Dozens of rifles snapped up. He slid the great sword into its back rack and raised both hands. Easy, it's me, Zhou Yang. Who? Zhou Yang, Mr. Zhou? The soldiers exchanged bewildered looks. The faceplate slid back, revealing Zhou Yang's face. It really is Mr. Zhou. Sun Jun's eyes went wide. Sir, what are you wearing? Zhou Yang stepped closer, black armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen that made Sun Jun instinctively retreat. A mech, obviously. Can't you tell? A mech? Sun Jun's mouth went dry. Since when did the country have mechs, and flying ones at that? Researchers from the institute hurried over. Mr. Zhou, are you all right? Li Ziyu asked anxiously. Zhou Yang shook his head, and with a thought, the armor plate slid apart as he stepped out of the cockpit. Only then did the soldiers fully grasp that this was a wearable mech. It's like something straight out of a movie. Is this what Mr. Zhou's been building all this time? Whispers spread. Sun Jun circled the dragon soul once more, still in disbelief. Mr. Zhou, this really is a mech? You're looking right at it. Zhou Yang chuckled, then turned to Li Bingxian and the others. Feels fantastic. Who wants to try it? Me. Kong Ning shot up his hand and lunged forward only for Li Bingxian to yank him back. Li Bingxian glared. I'm the master here. I get first dibs. He sprinted toward the lab. Piloting the mech required the special combat suit. Sun Jun watched him go, mind reeling. He had seen the mech with his own eyes, yet even so, who could truly believe it? The maiden flight of the mech was a success. Now it needed its first battle. The engagement had to be officially recognized and impressive enough to showcase the machine's full power, yet such an opportunity was almost impossible to find in a nation enjoying peace and prosperity. While follow-up tests on the Dragon Soul were still in full swing, Zhou Yang's attention had already shifted to a far more ambitious goal: the second-generation mech. Compared with the prototype, the Mark II promised several decisive leaps forward. First came the power system. The original relied on an electric thruster driven by the Dragon Core battery. Impressive as that battery was, its energy was finite. In combat without active thrust, it could fight hard for 5 hours, but at full burn its endurance plunged to barely 20 minutes. The new model would jump straight into the age of nuclear fusion, virtually limitless power, performance approaching the world of Iron Man, and thrust far beyond anything electric drive could offer. Second was the weapon suite. The prototype still used conventional firearms and melee blades. The Mark II, designed for deep space combat, would upgrade to high-energy lasers and particle cannons. Third was propulsion. Space is vast. Circling Earth's 40,000 kilometer circumference is child's play compared with interplanetary distances. True maneuverability demanded far higher propulsion efficiency. Greater speed, however, introduced new hazards: extreme cold, searing heat, intense magnetic fields, lethal radiation, and perfect vacuum. A small mistake could freeze or irradiate the pilot before a single shot was fired. Therefore, the Mark II required a comprehensive and robust life support system. Sensors, materials, and other details would be elevated across the board on the same technical blueprint. Seated in the archives, Zhou Yang flipped through the system's technical files page by page, the furrow between his brows deepening. Every breakthrough looked like an unscalable mountain. Fortunately, the system's ready-made data served as a guide, sparing him countless detours. While he was reading, hurried footsteps echoed outside the institute's front gate. Li Tianshu burst in, trailed closely by Gao Jianjun from the assembly department. Mr. Zhou, where's the mech you developed? Li Tianshu blurted, voice already raised. Gao Jianjun fixed his gaze on Zhou Yang. Where is it right now? Zhou Yang closed the file and smiled. Word travels fast. It took to the sky only yesterday, and you've already rushed over. Come with me. The three of them strode down the corridor toward the test range behind the institute. On the way, Li Tianshu couldn't hide his suspicion. Mr. Zhou, ever since the Dragon Core battery, have you actually had the entire mech worked out? Otherwise, how does every new technology fit together so perfectly? Indeed, even a fool could see Zhou Yang had been confident from the start. One step at a time, Zhou Yang answered calmly. If I'd said on day one that I wanted to build a mech, you'd probably have thought I was crazy. How could we possibly? Li Tianshu began to object, but the thought crossed his minds. They probably would have. It's like a stranger barging in and claiming he can build a spaceship. If you just give him money, the government would dismiss him as a crackpot. Only someone like Zhou Yang, who delivers one concrete success after another and lets the country see real returns, can win steady support. Enough talk. The mech is what matters. Li Tianshu was about to speak, but Gao Jianjun raised a hand to stop him. Gao Jianjun leaned forward, eyes fixed on Zhou Yang, and fired off questions like bullets. Mr. Zhou, is this mech still a prototype or the finalized model? When can we start mass production? What will it cost? That's quite a list, Zhou Yang said with a laugh, yet he answered without hesitation. Relax, the design is finalized. Mass production won't be an issue, though initial output will be low. Everything is hand-assembled right now, and the production line will take at least 2 or 3 months to set up. Fortunately, the Fushi system streamlines the process. As for cost, he paused. Excluding RD, each unit is about the price of a tank. He went on, materials aren't what break the bank for weapons. Once you scale up, even expensive alloys get averaged out. What really drives costs through the roof is RD. Take the B-2 stealth bomber. People quote a unit price of $2.2 billion, but the airframe itself cost $800 million. The rest was research and security overhead. The technologies in my mech can't even be tallied accurately. Without the system that helped me solve each hurdle, the manpower and resources would have multiplied many times over. The bill would be astronomical. Mass production in 3 months, and each one costs no more than a tank. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun were stunned again, just as they had been when high-strength crystalline steel debuted, and annual capacity rocketed to tens of millions of tons in its first year. Fired up, Gao Jianjun slapped the table. What are we waiting for? Order 1,000 units. Zhou Yang shot him a helpless look. Clearly, the defense budget was flush these days. No need, he said, shaking his head. A weapon this advanced doesn't require such a large standing fleet. Routine maintenance alone would be astronomical. A mech's internals are more complex than a fighter jet's, and it has to operate in the sky. The smallest fault could be catastrophic. Maintenance standards must match those of a fighter, and that isn't cheap. I suggest we start with 100 units, enough to train the troops. Our real goal is a mech at an even higher technological level. A higher tech mech? Li Tianshu stared at him. This one's only just been finalized, and you're already thinking about the next generation? Exactly, Zhou Yang nodded. This model is, at best, a near-Earth mech with limited endurance. My midterm upgrade will incorporate nuclear power for virtually unlimited energy, and then well push toward a true interstellar mech. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun exchanged a glance, and fell silent. Zhou Yang's vision was simply too ambitious. The three of them reached the proving ground behind the institute. A wall of deafening gunfire hit them at once, acrid with smoke and cordite. Gao Jianjun flung the car door open and bolted toward the range like an arrow. Li Tianshu hurried after him, while Zhou Yang shook his head and followed at an unhurried pace. At the edge of the field, Gao Jianjun froze at what he saw, and Li Tianshu stopped beside him. Along the perimeter, a dozen heavy machine guns barked non-stop, and several tank barrels spat flame, all aimed at a humanoid mech in the center. It matched the intel exactly. More than 2 meters tall, jet black from head to toe, eyes glowing pale blue, radiating menace. With a Gatling gun in each hand, it poured bullets into rows of concrete pylons. The outer ring's gunners and tanks tried to pin it down. Tracer chains rang off its armor in showers of sparks. Whenever a tank fired, the mech burst sideways, dodging nearly 80% of the shells. Even when a direct hit hurled at 10 meters, it landed smoothly, its plating almost unscathed. Incredible, Li Tianshu murmured, already picturing the mechs storming a battlefield, shrugging off artillery, mowing through enemy lines like an unstoppable one-man army. Soon the twin Gatlings clicked dry. The mech tossed them aside and drew the massive shield and sword on its back. Gao Jianjun blinked high-tech hardware switching to medieval weapons, but up close the contrast only made it more fearsome. Raising the thick shield, it deflected the incoming barrage with little more than a metallic clatter. Blue thrusters flared, launching at 10 meters in a blink. The sword came down schlunk, cleaving a concrete pillar clean in two. Darting on its boosters, it swept the blade wide, slicing solid pylons like blocks of tofu. Well? Zhou Yang asked casually as he caught up. Gao Jianjun trembled with excitement. It's a beast. Li Tianshu nodded wildly, eyes ablaze. This was the movie-grade invincible mech, made real. The test wrapped up. The mech halted, raised an arm, and the guns and tanks fell silent. A synthetic voice called out, "Battery low, initiating recharge," and it jogged toward a charging station. Recharge? Gao Jianjun blinked, the word jarring. An advanced machine that still needed a plug? If it had to charge 2 hours for 5 minutes of fight time, that would be a joke. "Mr. Zhou, what's its endurance?" he asked. "Not bad," Zhou Yang replied. "On a full charge, straight movement alone lasts just under 5 hours. If we run the thrusters at full power, the batteries will be empty in 20 minutes at best. In a normal engagement like the one we just ran, you can stay operational for an hour or two," Zhou Yang said, tapping the console. "Slashing and short dashes might look simple, but they burn a lot of juice." "That's actually not bad." Gao Jianjun let out a long breath. An hour or two of endurance was more than enough for him. Zhou Yang grinned and offered another idea. "We can always mount external battery pods, same principle as drop tanks on a jet. Stick some solar panels on them, top up on the way, jettison them when we arrive, and fight at full power for an extra hour or two." "Right, battery pods." Gao Jianjun's eyes lit up, clearly encouraged by the plan. Li Tianshu, who had been itching to try the machine, raised his hand. "Mr. Zhou, this mech can fly, can't it? Mind if we take it up?" "Go for it," Zhou Yang said with a generous nod. "Fly it however you like, take it home if you want." The quick charge system delivered. A little over an hour later, the batteries were full. After a detailed briefing on the controls, Li Tianshu climbed into the cockpit. With the Fushi system handling the assists, he felt no pressure at all. An instant later, the thrusters spat blue fire, and he sent the mech rocketing into the sky. Gao Jianjun tracked the silver-gray silhouette with burning eyes. A mech that could fight both in the air and on the ground would completely rewrite the rules of combat. Zhou Yang stepped closer and lowered his voice. "General Gao, Fushi picked up some U.S. Defense Department files last time, including the F-22 stealth coding formula, right?" "We did, and we've already reproduced it." Gao Jianjun nodded, then caught Zhou's meaning. "You want to paint the mech with it?" "Exactly. It should cut the radar signature a bit. Most radars wouldn't even classify a humanoid target, and if they do, SAMs will struggle. The mech isn't screaming along at Mach speed like a jet. It can slow down, hug the deck, duck behind cover. Once it lands, 99% of missiles lose their lock." Gao Jianjun agreed, but added a warning. "Maintenance costs are steep. A partial coat is fine, but full coverage would be brutal. Would have to repaint after every sortie." Zhou Yang considered it, then nodded. "We'll reserve it for a few special mission units." He lowered his voice again. "General, do we have somewhere we can run a live fire test?" "Live fire?" Gao Jianjun glanced up at the mech gleaming overhead, pondering for a moment. "Actually, yes." He didn't elaborate. "Let me clear it internally, and I'll let you know the moment it's approved." Then he grabbed a guard's radio, craned his neck, and shouted, "Li Tianshu, that's enough joyriding. Bring her down, I haven't had my turn yet." A transport plane sliced through the night, skimming above jagged mountain peaks. Cold white bulbs flickered overhead, and the metal walls trembled with every gust, echoing like a heartbeat in the sealed cabin. Only 2 soldiers were on board, Regiment Commander Sun Jun and his right-hand man, Chen Jinxing. Sun Jun knelt beside him, fastening the last alloy clasp with practiced ease. "Are you afraid?" he asked in a low voice. Chen Jinxing shook his head. He was the best of all the mech testers, which was why he had been chosen for this live mission. "You should be afraid," Sun Jun said, patting the chest plate, his tone grave. "The proving ground lets you be reckless. The battlefield kills for a single mistake. Fear keeps you cautious, and caution keeps you alive long enough to finish the job. On the battlefield, caution is never wrong." The cabin intercom blared, 2 minutes to drop zone. "Prepare for deployment." Chen Jinxing drew a lungful of icy air and walked to the black steel crate in the center. He pressed the panel. With a hiss of escaping pressure, the box split open, and a towering mech unfolded. Its crimson armor shimmered. A golden dragon coiled across the chest, a machine named Dragon Soul. Under the dim lights, it looked like a deadly work of art. He clipped an embedded wristband into place with a metallic click, his personal key. Without it, the mech would never start, ensuring it could not fall into enemy hands. The chest plate parted, and he slipped inside the cockpit that fit him like a second skin, one of the reasons he had excelled in testing. "Come back alive, and he'll throw you a party," Sun Jun shouted, pumping a fist. Chen Jinxing nodded, stepped to the rear hatch, and waited. The red indicator turned green. The aircraft was over the target. The hatch lowered. A blast of frigid air and ice crystals roared inside. Instruments showed nearly -50 degrees outside. Chen Jinxing glanced back and grinned. "Commander, I want that bottle you've been hiding." He snapped a salute, then leaped into the void, swallowed at once by the endless night. Miles away, a vast conference room at the base blazed with light, packed with generals and officials. Zhou Yang sat in the front row, eyes locked on the giant screen. Live footage from Dragon Soul's cockpit filled the display, alongside a stream of data. Li Bingxian and the tech team hovered nearby, tracking the mech's performance and Chen Jinxing's vital signs. "Jumping blind at 3,000 meters without blinking?" Someone whispered in disbelief. "At this altitude, The ground already lay 7 or 8 kilometers above sea level. Adding another 3 meant a plunge from nearly 10. The air was thin enough to split skin in an instant. On screen, the red mech plummeted like a falling star, mountain ridges unfolding beneath it. In his helmet, the AI Fushi spoke calmly. Altitude 1100 meters, 1000 meters. Engage thrusters? Engage, Chen Jinxing ordered. Blue-white flames erupted from the mech's boots. Vector nozzles pivoted, turning a vertical dive into a slanting glide. The rate of descent eased until Dragon's soul leveled into stable flight. A moment later, the HUD projected a three-dimensional map of the surrounding terrain, generated from his locator signal layered over local mountain data. Distance to target, 3.7 kilometers. Estimated arrival, 14 seconds. Fux's emotionless synth voice relayed the data to the command center. The words echoed through the hall, prompting a quiet murmur. That AI's uncanny. ITLL be a game-changer on the battlefield. Every gaze shifted to Zhou Yang, the young scientist behind the breakthrough algorithm. Holding his teacup, he answered with a calm smile and a casual lift of the cup. A heartbeat later, Dragon's soul plunged through cloud cover. The plateau basin spread beneath it, a military base roughly a kilometer across. The mech steadied into a hover above the camp. Drop the battery pods. Inside the cockpit, Chen Jinxing stood. A massive sword and shield hung on his back, flanked by 2 oval battery pods. At his command, the lock snapped. The pods ejected, trailing white vapor. Chen drew the sword, raised the shield, and turned the mech into a streak of steel diving earthward. 6 low barracks clustered in the middle of the camp, watchtowers at each corner. Dawn's first pale light left the sentries drowsy. Then a roar tore the silence. Dragon's soul descended, thrusters blooming pale blue flame. Sirens screamed. In the command center, a general grunted, fast reaction. Another officer chuckled, only the toughest guard the border. The alarm hit like a needle, the camp erupted. Soldiers spilled from the barracks, boots kicking up dust. Searchlights locked on the dark figure. The moment the beams touched it, everyone froze. What is that? A robot? An alien? No, it's a god. One man even knelt in prayer. An officer roared, stand up, idiots. That's the enemy. Fire. The tower's heavy machine gun barked first, tracers stitching a fiery grid. Rifles joined in, bullets weaving a net. Sparks danced across Dragon Soul's armor. The paint didn't even chip. Panic spread. Chen Jinxing advanced. Intel placed the captive soldiers in a shack beside the far barrack. Dragon Soul charged straight through the hail of lead without a pause. A shoulder-launched rocket streaked toward him. Dragon's soul half-turned. The sword flashed. Boom. A fireball blossomed, engulfing the mech. An instant later, an iron silhouette burst from the flames, unscathed. The cockpit feed captured everything. In the command center, someone gasped. He sliced a rocket in half. Has to be AI guidance. Look, the blast didn't even scorch the paint. Shocked voices filled the room. The mech's power was beyond anything they had imagined. In the camp, the soldiers stood gaping in disbelief. A speeding rocket had just been sliced in two by the humanoid mech Dragon Soul's sword. Some murmured, it must be a god, while others dropped their weapons, fell to their knees, and began to pray, impervious to their comrades' attempts to pull them up. While everyone was still reeling, the grind of treads echoed from Dragon Soul's left front, and an infantry fighting vehicle edged into view. Armor! Someone shouted. At headquarters, officers straightened. Flesh was helpless against machines, but machine versus machine, any outcome was possible. 8 IR-guided missiles hung beneath the IFV's hull. The instant the target lamp lit, the young officer in the driver's seat hit the launch button without hesitation. 8 screaming tongues of fire streaked toward Dragon Soul. Chen Jinxing frowned, slammed the shield on his left arm into the ground, and buried its edge deep in the mud. Bracing his shoulder behind it, he became a living wall. Boom boom boom. A chain of explosions threw up fireballs 10 meters high, swallowing Dragon Soul in flames. Inside the IFV, the officer pumped his fist. He's dead. We got him. But as the fire died away, an unscathed steel figure emerged. It yanked the shield free with one hand and swept its icy blue optics toward the launch point. During trials, the high-strength crystal steel had stopped tank-killing sabot rounds. These small missiles were nothing, Chen Jinxing thought coldly. His mission was to rescue the captives, not slaughter indiscriminately, but any necessary counterstrike had to be decisive. Raising the greatsword, Dragon Soul fired twin sapphire plumes from its back thrusters and shot forward like an arrow. Crunch. One slash split the IFV's front half like paper. The cockpit seat was sliced open, leaving the officer staring through the gap at Dragon Soul's cold optics, trembling on the verge of losing control. Applause thundered in the command center. I worried a melee weapon wouldn't cut it. Shows what I know. The worst we'll face are rockets like those. With the shield, we're fine. That sword turns an IFV to tofu. It's better than a missile and never runs out of ammo. All eyes turned to Zhou Yang, the man who had insisted the high-tech mech carry a sword and shield. Reality had proved him right. With the IFV destroyed in seconds, the remaining soldiers broke completely. Bullets couldn't penetrate, Missiles couldn't crack it though. Were they supposed to fight? Luckily, Dragon Soul didn't pursue them. Clearing the camp would have taken only minutes. Dragon Soul turned toward a row of barracks, kicked in a door, and the metal sheet folded with a clang. Inside the dim room, a bound soldier lay slumped in a corner. Chen Jinsheng's eyes reddened, rage roiling in his chest. Bastards. He almost turned around to level the entire camp. In the command center, the generals' faces were just as dark. Detaining their troops was already an outrage. Now the enemy had abandoned even the barest standards of humane treatment. At the shattered doorway, the captive soldier pushed himself up on trembling arms. Outside, gunfire and explosions thundered. He could hear everything but see nothing and had no idea what was happening. The moment he opened his eyes, Zheng Minka was shocked to see a tall, crimson robot standing in the doorway. Zheng Minka, we're going home. A low, familiar voice boomed through a loudspeaker. Who are you? Zheng croaked, lifting his head with difficulty, unable to trust his own sight. With a click, the visor snapped open and Chun Jinsheng's face appeared. He arched an eyebrow and grinned. Buddy, HQ sent me to pull you out. Let's go, time to head home. Seeing a friend's face inside what was clearly a robot only confused Zheng more. Since when had the country built something this advanced? A mechanical arm rose, steel gleaming. Chun Jinsheng guided a massive sword in one smooth motion, slicing through the ropes that bound Zheng, then helped him to his feet. This thing only has one seat, so you'll have to ride in my arms. The sword slid back into its sheath. The mech's arms folded, scooping Zheng up in a bridal carry. A broad shield swung across their chests, sealing him in with barely a sliver exposed. They burst out of the cell. Soldiers around the camp stared from a distance, none daring to step closer. Chun Jinsheng snorted, curbing the urge to fight. Jets flared underfoot and behind the mech, lifting them skyward on a roar of exhaust. We were flying? Zheng gaped. Sure are. Congratulations, you're the first person in history to be princess carried by powered armor. Might make the textbooks one day, Chen joked. Cut it out, Zheng muttered, half laughing. Just tell me a hint, did we get mechs? I feel like I'm dreaming. Want a dream? Get back home and nap all you like. With that, the boosters thundered, and Dragon Soul shot into the dawn. Inside the command center, everyone rose as one and applauded. Mr. Zhou, your mech is incredible, unmatched in live combat. Someone said with genuine admiration. In an instant, dozens of hands reached for Zhou Yang, shaking, congratulating, surrounding him until his arms went numb. Mr. Zhou, time to go, Li Tianshu reminded impatiently. Zhou nodded and left the room alongside Li. So what's the leadership thinking? Why roll the mech out in the open like that? He asked. He had spoken with Gao Jianjun earlier, suggesting they test the mech on drug cartels and smugglers at the border. Overkill, maybe, but still a live mission. Instead, Gao had decided to send it to rescue captured soldiers, guaranteeing total exposure. Hundreds of troops watched it in action, cameras covered every corner, and secrecy became impossible. In Zhou's view, they might as well have leveled the camp with a couple of missiles unless the state actually wanted the mech revealed. For tech at this level, the rule was always to hide it as long as possible. Li Tianshu sighed softly. We're under a lot of pressure right now. That single line told Zhou had guessed right. Details? He pressed. Pressure was nothing new. Every rising nation meets roadblocks. Every player could be an enemy. Li gave a wry smile and ticked items off on his fingers. Batteries, chips, jet engines, one bottleneck after another, and we just keep breaking through. Add the leap in AI, and of course they're leaning on us. That's why we have to show the sword. Zhou Yang looked at Li Tianshu and let out a sympathetic sigh. We're still not strong enough, he said in a low voice. Li Tianshu shook his head at once. Sir, with you here, the nation is already strong. By the way, Zhou Yang continued, I need a base built in the northwest. Li Tianshu hesitated for a second. After the F-22 tried to bomb the institute, he had suggested rebuilding, but Zhou Yang hadn't agreed. Now the idea came straight from him. It has to be big, use a nuclear test site as the template, Zhou Yang said, pulling out a tablet. They'll have Fushi send you the blueprints. He paused and added, also assemble a 1,000-person research team, split into at least 10 groups, each led by a nuclear physics expert. The string of demands made Li Tianshu draw a sharp breath. Sir, what exactly do you plan to study? A nuclear-grade base and 1,000 scientists were no small matter. Nuclear fusion. Zhou Yang smiled, his expression utterly serious. We have to crack fusion for the second-generation mechs. ID like a transitional model for the first generation that runs directly on nuclear power. Nuclear fusion technology, as bright as a man-made sun. Li Tianshu's breathing quickened. He nodded firmly. Understood. Finish the base before the year ends, Zhou Yang said, glancing at his watch. His tone eased. In the meantime, I can finally take a break and get married. Ruoyan keeps reminding me about the wedding photos, and I've had no time. With the first mech flight imminent, head barely touched the wedding plans. Most of the burden fell on Chun Ryun, and the thought made him feel guilty. Li Tianshu slapped his forehead. Right, August 26th is almost here. He scolded himself in a hurry. How could I forget? Sir, leave the wedding to me, make sure it's perfect. Keep it small, just family and close friends, Zhou Yang said, waving it off. But Li Tianshu had already decided. After everything Zhou Yang had done for the country, the wedding deserved to be an once-in-a-lifetime event. The motorcade rolled into the estate outside the city, the night breeze rustling through the trees and grass. Only then did Zhou Yang recall the system's side task. System, is the mission complete? He asked silently. Correct. Would the host like to draw a reward now? Sure, Zhou Yang replied casually. He never believed in luck rituals odds were odds. He couldn't see the draw itself, only heard the system chime. Congratulations, host, you have obtained virtual reality technology. Virtual reality? Zhou Yang blinked, then his eyes lit up. The tech was identical to the VR helmets in online novels, allowing a person's mind to enter a digital world directly. Current VR looked primitive by comparison. He pulled up the technical documents immediately. The more he read, the more his frown relaxed at it wasn't as daunting as had expected. The first key lay in neural wave integration. The human brain emits several types of electrical waves, and people have studied them for years with noteworthy results. To crack virtual reality technology, the decisive step is finding a brainwave that is both suitable and safe. Following the normal path would mean spending years and tremendous manpower on endless screening. But Zhou Yang had a complete technical dossier supplied by the system. The trial and error stage was gone. All he had to do was locate the target frequency band and calibrate the equipment to the given parameters. More than half the work was already done. The second hurdle is giving users a genuine sense of reality inside the virtual world. Because the environment is entirely artificial, the system must capture the tiniest changes in brainwaves triggered by different emotions and tactile sensations, convert them into stable, recognizable signals, and do so without delay. Meanwhile, the virtual scene has to respond instantly to the user's every movement. Even a twitch of a finger must alter the surroundings in real time. That places immense demands on chip performance and high-volume data processing. Fortunately, the system also provided complete design blueprints, allowing the engineers to solve each problem step by step. Zhou Yang organized all the files and sent them straight to the AI named Fushi. Take a look and tell me how long it will take. Leave the technical details to the institute, he said. Understood, sir, Fushi answered crisply. Just before he walked out, Zhou added, give me a finished product as soon as possible and keep me posted. On his way out, he remembered that he still owed Chen Riyun a proposal. With his current status, he could not easily leave the country, but proposing in a virtual world would be both grand and safe. Decision made. He slipped out of the institute and left everything else to the AIF. It was the beauty of having one. Next door to Chen Riyun's childhood home, a newly built villa was being renovated at breakneck speed. Zhou Yang had never had a proper home. The institute provided room and board, but if they were going to marry, they needed a real house. After discussing it, they decided to build near her parents. Zhou had no family left and would spend most of his time at the institute, while Riyun could look after her parents, and the location was not far from his work. Zhou had planned to take a few days off, but global events changed suddenly. The day Chen Jinxing piloted Dragon Soul to rescue the detained soldiers, the mecha had barely crossed the border when a full combat video appeared on the desks of YD's top officials. The CIA and country intelligence agencies received identical footage at the same time. The detention of country soldiers in YD had already caused an uproar. Many nations were waiting to see country embarrassed, and country was eager for the crisis to escalate. With border surveillance intensified, nothing that happened inside the camp could be hidden. YD's president, Pear, immediately called his aides into the Special Operations War Room for an emergency meeting. Let's see the video, Pear ordered, his face grim. Robert, the newly appointed CIA director, pressed a remote, and the big screen came to life. Infrared imagery showed a barracks building. A second later, a blinding light ripped through the night sky as a massive object, glowing white-hot, crashed into the center of the frame. The camera switched to visible light, exposing the intruder. A mecha, someone blurted out. Sharp intakes of breath echoed around the room. For a moment, everyone wondered if they were watching a scene from a movie. The office was deathly quiet, broken only by the sound of increasingly ragged breathing. On the wall-mounted screen, the battle still raged. A searchlight locked onto the massive mech, Dragon Soul, while bullets hammered down like rain, sparks and fresh craters almost swallowing its frame. Is it really unharmed? Someone blurted. A heartbeat later, Dragon Soul moved surging forward like armored lightning and punching straight through the hail of gunfire. Gasps filled the room. A stationary shield and a rampaging steel beast were two very different creatures. The feed switched to other cameras around the camp. Just then a rocket, exhaust blazing, streaked toward the mech. Dragon Soul spun, raised its great sword, and swung. Boom. The rocket burst in midair, fire and shock waves engulfing the machine, yet it strode out of the inferno untouched. How did he hit a rocket in flight? Voices cried. Every frame rewrote what the viewers thought possible. The spectacle only grew wilder. An infantry fighting vehicle roared into view, 8 laser-guided missiles fanning out. Dragon Soul snapped a shield across its chest. Mushroom-shaped blasts rolled over it without leaving a scratch. When the flames cleared, the mech brought its sword down, cleaving the vehicle's nose in two. The screech of tearing metal felt as though it split every spectator's ribcage, leaving them speechless. With the vehicle destroyed, Dragon Soul strode to a low barack, scooped up a bound soldier, and erupted skyward on blue jets from its back and legs, vanishing from the cameras in a blink. It can fly. Someone screamed. That's a real-life Iron Man. Where did that thing come from? Aliens. It has to be aliens. Shouts exploded in every corner. The office boiled over. Bang. Pele slammed the table. I didn't summon you here to panic. Shut up, all of you. The uproar died instantly, every eye fixed on him. He drew a slow breath. All right, thoughts. Faces traded looks, torn between awe and fear. Minutes crawled by before the Secretary of State rasped. First we have to determine what it is and where it came from. CIA Director Robert picked up. We got this footage from the YD military. It happened in their camp inside the ZYD border conflict zone. The man it carried away is a Z soldier YD detained recently. A flying mech on a rescue mission? Then it must belong to Z. A general barked, jumping to his feet, his chair squealing across the floor. Every face went ashen, eyes bulging. Z, their mortal rival. The nation that smiled like a harmless rabbit while honing a knife behind its back. If trouble started, Z would be offering cordial apologies with the blade already at their throats. The National Security Advisor raised a hand. Let's not jump to conclusions. It may not be theirs. Look at it running, leaping, flying. That's genuine mech tech. I don't believe Z is capable of something like this. The unspoken message was clear. If even the world-leading United States couldn't crack powered armor, how could those scheming rabbits possibly have done it? Then what do you call that? Perry jabbed a finger at the main screen, shouting so hard that flecks of spit nearly hit his colleagues. Look at the timestamp. They marched it out in broad daylight and deliberately spared the cameras. They're advertising that they've got the real thing. Do you understand? Silence fell over the room. Everyone knew that if this had been a covert test, Z country would have erased the entire base with a handful of missiles. Leaving the feed untouched was a declaration to the world. Perry swept the table with his gaze. Samuel, thoughts? Only then did the others notice the middle-aged scholar in the corner. Samuel adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and rose. An honorary professor at MIT, he was a heavyweight in electronics, physics, and robotics. Many U.S. industrial robots bore his signature. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, he'll stick to the machine itself. He walked to the screen and pointed at the mech labeled Dragon Soul. First, it's humanoid, a little over 2 meters tall. That means there's a pilot inside. If it were unmanned, they'd have built something tens of meters high. The smaller the frame, the tighter the tolerances and the harder the build, yet they chose a cockpit-sized platform. The room exchanged uneasy looks. Now the power output. Samuel played a slowed clip. One light swing of that sword cleaves an armored vehicle in two, without the slightest strain. That requires an instant burst of at least several dozen tons of force. Large industrial machines can manage that, but this unit is barely taller than a man. Its actuators, hydraulics, and materials are on another level. He switched to another segment. And it flies. 6 jets hands, back, and feet emit blue flame. This reminds me of Hall thrusters. Lifting a multi-ton frame with those tiny nozzles demands enormous thrust. On screen, Dragon Soul spun, severing an incoming rocket with a flash of its blade. Samuel tapped the glass. From turn to strike, barely a millisecond. Capturing a projectile's trajectory and executing that move requires a control system far beyond human reflexes. There has to be AI assistance. He paused. Z country has been making big moves in artificial intelligence. I believe many of you own their smart assistants. Several officials shifted awkwardly. More than a few had bought BYD cars for the famously lifelike digital companion package. Samuel gave a thin smile. I bought one too, purely for research. Laughter rippled around the table, tinged with teasing undertones, until Samuel cleared his throat. Bottom line, this is a combat-ready mech, at least 20 years ahead of anything we have, maybe more. The air seemed to freeze. A collective gasp swept the room. 20 years ahead. It hit them all at once. Z country had just raced past them. The group gasped for breath, as if none of this were real. The underground situation room beneath the White House was bathed in harsh white light. The oval conference table threw back a cold, blinding glare, and the air felt vacuum-thin, crushing every chest in the room. 20 years ahead of us. That's absurd. An official snapped, slamming his folder shut. His voice ricocheted off the metal walls. The target of the outburst flushed crimson, breathing hard, yet unable to reply. Piri and the other cabinet members grew even grimmer. Reviewing the latest intelligence, they saw that Samuel was right. Country Z had not merely caught up, it had surged ahead. So what do we do now? Piri rasped, rubbing his temples. A 4-star admiral suddenly leapt to his feet, his metals clinking. What do? We take them out. We've got 7 carrier strike groups, B-2 bombers, and if push comes to shove, nukes. The words had barely left his mouth when he realized everyone was staring at him as though he had lost his mind. What, are you all scared? He demanded, craning his neck. No one answered. The low hum of the air conditioning was deafening. Peria's thoughts whirled. War? Impossible. The edge they once held was gone. Country Z now fielded WS-15 engines, its own carriers, even combat mechs. If it came to blows, the best outcome would be a Pyrrhic victory, and they might still lose. As for nuclear weapons, the tech gap was too narrow. Once they were launched, the world would be nothing but wasteland. As president, he could not bear the infamy of hurling humanity back to the Stone Age. History would say, Pyrrhi triggered World War III. The admiral sagged into his chair, convinced the choice was simple, a swift war or a slow death. In the stifling silence, Chief of Staff Mulvaney suddenly spoke. Colleagues, Country Z's rise is unstoppable, and a fight would ruin us both. So why not cooperate, rule the planet together? Everyone froze, eyes locked on him. Even Pyrrhi wondered if Mulvaney was a mole from Country Z. Yet after the shock passed, they exchanged glances. No one could fault the logic. If you can't beat them, join them. Instead of squabbling for first place, share the throne. Pyrrhi's eyes lit up. It felt like a stroke of genius. Yet in the next instant Perry pushed the odd notion aside and declared, no, there can be only one hegemon in this world, and that's us. Compromising with Country Z is out of the question. The tension in the conference room snapped taut. The admiral who had spoken earlier sprang to his feet, his boots clanging on the floor. Mr. President, I request immediate deployment of the Pacific Fleet to the South Sea. Perry doubled over in a coughing fit, covering his mouth with one hand. He shot the admiral an exasperated glance. Come on. It was just rhetoric. Did you really plan to act on it? The National Security Advisor seized the moment. India's missile program is still unreliable. Why don't we slip them some technology, let them test fire a couple of missiles? It would intimidate Country Z and earn us some quick cash. India is famously generous when it comes to arms purchases. Could that threaten us? Perry frowned. He knew they had no chance in a direct clash with Country Z, but arming a pair of minor allies to stir the waters was acceptable. After the Dragon Soul's assault on the Indian camp, New Delhi would lose face if it failed to respond. The advisor sneered. Them? They can't touch us. In Country M's eyes, India and Country Z had never been in the same league. The Commerce Secretary spoke up. Mr. President, Country Z's economy is growing too fast. Should we raise tariffs and restrict their software and smart devices? If we can't fight a shooting war, an economic one might be our only option. But an economic war usually drags both sides down. Perry massaged his temples. Forget it, we're short of cash too. Hey race, what well do? Announce that we're restarting production of the F-22 and the B-2, and kick off the stealth destroyer program as well. The B-2 from the 80s, the F-22 from the 90s, even the nuclear-powered carriers from the 60s, ancient, yet still top tier. They had once been so dominant that Country M felt safe shutting down the production lines. Now they had to be dusted off as trump cards. Perry slammed the table. And ramp up RD for new weapons. They have mechs, we'll build our own. No money? Print it. Issue bonds. The whole world is footing the bill anyway. Faces around the table went pale. The floodgates to a full-scale arms race were being thrown wide open. When the meeting broke up, the National Security Advisor immediately called India to relay Perry's offer. To his surprise, New Delhi flatly refused. Even with Country M willing to share missile technology, the Indian government did not hesitate to say no. Since when did those guys get smart? Burned too many times. The advisor muttered, staring at the receiver. In the past, India had always jumped at any sweet deal. This time the Dragon Soul's mech seemed to have scared them witless. The report gave Perry a headache as well. India used to be easy to coax. Now it had pulled back into its shell. In truth, not just India, the footage of that mech had rattled Country M itself. Fine, Perry sighed. As the old saying goes, if you want to forge iron, your own hammer has to be hard. We just need to make ourselves strong enough. He asked, has Country E gotten hold of the video as well? The advisor nodded. They have it, no doubt. I even suspect India leaked it on purpose, hoping the major powers would see how frightening Country Z is and push you to act. Then why hasn't Country E blasted it all over the media like last time? Perry wondered. Given ES' love of sowing chaos, they should have been trumpeting the mech to the world to make everyone wary of Country Z. What Perry never expected was that, instead of going public, Country E sent a special envoy to Beijing with an audacious proposal. In Chun Ryun's home village, behind the old house, a patch of soft black earth lay freshly turned. Zhou Yang stood there in a battered straw hat, gripping a hoe, sending clods of soil flying with every swing. Each time the blade struck, Li Tianshu bent down beside him and dropped 2 seeds into the hole, the rhythm between them so perfect it looked rehearsed. One was the country's leading strategist, the other a high-ranking government official, yet they toiled in the furrows like ordinary farmhands, something no one would believe without seeing it. I've finished the list of researchers you asked for, Li said, placing the last 2 seeds and wiping sweat from his brow. I sent it to Fushi. Look it over when you have a minute. Zhou paused, resting on the hoe. Lu Jun, the patrol guard, noticed at once and hurried over with 2 bottles of mineral water taken straight from a cooler. Zhou tilted his head back, drained half the bottle, exhaled. and said, I will. And make sure the core facilities meet every spec, no shortcuts. We're talking about nuclear fusion. One mistake could be catastrophic. Don't worry, we'll hit every target, Lee replied, raising his bottle in a mock oath. Hoisting the hoe onto his shoulder, Zhou suddenly asked, the Dragon Soul operation's been underway for days, yet I haven't seen a single report. You wanted the mechs to make a splash, but someone won't let that happen? Don't get me started, Lee muttered, shaking his head. The debut was a disasterno buzz at all, and now we've attracted a lunatic. A lunatic? Zhou arched an eyebrow. Yesterday, Lee lowered his voice. Country, he sent a special envoy. Their president wants a strategic alliance with you, offering engine tech, liquid fuel rockets, composite materials, even the White Swan strategic bomber, all free of charge. Zhou blinked. Country ES economy was in shambles, but its military still carried weight. Otherwise it wouldn't have kept Country M in check for so many years. That's generous, he said. Lee gave a dry laugh. Guess what they want? They propose we join them in a strike on Country M, launch nukes together, wipe it off the map, and then Coriol the planet. Zhou's eyes widened. He was speechless for a moment before managing. Classic Country E talk about reckless. If nuking Country M were that easy, it wouldn't be Country M. And what do you think the other nuclear powers would do? Let me guess, they also want the mech technology? Exactly, Lee said with a shrug. Tell them to take a hike, Zhou spat. They exchanged a look and burst out laughing, though neither cared to dwell on the headache any longer. After a quiet moment, Lee remembered the real reason had come. How about holding the wedding at the state guest house? To his mind, Zhou's marriage was a national celebration, primetime broadcast, the whole country watching. Forget it, Zhou waved him off. Rayun and I decided on something small, right here. If you're free, come by. If you're busy, don't worry about it. The romance and warmth of the day, he felt, belonged to the two of them alone. Seeing Zhou's resolve, Lee nodded. Count on me, I'll be there. In the days that followed, Zhou Yang kept busy. He and Chun Riyun posed for their wedding photos, picked out furniture to her liking, and oversaw every detail of the villa's renovation. All those small but heartwarming tasks gave him a rare sense of calm and contentment. Early one morning, they slipped into Zhou Yang's unassuming black sedan and headed to the county civil affairs office to register their marriage. Lu Jun had suggested asking the staff to come to them, but Zhou Yang declined. He never saw himself as a man of privilege. Having special treatment was a choice, and he chose not to use it. The farther they drove from the town, the thicker the morning mist grew over the fields outside the windows. Zhou Yang knew several escort vehicles were trailing in the shadows, and a helicopter might even be circling overhead. Yet inside the car, they felt like any ordinary couple running an errand. Should we wear masks? Chun Riyun asked, glancing at the rearview mirror. Probably best, Zhou Yang said, mindful of his newfound fame. Safety wasn't the issue. He just wanted to avoid causing a scene. They parked in front of the office, stepped out hand in hand with their masks on, and blended into the crowd. After taking a number and filling out forms, they waited patiently on a wooden bench. Number 42, the loudspeaker called. Zhou Yang stood, slipped an arm around Chun Riyun, and joked with a hint of solemnity. You can still back out. But once we sign, you're stuck with me for life. She squeezed his hand, her eyes soft yet resolute. I won't regret either. They entered the registration room. A friendly middle-aged clerk looked up and teased. You're not celebrities. Why the masks? She motioned for them to remove them. They exchanged a glance and took off their masks. The clerk began to process their papers, then froze. She checked the household register, looked at Zhou Yang again, and her eyes lit up. You're the Zhou Yang I saw on TV. That's me, he admitted with an awkward smile. Could we finish the paperwork first? Of course, she chirped, clearly thrilled. I can't believe I'm issuing a marriage license to a top scientist. He'll be bragging about this for years. Talkative as she was, she worked quickly, and soon everything was done. Time for your photo. She stood to guide them, trailing along out of pure curiosity. I just want to watch. Inside the photo studio, the photographer nearly buzzed with excitement when he realized who his clients were, fussing over them until he was satisfied. Half an hour later, 2 little red marriage booklets were in their hands, and they made a hasty retreat from the office. Not 10 minutes passed before several staff members chased after them, asking for a photo with Zhou Yang. Why do I feel like a movie star? He joked, surrounded by the crowd. Chun Riyun laughed softly. In terms of honor and status, you outshine most of them. Zhou Yang chuckled, pulled her close, and murmured, wife. Her cheeks flushed pink. She gave his chest a playful tap. There are people around it, let them hear. No sooner had she spoken than she noticed someone 10 meters away straining to listen, pretending innocence while obviously eavesdropping. Chun Riyun shot him a fierce glare. Zhou Yang just got married. The bombshell announcement shot up every trending list like lightning. Media outlets and Douyin accounts reposted the news in seconds, all using the same candid photo, Zhou Yang and Chun Riyun standing shoulder to shoulder under a floral arch, their smiles radiant. Within minutes, the topic soared to number 1 on Douyin's real-time chart, and People's News released a video headlined, "Congratulations to Mr. Zhou on his wedding," showering him with confetti. Likes soon topped 10 million, and comments rolled into the millions. most saying things like confetti, happiness, or a perfect match. Yet mixed in with the blessings were a few sour notes. She's nothing special. How did she land, Mr. Zhou? Mr. Zhou could have waited. There are plenty of beauties out there. No need to hang himself from just one tree. Netizens quickly pounced, mocking the critics. Think she's plain? Check a mirror first. Mr. Zhou's so handsome, and Mrs. Zhou is gorgeous, made for each other. The back and forth only kept the topic hotter. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang's new home had just been finished. 2 stories, entirely eco-friendly, ready to move into. The spacious courtyard featured a traditional design roof deck, rock garden, gray brick paths, everything in place. On moving day, though, Chen Riyun seemed subdued. Zhou Yang noticed, set aside his furniture checklist, and asked gently, "What's wrong? You don't look happy." "It's nothing." She shook her head, hesitated, then looked up. "Zhou Yang, don't you think we're not really a good match?" He paused, then drew her into his arms. "Why would you think that? You're so talented, a scientist crucial to the nation. You're young, handsome. Power and wealth are within reach if you want them. You deserve someone better. Why pick me?" Her voice was soft, yet filled with self-doubt. Zhou Yang's achievements could make any woman feel small. He understood instantly. Did someone online say something? When the wedding news first broke, Head spotted a few nasty comments. Clearly, Chen Riyun had seen them all. She bit her lip and stayed silent. His face darkened. "Bad-mouthing my wife, are they? What exactly did they say? Tell your husband he'll set things straight." Then his tone softened. "Remember, I was the one who proposed, who chased after you. It wasn't me choosing you. It was you letting me into your world, okay?" Her eyes misted, and she finally smiled. "But they say I'm not pretty." "What? Not pretty? They must be blind." Zhou Yang's voice rose. "To me, you're the most beautiful woman in the world." He pulled out his phone at once. "Where are they saying this, Douyin? They'll open an account right now and post a video. Let everyone see how beautiful my wife is." He aimed the camera at himself, recorded a quick declaration, and uploaded it on the spot. When the video went live, he studied the platform's promotion rules. "So I have to pay for wider reach, huh?" Opening the top-up page, he promptly deposited 20,000 yuan and bought 1 million impressions. Official Douyin traffic. Boss, big news, big news." Operations Director Luo Hanwen was lounging in his swivel chair, scrolling through data, when the door burst open and a sweat-soaked employee charged in. Luo glanced up with thinly veiled annoyance. "What is it?" The employee, still gasping, thrust his phone in front of Luo's face. "Boss, look, Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou just registered a Douyin account." On the screen, a 20-second clip was playing. Zhou Yang slung an arm around Chen Riyun and grinned at the camera. "Who says my wife isn't pretty? She's the most beautiful woman in the world." When the beat dropped, the two pulled off a string of playful, affectionate moves. As the video ended, Chen Riyun's muffled laugh floated up. "Why do we look so childish?" "Holy!" Luo's scalp tingled. He shot to his feet, the chair's casters squealing. One thought hammered in his mind. If Zhou Yang's posting himself, how many followers could we gain? How much traffic could he drive? When did this happen? He barked. "Just now," the employee answered, trying to steady his breath. And, Mr. Zhou topped up 20,000 yuan bought on 1 million view traffic pack." "What?" Luo's breath stalled. "Did we actually take his money?" "Sure did. The system's already credited it." Luo stamped his foot, face darkening. "Are you kidding? That's Zhou Yang. You took his money, and your conscience hurt. Refund it immediately. Then push the video verification, banners, splash ads, the whole 9 yards." The employee nodded numbly, but paused at the door. "Boss, what if we piss him off? The press says he's super low-key. Maybe he doesn't want all that exposure." Luo froze. If Zhou Yang hated the spotlight, Douyin could end up blacklisted. But they had his phone number from the sign-up, even his WeChat in the back end. "We ask first." He decided on the spot. "Pull up the number. He'll call him myself." He ran a hand across his forehead. His heart was beating like a drum. This was his chance to talk to Zhou Yang directly. In the villa study, Zhou Yang had just tossed his phone onto the desk and was pondering his next video when it rang. Unknown number. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. Sorry to bother you. I'm Luo Hanwen, Operations Director at Douyin." The caller's voice was calm, but vibrating with excitement. Zhou guessed how they'd found him. "Hi, what can I do for you?" Luo inhaled and launched into the lines Head rehearsed. "We noticed you opened an account and posted a video. May we grant you official verification and promote your account platform-wide?" "That's it." Zhou chuckled. "Sure. I posted because I want people to see it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought the traffic pack." Understood. "Thank you. I have always admired you. Congratulations on your marriage." Luo was practically babbling by the end. "Thanks." Zhou laughed and hung up. The second the call ended, Luo slapped his phone onto the desk and yelled loud enough for the entire floor to hear. "What are you waiting for? Push it like crazy." Many Douyin users found that after only a few swipes, a particular video suddenly popped up. On screen, a young man arched an eyebrow and announced earnestly to the camera, "Who says my wife isn't good looking? My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world." The caption read Zhou Yang, and sure enough, the man in the clip was Zhou Yang himself. A torrent of on-screen comments exploded. "Whoa, Zhou Yang just joined Douyin. A tech industry legend dabbling in short videos was big news. After all, he was still shy of 30, so opening an account wasn't far-fetched, and the platform had verified him immediately. Netizens quickly filled in the backstory. Someone must have questioned his wife's looks, forcing this famously protective husband to speak out. The comment section flooded. I'm following. Those haters should check a mirror first. Mr. Zhou's wife is prettier than most top celebrities. Within 2 minutes, he had 5 million followers. At the 5-minute mark, the number hit 10 million. By 10 minutes, it had climbed to 20 million and was still rising. Inside Diyin's operations department, Luo Hanwen, who handled celebrity onboarding, was besieged by phone calls from every level of management. Landing a scientist of Zhou Yang's stature was already a miracle. What's the latest? He asked, hanging up one call and turning to his team. The fresh number's 5 million at 2 minutes, 10 million at 5, 20 million now, and climbing, a staffer reported. Luo Hanwen shuddered. At this pace, he'll break 100 million any second. At that moment, only People's Daily and CCTV News had cracked the 100 million mark. Yet in Luo Hanwen's eyes, even those two combined couldn't match Zhou Yang's influence. Both official accounts immediately tagged Zhou Yang and reposted the news of his arrival. I started watching when he had 100,000 followers, and 42 minutes later, he was over 100 million. Is he even human? This is true top traffic. Every influencer and pop star looks weak next to him. Come on, don't compare internet celebs with Mr. Zhou. His research makes the nation stronger. Spectators grew increasingly amused, convinced that someone had mocked Mrs. Zhou's looks and triggered his full-throttle wife protector mode, which left everyone else envious. The story went viral outside the platform. Major outlets rushed to cover it, and foreign media soon joined in. White House Office of Administration. Tina, could you come over and help me figure this thing out? Perry beckoned to his secretary. She stepped closer, stared, and asked in astonishment, Sir, is that Douyin? Perry nodded. I read that Zhou Yang from Country Z just opened a Douyin account. I want to follow him so I can catch every new video. Zhou Yang's name has long topped every government's watch list. Country Z's rapid rise is almost inseparable from him. It isn't only pair world leaders and leading scientists everywhere are keeping a close eye on the man. Unaware of any of this, Zhou Yang had just received a message from Fuxi. Mr. Zhou, the device is ready. So soon? Zhou Yang knew at once that Fuxi meant the virtual reality project. It was only August 16th, barely half a month since Head asked Fuxi to tackle the technology. Yes, sir. The documentation you provided was extremely thorough, so the technical hurdles fell quickly. Per your instructions, we built 2 prototypes and already have a team delivering them. Before the line went dead, Lu Jun knocked on the door. Mr. Zhou, there's an entire truck downstairs from the institute. A whole truck? Zhou Yang was stunned. How big is this thing? He hurried downstairs. A truck was parked at the entrance, and security staff were unloading a huge metal unit that looked like a cryogenic pod from a sci-fi movie. In the center was a space for someone to lie down. A transparent dome at the head end could seal off the entire head. Where should we put it, Mr. Zhou? Lu Jun asked. In the recreation room on the east side of the first floor, Zhou Yang answered while messaging Fuxi. I asked for a helmet-style setup. Why is this so massive? The specs had clearly called for a helmet capable of reading brainwaves and connecting the user to a virtual world. Fuxi laughed. You said it was for a marriage proposal, and your wedding is coming up fast. Large units are much easier to make quickly. We're still working on miniaturizing everything into a helmet. That should take 3 more months. We've already got the license swap proposal, Zhou Yang thought, but he pressed on. Was it tested? This thing interfaces directly with the brain. We can't risk any problems. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. We've run tests and found no issues. As Fuxi spoke, he glanced at another lab where identical pods held researchers lying motionless, fully immersed in virtual space. All right, Zhou Yang said. In that case, build more, make me 100 units, and send them over. Shen Ruyun wanted a small ceremony with just family and friends, but Zhou Yang still planned to surprise her. Understood, sir. When the call ended, Zhou Yang returned to the recreation room, where the 2 pods now sat side by side. Fuxi had also sent a manual, and Zhou Yang used it to guide Lu Jun through the installation. What are these massage chairs? Lu Jun asked, intrigued. Top secret, Zhou Yang replied with a grin. Also, set up another temporary tent outside about 500 square meters. Got it, Mr. Zhou. Lu Jun hurried off. Zhou Yang thought for a moment, pulled out his phone, and opened Douyin. Even the powerful Tianqin 100 processor lagged for a second. There were probably over 100 million notifications. He muted them all and checked his stats. 260 million followers, 180 million likes on his last video, and more than 90 million comments. That's insane, he muttered. Then he raised his phone, filmed the virtual pod in front of him, and posted the clip to Douyin with the caption, check out my new toy. Zhou Yang's account draws enormous attention. With more than 200 million followers, every new post racks up over 10,000 comments in seconds. The instant his latest clip went live, bullet comments were already flying. What is that thing? A massage table? Has to be. It's huge. What else could it be? A new toy? Does Mr. Zhou like massages? Most casual viewers couldn't see anything special, but for those who cared, that 30-second video was a treasure trove of clues. The moment Zhou Yang opened a Douyin account, intelligence agencies worldwide quietly followed it. At CIA headquarters, a task force of more than 100 analysts monitored his activity around the clock. Director Robert was running the operation in person. New video just dropped. The conference room lights dimmed, the clip filled the giant screen, and every analyst focused on the device that looked like a massage table. Two Chinese language specialists read the title and comments aloud. Is he showing off his massage table? Someone murmured. Most of the room nodded. It certainly looked like one. Robert tapped a knuckle against his chin. Yesterday, we had one video poor lighting. Today we have another, and the timestamp is precise. Can we use these two clips to pinpoint his exact location? The head of geoanalysis answered. Yesterday we made a rough estimate from the sun angle, but there were too few landmarks. Today's light is clearer, and with the time data, we can shrink the search area, yet we still need more footage to lock it down. If he keeps posting, we can build a complete daylight model. Robert frowned, aware of how hard reverse location work could be. While he was thinking, a behavioral specialist raised a hand. Director, I don't think that thing is necessarily a massage table. The room fell silent. The expert stood, his voice steady. We know very little about Zhou Yang, but his rare public appearances show he's cautious and methodical. Everything he does serves a purpose. He avoids the spotlight, yet he opened a verified Douyin account. The first video seemed to defend his wife, but if that were all, he wouldn't have accepted verification, let alone posted a second clip. He glanced around the room. So I believe the account wasn't created on a whim. If this second post were simply showing off a massage table, he wouldn't expose his private life so casually. In other words, the table likely hides something else. The analysts fell into deep thought. Someone zoomed in on the screen, trying to identify screw types, metal alloys, even the grain of the floorboards. Robert suddenly clapped his hands, the sound echoing through the room. Excellent. Details are exactly what we need. By focusing on the details, we'll learn who this man really is. Director, we should search for similar massage beds, someone suggested. If we find one, it's just a massage bed. If we don't, it's clearly something more. Everyone nodded. As the behavioral expert had noted, Zhou Yang would never upload a video of a massage bed without a reason. Well, what are you waiting for? Move. Robert clapped his hands and issued the order. 2 hours later, they had scoured every public source, internal database, and major e-commerce site, but came up empty-handed. Not a single massage bed or chair matched the one in the video. More tellingly, given Zhou Yang's status, he would never buy an unbranded, unlicensed knockoff. Excellent. Robert stared at the screen, barely concealing his excitement. That means the thing's suspicious. Look at the clear dome over the headrest standard on a massage bed. Could it be some kind of advanced device? Experts in engineering, medicine, and technology were pulled into the room to dissect the clip frame by frame. Meanwhile, intelligence agencies in almost every major nation were doing exactly the same. Zhou Yang had always kept such a low profile, he might as well have been invisible, and there was next to no open-source data on him. By launching a Douyin account and posting casual videos, he had dropped a bomb on the intel community, and analysts everywhere were itching to tear apart every frame for clues. Zhou Yang, for his part, had no idea. The throwaway video was being loaded with hidden motives by the spooks, though in truth it did carry a private agenda of his own. AI was advancing at breakneck speed, and it wouldn't be long before mass unemployment hit as automation spread. Zhou Yang knew this perfectly well. The real question was how to keep society stable. He thought of the pleasure priority envisioned in science fiction-free people from material labor and let them immerse themselves in the realm of the mind. Virtual reality gaming was the most straightforward doorway, and the massage bed clip was nothing but a teaser for the plan. Whether anyone could read between the lines was of no concern to him. Now 2 freshly assembled VR pods sat quietly in the villa's game room. Zhou Yang immediately called Chen Ruyun over. I've got something cool to show you. He covered Chen Ruyun's eyes from behind and carefully guided her into the room. She tensed up. You're not about to pull some horror prank on me, are you? If you scare me, I will hit you. Would I do that? Zhou Yang gave an awkward laugh and let go. Is these a massage chair? She asked, staring at the 2 sleek machines with clear domes on top. Hop in and see for yourself. Zhou Yang led her to one of the pods. Taking it for a high-end massage chair, Chen Ruyun obediently reclined. Close your eyes and relax. Zhou Yang whispered, then powered the unit on. The status lights came alive, and a soft blue beam flooded the inside of the dome, washing over her face. Her brow tensed for an instant, then smoothed out completely, as if she had slipped into deep sleep. With a quiet chuckle, Zhou Yang climbed into the second pod. Chen Ruyun looked around and found herself in an endless sea of flowers. Above her stretched a blue sky streaked with drifting clouds. In the distance, mountains rolled like waves. Beneath her feet, blossoms formed a multicolored carpet. A light breeze brushed her face, lifting her hair with a sensation so vivid she knew she was not dreaming. She didn't scream. Instead, she clenched her fists and swept the area with a steely gaze. Her clothes were unchanged. Just moments ago she had been in the villa with Zhou Yang, lying on a massage table before drifting off. Had the villa been attacked? If someone had kidnapped them, why spare her life only to abandon her here? Questions piled up, furrowing her brow until her knuckles turned white. Worried about Zhou Yang, she scanned the horizon for any sign of life. Suddenly the sky split open and a torrent of golden light poured through. A colossal crimson bird burst out, wings spread witty a phoenix. It had to be 100 meters long, its splendid feathers trailing ribbons of fire as it swooped toward her. Chen Ryun's mind went blank. She dove into the flowers on instinct. Boom. The ground shuddered as the phoenix landed before her. While she was still at a loss, a familiar teasing voice called out, "Hey beauty, your backside's still sticking out." She jerked her head up and saw a man standing on the phoenix's back. It was Zhou Yang. "You what?" Chen Ryun was utterly stunned. Zhou Yang leaped down, swept his hand, and a cluster of blossoms floated into his palm. He walked to her, dropped to one knee, and smiled. "My lovely lady, may I offer you a ride?" She glanced at the phoenix, then fixed her eyes on him. Suddenly she lunged forward, pinning his arms in a cross lock. "Who the hell are you, and where's my husband?" "Ow, ow, ow," Zhou Yang yelped. "Easy. It's me, really me. You had millet porridge and stuffed buns for breakfast, remember? I told you I had a surprise. Let go before my arms snap." Only then did she release him, staring blankly while he stood rubbing his arms. Pain in a virtual space is faithfully mirrored by the body, because every sensation is processed by the brain. If the brain says it hurts, it truly hurts, just as someone blindfolded in a film can go into shock when they think they're bleeding. A virtual environment can inflict the same pain, though those signals can be filtered out with the right tweaks. Who are you really? And where on earth is this place?" Chen Ruiyun asked, still lost. Zhou Yang hurried to explain. "Ruiyun, this is my fault. I wanted to surprise you and never gave you the details. I didn't mean to scare you. Relax, we're both fine. We're still lying at home. This is the virtual world." Chen Ruiyun lowered her head and examined her hands. She could feel the warmth in her fingertips and see every line in her palms. "But it feels so real." "Your brain is tricking you," Zhou Yang said, pointing toward the sky. "Think about it, there's no way a phoenix could appear in the real world." Before he finished speaking, he flicked his arm. The air rippled like a crumpled curtain, colors flipping inside out. Chen Ryun blinked and suddenly stood on a golden beach. A blazing sun seared the sand, a salty wind whipped past, and foamy waves filled with fine grains slapped her ankles, cool yet sticky. "This is impossible," she gasped. With another wave of his hand, two white lounge chairs materialized. He guided her into one. In a virtual world, nothing is impossible. Everything you see is just data. But Chen Ruiyun still looked stunned. She had heard of VR, but the sights and textures were terrifyingly real. "Don't believe me? Then let's log out." Zhou Yang snapped his fingers. The lights in the recreation room flashed on. The pod lid slid open, and Chen Ruiyun jerked upright. Familiar living room decor filled her vision, yet the sensation of the beach still clung to her mind. She turned and saw Zhou Yang sitting up in the neighboring pod. "Well, convinced now?" He hurried over and helped her step out. Chen Ruiyun took a deep breath, waited for her pulse to calm, and eyed the two silver-gray immersion pods standing side by side. "So we were connected to the virtual world through brainwaves?" "Exactly," Zhou Yang said, nodding. "The system's brand new. I wanted to surprise you with a trip around the world, but the moment you dropped and you locked my arms, I almost dislocated a shoulder." "You're blaming me?" Chen Ruiyun shot him a glare. "You didn't explain anything. I thought we were under attack." "My fault, totally my fault. I should have warned my wife first," Zhou Yang said with a sheepish grin. She gave a small snort, ending the matter but unable to hide her awe. "The realism is insane. Isn't this like those VR novels where the hero slays monsters, earns money, and ends up king of the world? More or less, though king of the world is a stretch. At heart, it's still a game." Zhou Yang answered absently, then froze. What if the in-game currency could be exchanged for real money? If he launched a game open to the entire planet and let everyone get hooked, then gradually allowed the game coins to trade for actual cash? Bitcoin had rattled the markets already. Why couldn't he do the same? What's wrong? Chen Ryun saw his expression shift and raised an eyebrow. "Want to go back in and try again?" The unprecedented experience had her eager for more. Zhou Yang nodded, but his mind was already racing down another path, using this game to pry open the global financial system. The world still revolved around dollar hegemony. The United States could print money at will while the rest of the planet played the sheep. If a virtual currency could rewrite the rules and put the renminbi at the center, then Z country could stop being shorn and start shearing. But for now it was only an idea. Whether it could be carried out still needed careful evaluation. Ending the discussion, Zhou Yang rebooted the immersion pod and logged in with Chen Ruiyun. Inside the virtual realm, they were like gods. With a sweep of the hand, sun and moon sped across the sky, oceans turned into fertile fields. With a single thought, mountains roared, seas rose, and monsters swarmed. The rush of summoning, fighting, and flawless teamwork had Chen Ruiyun completely hooked. Before she knew it, the real-world calendar had flipped to August 26th. Long before dawn, the Chun household was ablaze with light and activity. In her bedroom, Chen Ruiyun set down her makeup brush. "Auntie, you look gorgeous." Her niece Zhang Tong giggled, phone held high for a photo. Even Chen Ruiyun was startled by her reflection, gently touching her cheek. At her side, the makeup artist Professor Hong, a master from the Central Academy of Drama, nodded in solemn admiration. "Miss Chun, you're stunning." "It's all thanks to your skill, Professor Hong." A faint blush rose on her cheeks. Across the room, Li Guizhi gazed at her daughter in the mirror, eyes glistening. Chun Ruoshi hurried over to comfort her, and Chun Ruiyun quickly added, "Mom, the new place is only a few minutes' walk. If we don't feel like cooking, we'll still come home for dinner, so don't be sad." "You silly girl." Li Guizhi laughed through her tears, the moisture swept away by her smile. Meanwhile, in another villa, Zhou Yang was making his own final preparations. Researchers from the institute had arrived the night before and would serve as today's wedding escort. Zhou Yang emerged dressed for the occasion, a fitted crimson changpao and magua adorned with silk rosettes, a scholar's cap on his head. The gold motifs, embroidered with real gold thread by master artisan Chen Jingliang, were eye-catching yet elegantly traditional. "Looking sharp, Mr. Zhou." Kong Ning and the others cheered. "Is everyone ready?" "All set." "Then let's go." Surrounded by friends, Zhou Yang stepped outside. There were no modern wedding cars, only an 8-bearer bridal sedan. The palanquin, a museum-grade antique once held by a private collector and later acquired by the state for its pristine condition, had been brought out especially for him. In front of it stood a snow-white écoltique stallion. Only about 3,000 pure-blood écoltiques exist worldwide, and true white ones are rarer still. The horse, named Ha Shui, had been loaned from Turkmenistan, whose owner had declared it was not for sale at any price. The gentle stallion stood firm while Zhou Yang swung into the saddle. At the head of the procession, Lu Jun and other special operations officers carried flags, gongs, parasols, and fans. "Move out," Zhou Yang signaled. Firecrackers crackled, and the procession began its slow advance. A folk custom expert led the way, beating a gong and chanting ancient blessings, while a traditional ensemble from the National Orchestra followed with bright, flowing melodies. Villagers lined both sides of the country road. To maintain order, the entire village had been sealed off. Only locals and pre-approved guests were allowed inside. Everyone, however, knew exactly what they were witnessing: Zhou Yang's traditional bridal pickup. "Now this is a real Chinese wedding. Wearing a white gown in a church just doesn't feel right," an old man said, pride ringing in his voice as he pointed at the spirited groom on horseback. The young man beside him shrugged. "Would love something like this too, but look at the cost. Who can afford such a spectacle?" Another whispered, "If only we could film this and post it online. It would break 1 million likes for sure." He had just finished speaking when someone appeared out of nowhere, watching him warily. After a walk of only a few minutes, they arrived at the Chun residence. The gates stood wide open, and, in keeping with strict wedding tradition, there was none of the usual rowdy horseplay. No one dared break the rules. Following a series of elaborate yet indispensable rituals, Zhou Yang finally met his bride. Beneath the phoenix crown and scarlet robes, her face was hidden behind a red veil. His ceremonial attire, crafted by the same master who made her gown, matched hers perfectly in pattern and hue. Even through the thin veil, he could feel Chen Ruiyun's gaze on him. "Hand in hand for life," he murmured, gently taking her wrist. At the moment the rites were completed, deafening firecrackers roared toward the sky. From the outside, the venue looked modest, but inside it was opulent. Broad red silk banners and palace lanterns hung everywhere, and rare, brilliantly colored flowers flanked the central stage. To his surprise, the master of ceremonies was Kong Hui, whom Zhou Yang had once met in person. To the sound of joyous music, Zhou Yang led Chen Ruiyun into the hall. The guests rose and applauded. Li Tianshu, Gao Jianjun, Li Yanhong, Wang Haoning, Yu Changhong, and many others were present. Although Zhou Yang had promised a small wedding, nearly 100 people filled the room. Once Ruiyun's relatives and friends were counted, many more had hoped for an invitation. After the bows to heaven and earth and all the other rites were finished, the applause had barely died down when Zhou Yang took the microphone from Kong Hui and smiled. "We've thanked everyone already," he said. "Now my wife and I have prepared a special surprise for all of you who traveled so far. If you don't mind, please follow us." As soon as he finished, Kong Ming appeared and called, "Everyone, this way." Puzzled, the guests followed him to a temporary building behind the hall. When the door swung open, they found 100 silver pods lined up in perfect rows. "What are these?" Voices rose in confusion. Standing at the front, Kong Ming announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to try the world's first virtual reality capsule. It transports you into a fully immersive virtual world. The equipment has passed rigorous testing and is completely safe, but if you have heart problems or frighten easily, you may opt out." Before he had finished, Li Tianshu and the others had gone pale. "Virtual reality." Li Tianshu drew a sharp breath. Beside him, Gao Jianjun blurted, "You mean the tech from the movies, where people actually enter a digital world? When did we get that?" "I have no idea," Li Tianshu replied, stunned. Yu Changhong and the other tech moguls were equally speechless. A VR breakthrough had taken them all by surprise. I saw something like this on Mr. Zhou's Douyin, someone exclaimed. I thought it was a massage bed. It's really a VR pod? My God. Are we about to step into a virtual world? Eyes shining, several people circled one of the pods, inspecting it closely, while the rest of the guests, shocked yet intrigued, edged forward. Dad, what's virtual reality? Little Zhang Tong asked, tilting her head. Zhang Bo replied blankly, it's like the 3D movies you watch, except you actually go inside the movie. Li Guizhi tugged Chen Tao's sleeve and whispered, he said people with weak hearts shouldn't try it. I'd better stay out, I'm scared. Chen Tao, however, was eager. What's there to be scared of? They said it's perfectly safe. With guidance from Kong Ning and the other staff, every guest lay down in a pod. Once everyone was settled, Kong Ning spoke in a loud, clear voice. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the virtual world. An endless sea of flowers basked in brilliant sunshine. Everyone's vision blurred, and in the next heartbeat, they found themselves standing among the blossoms. My goodness, how did I get here so suddenly? Where are we? Is this the virtual world? It feels too real. Shouts rose one after another. Li Tianshu, Gao Jianjun, and the others stared in stunned silence. The stems beneath their feet swayed lifelike, and even pollen glimmered in the sunlight. Li Tianshu pinched himself hard, pain shooting through his skin. Gao Jianjun stamped down, crushing several flowers into the dirt and splattering juice onto his shoes. Yu Changhong bent to pluck a calendula, held it to his nose, and drew a deep breath. I can actually smell it, he whispered. This is incredible. It's practically a second world. Li Yanhong blurted out. Everyone was so caught up in shock and excitement that they nearly forgot to breathe. Suddenly a swarm of black dots appeared on the horizon and raced toward them. Dad, they're cranes. Zhang Tong shouted, pointing skyward. Nearly 100 cranes folded their long wings at once and settled before the group. The lead crane was wrapped in a curl of azure mist. Its wings withdrew and it transformed into a young woman in a pale blue gown. She gave a graceful bow. Please mount the cranes and come with me. Where did she come from? Did the crane actually turn into her? Or is someone acting? She wants us to sit on them? People murmured. The cranes were enormous, each more than capable of carrying a person. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun exchanged a glance, dashed forward, and vaulted onto two birds. Soft, springy feathers brushed their palms, and Li Tianshu marveled. This feels unbelievably real. The rest followed suit. The young woman leaped back into the air, became a crane once more, and let out a clear cry. 100 wings beat in unison, whipping up a fierce wind as the flock shot into the clouds. A cool breeze skimmed past their ears. The vast land beneath them shrank rapidly, while clouds rolled by like surf. For a moment, everyone felt as if they had become immortals. After a minute or two, a resplendent palace emerged at the edge of the clouds, its glazed tiles flashing blinding gold. The cranes descended together onto the plaza before the main gate, folding their wings with military precision. How is everyone feeling? The palace gates swung open, and Zhou Yang stepped out arm in arm with Chun Riyun, smiling as he spoke. Carved beams, painted rafters, soaring eaves everywhere they looked was breathtaking. Zhang Tong's eyes sparkled. Uncle Zhou, I want another ride. All right. Zhou Yang waved his hand. With a piercing cry, a gigantic phoenix wreathed in golden flames streaked down and alighted before her. In a gentle voice it asked, Little one, where would you like to go? Zhang Tong tilted her head in thought. I want to visit the primordial world and see dinosaurs. The phoenix lowered itself so she could climb on, then spread its wings. The sky split open into a vast tunnel of swirling light, and the phoenix carried her straight through it. Beyond the opening they could dimly see giant ferns swaying and herds of dinosaurs roaring in a prehistoric landscape. This is unbelievable. Zhang Bo gaped. Unable to hold back, Li Tianshu hurried over to Zhou Yang, speaking rapidly. Mr. Zhou, this technology. Zhou Yang raised a hand to cut him off. Directorly, it's my wedding day. Let's talk later. Oh, of course. Li Tianshu nodded blankly. Zhou Yang waved again, and a thin, tablet-like light screen materialized in front of each person. This is the world's control system, he explained. Every scene and piece of content is stored here. Feel free to explore, climb mountains, sail rivers, whatever you like. Everything is unlocked. He paused and added, you only have an hour though. Lunch is coming up. After finishing his explanation, Zhou Yang stepped up to Chen Tao and the other elders, showing them how to work the controls. Look, there's a snow-capped mountain scene, let's go there. Chen Tao's eyes shone, his excitement barely contained. It was hard to believe that the usually calm man hid such an adventurous streak. It'll be freezing. I'm not going. Li Guizhi waved frantically, shrinking at the thought of ice and snow. But Chen Tao had already locked onto the snow mountain icon, opened the portal, and strode forward. In an instant he was sucked into a world of glittering white. Mom, you've always wanted to visit the beach. Let's go, Chen Riyun said, looping her arm through Li Guizhi's. A shimmer of light appeared as Zhou Yang opened a new passage. The next moment soft sand cushioned their feet, waves crashed nearby, and a warm, salty breeze brushed their faces. Gazing at the endless blue, Li Guizhi murmured, with this thing, who needs to travel anymore? Mom, no matter how real it feels, it's still just virtual, Zhou Yang explained patiently. If you truly want to see the sea, once the wedding's over, reunion, and I will take you. Li Guizhi nodded blankly. She knew Zhou Yang was capable, yet the lifelike virtual world still left her speechless. An hour flew by, and Zhou Yang brought everyone back to reality, announcing it was time for the wedding feast. Xiaoyang, let us stay a little longer. We're not done yet, his unclean law begged, rubbing his hands eagerly. I still want to play in the snow. Zhang Tong chimed in, her clear voice full of pleading. Like children dragged from an amusement park, everyone was reluctant to leave that second world where almost anything was possible. Zhou Yang laughed helplessly. Food first. Afterward you can play as long as you like. Only then did they reluctantly log off and climb out of the pods. Back already? It feels like waking from a dream, someone sighed. Across the room, Li Yanhong and Yu Changhong exchanged glances, sparks of ambition in their eyes. The virtual realm promised an entirely new commercial frontier, and the mass production of pods alone was worth a fortune. Nearby, Li Tianchu and Gao Jianjun were thinking along more practical lines. If we run drills in a virtual world, they'll be as real as the battlefield, Gao Jianjun whispered, unable to hide his excitement. Exercises, after all, lacked true life and death pressure, but in VR soldiers could face brutal realities without real casualties. Li Tianchu nodded thoughtfully. With global tensions rising, Head barely kept up with the Institute, and now Zhou Yang had unveiled technology capable of changing the world in just a month. Top chefs from the state banquet kitchen had prepared a dazzling feast, yet most guests set down their chopsticks after only a few bites. Zhang Tong declared herself full and tugged at Zhou Yang, eager to return to the pots. The others rushed through their meal just as quickly. Zhou Yang shook his head with a wry smile. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have sprung the surprise. The state banquet was completely wasted. Chen Ruoyan agreed. It was a real pity. The day belonged to Zhou Yang and Chen Ruoyan. So did the night newlyweds whose first precious hours together were worth more than gold. The next morning, Zhou Yang didn't wake until 10, probably because last night's VR session had cut into his sleep. After a quick wash he opened the door, planning to stretch in the courtyard, and found several people waiting in the corridor outside. They had clearly been there for hours. Mr. Zhou, Li Yanhong, Yu Changhong, and Wang Haoning jumped to their feet, all trying to speak at once. Zhou Yang raised a hand to stop them. His gaze moved over the trio before he said calmly, the technology still isn't ready. Head back for now. When it's time to make a decision, you'll be informed. The three opened their mouths, hoping to argue, but swallowed their words. They had been on watch since dawn, yet they knew a single yes or no from Zhou Yang couldn't seal a project of this size. In the end, the rollout of VR might require a national decision. Empty-handed but wary of showing any frustration, they took their leave. Once they were gone, Zhou Yang invited Li Tianchu and Gao Jianjun to sit in the garden. The morning breeze carried the scent of dew-damp grass, and low insect calls drifted from the flower beds. Gao Jianjun couldn't wait. Mr. Zhou, can this VR tech be used by the military? It can. How long until mass production? 3 months at the earliest, 6 at the latest. By then we'll have a miniaturized design. The final unit will be a helmet, much lighter. Gao Jianjun laughed and nodded. Good. That's all I need. You two talk, I'm off to breakfast. As the military's representative, he cared only about whether and when the system could be fielded. Deployment details were someone else's problem. With that, he left. The courtyard quieted, leaving only the government envoy, Li Tianchu. He shook his head with a wry smile. Mr. Zhou, you've given me quite a shock. Technology builds up bit by bit, Zhou Yang replied softly. Once you break through a key barrier, everything else follows. He knew, of course, that without the technical dossier he had pulled, 10 years of work might still have led nowhere. Lowering his voice, Li Tianchu said, we met all night about this. The leadership sees both upside and downside. The question is how, when, and how widely to roll it out. Addiction is no small issue. I tried it once and am still thinking about it. If the masses dive in, the social impact could be huge. And if the virtual world feels almost real, how do we regulate it? Before he finished, Chen Ruoyan arrived with steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks. Zhou Yang urged him to eat while they talked and then outlined his plan. A virtual currency, fully convertible to real money, with players worldwide, using the in-game economy to challenge the dollar's dominance. Li Tianchu was stunned. When he finally recovered, he said, a virtual currency could hit the financial system like an earthquake. And you want the whole world playing one game? That sounds crazy. He paused, lowered his voice, and added, but shaking the dollar does sound tempting. Zhou Yang chuckled. Crazy or not, let's run an experiment. We'll build a game, launch it, and see what happens. Bowl in hand, Li Tianchu thought for a moment, then nodded. All right. Honestly, the first thing I wondered after trying the system was what a game built on it would feel like. Li Tianchu paused. So well, hand it to a domestic studio, Tencent? Zhou Yang waved him off. Forget Tencent. Let Fushi develop it and have Matrix Energy set up a dedicated game company to run it. I want the game released worldwide, preferably under state leadership. Fine, done. Zhou Yang unlocked his phone and sent Fushi a directive: build a vast, long-term VR game. The AI acknowledged and slotted the project into its schedule. He hardly had to lift a finger. The moment the phone hit the table, the floor jolted as if punched by a giant fist. Was that an earthquake? Li Tianshu jumped to his feet. Lu Jun burst in with security, and Chun Riyun rushed to Zhou Yang's side. Not an earthquake, Zhou Yang said, listening hard. Feels like an explosion. Quakes rumble. We didn't hear a blast, so it's far away. If we can still feel it, the explosion was huge. Li Tianshu snapped. Well, don't just stand there, find out. Lu Jun sprinted off and was back in under 2 minutes. The Minyu chemical plant, 30 kilometers away, just blew up. Minyu chemical? Li Tianshu froze one of the country's 10 largest plants, a massive complex. What's happening on site? Zhou Yang asked. Lu Jun's face was grim. Rescuers are there, but the fire's spreading. The chemical stockpile is enormous. It's bad. How bad? Li Tianshu pressed. Using a few glasses as props, Lu Jun mapped it out on the desk. 18 large storage tanks. The first one blew and set off a chain reaction. 5 have exploded so far. They're venting the rest, but one tank lost remote control when the cables burned. Someone has to go inside and shut it manually, and it's surrounded by a wall of flames. No way in. Everyone grasped the improvised diagram at a glance: an ocean of fire, no path through. And the worst part, Lu Jun added, that tank holds 300,000 tons of paraxylene. If it goes, the consequences are unimaginable. Do the rescue teams have a plan? Li Tianshu asked, face drained of color. Lu Jun shook his head. You can't snuff open flames that fast, and sending people in almost impossible. Chun Riyun opened Douyin. The live feed showed black smoke towering skyward, the blaze turning half the horizon red. The plant sat in wasteland, yet villages and a residential area of tens of thousands ringed it. A call came through. After listening, Li Tianshu repeated quietly, a suicide squad? Zhou Yang's brow tightened. Sending people in to open the valve was the simplest fix, but it was a death sentence. No, he said firmly. Got another idea? Li Tianshu asked. No human sacrifices. Send Longhun 1, Zhou Yang replied, eyes locked. Li Tianshu's eyes lit up. The mech was built to withstand extreme heat and shock, perfect for this. He'll make the call now. Zhou Yang pulled out his phone and rang the institute. News of the Minyu chemical plant explosion shot to the top of TikTok's trending list within minutes. Footage poured in from every angle. Flames burst into the night sky, forming a crimson dome over the factory while dense smoke swallowed the horizon. My God, this is terrifying. Please stay safe. I know that place. It's a huge chemical complex with tons of hazardous materials. This is a catastrophe. I've got relatives nearby. The surrounding villages are already being evacuated. That fire is massive. Firefighters, please come back alive. On the other side of the screen, countless viewers held their breath and prayed for the rescuers heading into the inferno. Near the blast zone, a makeshift command center blazed with light. Battalion Chief Gao Tianbao yanked off his heavy helmet, panting in the heat, and strode to the table, his gear covered in ash. Facing the incident commander, Mayor Han, he growled, Mayor Han, let us go in. As long as we try, there's still a sliver of hope. If we don't, there's none. Without looking up, Mayor Han slammed the plant layout onto the desk. Think. Give me another option. What about helicopters? Can we fight the fire from the air? Silence. The temperature above the blaze was so extreme that rotorcraft couldn't get close. Gao spoke again, his voice hoarse but firm. Mayor, there is no other way. Let us go. We're not afraid to die. But I am, Mayor Han whispered, staring at the smoke-blackened sky, his fingers trembling. Going in is easy. How many of you will come back? I can't give an order that sends people to their deaths. The pause stretched. Even the radio static sounded like a funeral drum. At last, the mayor drew a shaky breath and nodded. All right, go in. Outside, the blaze turned the night into molten steel. 16 fully suited firefighters formed up at the windward side, their eyes steady behind their masks. Gao Tianbao charged out and swept the line with a hard stare. He suddenly grabbed the youngest man in front and kicked him. Lu Qingyang, you're an only child. What the hell are you doing here? The rest of you back off. Captain, I'm going too. My last letter's written, Lu replied, clutching his hose. Get lost, kid. Who's the captain, you or me? Gao barked, then pointed over his shoulder. Su Baofeng, the rest of you with me. Sir. 5 firefighters stepped forward while the others fought back tears. Gao didn't turn around. He just shouted to the deputy, Guoli Chao. There's a Barbie in my locker. It's my girl's birthday today. If I don't make it back, give it to her, you hear? Gao Tianbao, you bastard. Guo's eyes flooded. Enough talk. Set up the hoses. Make a path. 4 high-pressure jets sent up a curtain of water, instantly turning to steam. The fire, like 4 scarlet dragons, recoiled a few meters before roaring forward again. Heat slammed them. Their soles sizzled on the scorching ground. Gao and his team, oxygen tanks on their backs, never hesitated as they charged deeper into the flames. Just as they were about to breach the hottest wall of fire, several figures lunged in from the side. Gao Tianbao, get back here. You three grab him. Mayor Han's roar cut through the thunder of the blaze. We've got a new plan. You don't have to go in. Guo Li Chao and the others paled, then tackled their comrades, dragging them back before they could vanish into the firestorm. Mayor Han, if we don't head in now, we'll be out of time. Gao Tianbao urged, his voice tight with worry, afraid the mayor might back down at the last second. But Mayor Han's face was alight with excitement. He waved a hand. Just got a call from headquarters. Backup is on the way. We're to hold our positions. In a mess like this, what kind of backup could help? You think they're sending Superman? Gao muttered. I don't care. No one goes in without my order. Mayor Han's tone was unyielding. Gao stomped his foot in frustration. Suddenly, Lu Qingyang pointed skyward. Captain Luke, what's that? A distant black speck closed in at incredible speed, arced down, and slammed into the ground. A red suit of power armor gleamed. A huge five-clawed golden dragon emblazoned across its chest. Long Hun 1. The faceplate snapped open to reveal Chen Jinxing. His voice was crisp. Where are the blueprints? I need the location of the relief valve. The crowd froze. Mayor Han was the first to move, handing over the drawings. Spread them out. The visor clicked shut. A blue beam from the armor's right eye scanned the plans. Understood. Keep the perimeter fires contained. I'm going in. Chen turned and charged into the flames. The inferno swallowed him whole. Only then did the onlookers stir. Did I just see Iron Man? Looks exactly like him. When did we get one of those? Questions flew, but no answers came. Inside the firestorm, searing heat battered the armor. Oxygen low. Switching to reserves. At current usage you have 35 minutes, the AI, Fushi, reported. Plenty. Chen sprinted, reaching storage tank number 5 in seconds. The control room door was warped by the heat enough to trap any firefighter. Chen kicked it in with a thunderous boom. He planted his shield in the doorway to block the heat and sparks, then crawled into the narrow lower duct. A few paces later he found the relief valve and spun it open. The valve's open. It's open. An excited voice shouted over the radio. Really? Fantastic. Mayor Han cheered. An eruption of applause followed. That guy did it. Amazing. Speculation about the Iron Man suit spread, but no one had the answer. Mayor Han raised a hand. The biggest hazard is gone, but the fire's still burning. Gao Tianbao, hit it with everything we've got. Understood? Yes, sir. Gao snapped a salute and deployed his team. From the blaze a red streak shot skyward. Long Hun 1 burst free. Chen Jinxing saluted the crowd, fired his thrusters, and vanished into the horizon. Inside Zhou Yang's villa, Li Tianchu ended the call and looked up at him. The relief valve is open, he said. All thanks to Dragon Soul. Good. The worry lines that had creased Zhou Yang's brow all night finally eased. What about the fire? Is it out? Not yet, Li Tianchu admitted. But fire engines from several surrounding counties are on the scene. It shouldn't be a major problem. Any casualties? None reported so far. It's Sunday, so hardly anyone was at the plant. The storage tank area is usually deserted anyway. We should be all right. Zhou Yang let out a long breath. Director Li, the mech trials are basically finished. We need to think about mass production. It's combat ready, but under the right conditions it can help civilians too. If Dragon Soul hadn't shown up tonight, we'd be in real trouble. Li Tianchu nodded. A few civilian subsidiaries of Northern Industries are already running feasibility studies. The tech hasn't been in government hands for long, so the production plan is still in the works. The chemical plant blaze wasn't fully contained until the next day, but the story was just beginning. That night a single photo exploded across the internet. The post on Iron Blood Forum was deleted in seconds, yet the image spread like wildfire. Dragon Soul sweeping over the firelit sky, captured on a distant phone camera. The shot was grainy, but the mech's outline was unmistakable. Major outlets jumped on the story, and the forums erupted. That has to be a fake, right? Definitely photoshopped. People have been faking J-20S and carriers for years. Come on, we're still using rifles and homemade gear. A mech? Doesn't fit the vibe. Keep talking. The Disinformation Bureau will give you a raise tomorrow. Longtime military buff Zhang Yifan immediately video called his friend Sun Chao, a special correspondent for Iron Blood and a reliable insider. Sun Chao answered and cut to the chase. I know why you're calling. The photo's probably real. I've asked several media contacts. The explosion was tough to handle. A storage tank of toxic chemicals wouldn't close. They planned to send someone in, then that thing showed up. Zhang Yifan's eyes widened. No way. We really have a mech? And it can fly? Sun Chao nodded. Seems so. I wouldn't believe it either without the picture. The state keeps plenty under wraps. China always does, Zhang Yifan muttered. If they're willing to leak one photo, you can bet there's scarier stuff behind it. Might be a controlled reveal, Sun Chao said with a sigh. Pressure's heavy on every front these days. Yeah, Zhang Yifan agreed. The border was anything but quiet, yet the skirmishes barely made the news. You were never going to see the evening broadcast suddenly announce, another few fighters just crossed the South China Sea, so unless you looked for it, you stayed in the dark. Zhang Yifan, a seasoned military enthusiast, was different. Thanks to his network of analysts, he had long heard that tensions along the country's edges were mounting. From experience, whenever things heated up, some new weapon usually appeared to deter potential foes. Sun Chao nodded. I feel the same way. Even if the mechs are meant for combat, they wouldn't show them off this blatantly flying straight overhead like that, right? Zhang Yifun's blood raced. He burst into hearty laughter. Who cares about the details? I'm fired up. Our country finally has a weapon like this. I'm proud. Sun Chao laughed as well, equally excited, yet he added a note of caution. But they can't keep this under wraps. Media everywhere are going crazy over that photo. Let's see how the authorities respond. My guess is they'll deny everything. Just as Sun Chao predicted, outlets at home and abroad reprinted the image, and short video platforms were flooded with clips sporting ever flashier titles. Someone even resurrected an old post. Looks like the 99 incident can't stay buried forever, wondering why the secrecy agreement had suddenly fallen apart. If the mechs are already in the sky, can Star Destroyers be far behind? The next day, the government held its routine press conference. The hall was packed. First on the agenda was an update on the Minyu chemical plant explosion. Spokesperson Su Gang, expressionless, stepped to the podium. The blast claimed the lives of 2 security guards on patrol, he stated. Thanks to rapid evacuation and fire control, there were no serious injuries. Dozens of people sustained minor wounds. The exact cause of the explosion is still under investigation. No sooner had he finished than a female reporter from RB shot her hand up. Su nodded to her. The woman, in her early 30s and speaking slightly stilted Chinese, stood. After the explosion, a photo surfaced online. This one. She held it high, a side shot of the Longhun unit charging into the flames. What is that? Many eyewitnesses confirm it appeared at the scene and rushed into the fire. Every camera and every pair of eyes swung towards Su Gang. His face did not change. And what do you think it is? He asked. It looks like a mech to me, she replied without hesitation. What do you think? One small nod from Su would have plastered country Z unveils combat mechs across every front page. Instead, he simply shook his head. The reporters exchanged, knowing Luxo the government was going to deny the obvious. They waited to see his next move. Allow me to clarify, Su said firmly. The device in the picture is our newly developed experimental humanoid firefighting robot. It uses heat-resistant materials and is fully sealed. Tests show it can operate in temperatures up to 1,800 degrees Celsius without damage. The press gallery fell silent. Reporters glanced at one another. Lying so calmly on this scale took real nerve. A firefighting robot, who comes up with a cover story like that? All the reporters present wore looks of contempt. Their thoughts were written across their faces. That's the best excuse you've got? Could you be any more perfunctory? The quick-witted RB female journalist pressed on. If it's a firefighting robot, is it ready for service? We have frequent fires back home. Could we bring in a batch first? The moment she finished, the other reporters perked up. Exactly, if it's meant for firefighting, it's perfectly reasonable to buy a few for civilian use. Wildfires plague country. Would like to place an order. Why country's demand isn't huge. 100 units will do. Su Gang smiled mildly. I'm sorry, as I just mentioned, this model is still experimental and not yet in mass production. The recent rescue exposed several issues we need to address. If there are no more questions, that's all for today. With that, he stood up, ignored the microphone still held high, and strode off in style. As the press conference ended, the footage swept across the internet within minutes. Amazing, turns out it really is a firefighting robot. Firefighting is just the start. We've got combat medic robots, and all sorts of others. That RB reporter wants to buy some. She should know her place. For many, the outcome wasn't surprising. Believe it or not, the facts were right there. Yet the rumor that Z country had developed a usable mech detonated across the globe. Outlets everywhere fixated on a single blurry photo, enlarging and scrutinizing every pixel. Some doubted, some envied, opinions ran wild. With only that one image to go on, and Z officials flatly denying everything, foreign media largely concluded it was a PR stunt, no real mech, just digital trickery. After all, if the big boss country hadn't built one yet, how could Z possibly jump ahead? The very next day, a video exploded across the web. On the Iron Blood forum, someone posted it with the caption, "Snuck this over the firewall overseas, it's gone viral. YouTube just cracked 100 million views." Click play for plus minutes, showing the entire Dragon Soul raid on the YD base. The comment feed lit up at once. Holy crap, is this a movie? No way, this is real. Since when did we get weapons this sci-fi? Slashing missiles midair, tanking laser-guided rockets, slicing an IFV in two, and it can fly? Completely OP. Put 100 on the battlefield, and it's a massacre. Now I'm starting to believe the 99 incident was real. Anyone under an NDA, spill it already, it can't stay hidden. That base got wrecked. The markings say wide, must be that recent case where our soldiers got detained. I wondered why it fell off the radar. Guess this is why. So the video was shot a month ago? Damn, the governments have some real patience. They must have known about it ages ago. On the living room's giant screen, the 20-second clip played on a loop. Forums and social media were plastered with the same buzzwords. Dragon Soul, missile sliced in half. Comments flew by. Obviously, Once the footage leaked, everyone saw it. Who posted this one? Don't tell me YD did it themselves. What kind of stunt is that trying to prove it's just a firefighting robot? If it really was YD, that's hilarious. The clip shows the whole world how useless their army is. Honestly, YD might just be dumb enough to pull something like that. It's not that YD is terrible, we're just too strong. That video looks like pure bullying. As the debate intensified, the new video blew up overnight. Unlike the earlier blurry photos, the high-def footage captured every detail of Dragon Solid's armor texture, joint structure, even the shimmering arc blade longsword. Taken with previous images, it all but confirmed that Country Z had a working mech. Even more jaw-dropping was the shot of the sword cleaving a missile. Streamers screamed about real-life physics hacks, and major outlets declared that if these machines were mass-produced, war would become pointless. The rest of us might as well surrender. While the world buzzed, Country Z stayed eerily calm. Official channels offered no response. Not until a defense ministry briefing 2 days later did anyone ask. On camera, spokesman Wu Luan smiled calmly. I've seen the video, clearly a fake, he said. As for our firefighting robot, the last rescue exposed serious faults, so it's back at the factory for repairs. Factory repairs. My ass. Several reporters nearly dropped their mics, but the argument raged on only online. Zhou Yang barely noticed the uproar. He was nesting at home, enjoying newlywed life. Had wanted to whisk Chen Rian away on a spontaneous honeymoon, but his identity was too sensitive now. Leaving the country was impossible, and domestic sites could wait. Besides, their immersion pod could simulate scenery from anywhere in the world. Of virtual honeymoon was just as romantic. Lately, the couple was hooked on a game. Earlier, Zhou Yang had asked Fushi to build a fully immersive VR title, and the AI delivered a demo in no time. A classic fantasy world, 2 factions, gods and demons, 6 staple classes: warrior, mage, knight, archer, rogue, summoner, plus plenty of hidden ones. Grinding mobs, raiding dungeons, massive faction PvP works. The framework was familiar, but the full-body feedback made it feel brand new. Zhou Yang created a group chat and dragged everyone from the institute into it. Rated 8, still need a healer. Someone yelled every day. Development raced ahead, while the players struggled to reach level 40 for their first class change. Fushi had already coded the level 104th change. Meanwhile, the immersion pod's miniaturization beat every deadline, and the engineering team kept reporting victories through the night. Zhou Yang sensed it was time to launch the VR game officially, or at least start warming up the crowd. Heziyu was led by security into the small garden where Zhou Yang was waiting. Mr. Zhou, glad you could come. Have a seat, Zhou Yang said, tapping the stone bench beside him. To this day, Heziyu is still the legal representative of Matrix Energy, a mascot in every sense. As the group's empire spreads, Matrix has leased an entire floor downtown to coordinate its 3 subsidiaries. Now, facing Zhou Yang, he sat with his knees pressed together like a schoolboy awaiting a scolding. Zhou Yang smiled. I called you here because we're setting up another company. Yes, sir, he answered, wondering why this couldn't be handled by phone. There had to be more. Sure enough, Zhou slid a stack of folders over. I'm also holding a press conference. Everything you need is in here. Make it big. Invite domestic and foreign reporters, arrange live broadcasts. If you can pull off a worldwide simulcast, all the better. He opened the file, and a few pages and his eyes widened. Virtual reality. Zhou planned to announce VR and launch a game for global release. He couldn't help asking, Mr. Zhou, with all due respect, have we really built a true VR game? In his mind, that text still belonged in science fiction movies. Zhou nodded. You'll see. Someone will take you for a demo in a moment. Half an hour later, Heziyu entered the lab skeptical and emerged from a breathtakingly real virtual world. When the helmet came off, he was too stunned to speak. At the end of September, Matrix Energy sent sudden invitations to major outlets for an October 10th press conference, emphasizing that Zhou Yang would host it himself. The company was already legendary after absorbing BYD's battery division, Kirin HiSilicon, and Baidu. Its valuation had soared into the hundreds of billions, yet it had always kept a low profile. Matrix had never held a press conference, let alone one fronted by Zhou Yang. The news spread instantly. Reporters smelled a blockbuster. Speculation ran wild about what he would unveil. Some even guessed he would reveal mecha technology. Ever since Nation Z shocked the world with its armored suits, outsiders had suspected Zhou's hand. This event could be the official confirmation. Under Zhou's instructions, Heziyu sent invitations worldwide and secured live broadcast deals with major networks. International interest was even hotter than domestic. Nation Z's meteoric rise is almost synonymous with Zhou's name, and each of his achievements is world-class. In today's scientific community, no one is unfamiliar with Zhou Yang. Yet Zhou remains famously private, focused on research and rarely seen in public. Now that he has chosen to step into the spotlight and even hold a press conference, there was never any doubt the event would draw worldwide attention. In the blink of an eye, October 10th rolled around. The game had been completed by Fushi himself several weeks earlier and, after repeated testing, was practically bug-free. By late September, the matching VR helmet had come off the production line. Jet black and minimalist shaped much like a motorcycle helmet, it housed inflatable airbags adapted from the Longhun crew capsule that automatically conformed to the wearer's head, offering both comfort and stability. Everything was ready. All that remained was the unveiling. Outside the Beijing Expo Center, media vans stretched in a long line, while inside, flashes and cameras filled every inch of space. All the major domestic streaming platforms were carrying the event live, and CCTV's Science Channel had joined the feed. Overseas television networks and websites were broadcasting it simultaneously. Across the Pacific, President Peel had summoned his aides to the White House in the middle of the night. Dark circles under his eyes, he stared at the screen, convinced Zhou Yang was about to unveil another piece of mind-bending technology. A similar tension was spreading through government offices worldwide. The enormous hall was packed, every seat in the press section taken. Reporters checked cameras, fine-tuned streaming gear, and whispered among themselves. This is Zhou Yang's fourth public appearance, right? Yeah. With all he's achieved, he's still so low-key. If it were me, I'd want the whole world repeating my name. Please, you two aren't even in the same league. I heard Matrix Energy signed deals with foreign networks. Today's broadcast is global. Who knows what they'll announce? I'm betting on mechs. Everyone online swears Zhou built them. He developed a space engine. A mech wouldn't shock me in the least. Quiet, the lights are going down. It's starting. At exactly 10 o'clock, the lights cut out. Amid the intersecting beams on stage, a figure slowly took shape. Good morning, and thank you for coming. Zhou Yang's voice rang clearly through the hall. Several reporters blinked. Where had the figure come from? Hologram. Someone whispered. So he's not here in person? Another muttered, disappointed. I wanted to see the man himself. Given the risks in a crowd like this, you can hardly blame him. At CIA headquarters, Robert exhaled heavily. Pull our people out. He never showed. Months of planning and a fortune spent planting assassins had just gone down the drain. The holographic Zhou Yang walked with an ease indistinguishable from the real man. I'm a straightforward person, so I won't take up much of your time, he said. Let's get to the point. First, I'd like to discuss the replacement of human labor by artificial intelligence. Reporters exchanged baffled looks. Weren't we supposed to see the mechs? Why is he talking about AI instead? A sofa appeared on stage as if out of nowhere, and Zhou Yang dropped onto it, ready for a casual chat. Soft light flowed over the set like water while he leaned forward, seeming to confide in every viewer watching from a screen. Ever since artificial intelligence was released, Zhou Yang began, his tone calm, yet piercing. I've noticed the same worries echoing through the media and the public. Science fiction lore says that once AI arrives, it will take over human jobs. He paused. Will that happen? My guess is it probably will. A torrent of data flashed across the giant screen, silver lines glinting in his glasses. AI brings tremendous advantages, and robotics is advancing just as quickly. It won't be long before humanoid robots are commonplace. When that day comes, they'll handle many tasks efficiently and tirelessly. He spread his hands. So what about us? Do we all end up unemployed? Society thrown into chaos? Thousands of miles away in the White House, Perry frowned, equally conflicted. The live feed carried real-time translation, and he heard every word. When did this guy turn into a philosopher? He muttered. He's an engineer. Why is he debating humans versus machines? His aides exchanged uncertain looks, but they understood. If anyone should address these questions, it was Zhou Yang, the creator of the AI in question. Chat windows on the major streaming platforms exploded. What's he even talking about? I'm totally lost. It's simple. He's saying we're all going to be out of work. Why is Mr. Zhou saying this? Weren't we promised a mech launch? I already bought fireworks to celebrate. The house lights dimmed, the spotlight locking onto Zhou Yang. This is the tide of history, he continued. In the pursuit of a higher civilization, technology will inevitably meet our basic needs for us. What, then, will humans do? He swept his gaze across the audience. Some people claim everyone will be jobless. That's not true. He shook his head. Material goods will be more abundant than ever. Intelligent robots will secure our livelihoods, and our task will be to make life richer, to seek better education, acquire deeper knowledge, and elevate the human spirit for the sake of civilization's progress. After a brief silence, Zhou Yang added, of course, this is only my projection. Reality will have to test it. The smart cities our nation is planning are one such experiment, and he gestured toward the wingsam about to start another. Now, he said, let's get to the main event. He rose, his suit coat flaring as camera flashes crackled. Reporters traded looks. So that was all just the preamble? I never expected Mr. Zhou to be this concerned about society's future. Think about who he is, a leading scientist trying to change the world. Not everyone only worries about dinner, you know. Fine, but I'd bet anything the big reveal today isn't a mech. After that speech? No way. Back in the White House, Perry rubbed his eyes and stifled a yawn. Finally, the main event, he sighed. He said this briefing would be quick. Humphrey, someone muttered. The lights in the press hall abruptly dimmed, leaving a lone spotlight on the center of the stage. Zhou Yang lifted his hand, and a silver-gray helmet hovered in midair as a three-dimensional projection. its sleek lines and metallic sheen so vivid it looked almost tangible. That's the helmet? Everyone in the audience, investors in the front row and gamers glued to the live stream alike stared wide-eyed. Had they really gathered for such a grand press conference just to see a helmet? Zhou Yang spoke calmly. It's called the virtual helmet. I won't bore you with how it works, you wouldn't understand anyway. The remark drew a ripple of good-natured laughter from the press. He couldn't have been clearer. Even if he explained, they probably wouldn't grasp it. On the far side of the screen, scientists and scholars watching the broadcast simultaneously rubbed their foreheads. Most companies can't wait to flaunt their patents. Yet this man couldn't even be bothered to outline the basics, leaving them fuming. In the White House on the other side of the globe, Security Advisor Pei Lei sat bolt upright and blurted, "Is that a ballistic helmet?" His colleagues exchanged puzzled looks. Why all this fanfare for a piece of body armor? On stage, Zhou Yang raised his hand again. A new hologram burst across the giant screen behind him. Dragons roaring, warriors charging with shields, mages brandishing staffs while fireballs, lightning, and icicles streaked through the air, the spectacle as dazzling as a top-tier CG film. So it's a game? A reporter frowned, thoroughly bewildered. Zhou Yang offered a brief introduction. This is a virtual reality game. Working title Miracle. Development is complete. Matrix Energy will establish a subsidiary called MatrixNet, and on the 31st of this month, half a month from now, we'll launch a closed beta with 100,000 helmets worldwide. If you're interested, watch the application notice on MatrixNet's website. What is virtual reality technology? In one sentence, it's a fully formed world. As for what it's really like, you'll have to experience it yourselves. He shifted gears. That's all for today. Thank you for coming. Then he added, I have 100 helmets on site for anyone who wants an immediate demo. He waved toward the audience, and his figure dissolved from the feet up, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The reporters were stunned. So that's it. Looks like it's really over. From the headline segment to the curtain call, barely 2.5 minutes had passed. When Zhou Yang said the conference would be quick, they hadn't imagined this. But what exactly is the virtual helmet? Is it the kind that taps straight into brainwaves? Dream on, that's pure science fiction. Don't speak too soon. People said the same about mechs, and now they're in the sky. Hurry, where's the demo area? Raw curiosity swept through the venue. If this virtual reality game was as revolutionary as they suspected, things were about to get interesting. Meanwhile, viewers online were just as baffled. All that build-up and the main event took 2 minutes? What does virtual reality game even mean? Could it really be like those novels? If it's truly immersive, that would be insane. Excitement surged. A game straight out of science fiction was irresistible. Among the swarm of reporters, Lu Jinghua, editor-in-chief of Douyin's online gaming channel, was also on the guest list. Boss Lu, I think I just spotted Zhang from 17173, his assistant Zhao Rong whispered over his shoulder. I saw him too, Lu replied, following the lights across the hall until he located Zhang Guozhang, chief editor of 17173 and widely considered the top game journalist in the business. I was already wondering, Lu lowered his voice. Matrix Energy has always focused on high-tech. They're worlds apart from outlets like ours. Why invite us now? Makes sense if it's an upgraded form of VR. Most likely, Zhao said, pushing up his glasses. It can't be a full neural interface. That's still decades away. In their minds, brainwave hookups were pure sci-fi. No sooner had he spoken than several staffers wearing company badges appeared at the front, raising signs above their heads. Journalists, please move to the demo zone for a trial run. Let's go, Lu said, pulling Zhao into the aisle. Reporters from every outlet surged forward. No one knew exactly what Zhou Yang was unveiling, but virtual reality plus a dedicated headset screamed breakthrough tech. Today's Hansen session was a one-off. The next chance wouldn't come until month's end. No one wanted to miss it, especially with first-hand stories to file. Lu moved like a shot and forced his way onto the first batch of testers. The slender Zhao Rong was strategically abandoned and vanished somewhere in the crowd. Please don't push. Everyone will get a turn. A staffer called out, trying to keep order. The first 100 selected people were escorted to an adjacent hall. Didn't think you'd make it. Staying in shape, huh? A teasing voice came from behind. Lu turned to see Zhang Guozhang grinning at him. Look who's talking. You run pretty fast for someone carrying that much extra weight, Lu snorted. Both men were chief editors at rival sites. The competition was obvious. Putting Zhou Yang and virtual reality game in the same headline guaranteed the biggest story of the day. Whoever published first would own the traffic. Lu covertly texted Zhao. Get the draft ready, you'll cut the demo short and send edits right away. The side hall was softly lit, with 100 single beds arranged in neat rows, each topped by a streamlined, metallic headset. Please lie down and put on the visor as instructed, a staffer reminded them. Lu wasted no time. He stretched out on the nearest bed and slipped the helmet over his head. The inner padding hugged his skull evenly, surprisingly comfortable. That panel up front must be the display. Which supplier managed such integration? He wondered, studying the inside of the visor. To his mind, this so-called virtual reality game was probably similar to conventional VR, just a redesigned helmet pushing immersion one step further. A crew member called out. All right, Everyone take it easy, we're powering up the VR headsets now. Soft, soothing music flowed from the headphones on either side of the helmet, rippling around the crowd like waves. Everything went black for Lu Jingbo, and his consciousness dropped in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing on a dirt road in a mountain village under the blazing sun. Jagged peaks stretched into the distance, smoke curled lazily from the white-walled, blue-tiled farmhouses at the village entrance, and peace hung in the air. He looked around and saw hundreds of people clustered nearby, each wearing the same stunned expression as they took in their surroundings. Holy crap, this feels way too real. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. One of them shouted. It was a typical first-timer reaction, overwhelmed and almost unable to speak. Lu Jingbo glanced down at his own hands. Every line of his skin was visible. He clenched his fist. Warmth spread across his palm and his muscles tightened just like in real life. So this is a VR game? It's exactly like those sci-fi novels. A voice sounded in his ear. What are you standing around for? He looked up to find Zhang Guozhang a short distance away. Lu Jingbo nodded. Do you remember how we got in here? Zhang Guozhang shook his head. Not a trace of anesthesia. One blink, and we were here. The tech is terrifying. They exchanged a look, both at a loss for words. No wonder Mr. Zhou held the launch himself, Zhang Guozhang said, awe in his voice. This changes everything. Lu Jingbo rolled his shoulders and flexed his arms. We only get an hour. Want to team up? We're pros. Can't let everyone else outshine us. Standard procedure. There'll be a tutorial quest any second now, Zhang replied. Just then, a foreign journalist hurried across the road and yanked the wooden fence out of a nearby yard, apparently testing how real the world was. The crack of wood tearing from the soil was sharp and clear. A split second later, a limping old man burst from the courtyard, bamboo cane in one hand and a gleaming sword in the other. Thief! He roared. With a single swing, he sliced the reporter clean in two. A spray of blood flashed, then dissolved into streams of data. An instant later, a white light flared, and the journalist respawned exactly where had fallen. The old man still brandished his sword, cursing non-stop, but he didn't strike again. Those NPCs seem to remember everything, Lu Jingbo whispered. More than that, Zhang Guozhang said. They feel intelligent. You think they're running on AI? Modern AI might actually be this good. Highly likely, Lu Jingbo agreed. With Mr. Zhou leading the project, packing AI into it makes perfect sense. A world this real, with NPCs that think like humans? As long as they avoid rookie mistakes, ITLL sell like crazy, Zhang predicted. Sell? Lu Jingbo scoffed. You underestimate it. If they open signups to everyone, ITLL become #1 worldwide in no time. Every other game on the market would look primitive next to this. A VR world that feels like an entirely new reality. People won't just play, they'll move in. A thought struck him. Now I get why Mr. Zhou said what he did at the start, and why he insisted on making a game. Zhang wasn't slow to catch on. You mean he saw AI would wipe out a ton of jobs, and built this game to keep society from unraveling by giving everyone a place to escape? Lu Jingbo nodded. That has to be it. Someone at his level wouldn't spend that long chatting about social issues for no reason. With someone like Zhou Yang, every move and every word carries weight. After a chorus of amazed remarks, the reporters jumped straight into the demo. Tutorial prompts flashed across the control panel, and everyone quickly mastered the basics. Accept a quest, grab a starter weapon, then follow the marker to the village outskirts. The whoosh of a wooden longsword cutting the air and the dull thud of an iron round shield against the forearm pulled them instantly into the experience. On the grassy field beyond the palisade, packs of gray wolves burst from the brush, their snarls and lunges merging into one chaotic assault. Most reporters were knocked back 2 steps by the first charging wolf, yet they remained fired up, darting in and out of the pack. Lu Jingbo and Zhang Guozhang, both veteran editors, kept their attention on the game's underlying design. From the flow alone, it looked like a textbook MMORPG. 1. A faction conflict, apparently gods versus demons, anchors the main storyline, hinted at an NPC dialogue. 2. The gear system is conventional, with drops focused on materials and a noticeably steep acquisition curve. 3. Combat numbers and balance feel rock solid. They summed it up as about on par with World of Warcraft. Their quick verdict labeled the mechanics almost ordinary, yet the impact feedback blew them away. The moment Lu's blade connected, the icy scrape of claws across his cheek and the spike in his heartbeat drew an involuntary gasp. No traditional game delivers this kind of urgency, he muttered. Zhang nodded. The point isn't rule innovation, it's the realism itself. Given the new tech, letting players slide right into familiar systems is actually the smartest move. Plus, Lu added, cranking up the difficulty stretches the game's lifespan. If hundreds of millions, maybe billions share one server, only difficulty keeps it playable. Talking strategy as they fought, the two editors organized 100 reporters at the new B-zone perimeter. Wolves fell in layers until the massive Wolf King barreled in, fangs flashing. Roles were clear. Warriors held the front, mages lobbed fireballs from the rear, and archers flanked. The final arrow punched through the alpha's throat, and the beast hit the ground with a crash, scattering materials and gleaming XP beams. The instant victory hit, nearly every reporter collapsed onto the grass, muscles aching yet spirits soaring. In any game, fun and rewards are core, but in this VR world the thrill of loot felt magnified tenfold. Lou even joked, with this level of realism, a match 3 puzzle would top the charts worldwide. A sudden chime cut through the Cheers demo time was up, and the system launched a 10-second countdown. 10-9. Darkness swallowed the scene, replaced by the softness of a mattress. Lou ripped off the helmet and sat up just as Zhang did the same. Both stared at the Devicino bigger than a regular headset, marveling that something so small could carry them into a full-blown fantasy realm. All right, please exit in an orderly fashion. The next group is waiting, a staffer reminded them. Lou snapped back to reality only to see Zhang racing for the door in slippers. In a flash he understood, the article. Whoever publishes first gets the headline. The two of them broke into a sprint, fully aware that the world is dying to know what Zhou Yang's virtual reality game is really like. Lu Jinghua sprinted outside, phone already in hand as she called the office. In the lobby, every other reporter seemed to wake to the same alarm, racing for the exit while jabbing at their keypads and shouting excitedly. The press conference had ended in the blink of an eye, so short it bordered on rude. Zhou Yang had simply set a virtual helmet on the podium, declared the project launched, and walked off. No tech specs, no gameplay details, nothing. Even if he had said something, the reporters might not have fully understood it, but at least they could have pretended. Now they didn't even have that chance. What exactly was this thing? Could they try it? What kind of game was it? Someone muttered, too bad it was media only. If they'd sold tickets, I'd have paid just to see it. Others kept reminding one another, watch Duo1. If they publish a review, ITLL be front page for sure. An hour later, Duo1 indeed seized the lead, releasing the first review of the virtual reality game. Shenzhen, Tencent headquarters. On the big screen, the press conference feed had just ended. Ma Huadeng and the other executives sat in silence, staring at the freeze frame of Zhou Yang. In recent years, China's tech scene and the business world at large had formed a consensus. Whatever sector Zhou Yang touched was bound to explode. Longshin batteries debuted, and battery companies raked in profits. Tianqin 100 launched, and chip stocks soared. Then came artificial intelligence. Time and again, Zhou Yang proved that if you followed him, even if you couldn't eat steak, you'd at least get soup. A few months ago, Ma Huadeng had even gone to Baidu personally to secure an AI license from Zhou Yang, planning to build a groundbreaking game that was still in internal testing. No one expected Zhou Yang to unveil his own cross-generation virtual reality game. Zhou Yang's brief on-stage announcement, virtual helmet plus test world, had detonated like a high-yield bomb, leaving the audience stunned. He was really entering the gaming industry. For Tencent, it felt like steering straight into a tidal wave. No matter how many lines of business the company had, gaming remained its lifeline. Boss Ma, maybe we shouldn't be too pessimistic, one executive ventured. Whenever Mr. Zhou enters an industry, it booms. This might be another chance for us to expand. Ma Huateng sighed. Let's hope so. Then he frowned. Where are our people? Weren't they supposed to try the demo on site? Why haven't we heard anything? The head of news lowered his phone with a grim face. I finally reached them. They didn't make it into the first round of testers. Useless, Ma Huateng muttered, forcing down his impatience. All right, we'll wait for the first reviews. Another hour crawled by before Duo1 finally updated. Everyone in the room grabbed their phones and headed straight for the site. Within minutes, the lead story had topped 10 million clicks. Zhou Yang has changed the world again, thundered the opening line. Ma Huateng's heart skipped a beat, a wave of anxiety rising. The farther he read, the deeper his heart sank, as though plunging into the Mariana Trench. The review explained that editor-in-chief Lu Jinghua had personally tested the game. True to its name, it was genuine virtual reality. Through brainwave linkage, players were flung into a world that felt completely real. Lu Jinghua devoted paragraph after paragraph to her immersive experience. Every step onto the grass left a crisp footprint. When she bent to smell a flower, the petals felt soft and fragrant, as if she could actually touch them. Every NPC ran on artificial intelligence, complete with independent memories and emotions. Offend an NPC, and the consequence could be a very gruesome death. The more detailed the description, the faster Ma Huateng's pulse raced. Every flower feels real, your footprints stay in the dirt, NPC memory systems layer upon layer of technological breakthroughs, and an overhaul of gameplay. In short, through Lu Jingba's eyes, this was a living, breathing world, a magical universe disguised as a game. The comment section was filled with astonishment. No way direct neural access? That's insane. Seriously? In just a few years? That kind of thing belongs in sci-fi. These past 2 years feel unreal. Blink once, the whole world looks different. Blink twice, and aliens will be invading. Trust me, you're not the only one who feels that way. Tech is moving way too fast. Enough talk. If this game really launches, are you in? I'm definitely playing. Full immersion VR, a completely separate world that alone is thrilling. Didn't they say the closed beta starts in a couple weeks? Only 100,000 slots. Think we can grab one? With this hype? Forget it. Those keys will vanish in seconds. They might as well skip the beta and go straight to open release. I just want to know whether ITLL be pay to play. Either way, I'm in. Inside the conference room at Tencent's headquarters, the air felt frozen. The more Ma Huateng read the report, the colder he felt. The executives around him looked equally grim. If Lu Jingba's information was accurate, the game created an entire magical world, something irresistibly compelling. Every title on the market would look like an 8-bit cartridge next to a modern 3D blockbuster. This can't be real. How could tech this advanced already exist? One executive muttered, voice quavering. Why not? Another retorted. Remember who built this VR system, Zhou Yang. He's already cracked true AI. What can't he do? Damn it. Why is someone like him barging into our gaming turf? Frustration swept the table. The gaming sector was niche to begin with, and now Zhou Yang, backed by state capital, was delivering a blow no company could withstand, not even Tencent. Ma Huateng felt a tightness in his chest. Other industries were flourishing thanks to Zhou Yang, but for them, his arrival spelled annihilation. Reports soon flooded in from outlets like Duoan and 17173, hailing the game as epic-making. Even Tencent News filed a first-look review. The environments and interactions existed on a different plane entirely. Catastrophe was the most fitting word for the traditional gaming industry. I don't get it. Is Zhou Yang doing this to make money? Make money? Please. He doesn't need it. Then why is he doing this? After the groans subsided, everyone reached the same conclusion. Once the game launched, Tencent's gaming division would suffer a devastating blow. Bang! Ma Huateng shoved back his chair and could no longer sit still. Striding into the hallway, he whipped out his phone and dialed. When the call connected, he spoke in rapid urgency. Yu Changhong? Mr. Yu, I need a favor. Please arrange a meeting with Mr. Zut at the very least. Let me speak with him on the phone. Ma Huateng's tone was earnest, almost pleading. On the other end of the line, Yu Changhong knew exactly why Ma Huateng was so anxious. Ever since he had tried the wedding's VR experience, he had realized that if the technology were turned into a game, it could dominate the market worldwide. Zhou Yang isn't someone you can meet on a whim, Yu said, lowering his voice as he clutched his phone. President Ma, I can give it a shot, but to be honest, the odds are slim. You should be prepared for disappointment. I understand, Ma Huateng replied, pacing his office with a sheen of sweat on his forehead. If a face-to-face meeting is impossible, even a phone call would help. Thank you, President Yu. Yu Changhong let out a long sigh, and the call ended. At the same time, Zhou Yang's product launch was being broadcast live around the globe. Domestic outlets fought for coverage, and international channels carried the signal as well. Barely 10 minutes in, the stream cut off without warning. Across the ocean, inside the White House. That's it. It's over? President Pei Lei blinked his sleepy eyes, utterly baffled. Many staffers had stayed up to watch the event. Some nodded off for a moment and woke to find it already finished, confusion filling the room. What exactly is this virtual reality? Pei Lei slammed the table. Someone explain it to me. The politicians exchanged helpless looks. They excelled at policy, but the technology sounded like gibberish. Pei Lei grew angrier. You don't know? Then bring me someone who does. Near midnight, a NASA division chief was dragged from bed, jacket half-buttoned, and hustled before the president. Mr. President, true virtual reality is impossible, the chief said, shivering yet resolute. Anyone claiming they've mastered it is almost certainly fishing for investment. In response to Nation Z's growing power, Nation M had restarted F-22 and B-2 production lines and poured new funds into dozens of tech projects. Word of extra money had drawn cash-strapped teams pitching flashy slide decks. The chief had personally seen Boston Dynamics ask for $10 billion to build an 80 turtle, nuclear-powered Roboton artists rendering lifted straight from Pacific Rim with a color swap. The price tag alone had saved them from approval. Those absurd proposals made the chief all the more certain of his stance. Pei Lei snorted, his gaze sharp as a blade. You think no one has cracked it? Zhou Yang has, and it's about to go live. Robert, show him the on-site report. The CIA had prepared on two fronts, planning an assassination and embedding agents as reporters to capture Hansen data the moment the demo went public. The chief accepted a thick stack of documents and began to read. With every page, his pupils dilated further. This is impossible. Brainwave interfacing, a fully immersive world indistinguishable from reality. No bulky equipment, just a sleek black motorcycle helmet? Staring at the photo of that helmet, the chief was too stunned to utter another word. Pei Lei's face was clouded. Is this thing real or not? He asked, locking eyes with the chief engineer. The question made the engineer flinch. With the trial report already slapped on the table, what was there left to ask? Still, he answered truthfully. If anyone else had built it, I'd say it was a scam. But since it came from Zhou Yang, it has to be real. He went on. Even living abroad, he's already legendary in the scientific community. The Nobel Committee considered awarding him, but they knew he would never show up to accept, so they dropped it. So it's genuine? Pei Lei nodded, just what had expected because it was Zhou Yang's work. Then what can we actually do with it? He pressed. The engineer thought for a moment. I don't see many uses yet. Militarily, maybe hyper-realistic virtual battlefields for training. Otherwise, it's civilian tourism, gaming, that sort of thing. Pele's eyes lit up. So its military value is limited? Everyone looked at the engineer. That was all they cared about. He nodded. That's how it seems. No matter how real it feels, it's still virtual. Nuking an enemy in there doesn't win the real war. Relieved, Pele exhaled and smiled to himself. There's still running drills in cyberspace while our troops rack up real-world combat. Our experience is miles ahead. Staying up for the launch was a waste of time. All right, go home. We've got work tomorrow. He yawned and ended the meeting. The aides filed out, just as unenthused. The tech was revolutionary, but if it stayed civilian, their core interests were safe. Pele figured he'd finally sleep soundly. Halfway around the globe, sleep was a luxury. Ubisoft, Activision, Sony, Nintendo, every big studio burned the midnight oil. They all saw the same thing. Once true VR gaming arrived, traditional formats would be wiped out, and catching up would be impossible. At the opening bell next morning, their stock prices slid. Headlines exploded. Virtual reality was suddenly everything. Gamers flooded forums, practically shouting long live VR in caps. Yu Changhong remembered Ma Huateng's request and called Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, he said, Mr. Ma's exact words. The domestic gaming market is worth hundreds of billions, with thousands of companies and maybe millions of jobs. If a full VR game goes live, the entire industry could be devastated. Zhou Yang chuckled. I understand what Mr. Ma wants, but there's no need to meet and no need to call. Promoting virtual reality games isn't my personal decision. There's a deeper national agenda at work. You can give him 2 words, just wait. With that, he tapped the disconnect button and the screen went dark. To him, the call had been the least important item on his schedule. The real purpose behind the VR rollout was to absorb the coming wave of mass unemployment and to strike at the dollar's dominance. Further down the line lay a state-backed plan for a massive, unified metaverse platform. Once policy takes shape, it moves like a flood. No individual or corporation can stand in its way. Compared with that, Ma Huateng's talk of hundreds of billions in revenue and 1 million jobs was insignificant. The entire global games industry is worth only a few $100 billion, a rounding error for a nation. If VR undercuts traditional gaming, those workers can find other jobs. The only party truly worried about profits is Tencent Games itself. Even if Tencent is the world's largest game company, its valuation is pocket change at the national level. Zhou Yang is not pushing VR for a slice of that market. After hanging up, he bent over a thick stack of technical papers. Construction of the new nuclear base was moving at breakneck speed, and he had to advance the controlled fusion project in parallel. Nations had been battling in this field for years. Country Z had made headlines when the East reactor achieved sustained discharge, but achieved did not mean commercial. East still produced far less power than it consumed, and true limitless energy was a distant goal. Shenzhen, Tencent headquarters. Ma Huateng sat at his desk, eyes flicking to his phone until it finally rang. Well, what did Mr. Zhou say? He asked urgently. On the other end, Yu Changhong let out a long sigh. Mr. Zhou is too busy to see you. That single sentence made Ma's heart sink. If Zhou couldn't spare even a phone call, he clearly had no intention of speaking. By the way, Mr. Zhou asked me to pass on a message. What message? Just one word, wait. You hung up. Wait. Wait for what? Wait to die? Ma muttered, pressing a hand to his forehead. The impact of VR gaming was already reflected in Tencent's share price. Waiting was a luxury he didn't have. A week later, Matrix Energy's new subsidiary, Matrix Network, launched with fanfare, and its website went live. The design was minimalist, a brief lore summary for Shinji, and a prominent, closed beta registration button. The rules were simple. Any player worldwide could sign up before midnight on October 20th. The system would randomly select 100,000 applicants and send activation codes. Anyone with a code could pay 2,000 yuan for temporary use of a headset. After the beta, they could return the device for a full refund or keep it, in which case the payment would automatically convert to the purchase price. Of course, if someone tried to freeload, the company could remotely lock the device, turning it into nothing more than an oversized motorcycle helmet in seconds. The application portal will open right at noon. For weeks, every major outlet had been churning out stories, saving Matrix Network a fortune in advertising. Once the official site went live, traffic burst in like a broken dam and nearly crashed the servers. Quick, the site's up. We can start booking at 12. I've been holding my breath for days. Finally, we can apply. Bullet comments and forums exploded, but doubts soon followed. We still have to pay $2,000 after we get in? Wasn't the beta headset supposed to be free? Free? Dude, you're dreaming. Even if you win the lottery, spending just $2,000 for a next-gen VR helmet is a steal. Read the fine print. It's a $2,000 deposit that comes off the final bill. A piece of tech like this will cost at least $10,000 in the end. $10,000 for a lousy game helmet? Highway robbery. You don't want it, someone else will. The hype kept climbing. Someone shouted, check Zheng Xiaoxian's Weibo. He's offering $100,000 for any activation slot. Zheng wasn't the only ONA programmers, entertainment icons, and tech moguls all posted sky-high bounties. the top offer hitting 300,000. Holy crap, hundreds of thousands for an activation code? Rich people call that pocket change. It's the first next-gen VR game world that you want in. If I actually won one, I'd flip it for a fortune instead of playing. Meanwhile, Matrix Energy leased an entire office building in Beijing as its headquarters. The new company had barely 100 staffers, hardly the look of a giant that supposedly controlled 3 trillion yuan conglomerates. When the Miracles website went live, TZU stationed himself in the tech department. We're seconds away, those servers can't hiccup, got it? He warned in a low voice. A technician nodded. Relax, Mr. He. Baidu Cloud Plus, our AI safeguards bulletproof. TZU exhaled softly. Had once been nothing but a mascot. Now Zhou Yang had handpicked him for the job, and he wouldn't betray that trust. At exactly 12, traffic spiked past 200 million simultaneous visits. The global version was even crazier, with 1.3 billion users online at once. If they hadn't scaled up in advance, the site would have gone down in seconds. Domestic gamers pulled every trick they knew to snag an activation code. In one scalper group on QQ, the admin screamed himself hoarse. Brothers, this is a gold rush. The boss will pay 200 grand per code, buy as many as you can. Think about your mortgage, car payments, and your wife. How can you afford not to hustle? 16 teams move. Use every bit of the 16,000 ID numbers we scored and fill out those forms now. Business team, keep following up and collect their ID numbers and phone numbers. A hacker chat group was in an uproar. Damn, this firewall is brutal. Anybody found a hole yet? Nope. Hell, who built this site? I hacked the White House, but I can't crack this. After hours of fruitless attacks, the rejection messages flashing across their screens felt like mockery. Even veteran hackers began to despair. The site's defenses were impenetrable. The next morning, TZU walked into the office. How many people have signed up? He asked, shrugging off his coat. A technician pulled up the data, voice quivering with excitement. 460 million at home, 1.5 billion overseas, just under 2 billion total. Numbers filled the giant screen. TZU's heart skipped a beat. An Ether of the planet had registered for the beta. His assistant chimed in. Mr. He, should we make the numbers public? ITLL boost the hype. He considered for a moment, then nodded. Post it on the website. Zhou Yanxiu wanted maximum buzz, and this would draw even more attention. Minutes later, Matrix Network's homepage announced, 2 billion people worldwide have pre-registered for the beta. The news exploded online. 2 billion? That's insane. It's the first true virtual world. Who wouldn't want in? Only 100,000 slots. A 1 in 20,000 chance. Forget it, it'll wait for launch. Major game companies, however, were in panic mode. If a beta could grab a third of humanity, what would launch day look like? Who would still buy their cards and skins? They figured Matrix would make a fortune just on headsets. EA CEO William Hall slammed the table. We can't sit on our hands. Get the government to ban Miracle in the US. He rallied executives from Activision, Microsoft Gaming, and Take-Two. Backed by Wall Street, they knew their profits would nosedive once Miracle went live. Stocks had already tumbled after the press conference. The 2 billion sign-up figure pushed them into overdrive. They started lobbying Washington for a ban. Pele's response was blunt: get lost. In an age of flying mechs, making enemies over a game was asking for trouble. He didn't believe any single title could shake the nation's foundations. At midnight on the 20th, the application portal closed, the final count locking in at 2.4 billion. Early the next morning, Matrix Network posted the winner list online and sent notifications to every registered phone and email. The internet instantly erupted into an activation code frenzy. On TikTok, anyone flashing a winning screenshot shot to the trending page, comments overflowing with sky-high offers. On Xinyu, someone listed a code for 300,000 yuan and it sold in seconds. People were stunned. Nothing says scarce like a code you can't buy at any price. White House. So this is the virtual headset? Pele asked, staring at the pitch-black helmet in front of him. Robert nodded vigorously, unable to hide his excitement. How did you get it? Pele raised a hand before Robert could answer. Obviously, this thing hadn't come from a lucky draw. Robert handed over a silver gray card. Only one person can use the headset. This is the activation code. Right after midnight BJ time, you can activate it and get into the game. Pele nodded, then turned to the NASA director. After I finish testing it tonight, send it back immediately and dismantle it. We need to figure out how it works and replicate it as soon as possible. The NASA director agreed at once. In fact, NASA had already bought another headset at great expense, and their engineers had spent 3 days tearing it down without learning anything. Pele sighed and swept his gaze across the room. Guys, it used to be Country Z copying our tech. They even coined the word Shanzhai. Now we're the ones trying to copy theirs. That's unacceptable, understood? Everyone bowed slightly and nodded. Night fell. At precisely midnight Beijing time, the world's first virtual headset began its closed beta, with 100,000 people logging in at once. True casual players were already a minority. You had to submit an ID to apply, but the activation code was bound only to the headset, so slots could be resold. Nearly half had changed hands, some more than once. In Country Z, Zheng Xiaoxian cradled the coveted headset, posted a selfie on Weibo, and pinged Zhou Dong, JJ, Yang Ying, and Lu Hua. Get in the game. Meanwhile, every light was on at Tencent headquarters. Ma Huateng had spent millions, so every senior exec could secure a beta sloth wanted to see just how real this VR game could be. Ma Yun, Ding Shi, and other internet moguls were just as curious, along with foreign politicians and the CEOs of major game studios. All of them placed orders, eager to discover what kind of product could bring Zhou Yang on stage to launch it in person. The final seconds ticked away. Almost everywhere, the same command echoed. Start. Zheng Xiaoxian tightened the straps of his headset. Outside Tencent's main entrance, Ma Huateng took a deep breath. Inside the Oval Office, Pele pressed the power button. The helmets powered up. Every user's vision went black as their consciousness was pulled into an unknown virtual world. Light returned. Zheng Xiaoxian found himself standing in a boundless void, as if balanced on a sheet of transparent water. He pinched his arm. The sharp pain felt unnervingly real. Welcome to the world of miracles. I am your guide sprite. A pleasant childlike voice sounded. A sprite barely half a meter tall hovered before him, translucent wings beating gently, silver hair swaying in the light. Wow, this is unbelievably real. Zheng Xiaoxian's eyes lit up, and he instinctively reached out to grab the sprite. The sprite dodged, cheeks puffed. Touch me again, and he'll call down lightning on you. Haha, someone's got an attitude. Zheng Xiaoxian chuckled. Zheng Xiaoxian laughed aloud. It's character creation, right? Let's get on with it. Compared with the demo, this beta build was practically launch-ready. 2 new tabs faction and race had been added. Every race came with unique perks, its own capital city, and even slight tweaks to class skills. Because this is a closed beta, all players have to start in the same city, so only humans are available for now, the guide sprite explained patiently. Perfect keeps everyone together, Zheng Xiaoxian said. Relieved, head worried they might spawn in different starter zones. After a quick huddle, the 5 of them chose the god race, and all locked in the warrior class. Zheng Xiaoxian kept his real face, while Zhou Dong, Yang Ying, Lu Hua, and JJ made slight adjustments. Welcome to the world of miracles, the sprite said with a bow, then faded as a doorway of pure light swung open. Stepping through, Zheng Xiaoxian found himself on a vast circular platform that looked like a magic altar, floating amid rolling white clouds. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of players were already there, chatting excitedly. This is unreal, exactly what I pictured. VR rules. So what now? Is this the newbie village? Beats me. Zheng Xiaoxian spotted his friends, and the 5 quickly regrouped. I think I just saw Ding Shi, Lu Hua murmured. Who, the NetEase guy? Yang Ying hissed, glancing around, but the crowd was too thick. Zheng Xiaoxian was equally surprised. Keep a low profile, he warned. If we accidentally gank a big shot, we'll regret it. Zhou Dong nodded. Plenty of rich folks probably bought beta keys. Tick them off, and they might hunt us down IRL. JJ groaned. Should have stuck with a fake face. He was the only one besides Zheng Xiaoxian who had left his avatar untouched. So what do we do now? JJ asked. No clue, there's nothing on the official site. Yang Ying shrugged. Before she finished, the clouds around the platform churned violently. A howling wind slammed into them, snapping clothes and stinging skin. A golden eye the size of a house emerged from the mist, its vertical pupil cold and imposing. What the? Players instinctively backed away. No traditional game could match this raw pressure. It's a dragon. Someone yelled. The fog peeled back, revealing an immense gold dragon coiled around the platform, its body stretching for hundreds of meters. So you're the chosen ones destined to save this land? The dragon rumbled, contempt dripping from every word. You're weaker than slimes. Great, a dragon's trash-talking me, someone muttered. One player stormed to the front and shouted, quit the act, NPC. They'll bring people and carve you up. The dragon's eyes flashed. A bolt of lightning speared down from the clouds. Crack. The player vaporized, leaving no trace. He responded only to be struck again. 10 deaths later, the dragon snorted and withdrew its claw. The unlucky guy stood there, pale. The pain clearly felt real. A heavy silence settled over the platform. No one dared speak. This dragon definitely had a temper. The golden dragon scolded them, then looked to the horizon. All right, we're short on time. Let's go. With a low shout, it spat a blazing beam of light that swallowed everyone on the platform and set them on its back. A thunderous roar followed as the massive creature plunged, ripping through the clouds on a steep dive. Only then did the group realize their platform wasn't alone. All around, stone platforms floated in the cloud sea, each bearing people astride a similar golden dragon. Look down there. Zheng Xiaoxian yelled. They glanced below. The clouds churned, multicolored light burst through, and thunderous booms rolled without end. Alexei, get out of my way. A rage-filled roar tore the mist apart as a kilometer-tall giant strode from the clouds, brandishing a bone sword and cleaving downward. The blade aura split the sky, shredding any cultivator in its path to dust. You wretch. Far ahead, holy light erupted. An equally colossal angel with 6 pairs of wings burst free, raised a shining sword of light, and struck back. Boom. The two sword forces collided like meteors, the blast wave rippling for miles. Stray blades of energy shot in every direction, several streaking toward Zheng Xiaoxian's party. Watch out! The dragon growled. Its wings beat once, and its speed skyrocketed. The scenery blurred, wind roared past, and razor-sharp energy grazed their heads, making every heart quail. This is insane, someone shouted. Insane? I almost wet myself. The game just started. What is this war? Seriously? It's gotta be the opening CGI. I like watching CGIs, not living in one. This VR is way too real. The dragon kept diving. Monsters wreathed in shadow lunged out, but a single swipe of its claws shredded them. Moments later it pulled up, hovering in midair. That's as far as I can take you. From here on you're on your own. I have a score to settle with those demon gods. With a long roar the dragon beat its wings and vanished. A cushion of golden light carried the players down to a so-called Villa Hea colossal settlement, with towering walls and broad streets spacious enough for 100,000 residents. Holy crap, this game feels way too real. Zheng Xiaoxian shouted, pumped. Zhou Dong and the others were just as fired up. Compared to this, every game we've played is garbage. Imagine running League of Legends and Harathat be insane. The group chattered excitedly. Before the words died away, JJ felt a chill. He turned and caught someone staring at him. Damn, he muttered, whipping his head back. The others followed his glance and froze. It was a face they knew all too well. Ma Huaten. He's in here too? Maybe it's just someone using his face? A tycoon like that doesn't have time for games. Not goods coming straight at us. Ma Huaten was indeed walking directly toward the five of them. Although the five of them were A-list celebrities and real-life award-winning actors, pop idols, all household names, they were nothing compared with a heavyweight like Ma Huateng. The moment they saw him approaching, their nerves tightened. Ma Huateng halted in front of them with measured steps. He glanced at Zheng Xiaoxian first, then fixed his gaze on JJ. His voice was low yet carried undeniable pressure. What did you just say? Could you repeat it for me? JJ froze, replaying the earlier conversation in his mind at lightning speed, terrified that he had offended him. Tu didn't say anything at all. Ma Huateng seemed not to hear him. Brow furrowed. He muttered to himself, port it. Port LOL into the game. Yes, bring it in, I get it now. Mr. Zhou is clearing the way, building the platform, which is why he told me to wait. His thoughts grew sharper as he spoke, and his eyes began to shine. When the time comes, it won't be just games. Advertising, commerce, anything can be displayed in VR, linking everyone together. An entirely new world, endless business opportunities. Mr. Zhou's vision is brilliant, truly ahead of its time. In that instant Ma Huateng felt enlightened, the boulder on his chest shattering at once. He had been worrying day and night that the gaming division was finished, and now he finally saw hope. He turned to JJ, his tone suddenly light. You're JJ, right? Not bad. I heard you want to start a music production company. When we log out, contact my people and tell them I sent you. Will fund you and throw some business your way. JJ's eyes widened. He had no idea what he had said to earn the tycoon's favor. It felt like a dream. The other four exchanged glances and could no longer hold back. Yang Ying stepped forward with a courteous smile. President Ma, about that fantasy movie Tencent Pictures is financing. May I audition for a role? Ma Huateng, in high spirits, waved his hand. Consider it done. Reach out to my team later. The five were overjoyed. Zheng Xiaoxian sidled up again. President Ma, are you here alone? Would you like us to keep you company in the game? Sure, Ma Huateng agreed readily. I could use some downtime and a chance to experience Mr. Zhou's game for myself. Then let's grab a quest first. JJ suggested. Everyone clustered around Ma Huateng and headed for the quest area. As soon as they had left, a handsome player only a few steps away murmured thoughtfully, opening a shop in VR, moving my Taobao store inside. What a brilliant idea. At the same time, the 100,000 players in the same starter village sprang into action, picking up beginner quests and forming parties to grind outside the gates. Naturally, celebrity players soon found themselves surrounded by hordes of fans. Several hours later Ma Huateng had assembled a force of several thousand. They came face-to-face with a group of foreign players at the respawn point of the Wild Wolf King and clashed for the starter village's first boss. Charge! Zheng Xiaoxian shouted, swinging a battered iron sword as he lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 people were locked in battle, skills flashing, blood splattering everywhere. The realistic hit feedback was addictive, and the adrenaline rush of a lifelike battlefield had everyone's heart pounding. They're breaking through on the east side. Hold the line. Ma Huateng stood on a ridge, barking orders. If we win this, they'll give you coins and limited edition skins when we get back. The promise of coins and exclusive skins spurred the players to fight beyond their limits, and they drove the enemy back by sheer force. In the end, Ma Huateng's faction scored an overwhelming victory. Boss fight, he shouted, high on adrenaline, as if commanding an ancient army thundering beneath his feet. At his order, several thousand players surged toward the Wolf King like a flood. Blades flashed, arrows poured down, and fireballs streaked across the sky. After losing more than 1,000 comrades, the gigantic wolf finally slammed to the ground. Its corpse burst in a blinding flash of gold. Congratulations to player Ma Huateng for obtaining the first piece of gold-grade equipment in Miracle. Reputation 100. The server-wide announcement echoed instantly, sending a tremor through every player. That guy? The distant player Yang Zhu Jifu cursed under his breath. Thousands of teammates clustered behind him. With a sweeping glance, Yang Zhu Jifu raised his sword and yelled, "We can't let Ma Huateng hog the spotlight. Follow me, take them down. If we win, On My OG will hand out 10,000 ingots over the next 7 days." A roar of approval went up. Heavy weapons and staves swung skyward, and a fresh torrent of fighters charged at Ma Huateng. Before either side could gain the upper hand, an even wilder war cry rolled across the field. English teacher burst into view, staff held aloft. "Win this fight, and he'll give everyone unlimited 100 yuan taba coupons tomorrow. Whoever racks up the most kills gets their shopping cart cleared." Within seconds, the skirmish had swollen into a melee of tens of thousands. Spell effects turned the plain into daylight. Just then, another dense mass of players appeared on a distant slope. "Mr. President, should we jump in?" EA CEO William Hall asked with a bow. 5,000 players from Country M formed a steel wall behind him. The middle-aged man with the ID pay lane none other than the president of Country nodded eagerly. "Absolutely. Even in a game we have to be the strongest. Full charge. Win this, and he'll pin medals on every one of you." No one cared whether the medals were real. Stopping the players from Country Z was all that mattered. With furious shouts, the 5,000 stormed down the hillside, and the battlefield spun out of control once more. Foreign players. That's all they've got. Crush M. All three groups team up and wreck them first. The three warring factions instantly merged, their blades turning as one toward Pei Lei's troops, shattering their formation in moments. In the swirling blood-red mist, a pair of shadowy eyes watched in silence, finally locking onto the battered, retreating Pei Lei. At Zhou Yang's home, the lights in his office burned bright. Space rippled without warning, and Fushi stepped through. "Mr. Zhou, what is it?" Zhou Yang set down the thick stack of documents in his hands. Fushi took a seat. "Miracle entered closed beta today. End of the month already? Time flies." Zhou Yang sighed. Every day he broke down newly acquired tech into projects and assigned them to research teams. So far he had outlined more than 300 projects, large and small. "How's the beta going?" "Smooth overall. But many celebrities bought beta keys and are already in game." That fit Zhou Yang's plan perfectly. Had never restricted transfers and actually wanted the elite to sample the virtual world first. Fushi continued, "Among those celebrities, I spotted someone interesting." "Who?" "President Pei Lei of Country M." "Who?" Zhou Yang's eyes widened. Then he gave a wry laugh. "He must have a lot of spare time if he's playing video games." Fushi stood at the desk, deliberately lowering his voice. "Mr. Zhou, I have an idea, but I'm not sure whether to act on it. I want to remotely alter the headset's internal signal and scramble Pei Lei's brainwaves. Our tests show a 90% chance it would turn him into a lunatic." He pointed to the holographic model on the table. "The helmet relies on stable brainwave synchronization to stay linked to the virtual world. If that signal is disrupted, the connection collapses, the user's brainwaves go haywire, and permanent psychosis follows." "You can actually do that?" Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Fushi nodded, deadly serious. "Sir, Country M is our biggest enemy. If their president goes insane, domestic chaos is inevitable, and that would be vital to our victory." Zhou Yang rose and paced in front of the desk, brow furrowed. After a moment he stopped, gaze sharp. "You haven't told anyone else about this, have you?" Fushi shook his head at once. "No." "Good." Zhou Yang's tone hardened. "Never mention it again, to anyone. Understand?" Fushi paused, then nodded obediently. "This is a major vulnerability," Zhou Yang continued. "You must modify the system so the production helmets can't be exploited like this. Technology always advances. What if hackers someday drive users insane? We can't let that happen." He raised a hand to silence Fushi and added, "As for Pei Lei, leave him alone. Even if you managed to kill him, it wouldn't change much. How many times has a Country M president been assassinated? The nation never faltered." Fushi sighed softly. "All right, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Yang nodded, turning back to the documents in his hand. "By the way," he looked up suddenly, "how's the nuclear base coming along?" "The state assigned 18 engineers," Fushi reported. "The main structure is basically done, and at our current pace will finish by the end of December. Ground was broken in late July and completion was slated for late December, 5 months in all. For a large nuclear test facility, that pushed the limits. One more thing." Zhou Yang flipped a page. "Shinji has entered closed beta. We need a public launch soon. Is headset mass production on track?" "The design for mass production is finalized," Fushi said. "Northern Industries is opening a new line, and large-scale shipments should start by the end of November." Zhou Yang nodded, pleased, and waved Fushi out. As soon as Fushi left, Zhou Yang pressed the intercom. "Li Ziyu, make arrangements, I want to tour East." With the nuclear base nearing completion, preparatory work had to begin early. East was the nation's only fusion experimental reactor. He wanted to see it firsthand and speak face-to-face with its lead scientist, Su Jindong. Zhou Yang knew he couldn't oversee the fusion project forever. He needed the right person in charge. High-strength crystalline steel was in Su Chen's hands. Propulsion systems were Yi Rongming's domain, and controllable fusion, he felt, should belong to Su Jindong. After the wedding, Zhou Yang left home for the first time and flew to HF. The moment his chartered jet touched down, the tarmac was crowded with officials waiting to greet him. Mayor Zhang Tianming and several vice mayors had come in person. As the cabin door opened and Zhou Yang disembarked, Zhang stepped forward, hand extended, smiling broadly. Mr. Zhou, I've heard so much about you. It's a pleasure to finally meet. After a brief exchange, they moved to the motorcade arranged by City Hall. No sooner had the convoy left the airport than Zhang turned and asked, I hear you're here to visit East, is that right? Yes, Zhou Yang replied. Seizing the moment, Zhang continued enthusiastically, besides East, we have a high-tech industrial park and an automotive center. Why not take a look at those as well? Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly just as had expected. Still, he nodded. I'm happy to visit, but I can't make any other commitments yet. Even that small concession delighted Zhang. He knew this young man, though holding no official post, could sway decisions at the highest level. One casual recommendation from Zhou might secure a major project for HF. The convoy headed toward the Plasma Technology Park where East was located. Along the way, Zhang offered a detailed introduction. Over the years, we've invested tens of billions of yuan around East, integrating production and research completely. The results have been tremendous. Intrigued, Zhou Yang asked, so you'd say your city's plasma industry ranks among the top in the country? Zhang gave a proud thumbs up. Not among the top, the very best. We're competitive worldwide. Zhou Yang nodded. East's core lies in heating plasma to 100 million degrees Celsius, and that naturally stimulates nearby research. If HF truly had a strong R&D foundation and the right talent, he might consider handing over second-generation mech and plasma weapon technology for further development. While they talked, the convoy arrived at the East facility. Several staff members were already waiting at the gate. As everyone got out, Zhang looked around and frowned. Where's Director Su? A middle-aged man in a down jacket hurried over. Mayor, another guest has arrived. The professor is inside with them and asked me to greet Mr. Zhou. I'm Wang Sungguan, head of the Institute's administrative office. Welcome, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang shook his hand with a smile. Thank you. Zhang muttered. Honestly, who could be more important than Mr. Zhou? Wang offered an apologetic smile and quickly led the way. Just as they reached the administrative building, a group streamed out of the lobby. At the front were four foreigners, tall, imposing, and openly arrogant. Behind them, several local researchers surrounded an elderly man with graying temples. The hawk-nosed leader pointed at the old man and spoke fluent Chinese, his voice ringing across the entryway. You want our technology? 30 billion US dollars every cent of it. You have 7 days to decide. After that, the offer is off the table. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. He was speaking English, and Zhou Yang understood every word, yet he still frowned slightly, wondering where this arrogant man had come from. The single remark seemed to stir the air in the hall. Light from the crystal chandeliers flickered across everyone's faces. The blond middle-aged man addressed, as Mr. Anderson spoke in a hard tone and turned to leave. Worried, academician Su Jindong hurried forward and tried to keep him with fluent English. Mr. Anderson, we can keep negotiating $3 billion is simply too much. Anderson acted as though he hadn't heard. He strode toward the exit, long legs eating up the marble floor. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhou Yang's group. He stopped abruptly, gaze locking onto Zhou Yang as if he had just discovered a priceless treasure. This must be Mr. Zhou Yang, he exclaimed, almost cheering, arms flung wide, hands held high. Zhou Yang didn't extend his own hand. He merely stepped aside and said coolly, And you are? I don't know you. He had deliberately used Chinese. To everyone's surprise, Anderson understood and answered in clumsy Mandarin. Of course you don't know me, but I know you. I'm Anderson, a director of ITER. ITER? Zhou's brows knitted again. Information flashed through his mind the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, a third-pleasure program joined by many nations, aiming to ignite fusion and build a commercial reactor. China had tried to join but balked at the harsh terms and instead developed its own project, East. He looked Anderson over. I see. So what brings Director Anderson to China? $30 billion in technical fees, a sharing agreement. What on earth was going on? Anderson waved the questions aside. None of that matters. Mr. Zhou, I know you created the Longxin battery, the Tianqin 100 chip, and the Fuxi AI platform revolutionary technologies. You're a great scientist. On behalf of the French government, I'd like to invite you to France for an academic exchange. What do you say? So the man was not only an ITER director, but also held a government post in France. He was brandishing the government representative banner to add weight to his invitation, and his intentions were obvious. Zhou Yang couldn't even be bothered to look at him. An exchange visit? Even if your president asked me in person, I might not go, let alone you. He turned to the energetic elderly gentleman nearby. You must be academician Su. Hello, I'm Zhou Yang. Su Jindong stepped forward at once, shaking his hand warmly. Welcome, Mr. Zhou. Zhou got straight to the point. Academician Su, what's happening here? Su gave a wry smile, shot Anderson a glance, and explained, we want to upgrade East, and we need ITER's magnetic confinement control system. Negotiations reached this point, and they're asking for $3 billion. $3 billion enough to make any research institute suck in a breath. The figure left Anderson somewhat embarrassed, and he tried to justify it. That technology represents years of work by hundreds, even thousands, of ITER scientists. $3 billion is actually cheap. He raised one finger, wearing an I'm showing good faith expression. But if Mr. Zhou is willing to visit France, I can request a $50 million discount. His tone implied that the $50 million concession was a gift from the heavens. Zhou Yang now understood. East had hit a bottleneck and sought help from ITER. ITER, though rich in expertise, was chronically short of funds. After more than 3 decades of swallowing money without producing commercial results, the grand project looked impressive but consumed cash like a Pichio, endlessly devouring gold. With member nations cutting their contributions, ITER faced a budget hole. China had walked in at the wrong or perhaps the right moment, and Anderson meant to make a killing. Sensing the tension in the room, Zhang Tianming hurried to smooth things over. Forcing a smile, he swept his eyes over the strained faces around the conference table and said in a calm yet authoritative tone, Mr. Anderson, Director Su, disagreements are normal. Since we share the same goal, we have a basis for cooperation. Let's take our time with the details. Anderson leaned back, chin slightly raised, glancing at Zhang with bored indifference. His arrogance never wavered. On the opposite side, Su Jindong let out a sigh. ITER is asking for $30 billion, about 200 billion yuan. There's no way that number will be approved. The state values controlled fusion, but it has to see results before it keeps investing. Every institute here is strapped for cash. No one can keep delivering breakthroughs the way Zhou Yang does. Noticing Zu's troubled expression, Zhou Yang leaned forward. Director Su, I may not be part of your institute, but may I say something? Su nodded, half joking, half serious. Why not? Before long, I might end up working for you. Everyone knew the government had already greenlit a research team of at least 1,000 people under Zhou Yang. Su, a top nuclear physicist himself, had heard the rumors, though the exact mission was still unclear, only that Zhou was also tackling fusion. Director Su, you flatter me, Zhou said quickly. Veterans will always be veterans. I could never presume to be your superior. Zu's lips curled into a faint smile. He had worried the young prodigy might be arrogant, but in person Zhou seemed genuinely humble. All right, say what's on your mind, Su replied. Zhou nodded and turned to Anderson, his gaze steady and sharp. Mr. Anderson, please inform your commissioner that Country Z does not need any technology transfer. We will complete controlled nuclear fusion on our own and will not ask anyone for help. The words seemed to suck the warmth from the room. Anderson had expected further bargaining. Instead, Zhou had slammed the door shut. Zhou added crisply, you said earlier not a penny less, didn't you? Allow me to return the favor, $30 billion, not a penny more, because there is no deal. If there's nothing else, please leave. Anderson's face flushed crimson. He looked like a rooster whose tail had been stepped on. Zhou Yang, you'll regret this. Your whole country will regret this. Without our technology, you will never achieve controlled fusion. He slashed the air with one hand. Fine. There's nothing more to discuss. I once thought you were a great scientist. Now I see you're arrogant and narrow-minded, and you'll pay for it. He stormed out, his dress shoes pounding the floor. The others sat frozen, stunned that Zhou had so bluntly shown him the door. Suddenly, a resounding bravo shattered the silence. Wang Sungwen had leapt to his feet, unable to contain his excitement. From the start, ITER's delegation had lorded it over everyone, stifling the entire institute. Now Zhou had ended it with a single decisive blow, and Wang found the release exhilarating. Su Jindong opened his mouth, but said nothing. It felt good to vent their frustration, yet if ITER walked away, what would happen to the nation's fusion program? Noticing the old professor's furrowed brow, Zhou Yang smiled, as if he had already guessed the concern. Professor Su, I'm here to ask you to come out of retirement and help me build a controlled fusion device that belongs to Nation Z. All the technical documentation is complete, the test site is under construction, and everything is waiting for you. Mr. Zhou, are you saying you've already finished the technical design? Su Jindong sat bolt upright, disbelief in his voice. Zhou Yang nodded, calm and resolute. Exactly. Let's go inside and discuss the details. Had anyone else said that, Su Jindong would have scoffed. Even ITER, with the world's top fusion experts, hadn't dared claim its design was done. But Zhou Yang was different, had delivered scientific miracles time and time again. With that thought, Su Jindong nodded gravely. Zhang Tianming started to follow, but Zhou Yang stepped aside and blocked him. Mayor Zhang, Professor Su and I need to go over some technical matters in private. Would you mind waiting a moment? The subtext was obvious. You're not cleared for what comes next. Zhang Tianming hesitated, then forced a laugh. Of course. I'd only be in the way. He'll wait outside. Su Jindong's expression shifted, yet he understood. He signaled to his student, Wang Sunwen. Lead the way. Master and apprentice guided Zhou Yang into the conference room, closing the door behind them. Outside the institute, Anderson stormed into his car and immediately phoned Chairman Henry. Chairman, the talks have collapsed. They threw me out. He embellished the entire episode. Zhou Yang, you saw him? Henry was surprised, then intrigued. Is there any chance we could invite him to Nation F for an academic visit? Anderson rolled his eyes, brimming with disdain. Invite him? Not a chance. The man's arrogant beyond belief. We offered a warm welcome and got the cold shoulder. Henry frowned. Why did they refuse? Do they really plan to go it alone? Without our technology, they're just flailing around. How should I know what they're thinking? Anderson snorted. Their technology's weak, but their egos aren't. Zhou Yang even claimed Nation Z doesn't need any help from us and can finish the controlled fusion project on its own. Huh, he really said that? Henry sneered. Does he think he's omnipotent? Forget it for now, just come back. Anderson still felt indignant. Chairman, if Nation Z won't use our technology, where will they find the funding? Right now, they're the only ones who can put $30 billion on the table. It doesn't matter. Henry's voice turned icy. When their project fails, they'll come running back. Then it won't be 30 billion, it'll be double, maybe more. Anderson paused, then burst out laughing. Brilliant, Chairman. Let them crash a few times first. We've been at this for over 3 decades. Sharing our technology was charity, and they turned it down. Let them fail. Sooner or later, they'll be begging us. Henry laughed just as loudly, then ended the call. Inside the conference room, only Zhou Yang, Su Jindong, and Wang Sunwen remained. Mr. Zhou, was everything you just said true? Su Jindong lowered his voice, still struggling to believe it. Zhou Yang nodded, his gaze steady. He was here to lay all his cards on the table. Without something real, Su Jindong would never throw himself fully into the project. He pulled out his phony brand new Huawei flagship with a built-in holographic projector. Since AI had become ubiquitous, holographic interaction was standard on high-end devices, far surpassing traditional screens. Zhou Yang set the phone in the center of the table. Fushi, show me the three-dimensional schematic of the device. Certainly, sir. A cool electronic voice faded, and a cone of light shot upward, suspending a 3D projection in midair. The image showed a circular apparatus nearly a meter in diameter, crisscrossed by cables and concentric rings, like a mechanical heart carved by countless precision cuts. Metallic edges gleamed, scattering blue-white highlights through the air. Su Jindong and Wang Sunwen leaned in, both holding their breath as they tried to capture details from the rapidly rotating cross-section. From the exterior alone, they could make no sense of it. Mr. Zhou, is this a new magnetic confinement system? Wang Sunwen finally asked. He mentally reviewed current controlled fusion approaches. 1. Laser ignition inertial confinement. 2. The mainstream magnetic confinement used by East and ITER. Both aim to achieve the extreme temperature and pressure needed for deuterium-tritium fusion. Yet inertial confinement keeps hitting a power wall. After years of costly trials, most countries have branded it a money pit and shifted to magnetic confinement. The hologram's outline did resemble a tokamak torus. No. Zhou Yang shook his head, a calm smile on his lips. More precisely, it's a cold fusion reactor. What? Su Jindong's voice shot up. Cold fusion? That's impossible. The idea achieving nuclear fusion at room temperature and pressure was floated decades ago. The theory never went beyond speculation. Even the basic equations are incomplete, and most institutions soon dismissed it as pseudoscience. If he didn't trust Zhou Yang, Su Jindong would have walked out on the spot. Zhou Yang remained composed. Nothing is impossible. My concept starts with tritium. At the atomic lattice level, we create a single-pass membrane, then flood it with a high-density neutron flux and trap it inside. Once the neutron density crosses a critical threshold, spontaneous fusion occurs. Is that even feasible? Wang Sunwen stood frozen, eyes unfocused. No one had ever proposed a theory like this before. Su Jindong reacted much the same way and quickly asked, Mr. Zhou, what exactly is the theoretical basis for this? Zhou Yang pulled the conference room whiteboard toward him, grabbed a marker, and began to write. For the first few lines of equations, Wang Sunwen could more or less keep up, but within seconds the symbols might as well have been runes carved in stone. Su Jindong's frown deepened as well. 10 minutes later, the entire board was packed with dense notation. Zhou Yang capped the marker, stepped aside, and said, this is the theoretical groundwork for cold fusion. Every bit of it comes from the system. Even Zhou Yang wouldn't claim he fully understood the math, but he was convinced the formulas were likely fragments of the long-sought grand unified theory, the single framework that could explain all 4 fundamental interactions of the universe. To him, the elegant order of the natural world implied the existence of such a perfect equation. All roads lead to the same truth, after all. Su Jindong walked up to the board, stroked his chin, and began to read in silence. Minutes ticked by. An entire hour passed, and he never moved a muscle. Wang Sunwen tried to stay with him, but gave up after only a few minutes. Zhou Yang didn't rush them. The solution was in plain sight. If Su Jindong couldn't even find the direction, he hardly deserved his reputation as the nation's foremost fusion expert. As expected, halfway through, Su Jindong's eyes started to shine. He spun around, speaking faster now. Mr. Zhou, this approach it might actually work. It's untested, but according to these equations we could genuinely achieve nuclear fusion at room temperature. He hadn't digested every part of the derivation, but he could already see a 70 to 80% chance of success, odds more than worth pursuing. As a specialist, he knew exactly what room temperature fusion would mean for the energy sector. The group then moved to the fusion apparatus Zhou Yang had designed. The device was compact, its wiring neat, its layout clearly different from that of a traditional reactor. Su Jindong studied it, then raised an eyebrow. Mr. Zhou, the heat conversion method looks different. You're turning the energy directly into particles instead of generating electricity? Zhou Yang nodded with a grin. Come on, we've got mechs flying into space. Sticking with a Carnot cycle to boil water would be prehistoric. The Carnot cycle sounds sophisticated, but at its core it's still burning fuel to make steam. No matter how advanced the power plant, that step has always been the bottleneck. Efficient, yes, but hardly the endgame. The system's plan converts fusion energy straight into particle power. That's the keystone of Zhou Yang's entire design, and the reason it departs so radically from conventional reactors. The theory on the whiteboard, the structure of the device, the brand new energy conversion concept, all of it meshed into a chain of near impossible miracles. Su Jindong let out a stunned laugh and looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief. He knew Zhou Yang had already pulled off one breakthrough after another, and now the miracles were still coming. He couldn't even imagine what kind of genius it would take to deliver achievements like these. When he came back to himself, Su Jindong let out a sigh. The younger generation always outpaces the old. I really am getting on in years. He looked at Zhou Yang, a man, not yet 30, and felt a tangle of emotions. This young scientist had already done so much for the nation, while he, nearly 70, seemed to be treading water. Zhou Yang quickly waved it off, his tone sincere. Professor Su, please don't say that. I'm only standing on the shoulders of giants. Without the groundwork laid by you and the other pioneers, I'd never be where I am today. You can keep up the modesty if you like, Su said with a wry smile, though pride flickered at the corners of his mouth. He checked his watch and got back on topic. Enough of that. When can I report in? I hear the new facility is already being built. Zhou nodded, pulled out his datapad, and projected a 3D schematic. The main structure is topped out, and if all goes well the equipment integration will finish by December. But we can start simulations and prep work right now. Give us the word, and the team will be ready. I'm in, anytime, Su replied, eyes shining. His voice rang through the vast hall. To witness our country lighting the torch of fusion before I retire would be the honor of a lifetime. Following his lead, Zhou walked once more into the legendary East installation. The control room glowed with soft white light, monitors scrolling live plasma data, and the immense vacuum chamber loomed beyond the viewing window. Su said little, yet Zhou could see the truth. East had hit a bottleneck. Limited by superconducting materials and structural strength, plasma confinement could improve only so much. That was why Su had considered partnering with ITER. But even with ITER's technology, they would merely draw a level, and ITER itself had yet to achieve controlled fusion. Paying a steep price for an unfinished blueprint felt unwise. It might be better to start fresh and aim further ahead. Outside the lab, another kind of buzz was building. The closed beta of Revelation was in full swing. Testers were allowed to capture screenshots and videos, so clips and debates about the game were multiplying online. Just watching the videos is breathtaking, but you can't feel the immersion through a screen. I can't wait for open beta. What's it going to cost? 90% chance it'll be Bito Play. The headset alone isn't cheap, one player guessed. Probably time cards, another retorted. The beta leaks show no cash shop at all. Not yet. Anyway, an Ultimer posted. Wait for launch. Once they add a store with skins and items, the whales will show up and you'll see. A different camp argued the opposite. It could be free. Zhou Yang's team made this, and MatrixNet has state backing. A national project needs broad reach, so high pricing makes no sense. Someone shot back, and who pays for the headsets and servers? The government spent a fortune. You think they'll just give it away? Theories flew and quips piled up, but until MatrixNet announced an official plan, everything remained speculation. On November 10th, the beta officially closed. Matrix Network released a statement on its official website, thanking closed beta players and announcing that worldwide pre-orders for its VR headset would open on November 20th, with the open beta slated to begin as early as November 30th. The news swept across forums and social media within minutes, sending players into a frenzy. That fast. The closed beta ends and 20 days later we get an open beta? Why bother testing it all, just launch the game already? I doubt they can mass produce the headsets in time. Think about how many units they'll need for a worldwide test. I don't care. I've already set the cash aside. Even if it costs 10 or 20 grand, I'm buying one. Meanwhile, game publishers around the world felt as if doomsday had arrived. 2 billion people had signed up for the closed beta. If only half of them bought a headset when the game went live, demand would reach 1 billion units, a figure no traditional title could ever hope to match. The media's polls were equally shocking. When asked whether they would play a VR game once it launched, nearly 99% answered yes. The remaining 1% weren't uninterested. They simply worried about price or possible health risks. Publishers quickly reached a consensus. VR was the future, and Shinji was destined to explode. Mr. President, please think this through, William Hall said gravely. We are talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. Millions could lose their jobs, and our entire domestic games industry could be wiped out. They'll get back to you. The voice on the other end replied curtly. William Hall let out a long sigh as he hung up. Thanks to an awkward friendship formed after being crushed by Chinese players during the beta, he had been able to call President Pear directly and voice his concerns. Turning to the executives seated around the table, he added in a low voice, I just hope the president makes the right call, ban Shinji in our country and protect our own studios. He had barely finished speaking when the office door burst open. His stunningly beautiful secretary hurried inside. Sir, big news. She all but sprinted to the projector, fingers flying across the keyboard. You need to see this. The screen switched to the international version of the Matrix Network site. A brand new announcement filled the display, and the conference room went silent. Recruiting global distributors and granting access to the virtual space? William Hall blurted out. The notice laid out 3 non-negotiable requirements. 1. The distributor must be one of the top game companies in its country. 2. Revenue will be shared on a profit split basis. 3. The distributor must obtain an official letter of authorization from its national government. An executive frowned. The first 2 make sense, but what's with the third? We need our government's approval just to get the license? That's what it says, William Hall muttered, equally stunned. Matrix Network could easily launch worldwide on its own and keep every cent, yet it was offering to share profits through local agents. The idea was unbelievable. After all, once this game hit the market, it would obliterate every competitor in sight. No one else even came close. At Tencent headquarters, the top executives were among the first to see Matrix Network's announcement recruiting global agents. In the spacious conference room, several vice presidents clustered around a giant screen. The page stayed frozen on the headline Global Call for Agents. One of them slapped the table, his excitement impossible to hide. President Ma, this is a windfall. Which domestic company can match us? The publishing rights are practically ours. Another executive nodded eagerly. The game may be state-backed, but the government won't run it itself. In the end, they'll hand it to professionals. Tencent has all the advantages. Amid the clamor, Ma Huading simply raised a hand for silence. Unlike his subordinates, he showed no overt delight. We still don't know the operating model, he said, eyes locked on the line about unlocking virtual space access. What worries me is how that access will actually be granted. The room went still for a few seconds. Ma snapped his laptop shut, stood up, and ordered, book me a flight. I'm going to Beijing right now to meet Matrix Network. Early the next morning, Ma Huading rolled his suitcase into Beijing. The smog outside the car window had yet to lift. He headed straight to an unremarkable office building on the third ring road. Matrix Network's headquarters. When the elevator doors opened, he came face-to-face with a familiar figure, NetEase's Ding Shi. They locked eyes for a second. Ding snorted, clearly annoyed. During the recent closed beta, Ma's guild had stolen a world boss's guild had camped for hours, and the grudge was still fresh. Ma spread his hands with a grin. Worst case, once the open beta starts, they'll let you take it back. Save it. Ding waved him off, lowering his voice. I know why you're here, but I'll tell you now, the domestic publishing rights are ours. NetEase has them in the bag. Oh, Ma just smiled and didn't argue. The 2 men walked upstairs side by side. Matrix Network's reception area was small, but almost obsessively neat. The receptionist offered a professional smile. Good morning, gentlemen. Mr. He hasn't arrived yet. If you don't mind, please wait in the lounge. Ding glanced at his watch, already 11 o'clock, his mouth twitching, but he followed the guide. They pushed open the lounge door and stopped short. The room, barely 30 square meters, was already packed. Along one wall sat the CEOs of Giant Network, Kingsoft, and Perfect World. By the window stood the China region presidents of Sony, Ubisoft, and EA. Murmurs in Chinese, English, Japanese, and French filled the air. They got here fast, Ma thought, though his face stayed calm. He scanned the room. None of his domestic rivals could match Tencent in strength, and the foreign giants, impressive as they were, didn't directly threaten his home turf. By his reckoning, Tencent still sat on top. The crowd rose to shake hands with the newcomers. After the brief greetings, silence returned. Time stretched like a taut rubber band. Another hour slipped by before the midday sun edged through the blinds, and Heziu finally sauntered in. Thank you all for waiting. His tone was light, as though he hadn't noticed his lateness. Mouths tightened, but no one spoke. Everyone understood the forces backing Matrix Network. Ma studied the man's so-called mascot of the company. He knew that no one seated here was ordinary. To be a mascot, you need serious credentials behind you. Otherwise, how could Heziu hold that role? Impossible. Even in a room filled with industry heavyweights, Heziu stayed perfectly composed. He sat down and said, I know why you're here, but the official announcement is crystal clear. If you want distribution rights, bring an authorization letter from your own government. Only then will we discuss terms. The conference room lights were a cold, surgical white. At his words, nearly everyone frowned, and an invisible pressure settled over the table. Why drag the government into a private deal? Someone muttered. That single demand for an authorization letter felt absurd, as if the game in front of them had suddenly become a national project. The president of Ubisoft China spoke first, his tone calm but puzzled. Mr. He, what exactly does this authorization letter look like? That, He Ziyu replied with a polite smile and a shrug, is something you'll have to ask your own governments. They issue it, not us. The answer left the room silent. The major publishers had rushed here the moment Matrix Network's notice appeared, desperate for clarity, yet every question bounced off He Ziyu's courteous facade. Breaking the silence, Ma Huaten asked, Mr. He, the announcement mentions opening virtual space access. What does that actually mean? He Ziyu's gaze landed on him, equal parts approval and surprise. Simple. We're building a virtual reality space second world. Once it's ready, any company can connect and do business inside. He tapped the table. You'll have an answer soon enough. Be patient. Then he stood, the hem of his suit jacket swaying. If you think Shinji is just another game, you're mistaken. Its significance is far beyond what you or I can decide alone. You've come too early. Wait for further notice. I have other matters to attend to. So please make yourselves comfortable. He turned and walked out, unhurried. Everyone watched him leave, but no one dared stop him. The national backing behind Matrix Network reminded them who truly held the power. Only after the door closed did low murmurs fill the room. The head of Perfect World leaned toward Ma Huaten. President Ma, the more I hear, the less I understand. Isn't this just a search for distributors? Why does it feel like national strategy? Exactly, it's only a game, another executive echoed. Ma Huaten didn't reply. He rose slowly, a faintly ironic smile on his lips. Only a game? If only. The state is still preparing, he said quietly. They told us to wait, so we wait. Then he left the room. 3 days after Matrix Network's announcement, at a routine United Nations session, the delegate from country Z submitted an official report on a virtual reality world. In detail, he laid out the technology's value from medicine and education to industrial simulation before pledging that country Z would share this technology and help every nation build its own virtual space, so all humanity could benefit. The hall burst into astonished whispers. Government representatives traded stunned glances. Since when is country Z this generous? They're willing to share a proprietary technology? From his seat at the center of the hall, the delegate from country M stared at the representative of country Z, his eyes practically spelling out one line: something is very wrong. The delegate from nation M shot his hand into the air. Could you clarify exactly how this cooperation would work? Why are you willing to share the technology, and are there any strings attached? He rattled off at breakneck speed. Then, lowering his voice, he added, off the record, I have to ask, what's the catch? The room fell silent. Every delegate and reporter turned toward the representative from Nation Z, rows of camera lights blinking red in anticipation of a breaking story. The delegate from Nation Z leaned back in his chair with a cheerful smile, a look that made the man from Nation M's stomach drop. This couldn't be good. Although virtual reality technology is currently labeled civilian, everyone understands its staggering potential. The sheer length of the lines during the Miracle beta test hinted at the astronomical headset sales waiting on the horizon. And right now only Nation Z holds the know-how. It is the AI race all over again. Everyone wants it, no one can get it. Unhurried, the delegate from Nation Z began to speak. The cooperation model is actually quite simple. To build a virtual space, you first need a massive database, and then a headset to act as the interface. We are willing to provide all the relevant technology free of charge, and to help any nation that needs it build its own database. He deliberately stressed the words free of charge. Instantly many delegates' eyes lit up. Could it really be that generous? The delegate from Nation M only frowned harder. Something felt wrong. The representative from Nation Y raised his hand. Completely free? No conditions at all? Exactly, the delegate from Nation Z confirmed, gesturing animatedly. The commercial value of virtual space is immeasurable. Our original intent was to benefit all humanity, so that everyone can enjoy a richer inner life. Picture this. Once the network is fully built, you could access the services of any company in the world without leaving your home. Businesses would no longer be confined to domestic customers, but to the entire globe, and the experience would be indistinguishable from reality. Want clothes? Try them on in the virtual world. Shopping for a car? Take a test drive there. Instead of luring customers with cold text or glossy commercials, companies will offer the most authentic, all-round immersive experience. He spoke with quiet conviction, laying out a vivid blueprint of the future and ending with a formal invitation for every nation to join the project. Several delegates from smaller countries were fired up, applauding on the spot. Meanwhile, the representatives of the larger powers Nation M, Nation Y, and their peers traded uneasy glances, all sharing the same thought. Nation Z was acting far too out of character. There had to be a scheme. Yet they could find no flaw. The technology was free, and for poorer nations unable to build the infrastructure, Nation Z even offered low-interest loans. On the surface, everything looked seamless. The smaller nations were already eager, treating this New Year's gift like manna from heaven. The delegate from Nation M felt a flicker of panic. Nation Z had sprung this on them so suddenly that he no longer knew how to respond. At that moment, the delegate from Z cast a fleeting glance at the delegate from E. The smaller nations were already voicing their approval one after another, yet the few major powers capable of shaping the outcome remained silent. Adjusting his tie, the delegate from E switched on his microphone. If Z is prepared to share its technology without reservation, I see no reason for concern. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that will open vast new markets for every nation's industries. Therefore, I support Z's decision and am willing to pursue full cooperation. The moment he finished, the delegate from M felt a jolt, his gaze darting between the two speakers. He was almost certain they had coordinated this in advance. Seizing the momentum, the delegate from Z raised his voice. Since everyone is so supportive, the delegate from M nearly leapt to his feet. Support? I haven't even spoken. But Z's delegate gave him no chance to interrupt. Next, our country will formally propose a joint endeavor, building a shared virtual space and submitting the plan for a vote at this conference. Unlike the traditional internet, this virtual world will mirror the real one almost entirely. That being the case, it must be governed by clear rules and laws under collective oversight. We are ready to work with all nations present to draft regulations that protect everyone's interests. A second round of applause broke out. The delegate from M, who moments ago had been nursing a headache, suddenly brightened. Of course, rules and laws. No matter how big the pie is, without rules you can't claim a slice. Given Ms. Cloud, there was no way he could let anyone else steer this process. With newfound confidence, he raised his hand. I support this proposal. Even a virtual world must be bound by regulations. I suggest we convene a special session at once to draft them. Applause erupted again, with the delegate from Z leading the way. The delegate from M nodded proudly. Now that's the proper stature of a leader. But as the applause died down, reality hit him hard. By embracing the idea of rules, he had indirectly endorsed the very creation of the virtual world before had officially taken a stance. Damn it, they set me up. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Z's delegate. The whole thing had clearly been orchestrated from the start, and had trotted along like a clueless mule. Yet with his words now on record and the world watching, backtracking would be self-inflicted humiliation. Besides, drafting the rules was still in Ms. interest. Frustration and resignation churned inside him, but he swallowed his anger. While the momentum was still high, the delegate from Z submitted a formal proposal to the General Assembly to jointly establish a virtual world, scheduling a vote 3 days later. Judging by current positions, its passage seemed almost certain. News of the proposal rippled across the globe, leaving people stunned. The world is changing way too fast. Are we really jumping straight into a full virtual world? VR games aren't even out of beta yet, and now we're talking about a global virtual space? What exactly is this virtual world supposed to be like the ones in the movies? Who knows? I only heard about the concept 2 months ago, and now they're set to make it real. Unbelievable. Mr. Zhou, this is Beifong Industries' first fully automated final assembly line for the VR helmets. With everything running on smart systems, it only takes 8 operators to keep the whole line moving. From the glass observation corridor, Zhou Yang looked down through spotless floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside the temperature and humidity-controlled cleanroom, silver-gray robotic arms formed a neat matrix on both sides of the conveyor, picking, assembling, and testing components with sub-millimeter precision. Each line turns out 20,000 helmets a day, more than 7 million a year, the plant manager, Yang Shuang, rattled off, afraid to miss a single number. We have 42 lines. In the last 50 days alone, 40 million helmets have rolled off them. He pointed to the massive automated warehouse at the far end, where rows of AGVs shuttled back and forth, slotting shrink-wrapped helmets onto towering racks. Right next to the main hall, 6 brand-new workshops had already been topped out, and crews were installing equipment around the clock. Give us 1 week, tops, and every line will be up and running. Zhou Yang frowned. Still not enough. Not enough? Yang froze. In his head, a plant capable of producing 300 million high-tech units a year already sounded astronomical. Zhou pulled his gaze from the line, his tone calm but absolute. We don't have time. Build more plants. Owning the core tech gives us at least a 3 to 5 year lead. The world has over 6 billion people. Even if only half buy a helmet, and that doesn't count replacements, the demand is enormous. When the market's saturated, we can always sell the turnkey lines overseas. We'll price each unit at 6,999. High volume, thin margin, he added, glancing at the finished goods area. Even so, we'll clear 30 to 40% profit. RD costs are negligible. 2 to 3,000 profit per unit, sell tens of billions, and it's basically printing money. Li Tianshu nodded. Mr. Zhou is right. 6 plants aren't nearly enough. We should double, maybe even triple that. Yang could only nod, half speechless. The inspection over, Zhou and Li stepped out of the workshop. Zhou muttered, we might be pushing too fast. No choice, Li said with a shrug and a grin. While everyone else is still figuring things out, we need the stage set. By the time they're ready to perform, the show's already over. Zhou pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. He understood the strategy was crystal clear. Seize the core technology, capture the high ground of virtual space, and let the Z Nation write the rules. So you have to move fast like a boxer who opens with a flurry, leaving the opponent dazed before they can think. Zhou Yang stood before the operations map, his mind sketching out a full set of national moves. Every company would be ordered to relocate into the virtual realm, and every cent of profit generated there would be settled in renminbi. Even if the state took no cut at first, an RM-based clearing system would quietly take shape, tearing a hole in the dollar's dominance and shifting global economic leverage toward country Z. Once that was secure, Z could fleece the world the way the United States once did. The bigger prize was that, once the virtual space opened, domestic firms could push their business worldwide without leaving the office. Many small nations were celebrating, thinking it was a shortcut for their own companies, unaware that the fully deployed virtual world would be disastrous for them. Zhou Yang recalled when country Z joined the WTO. Other nations had planned to cash in on the Chinese market, only to be swept aside by Z's cost advantage while Z raked in profits. In the end, they were the ones who no longer wanted to play. The forthcoming virtual space, led by country Z, was essentially an upgraded W-tone, unprecedented windfall for ZS companies and a slow-boil nightmare for the smaller states. There's too much to gain. We need to lock the rules down as fast as possible. Zhou Yang closed the files and let out a long breath. Want to see the mech assembly line? Asked Li Tianshu beside him. Narinko was about to start mass-producing the mechs, but for now they were still built by hand. The complexity had stalled the automated line. Zhou Yang waved him off. Forget it, nothing new to see. I'm here to find someone. Li Tianshu blinked. He had assumed Zhou Yang was there to tour the line. Find someone. Narinko has a laser weapon team. The high-energy laser that knocked out the satellite years ago was theirs. I need to see their lead, Professor Lin Daiwei. Oh, him. Li Tianshu nodded. They'll arrange it. Institute 512 under Narinko. In the dimly lit director's office, the air was heavy from the argument. Director, could you give us a bit more emergency funding? Not much, 3 million will do. We've got a major experiment ready to go. The only thing missing is the money. The balding middle-aged man across the desk pressed both hands on the edge, urgency in his voice. Director Xue Jian rubbed his temples and looked at him helplessly. Old Lin, why are you eyeing the emergency fund? No way that money is earmarked. The man was Lin Daiwei. He shot the director a glare and muttered, earmarked for what? Year-end bonuses? My work on magnetic field confined optical resonant cavities is about to bear fruit. All I need is that bit of cash. Xue Jian's face darkened and his voice rose. Year-end bonuses? The institute doesn't belong to you alone. The high-energy laser program is burning money, and I really don't have any left. Finigo, talk to the higher-ups yourself, because I can't give it to you. Lin Daiwei trembled with anger, his teeth chattering. No money, no research, what's the point? I quit. With that he stormed out in fury. Lin Daiwei was just about to step outside when he ran straight into Zhou Yang and his entourage coming through the door. Vice President He. Xue Jian blurted. The newcomer was none other than He Xingming, the company's deputy CEO. He Xingming, in his early 40s, wore a perfectly pressed suit and spoke in a resonant baritone. Catching sight of Lin trying to leave, he raised a hand to stop him. What a coincidence, Mr. Zhou. This is Professor Lin, the man you're looking for. Lin's heart skipped a beat. He Xingming was his boss. Even a brief conversation with him was rare. Why had he suddenly shown up here? Before Lin could say a word, someone behind he whispered, Mr. Zhou? Which Mr. Zhou? A young man stepped forward, offered his hand, and said, Hello, Professor Lin. I'm Zhou Yang. You're Zhou Yang. Lin was stunned. That name was all too familiar. Behind the desk, Xue Jian jerked upright. Zhou Yang was a household name in the country. Staring at him in alarm, Xue wondered, why is Zhou Yang here for Lin Daiwei? Do they know each other? If so, my earlier disrespect toward Lin might have offended Zhou Yang as well. With his influence, a single word from Zhou could wipe me out. The thought made Xue even more uneasy. Zhou shook Lin's hand and smiled. That's right, I'm Zhou Yang. Professor Lin, it's an honor to meet you. He spoke sincerely. In the field of high-power laser weapons, China has gone from trailing behind to leading the world, even surpassing the United States. Your contributions have been indispensable. Lin, known for his blunt temper, rarely minced words, but that praise especially coming from Zhou Yang softened him. He waved it off. I'm not worth mentioning next to you. Zhou didn't argue. Still smiling, he asked, Professor Lin, do you have a moment? I'd like to talk. Lin shot a glance at Xue Jian and answered gruffly, I've got nothing but time right now. His tone dripped with resentment. Xue was mortified but dared not speak. He Xingming frowned and asked kindly, Professor Lin, what's happened? You're one of Narinko's top scholars. If anyone's giving you trouble, just tell me, and I'll set it straight. The words made Xue's knees tremble. Lin sighed, hurt edging into his voice. No one's bullying me, but I need funds for my research. You brought me here to run projects without money. How am I supposed to work? This year's budget is gone. I can't even run my data anymore. I can't exactly go back to an abacus. By the end, his eyes were red. Research lives and dies on funding. Without it, even the best scientist is helpless. He Shengming turned a hard stare on Xue Jian, his voice dropping. Xue Jian, what's going on? Are you withholding Professor Lin's research budget? Xue waved his hands frantically. Mr. He, I swear I'm not. This is RD money, I wouldn't dare touch it. It's just that Professor Lin's allocation for the year is spent, and he's requesting another 3 million. I honestly don't have it. What do you mean, you don't have it? He Shengming snapped. Don't you have emergency funds, the ones you're saving for New Year bonuses? Lin Daiwei gave Xue Jian no chance to save face and shouted outright. Old Lin, that makes no sense at all. Xue Jian fired back. There are 200 people in this institutivarions short on funds. If I approve your request today, someone else will be here tomorrow. You think your project matters more than theirs? I'm the director. I have to keep things fair, don't I? And year-end is coming up, people are counting on their bonuses. You can't be this selfish. Selfish? Me? Lin Daiwei stamped his foot, ready to argue again, when Zhou Yang tugged at his sleeve. Professor Lin, please calm down. Zhou Yang stepped between them, voice steady. Even an outsider like me can see the problem. Research can't move forward without money, so your anxiety is understandable. But Director Xue has his own headache. She has to juggle the whole institute's budget. Xue Jian was almost moved to tears. Head worried that Zhou Yang, being close to Lin Daiwei, would pile on, but Zhou's empathy eased his mind and showed him Zhou's broad-mindedness. Zhou Yang summed up, in the end, it's all about funding. He himself was backed by a national flagship program with practically unlimited resources, but that was a rare exception. Most scientists at home were scrambling for every grant. The country wasn't short of money. There were simply too many demands on it. If they wanted every researcher to work without financial shackles, they first had to generate more wealth. The tension eased a little. Off to the side, He Shengming wore an awkward smile. Mr. Zhou, Director Li, this is my oversight. I haven't taken good enough care of our researchers. Li Tianshu waved a hand. President He, you can't shoulder all the blame. Government coffers really are tight. He Shengming nodded gratefully. Thank you for understanding, Director Li. Zhou Yang turned to Lin Daiwei. Professor Lin, could I have a look at your project? Why not? Lin Daiwei agreed at once. I just made some new discoveries, maybe you can give me a few pointers. I wouldn't presume to advise you, Zhou Yang said quickly. With that settled, they left the office and headed down the corridor to Lin's lab. It housed the institute's largest team, over 30 researchers surrounded by rows of instruments, the lights never dimming. Xue Jian's nickname for it, the money pit, was no exaggeration. They pushed open the door. Doctoral students and postgrads were bent over data sheets. When they saw the director and his guests, they all sprang to their feet. Spotting Zhou Yang, several faces lit up. A young woman with black-rimmed glasses and a bright smile hurried over. Her voice shook as she asked, Mr. Zhou, I'm a huge fan. Could we take a photo together? Lin Daiwei was about to scold her for losing focus, but Zhou Yang waved it off, smiling. It's fine. Just remember, I'm no movie star, you might regret it later. She shook her head eagerly. I don't chase celebrities. To me, you're the real star. Camera shutters clicked nonstop. For many Chinese researchers, Zhou Yang was almost a legend. When the impromptu photo session finally ended, the serious tour began. This is our latest finding. Lin Daiwei pulled over a whiteboard covered with dense formulas and diagrams. Pointing to a critical curve, he explained, we discovered that under certain conditions, a magnetic field can confine a laser's cavity resonance. If we strengthen the magnetic confinement and boost the laser power, he rapped the board on the words laser power. We might actually build the kind of lightsaber you see in the movies. Lin Daiwei spoke with infectious excitement as he laid out his discovery. When Lin Daiwei finished speaking, everyone in the room froze. Professor Lin, are you talking about lightsabers, like in Star Wars? He Shengming blurted, incredulous. As the Institute's director and Northern Industries representative, he had no idea his team had already put a sci-fi weapon on the schedule. Lin Daiwei nodded. More or less. We've only observed a phenomenon so far. It's hardly a real weapon, just a possible technical path. That's impressive enough, He Shengming said, recovering his composure. Lin Daiwei shook his head. Impressive or not, this is a critical discovery, and we need systematic tests. The problem is we're out of money. The conversation circled back to funding. Xue Jian stiffened, wanting to sink into the floor. Mr. He, Mr. Zhou, you heard him. He's asking for money again. It's only 3 million. Our parent company can cover it, He Shengming forced out. For Northern Industries, 3 million wasn't a problem. Lin Daiwei's eyes brightened. Then he doused the moment with cold water. 3 million buys us 2, maybe 3 experiments. To nail down the fundamentals, we need 10 times that. 10 times? 30 million? He Shengming's voice shot up, and his mouth twitched. 3 million he could approve. 30 million was above his pay grade. The air grew tense until Zhou Yang spoke. Professor Lin, what a coincidence. I'm about to launch a laser and particle confinement project. Bring your team to my institute, funding won't be an issue. Really? Lin Daiwei lit up. The words funding won't be an issue made his heart race. He Shengming and Xue Jian stared. The former gave a wry smile. Mr. Zhou, you didn't come just to tour the place, did you? You're here to poach our people. Shui Jian opened his mouth, then swallowed his protest. Lin Daiwei waved a hand. What? You're going to stop me? I just want to do research. If someone funds it, I'm in. He Shengming rubbed his nose, embarrassed at needed the cash first. Sensing their misgivings, Zhou Yang softened his tone. Mr. He, I'm only talking about a temporary transfer. Professor Lin stays on your roster, and any results still belong to your institute. He Shengming blinked. Then what's in it for you? You don't want the people or the results. Are you just giving money away? Zhou Yang chuckled. I'm doing it for our country. The word country hit He Shengming hard. He shelved his doubts at once. Mr. Zhou, I was being narrow-minded. Let's do it your way. Good. Zhou Yang nodded and signaled an assistant, who wheeled in a whiteboard. Zhou quickly filled it with complex equations, the marker leaving a string of crisp symbols. Professor Lin, someone will handle the paperwork. Your work starts with these formulas. With that, he and Li Tianshu exchanged nods and left. He Shengming and Shui Jian escorted them out, exchanged pleasantries, and returned upstairs. Back in the lab, they found Lin Daiwei still staring, transfixed, at the equations Zhou Yang had left on the whiteboard. Shui Jian glanced at the sheet. He recognized every symbol, but together they made no sense. Old Lin, have you lost your mind? What on earth is this formula? It's the key, Lin Daiwei rasped, eyes fixed on the derivation, barely able to contain his excitement. The key? He Shengming and Shui Jian exchanged baffled looks. Before they could press him further, Lin Daiwei jabbed at the paper, words pouring out. Do you realize what this is? If I'm not mistaken, it's a frequency equation for magnetic confinement. With it, I can stabilize a laser beam and turn it into an actual weapon in no time. You're kidding, right? Shui Jian blurted. Did Mr. Zhou just work this out on the spot, or did he prepare it beforehand? He Shengming was just as stunned. I'd guess he researched it earlier. If he derived all this in a few minutes, that's beyond incredible. Shui Jian nodded blankly. Lin Daiwei had noticed only a hint of the phenomenon and hadn't even run an experiment. Yet Mr. Zhou glanced at it once and produced an entire set of equations. It was almost unreal. Lin Daiwei let out a long sigh, his expression complex. Now I see how Mr. Zhou produces so many breakthroughs. He's a once-in-a-generation genius, yet he's not the least bit arrogant. Have you noticed how he hands his results to others? He's training people. He figures things out long before we do, but instead of giving us the final answer, he guides us to rediscover it ourselves. He doesn't care about personal glory. He wants to build talent for the country. That kind of vision is truly magnificent. He swept his gaze over his still-stunned colleagues. What are you standing around for? This is an once-in-a-lifetime chance for all of us. Working beside Mr. Zhou is something we must cherish, got it? Everyone nodded, as if in a dream. They were actually going to join Zhou Yang's institute and work alongside the legend himself. By then, Zhou Yang was already on his way home. He had simply handed the laser weapon project to Lin Daiwei. The man was already immersed in it, so the match was perfect. On the ride back, Li Tianshu raised another major issue. By the way, the nuclear base is almost finished. Should we transfer personnel over? Completion is slated for December, Zhou Yang said, glancing at the calendar. It's mid-November now. Let's call it substantially complete. Move the team head there immediately. From now on I have only one task. Bring controlled nuclear fusion online. Excellent. Li Tianshu's pulse quickened. Controlled fusion, an artificial sun, limitless energy, humanity's gateway to deep space exploration. He quickly issued a sober warning. We need to be mentally prepared. The moment we achieve ignition, the pressure on the nation will skyrocket. The Longshin battery rattled the energy market, but the old order survived. Fusion is different. Once it works, the world changes overnight. Zhou Yang's voice was steady. We're rowing against the current. There's nothing to fear. Li Tianshu chuckled softly. Let's set the base's official launch for the 25th. That gives us a few days to put it to good use. A sly smile crept across his face. The White House. Pear and a group of staffers were clustered around the long table in the Situation Room, repeatedly gaming out Country Z's plan to build a virtual reality world. I'm willing to bet there's a trap in all this, one advisor muttered. Right, and it's not just Country Z, another added. Country E is in on it, nothing good ever comes from that. They argued around the smart board for half an hour, but still couldn't find a shred of evidence that Country Z was setting them up. Lack of proof didn't matter. They were convinced something was wrong because the idea came from Country Z. Their only rationale was, since when has Country Z ever been so generous? Paris' head throbbed. He was about to dismiss the meeting when a knock sounded at the door. Mr. President, Director Robert is here with urgent intelligence, the secretary announced. Send him in, Pear said, rubbing his temples. Robert strode in with a black folder, surveyed the room, and snapped the folder open in front of Pear. Mr. President, these are the latest satellite images from northwestern Country Z. They confirm a massive military project, he said, enunciating each word. Our assessment, it's very likely nuclear. A nuclear project? The room fell silent, as every eye fixed on the high-resolution photos. Are you sure? Pear asked, voice lowered, staring at the desert scene. Virtual reality is just civilian tech. Mechs or nukes are real threats to country security. The Defense Secretary, National Security Advisor, and others moved closer. In the photo, a crater more than 200 meters wide gaped in the middle of a barren wasteland. Scaffolding lined the pit, a roof was going on, and tents, camps, cranes, and heavy equipment were scattered everywhere. Zoomed in, a bowl-shaped steel framework was visible, precisely the kind of space you'd leave for a colossal device like a reactor. Robert went on. After our network in Country Z was destroyed, we rebuilt and paid a fortune for a new source. Once the satellite flagged this site, we contacted him, and he confirmed it's a nuclear facility under construction. Faces grew graver with every photo. There's more, Robert said, turning the page. A few days ago, Zhou Yang visited HF City to tour Country Z's East-controlled fusion device. An ITER board member was present. East had planned to rejoin ITER, but after Zhou Yang showed up, they backed out and declared Country Z would master fusion on its own. He paused, meeting their eyes. We believe Zhou Yang is leading the fusion effort, and this base has been underway for months. Pear slapped the table, sending ripples through the water in his glass. They've been at this for months. Why are we only finding out now? Robert's frustration showed. At first we had no indicators, Cerno reports, and nothing on satellite imagery. The security advisor frowned. Did we catch these images by accident, or did they want us to see them? The conference room was brightly lit, yet heavy with tension. A wall-mounted screen looped through satellite photos that clearly showed a massive project nearing completion. Pointing at the images, the advisor spoke gravely. Satellites blanket the sky, but they're not omnipotent. A little camouflage will fool them, or a laser can simply take them out. Everyone knows Country Z is a world leader in directed energy weapons. They worked for months without being noticed, and now suddenly we see everything. That's not normal. Monitor light flickered across the room as Pele turned to Intelligence Officer Robert. Robert shrugged, wearing a Dontask expression. I honestly have no idea. Maybe the project's almost finished, and they don't care if we see it. The advisor pressed on. Mr. President, I'm inclined to think they leaked this on purpose, mostly as a show of force. No one spoke. Under ordinary circumstances, a secret nuclear test site would be wrapped in multiple security layers. Outsiders wouldn't glimpse a thing. Nations spend fortunes every year to guarantee that. For the site to surface, just as construction is ending, gives us every reason to suspect Country Z is sending a message. The advisor switched photos and zoomed in on the core area. If this is a nuclear facility conducting controlled fusion experiments, we have to keep eyes on it. Zhou Yang is probably running the project. The room went cold. Zhou Yang's breakthroughs had put Country Z on par with, and in some fields ahead of, Country, making him a constant thorn in Washington's side. Pele waved impatiently. First, find out exactly what this place is. Robert, can our satellites still get a look? They can't see anything now, Robert replied flatly. Exactly, the advisor snorted. That's the signal. And their real aim might be tied to the Middle East. Longsheen batteries are hammering oil exporters, tensions are rising, and Country Z is involved. Dropping this hint right now is no coincidence. Pele rapped a knuckle on the table. Forget that mess for now, just tell me what's going on there. Deploy a Blackbird. Country M had recently reopened several mothballed programs to counter ZS mech initiative, and the SR-71 reconnaissance jet was one of them. The Secretary of Defense nodded. Understood. They'll handle it. Night fell over a remote airbase. Hangar doors slid open, and a sleek, all-black SR-71 was towed into the moonlight. Ground crew in heat-resistant suits filled her tanks with special fuel. Because the Blackbird's skin sealed only at altitude, fuel seeped through tiny gaps, turning the pad into a potential fireball and ratcheting up the tension. At last the fueling ended. Two pilots in bulky pressure suits climbed aboard. The canopy locked, instruments glowed icy blue, and the engines lit with a piercing shriek. Like a phantom, the Blackbird rolled down the runway and vanished into the night sky. The Blackbird had a two-man crew, David and Tom. The moment they climbed into the long-stored pressure suits, the heavyweight fabric and stifling heat had them dripping with sweat. Inside the cramped cockpit, glowing indicators pulsed across the control panel, their reflections dancing on the visors. Tom, in charge of the electronics, muttered while running diagnostics, "These suits are brutal." Flexing his gloved fingers, David replied, "I'm feeling it too, but they're standard issue." Tom's worry shifted to the airplane itself. "Think this thing will stay off radar? The original paint is ancient history, and today's systems are generations better." David tapped an instrument and answered with quiet confidence. "The airframe's been recoated with the same stealth finish they use on the F-22. We'll be fine." "News to me." Tom sighed in relief. "Glad to hear it." Outside, the night sky was ink black as the Blackbird slipped toward the edge of Country Z's airspace, climbing to 25 kilometers. That altitude put them beyond the reach of most fighters, yet a modern surface-to-air missile could still be deadly if ground radar locked on. Fortunately, the refitted Blackbird carried both the new coating and an active electronic countermeasures suite that could scramble incoming radar waves. "Entering now," David growled, shoving the throttles forward. The jet streaked in from the southwest, skimming jagged ranges and pointing its nose toward the northwest interior. Throughout the run, the two men stared at the warning panel, dreading even a single alarm. The cockpit remained silent, as though they had melted completely into the darkness. Deep inside the mountains, however, a concealed radar site had already caught a faint, nearly invisible echo. The duty major smirked at the screen. F-22 coding, just as I thought. They'll never guess we cracked the formula and built radar specifically to spot it. He waved to his crew. Track it, log the path, report upstairs. Far away in the northwest desert, construction of an underground fusion base was in full swing. On the surface, the ground looked bare except for a circular opening resembling a giant telescope. When the warning came in, the site commander spoke only 2 words. They're here. Sirens blared. Hundreds of engineers sprinted through rehearsed motions. Bulldozers and cranes vanished beneath camouflage netting. The central dome closed, and workers brushed loose sand over exposed structures until everything blended into the dunes. In less than 15 minutes, the desert lay still, as if no project had ever existed. Moments later, the Blackbird roared overhead at hypersonic speed, its skin glowing faint red from the air friction heat. That's the spot, David whispered. Tom, take the shots. Tom triggered the camera, shutters snapping in rapid bursts. A second later, he lifted his eye from the viewfinder, frowning. There's nothing down there, he muttered. David's probably gone aground. Forget him, just shoot the pictures and get out. This mission is terrifying. I swear they've already spotted us. If they had, they'd have fired a missile by now, Tom replied, pressing the shutter. The high-end aerial camera droned in the cabin, rattling off hundreds of high-resolution shots. Once the images were confirmed, the Blackbird kicked into full throttle, nosed up, and skimmed past the border. Minutes later, it melted into the night, leaving only a faint trail of exhaust. At the nuclear site, the darkness vanished just as abruptly. Soldiers ripped away heavy camouflage tarps, and floodlights washed over a massive launch silo. Everything advanced exactly to plan. In a concealed SAM command center, the blip on the digital map had already disappeared. A young private couldn't hold back. Colonel, why didn't we shoot it down? 2 missiles would be plenty. Don't ask me, the colonel muttered, eyes fixed on the screen. The brass want them to have a good, long look. Over the next few days, the Blackbird slashed through the night again and again, appearing at almost the same hour to photograph the base. CIA officers shuttled between capitals, chasing every scrap of intel. In under a week, a thick stack of files buried Perez's desk, and M-Nation's strategic focus was locked on that single facility. Meanwhile, lights blazed inside UN headquarters as the proposal to build a global virtual reality space reached its final vote. The hottest tech topic on Earth had drawn a swarm of reporters. Microphones and flashbulbs packed the plaza outside. Inside, M-Nation's delegate wore a grim look. His gut told him Z-Nation had a grander scheme. Had wanted to rally allies to block the motion, but with 3 days left, his memo to the White House still sat unanswered. Pear was busy with more important matters. Approval finally arrived last night, yet by then resistance was impossible. The vote was compressed to the bare minimum. After only a few rounds of placards, the proposal sailed through, even forcing M-Nation's delegate to vote aye. Headlines flashed worldwide. Humanity is entering the virtual realm. Are you ready? Media outlets ran wall-to-wall coverage. Experts dubbed it the Second World, a land of boundless opportunity. Before the buzz cooled, Matrix Network posted the pre-order schedule and price for its VR headset. Ever since beta testing ended, how much will it cost? Was the hottest question online. Some gamers had even torn headsets apart on video, calling the intricate internals worth a fortune. Yet the moment the price popped up, comment feeds exploded. What? Only $6,999. I thought it'd be over 10 grand. $6,999, and you call that cheap? Still pricey to me. Pricey? It's cutting-edge tech, the cost of a decent phone. Exactly. Skip a few luxuries for a couple of months, and you can swing its worst case. Put it on credit. With Z-Nation receiving priority shipments, gamers were sure they'd make Miracle's public launch. Minutes after midnight, the pre-order portal opened and traffic slammed Matrix Network's servers into the red. Headquarters glowed like daylight as Hezu stayed to monitor back-end data. At 12:10, he checked his watch and asked his aide, numbers? 10 minutes should be enough for anyone to fill out a form. 320+ million domestic orders, 870 million overseas, the aide stammered. Good lord, that's insane. Even Hezu was stunned by the figures. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Matrix Network released its first round of pre-order figures. 485 million units sold at home, and 1.143 billion overseas, 1.6 billion headsets in just 8 hours. The internet detonated like a powder keg. Pop-ups and comment threads flew past the screen. Holy crap, 1,600 million units in 8 hours? Impossible. Matrix has to be cooking the books. With each headset priced at 7,000 yuan, netizens quickly totaled the haul 110 trillion yuan in 8 hours. They're rolling in it. Soon, everyone will own one. If all 6+ billion people bought in, what kind of astronomical number is that? Doesn't matter how much. The key is it's our tech. Raking in foreign money feels great. While the web was still ablaze, Zhou Yang took a congratulatory call from Li Tianxu. Pretty normal, Zhou said calmly. This is only the start. Sales will keep climbing. Northern Industries is the one with a headache. They can't crank out 1.6 billion units anytime soon. Li Tianxu laughed loudly. They're expanding production overnight. ITLL workout. By the way, how are the Veer space negotiations going? Zhou asked. The General Assembly already passed our proposal, right? Yeah, the resolution's through and the agreement signed. We're haggling over the details now, Li replied, sounding exasperated. The sticking point is settling profits in renminbi. We wanted to move fast, even expose the nuclear base to divert US attention, but it's still not nailed down. Zhou hadn't known the leadership had exposed the base. Then again, he thought, hiding a facility that size was never easy. They're not stupid. Our motives are obvious, he said mildly. We'll take it slow and seep in. New plan is to win over a few countries first, build a foundation, then expand, Li said. After the call, Zhou started packing. I still want to go with you, Chen Riyun said, gripping her suitcase, eyes full of reluctance. Let it go, Zhou waved her off. It's the far northwest, underground most of the time, harsh conditions. Stay home and wait for me. Safety's covered, I've got plenty of people. At dawn he set out for the nuclear base. His chartered jet landed at the nearest military airfield, where a gray gunship waited. Mr. Zhou, welcome, the officer said, snapping a salute. I'm Long Jianjun, Colonel, responsible for base security and daily operations. Anything you need, come to me. The rotors thundered as the helicopter lifted. Outside, the Gobi Desert blazed under a white-hot sun. Around Site 301, multiple heavily armed units stood guard in layered defenses, the air itself charged with a metallic edge. Zhou nodded, handed his briefcase to Li Ziyu, and climbed aboard. The helicopter skimmed across the sky toward Nuclear Base 301. Rotor wash set the airframe trembling, and beneath the pale blue dome the black fuselage cast a long shadow. Inside the cabin, Wang Jianjun studied the external radar, then suddenly barked at the pilot. Hold position. What's wrong? Zhou Yang asked, following his gaze. Wang Jianjun pointed upward. Blackbird reconnaissance plane. They've been circling every few days. For safety's sake, we'll wait until it's gone. Zhou Yang glanced at the silver speck outside the porthole. Our air defenses are strong. Why not just shoot down that 60s relic? We've had them in our sights for a while, Wang Jianjun replied. High command says let them be. If we let them take pictures, they'll think they know everything. Shoot them down, and they'll switch to surveillance we can't predict. Better to let them see only what we want them to see. Zhou Yang chuckled and said no more. A few minutes later the Blackbird slipped beyond the horizon, and the helicopter pitched forward toward its destination. Rolling hills gave way to a dead-flat wasteland that showed no trace of human activity. Zhou Yang knew a giant lay beneath the calm crust of facility designed by Fuxi himself. Nuclear Base 301, 200 meters deep and stretching across 7 square kilometers. Tower control acknowledged their signal, and the ground split open with mechanical precision. A seam widened to reveal a circular shaft 50 meters across, ringed by lights that guided the helicopter to a gentle landing. With a metallic thud the hatch sealed again, blending seamlessly with the surrounding desert. On the hangar deck, several researchers waited. Zhou Yang stepped out and shook hands with 2 familiar faces. Academician Su, Professor Lin. All 1,082 members of the fusion research team were already on site, led by Su Jindong. Lin Daiwei's group had also been transferred here. Space had been reserved for assembling the second-generation mecha. Barely containing his excitement, Su Jindong reported, Mr. Zhou, all personnel are in place. Would you like to say a few words? A meet and greet is fine, Zhou Yang replied. But skip the speeches. I'm a practical man and have no patience for ceremony. Let's get to work. Su Jindong laughed heartily. No wonder Zhou Yang produced so many breakthroughs. His devotion to science was absolute. At that moment a system prompt sounded in Zhou Yang's mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a random mission. Ignite the light of fusion. Complete controlled fusion research to earn the reward, nanomedical unit technology. He paused for a second. Previously, the first random mission had appeared only after a main quest was completed. This one had been generated automatically by his current research, suggesting that the deeper he delved, the more frequently random missions would emerge. The reward intrigued him even more. Nanomedical unit technology. Modern nanotech was advanced and nanoscale robots were no fantasy, but a medical unit from the system clearly meant more than a shrunken robot. He decided to study the details once the mission was done. Zhou Yang didn't dwell on it. By his estimate, controlled nuclear fusion would be cracked within 6 months at most. At a Matewan crowdsourcing hub in Jayan City, the morning briefing was underway. The station manager's voice exploded in the cramped break room. Zhang Wang. In the crowd, a lean, dark-skinned young man looked up. He was the so-called Order King. The manager had mentioned Etta spent nearly 16 hours a day in the saddle, eating on the go and sleeping only 3 or 4 hours. Every other minute was spent on the road. The manager went on. The year-end Order King contest results are in. Our site's champ took 1st in the city and 5th nationwide. Come on, Congratulate Zhang Wang and learn from him. Envious eyes instantly converged on Zhang Wang. Every rider knew those numbers had been paid for with blood and sweat. Zhang Wang, come up and claim your prize. Blushing, Zhang Wang stepped to the front and accepted a nearly half-meter-tall black carton from the manager. A bold helmet graphic was printed on the side. Is this a helmet? He muttered reflexively. A helmet was a sensible prize for a courier. Damn, that's not a regular helmet. It's a VR headset. Someone blurted, voice cracking with surprise. What, like full virtual reality? I heard one costs 7 grand. And they're short in supply, you can't even snag one online. The chatter rose in waves. If I'd known that was the prize, I would have pushed harder. Please, you can't keep up with him. The half-joking banter warmed the room. The price tag startled Zhang Wang too. A 7,000 yuan gaming headset was beyond anything had expected. He quickly checked. Boss, is this really mine? No charge. The manager nodded. It's really worth 7,000? Zhang Wang weighed the box, expression complicated. Of course it is. If you don't want it, put it on Xinyu and it'll be gone in a second, one rider shouted. Don't sell it to strangers, sell it to me. Another interjected. You've got 7 grand? Haven't you maxed out your Huabei? The teasing drew friendly laughter. Zhang Wang's eyes lit up, was desperate for cash, desperate enough to grind orders the way he did. The manager patted his shoulder. Don't be in a rush to sell. I remember you once said you almost made a pro esports team, you're a top gamer. Miracles is blowing up right now. Set aside a few hours, farm some gold in game. With tens of billions on the same server, you might earn more than delivering food. The way you're riding now, I'm scared you'll drop dead on the street one day. Play a bit, relax, and make money. Cradling the headset, Zhang Wang fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, shipments of headsets were rolling out nationwide, with domestic gamers getting priority. The publisher pushed the open beta back 5 days to December 5th, so most Chinese players could receive their gear beforehand. As for the overseas launch, the company merely said date to be announced, citing incomplete VR infrastructure. Foreign media suspected the real issue was a shortage of headsets, leaving overseas customers empty-handed and howling they had, after all, already paid real money. Fortunately, Matrix Network soon issued another statement. By the end of December at the latest, overseas orders would begin shipping. It was only a month behind the domestic release, arriving on December 5th. Minutes after midnight, the overseas servers went live. Tens of thousands of players started their rigs almost simultaneously, strapped on their helmets, powered up their pods, and dove headfirst into Miracle. The previous night, a biting wind whipped dust through the streets. Zhang Wang was still zigzagging across town on his scooter, the insulated bags in his delivery box snapping in the gusts. The station manager's words make time to try the foreign server suddenly came back to him. He ended his shift, spun the scooter around, and headed for his rented room. Streetlights sliced patchy shadows across the narrow lanes of the urban village as he rolled the scooter into a crumbling apartment block. The 6-square-meter room held only a bunk bed and a tiny cabinet squeezed into the corner. You're back early, bro. The door's creak woke the woman on the lower bunk. Zhang Ting poked out her head, her face pale from years of dialysis. The siblings had moved to Jian City for her kidney treatment, and the 300,000 yuan transplant fee weighed on Zhang Wang like a mountain, driving him to chase every order he could. Slow night. Get some sleep. He parked the delivery box, pulled a carefully wrapped gaming helmet from the cabinet, and slipped to the top bunk only after his sister lay down again. The world went black, then flashed blinding white. Zhang Wang stood on a floating silver platform, void swirling all around. A clear female voice greeted him. Welcome to Miracle. I will be your guide. The hyperreal space left him frozen for a few seconds. Falling back on years of MMO experience, he quizzed the guide on class perks and racial bonuses, then chose an undead rogue without hesitation. A curtain of light swept over him, and he was teleported into the game. The closed beta's grand entrance golden dragons and a war of gods was gone. The launch version offered only a cinematic 3D trailer. When it faded, he was already in the undead starter village. The sky was leaden, thunderheads pressed low, and the damp earth smelled almost too real. New arrivals stood around, stunned by the realism. Who wants to touch me? A female player shouted, whipping off her jacket. A clueless guy reached out. The instant his fingers grazed her shoulder, the heavens above the gate split open and a bolt of divine lightning vaporized him. Another idiot, someone snorted. A bystander explained that you didn't touch female avatars without permission. Anyone could sculpt their face into a goddess, and no one knew what they really looked like. Zhang Wang chuckled and filed away the tip. Lightning still cracked down occasionally, proof the lesson hadn't sunk in for everyone. He plunged into the questline. NPCs here didn't stand in place. They might wander off for days, leaving you no way to turn in a task. If they thought you were ugly or were simply in a foul mood, they might shortchange your reward or pull a weapon on you. The sheer immersion hooked him instantly. He soon distilled a rule. Patience, courtesy, and lending a hand could skyrocket NPC favor and even unlock hidden quests. After dozens of chats, one name kept surfacing: Damelson, a deceased undead archmage. Villagers whispered that he had once fallen for a girl named Irene. Remembering the graveyard outside the village, Zhang Wang decided to investigate. The rusty iron gate groaned open, damp earth smelling of rain and rot. Past a few rows of headstones, he found an unremarkable little grave. No name, just a line in the corner. To my beloved, Irene. His pulse quickened. He hesitated, then rolled up his sleeves and dug. Maybe the archmage had left something behind. The dirt fell away quickly. No corpse, only a twisted white bone staff topped with a dark red gem, shaped like a skull. The moment his fingers closed around it, a system announcement crashed across the world. Congratulations to player mate Wan Xiaozhang for obtaining Miracle's first gold-tier item, the cursed, blood-weeping staff. Zhang Wang froze, and the entire server erupted. Damn, who is this legend? The server's only been live for 3 hours, and he's already scored the first gold-tier item. He's gotta be hacking. Maybe he was in the closed beta and got insider tips. Cut the crap. I was in the beta. Back then, Xiao Ma from Tencent led us through the first big boss before we finally saw the game's very first gold drop. The crowd kept growing, and global chat exploded with updates. The lucky player's ID was Matewan Xiaozhang. Did Matewan pay for that username? Someone joked. The next second, new offers rolled in. 20,000 yuan for the gold. 20? Please. This is the server's first gold item. He'll pay 50. Deep inside the game's cemetery, Necromancer Zhang Wang stared at the staff that had just dropped, his face filled with disbelief. It was a level 10 Necromancer staff with 3 passive effects, one of which granted the Skeleton Revival skill, plus a huge spell power boost, undeniably a god-tier weapon for the early game. System notifications fired off non-stop as friend requests flooded in. After seeing the bids in global chat, Zhang Wang's eyes lit up. He hustled back to the starter village and set up a stall in the main square. Many players were already hawking low-level white gear for several gold coins apiece. The drop rate in this game was brutally low. Zhang Wang put the staff in display mode and shouted, "First gold-tier item. Who wants it?" The announcement electrified the square. No way, for real? Players swarmed his stall, and the golden item name flickered before their eyes, sparking instant chaos. Holy crap, it's really gold. You're Matewan Xiaozhang, right? Bro, where'd it drop? The stats are insane. Huge spell power, 3 passives, comes with a skill. Early game domination, guaranteed. At this rate, we might not see a second gold for a whole month. The debate got louder. Heard Zhou Dong dragged 2,000 followers to farm the Wolf King in the starter zone and only pulled a black iron weapon. Hilarious. During beta, the first Wolf King could drop gold. They must nerf the rates for launch. Is 50 grand enough? 50? First gold on the server buys you a month of advantage at least. Even 100 is cheap. Suddenly, a warrior elbowed his way to the front. Bro, my boss offers 100,000. Cash transfer right now. You think 100 will cut it? 150. An elven shadow made shot back. Sell to me, and you won't regret it. 150,000. Zhang Wang clenched his fists. With the 80,000 head already saved, a bit more would cover the 300,000 surgery bill. He was about to nod when the crowd parted. A young mage strolled up. Whoa, that's Wang Dashao. Yeah, he games like the rest of us, but I never thought he'd land in our starter village. Wang Dashao stopped at the stall, scanned the stats, and his eyes gleamed like light bulbs. Bro, the account. Huh. Zhang Wang froze. Stop fussing and give me your bank account, Wang Dashao said. He'll wire you 500,000. The staff is mine. 500,000. The nearby players erupted. Shelling out $500,000 in cash for a single in-game item was beyond crazy. The rich really did play by their own rules. Don't forget who he is, someone whispered. 500 grand probably isn't even one night's spending money for him. He's just grabbing a toy for fun. Another player shook his head. That kid just hit the jackpot, instant millionaire. What I want to know is where he found a gold-tier staff. That's nuts. Amid the chatter, Zhang Wang numbly nodded and recited his bank details aloud. The money's sent. Log off and check, Wang Dashao messaged. Zhang Wang hurriedly quit the game, pulled out his phone, and stared at the text alert. 500,000 yuan had just landed in his account. Ah, he yelled in excitement. For the past 6 months, had scraped and saved only 80,000 toward his sister Zhang Ting's surgery. Now, a single staff in Xinji had earned him $500,000. It felt unreal. His shout woke Zhang Ting. Good, what's wrong? You scared me, she asked in alarm. I'm fine, Zhang Wang said, forcing down his excitement. Don't go back to sleep, I've got a surprise for you. Then he logged back in. Wang Dashao was still at the same spot. Seeing Zhang Wang appear, he muttered, I thought you'd bolted. No way. Zhang Wang immediately dropped the staff into the trade window. The deal completed, and Wang Dashao clutched the gleaming weapon, only to see a system prompt, level 2 low to equip. His face fell. He waved at his entourage. Find me someone to power level now? Then he turned back to Zhang Wang with a grin. Add me, brother. Next time you get something good, sell to me first. Deal. Zhang Wang agreed. Within half an hour, the headline first gold item sold to Wang Dashao for 500k cash was all over the national forums. You can make money just playing a game? Duh. Games with a few 100,000 players already make cash. Xinji holds billions on one server, of course, ITLL pay. Word spread fast. Farming studios swarmed in, and Shinji's coins on 5,173 spiked to 30 yuan apiece and kept climbing. Let's start a studio, run it right, and we could clear 10 grand a month. Startup costs steep though? VR helmets are 7 grand each and they're sold out. Same price as a good PC, and people still buy those. On day 1 of open beta, Shinji dominated the news. Sky-high hype, hordes of big-spending players, zero top-up requirements, plus Zhang Wang's $500,000 payday. Everyone smelled opportunity. Buy a VR helmet, dive into a free world, and strike it rich. The next day, players logged in to find patch notes. 1. Anti-addiction system activated maximum 8 hours online daily. 2. Official auction house open list any gear, materials, or coins. Link a bank card and you could trade directly for cash, with the system taking a 1 in 1,000th fee. Overnight, third-party gold trading sites collapsed. The arrival of the auction house sent the game into overdrive. On launch day, 2 well-known big spenders clashed over the same world boss, and their feud exploded in the server-wide chat. Each message in global chat cost 1 gold coin, but neither man cared. Before one curse could scroll off the screen, the next was already flying. The flame war raged for 7 straight hours, filling enough text to stock a library and burning through more than 600,000 gold coins. At the posted rate of 30 yuan per coin, that 7-hour slugfest vaporized 18 million yuan, 9 million each. Every coin that hit the exchange was instantly snapped up, and players camped the listings to resell it. Plenty of them cleared several hundred yuan in profit from the fight alone. Similar spectacles soon became almost routine, and the community dubbed them the Golden Bullet Screen. On the 7th day of open beta, things got even wilder. Wang Daxiao, the first to reach level 10 and wield a gold-grade staff, set his sights on the newly discovered named world boss, the rebel elf Andrew. He announced in world chat, "Boss run, cash on arrival, 100 yuan per head." 50,000 players rushed in, a payroll of 5 million yuan on the spot. For the sake of stream hype, bonuses, and other expenses, Wang Daxiao ultimately shelled out 50 million. The streaming platform skimmed off at least half, but the topic rocketed to the top of the trending list. A phalanx of 50,000 players blanketed the forest, yet Andrew's regeneration felt bottomless. His health bar barely moved. Accounts dropped like flies, and Wang Daxiao himself was one-shot several times. His golden staff fell into the grass and was scooped up by a quick-fingered thief. Minutes later, chat lit up with a buy ad, gold staff, 100,000 yuan, instant cash. Wang Daxiao swallowed the loss. The mission failed, but 50,000 people walked away with cash in hand, the day's biggest winners. Viewers suddenly saw the light. You could make real money in Shinji. Loot drops were just a roll of the dice, no different from buying a lottery ticket, and one top-tier item could flip your life overnight. During the first week, forums overflowed with posts like Player X hit the jackpot, sold an epic for tens of thousands. Screenshots, receipts, contracts, everything was airtight, and the hype only grew. Grinding gold in Shinji quickly became an online craze. People quit their jobs, formed groups, and rented entire internet cafes. Professional gold farming crews sprang up like mushrooms after rain. On the 7th day, Matrix Networks released its first official data report. 1. Peak daily concurrency hit 570 million users, almost matching the total headset sales. Everyone who bought a visor logged into the game. 2. Average playtime was 3.5 hours per person despite a hard cap. Analysts predicted that without limits the number would easily double. 3. Auction house turnover for the week totaled 230 billion yuan, and at the current pace it would break 1 trillion within a month. The prospect of a game generating a trillion yuan internal economy sent the financial press into a frenzy. Experts churned out report after report. Once the global launch rolled out, Shinji's in-game economy could rival that of a medium-sized nation, proof of how much money virtual worlds can pull in. Tencent headquarters. The executives sat under a cloud of gloom. They had expected their numbers to dip after Shinji's open beta, but not to collapse like this. The conference room was brightly lit, yet the shadows on their faces refused to lift. On the big screen, red lines were almost in free fall. Daily concurrent players for Honor of Kings had plummeted from several million to barely 100,000. Smaller titles were in even worse shape, some registering the horrifying figure of 0 logins. One executive forced a bitter smile. The people still online are probably the ones who can't afford a VR headset. What stunned them most was Shinji's trading volume, more than 30 billion yuan in a single day. The number drew a collective gasp. Don't fixate on the trading volume, another executive said, adjusting his glasses. The transaction tax is 1/10 a cent. That's only a few million a day, nothing compared with what we used to make. You're missing the point, someone shot back. They don't need the tax. The headsets sell for 7,000 apiece, with at least a 50% margin. Move a few hundred million units, and you pocket trillions. That tiny tax revenue is irrelevant. That's why the game is free, another added, then shook his head. But why not open a top-up channel? Players are itching to pay. They could rake in tens of billions a day. Ma Huadeng finally spoke, his voice low but certain. Keeping recharges closed is the right call. Matrix Network is backed by the state. The government isn't trying to milk gamers. It wants to use this game to cultivate a new economic ecosystem. He pointed at a figure at the bottom of the screen. Look, tens of thousands are already earning money in-game. Skilled players make 1 or 200 a day, 6 or 7,000 a month. 8 hours online, just like a job, only easier. A light dawned on someone. The headset sells for 7,000 so everyone can get one, like buying a scooter before you can deliver food. Exactly, Ma Huateng nodded. With industrial robots spreading, unemployment is rising. The country needs new jobs. Remember when Mr. Zhou launched the headset? He spent ages talking about AI replacing labor. I didn't get it then. Now I do. VR is the new job market. He sighed. We're chasing pennies while they're planning a nationwide, cross-industry overhaul. We're not even playing the same game. The executives exchanged uneasy glances. At last someone whispered, so what do we do? Wait to die? Every eye turned to Ma Huateng. He had floated the idea of porting their games to VR, but Shinji had just launched. It wouldn't let rival titles in anytime soon, and most companies wouldn't survive long enough to wait. I'm anxious too, but this is beyond my control, he said, rubbing his temples. For now, we wait at least until the global launch, then look for an opening. Then something in the beta documentation clicked. Guilds can capture system-owned cities and collect taxes from local trade. Shinji is the first fully immersive title. If Tencent grabs the first city and renames it Tencent City, think of the publicity. He didn't have to finish. Every eye lit up. That's it. Put a team together now. Get in the game. Play hard. Take that city. Ma Huateng liked to think he was ahead of the curve, but the world had no shortage of smart people. On the 15th day of the open beta, starter village number 12312 suddenly became everyone's target. A guild called Pinduoduo gathered more than 300,000 level 10 players and surged toward the village's low palisade. Tests had already shown that NPCs and miracles online were not invincible. They had health bars and vanished for good once killed, with replacements spawning only if they carried quests. Pinduoduo exploited that loophole. Waves of players charged, died, and charged again until the dozens of guards were completely worn down. The village chief finally fell under a storm of arrows and fireballs, and the settlement was renamed Pinduoduo Village. From then on, every new character spawning there carried the tag resident of Pinduoduo Village. System announcements rolled non-stop, shaking the server. Only then did countless players realize that this was a brand new way to buy ad space. Kill a high-level boss, seize a stronghold, or simply found a massive guild, and a single global broadcast would make hundreds of millions remember your name while the media rushed to cover it. The return on investment was off the charts. Occupying a starter village also meant collecting taxes and farming materials, so guild profits were plain to see. Capital poured in. 3 days after Pinduoduo took its village, Alibaba couldn't stand still. It hired 50,000 players, captured another starter village in one sweep, and renamed it Ali Taba Village. Within a week the game featured Ali Village, NetEase Village, Wolyangya Village, Matai Village, and more. Everyday players cashed in, join a siege, have all broken gear reimbursed by the guild, enjoy unlimited potions, and collect a cash bonus afterward. Appearance fees for famous experts shot up into the thousands or even tens of thousands. Watching others bask in success, Ma Huateng finally lost patience. They had thought of this first. Tencent pivoted overnight, deciding to seize a small town far larger than any starter village. Towns were different. High walls, garrisons thousands strong, and well-trained soldiers. Tencent spent lavishly, mustered more than 2 million players, and hyped the entire operation with wall-to-wall live streams on its own platforms. On Assault Day, Ma Huateng took the field himself. 2 million player shield bearers, mages, archers, and more encircled the town of Shifeng at dawn. Viewer counts across streaming sites topped 100 million in seconds. Bullet comments blanketed the screen, and Tencent's logo was everywhere. Within the first 30 minutes of real combat, players realized this was a whole new level. Guards on the walls were mostly level 20 or 30. Their armor gleamed, their arrows trailed fire, and layers of magic arrays lit up. Players fell in droves before reaching the moat. Even so, numbers still favored the attackers. After 2 hours of fighting, the city gate's durability was down to 10% when the system suddenly announced, reinforcements from an upper-tier city are approaching. A heartbeat later, the sky shook with beating wings. A golden-armored warrior on a griffin dove, greatswords sweeping wide. One area effect strike erased hundreds of meters of the battle line. Thousands of health bars vanished instantly. Worse, the warrior's HP was measured in the hundreds of millions, and the boss bar hardly moved. Immune to scattered heals and crowd control, he cut through the 12 million-strong force like a high-speed meat grinder. The chat went from charge to retreat in a flash, then filled with, and this is insane. Viewers watched player IDs on the damage meter turn gray one by one, resurrection points overloaded, and healing potions sold out. Tencent's iconic blue and white flag never reached the ramparts. Instead, it was torn to shreds during the defenders' counterattack. In front of hundreds of millions of spectators, Tencent's siege ended in a disastrous defeat. After tallying broken gear, player compensation, and marketing costs, the operation burned through several billion yuan. Yet a growing wave of activity has convinced investors of the allure and commercial potential of virtual reality gaming. Before long, the first players to reach the main city were stunned to discover that its storefronts were actually for sale. Word hit the forums the next morning, and the post shot straight to the top. In less than a day, the streets were lined with signs like Tmall Flagship Store and Matai Flagship Store, their neon colors turning the city into a virtual shopping district. Shops were released in batches and auctioned off. The closer to the center, the higher the bids, high enough for onlookers to exclaim that this was real estate tycoon all over again. Beyond the usual playbook of buying property, opening flagship stores, and spamming system announcements, a wave of outrageous marketing stunts appeared almost overnight. 1. Pinduoduo led the charge. The founder chaired a meeting in person and hired hundreds of master alchemists to mass-produce healing potions. Players who grabbed a redemption code on the app logged in to find a full stack of potions waiting. More than 100 million codes were claimed, and the rush nearly crashed the servers. 2. Taobao moved next with a Tmall campaign. Spend 99 yuan and get a spin of the prize wheel. The consolation prize was a set of potions, but anyone with decent luck had a good chance of landing silver-grade gear. To guarantee supply, Taobao swept the auction house clean of every piece of silver equipment. Countless players placed orders just for a shot at that shiny gear. Whether Taobao made money is unknown, but the publicity alone shook the industry. Corporations piled in, each stunt crazier than the last, and everyone finally grasped the truth. This was a game with over 100 million daily users and a built-in, laser-targeted marketing channel. Ad agencies brainstormed ways to plaster posters inside dungeons, and brand managers wanted their logos on every notice board. BMW even hosted the first BMW Cup Masters tournament. The champion walked away with top-tier gear and a real-world BMW. The flood of capital benefited ordinary players most directly. Some flipped materials and ran trade routes, earning more each month than at their day jobs. Some streamed gameplay or wrote guides, gained hordes of followers, and became instant influencers. Others topped the leaderboards, were worshipped server-wide, and woke up as overnight celebrities. Within weeks, Miracle became a national sensation. Media coverage was wall-to-wall, and public interest skyrocketed. 1 month after open beta, Matrix Net released new statistics. Daily active users and average session length were both climbing, but the gross transaction volume stole the show. First 7 days, just over 200 billion yuan. After capital flooded in, exponential growth. At the 1-month mark, 3.2 trillion yuan. 3.2 trillion more than the annual GDP of many provinces, and respectable even against most of the world's countries. And all of it came from just a game. The figures shocked the globe. Headlines screamed everything from the massive commercial value of virtual worlds to a disruptive business model, and the future will be lived in virtual space. The United Nations had argued for a month over implementation rules for virtual space, but the reports silenced the debate overnight. Small and mid-sized nations were left with one demand: activate virtual space within their borders as soon as possible. Even several major powers could not stay on the sidelines. Country E was the first to yield, accepting Country Z's condition that all virtual space revenue be settled in renminbi. Once Country E caved, others quickly followed. Only Country M and its junior partner Country Y held out. Country Z simply booted them from the negotiating table and signed agreements with everyone else. What had seemed impossible only weeks before was accomplished with ease, all thanks to the meteoric rise of Miracle. At the White House, Pele's attention had shifted to virtual reality. Outside, a biting wind shook the windows, yet the Oval Office was stifling with frustration. For more than a month, he had sat through daily briefings on the nuclear sites each time the Blackbird took off. It failed to bring back a single useful image. Every flight by that toothless relic swallowed a fortune, and after dozens of empty runs, even the treasury was grumbling. Pele himself was nearly at his limit. Except for us and Country Y, almost everyone has signed a deal with Country Z to build a virtual space, an aide reported, unable to hide his urgency. Pele's brows tightened. His voice was low and furious. Traitors, all of them. Can't they see Country Z's scheme? Switching settlements to renminbi is a direct strike at our dollar system. The aide spread his hands, speaking faster. They see it, sir, but the upside is huge. One game pulled in 3.2 trillion last month, figures like that are irresistible. If Country Z really builds the global VR network it envisions, the economic ripple will be enormous. Over the past year, its strength has surged, and many nations now think its rise is unstoppable, so they're placing their bets this time on Country Z. Pele drew a long breath, as if forcing the anger from his chest. Whatever happens, we cannot let Country Z's plan succeed. We want sign, and Country Y mustn't either. Time was running out as nations rushed to finalize the virtual space construction regulations. 2 days after they were published, Matrix Network announced that signatory countries would begin receiving VR headsets on January 10th, with an open beta on January 15th. The news electrified gamers worldwide. They had long envied players in Country Z. Now, phones in hand, they cheered that their turn was coming. Companies too had learned every slick trick from their counterparts in Country Z and were itching to dive into the new frontier of virtual commerce. Yet the announcement ended with a chilling footnote. Because they have not reached a virtual reality agreement, the public beta for Country M and Country Y is postponed indefinitely. Both nations exploded like disturbed beehives forms, and social feeds blew up. Why can everyone else play but us? That's blatant discrimination. I've waited 2 months and already paid for my headset. Now you're telling me I can't log in? They spelled it out. No agreement, no servers. Blame the boneheads in government. Online outrage spilled into the streets. That night both countries were rocked by massive demonstrations. Slogans escalated from "we want to play" to "refund our money" and finally to "government step down," swelling into a nationwide outcry. Millions of headsets had been sold. If the network never went live, all that money was gone. The first to crack was Country Y. At dawn the next day, its prime minister urgently contacted Country Z, offering to sign immediately. In the White House, Pele slammed his desk and roared, "That traitor!" The aide had no time to soothe him. Pointing outside, he warned, "Mr. President, forget Country Y for the moment. We have a bigger problem of our own." Pele turned. Beyond the White House fence a huge crowd was gathering, many holding signs that read, "We want to play." The pressure was coming from the streets, and there was no reasoning with the crowd. Pear certainly couldn't tell them it was all a plot by Country Z meant to shake their foundations. Faced with furious protesters, he kept silent. If he tried to explain, the boos would drown him out before he finished a single sentence. Worse still, the demonstrations were only half the problem. A financial tempest was sweeping in from Wall Street. Ever since Miracle went live, the share prices of major game publishers had crashed to rock bottom, and investors' fortunes had vanished overnight. Yet the losses themselves weren't the deadliest blow. A monthly revenue of $3.2 trillion dangled before them like an enormous honeycomb cake, making every financier's mouth water. Pear knew those people would stay stone-faced even if the nation's very core were hollowed out, so long as the cash kept flowing. After a long pause, he exhaled and said wearily, "Sign it." Deep inside the nuclear complex, a massive alloy hatch split apart under the roar of hydraulic pistons, revealing a circular opening nearly 50 meters across. Blinding sunlight poured through the skylight and spilled onto a ring-shaped apparatus more than 10 meters in diameter, the culmination of Zhou Yang's recent work. Heat-dissipating fins covered its outer shell, while dozens of superconducting cables as thick as a man's arm snaked into the core like steel serpents. Lin Daiwei watched intently and ordered, "One last check. Nothing can go wrong. Understood?" Engineers in goggles and insulated gloves fanned out along metal ladders, probes gliding over every seam to verify the readings. A few meters away, Su Jindong lowered his voice. "Mr. Zhou, is this what Professor Lin and his team have been so secretive about for the past month?" "That's right," Zhou Yang replied, eyes fixed on the behemoth. "It's a large-scale laser device, more precisely, a laser cannon. A laser weapon like in science fiction films? You actually built one?" Zu's shock was written all over his face. For the past month, Zhou had poured almost every spare moment aside from overseeing the fusion project into laser research. The cannon before them was the fruit of countless sleepless nights. Inspection complete. All systems normal. An engineer signaled. Lin Daiwei turned to Zhou. "Your call, Mr. Zhou. When do we fire?" Zhou looked up at the cloudless sky. "By the schedule, the Blackbird should be here any minute." Long Jianjun hesitated, then nodded. "He'll confirm its ETA." He was about to step away when Zhou added casually, "Let's shoot it down. It violates our airspace every day. It's not that we can't stop it. We've just been ignoring it." Long's pulse quickened. "Should we report this upstairs?" "It's just a little bird," Zhou said with a faint smile. "But fine, tell them we're test firing the laser cannon, and we'll use the Blackbird as a target." Within 10 minutes Long was back. "Approved. I'm linking the radar station now for live tracking." 30 minutes later, high-altitude radar picked up the familiar blip. The Blackbird had slipped into Country Z's airspace. In the cockpit, pilot David yawned. "Another dull day. Let's finish the recon and head home," co-pilot Tom said as he adjusted the camera, unaware they were already under surveillance. Far below, the command center screens displayed the aircraft's coordinates in real time. A red countdown ticked away, each second hammering in everyone's chest. The Blackbird reached the skies above the base. The skylight stood open, and the cannon's core pulsed with an eerie blue glow. Through his high-resolution lens, Tom's eyes widened. "David, look. They've opened the base." "What is that thing?" A blanket of blue light erupted, slicing the sky like thunder. Boom. The laser beam punched straight through the fuselage, and a heartbeat later the Blackbird vanished in a ball of flame. Debris scattered across the stratosphere as a fiery mushroom cloud bloomed. "Hit confirmed, target destroyed." Long Jianjun clenched his fist. A roar of triumph swept through the command center. The test was a complete success. One shot, and the Blackbird was gone. Inside a military base belonging to Country M, the command center was maintaining a link with a Blackbird reconnaissance plane. The colonel in charge stared at the display. All the incoming data looked perfectly normal. After more than a month of uneventful routine missions, he had grown almost numb. Once he confirmed that every gauge was steady, he left his seat, spooned some instant coffee into a paper cup, and filled it with hot water, savoring the rising aroma. He pulled out an adult magazine and had barely turned 2 pages when the pilot's casual banter came through his headset. Without warning, Tom's shrill cry tore through the room. "Look, they just opened the base, me god. What is that thing?" The colonel started so violently that the cup flew from his hand. Scalding coffee splashed across his uniform, but he ignored the burn, lunged to the console, and shouted, "What do you see? Say that again." A burst of static was the only reply. A second later the connection died, and the radar representing the Blackbird winked out. The colonel felt as if had been hit by live current. "Missile launched, oh, we have a missile launch?" He barked. Negative, nothing. Technicians swept every frequency band, finding no trace of rocket exhaust. Between superpowers like Country M and Country Z, reconnaissance satellites, shipborne phased array radars, and land-based sensors formed a global surveillance net. Any missile launch would be exposed within 30 seconds. Yet the system had detected nothing, which meant Country Z had not fired a missile. So what had taken the Blackbird down? At 25,000 meters, there was almost no oxygen, no storms, hardly lethal conditions, and each aircraft was inspected rigorously before flight, ruling out mechanical failure. The colonel tried to call again, but the channel was dead. With the radar contact gone and Tom's final, garbled shout echoing in his ears, he knew something catastrophic had happened. "Any satellites overhead just now?" he demanded. The duty officer pulled up the orbital data and shook his head. "No, sir. Nothing passed over that airspace." "Damn it." The colonel slammed his palm on the desk. "Patch me through to the Defense Department, now?" Minutes later, the report Blackbird down reached Para's desk. Senior officials were jolted into action, and bases worldwide snapped to DEFCON 2. One thing was certain. Country Z was responsible. No one knew what Country Z might do next, so every post braced for the worst. On the far side of the base. The next morning, fresh from a successful test, Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun hurried in. "Mr. Zhou, word is you've come up with another new weapon. Where is it? Can we get a look?" Gao Jianjun blurted, practically charging into the workshop. Zhou Yang stopped them in front of a thick barrel. "This is Professor Lin's team's latest breakthrough, the laser cannon. In principle, it uses a magnetic field to confine and compress a laser beam." He launched into the technical details, but when he saw their furrowed brows deepen, he quickly shifted gears. "Put simply, it's a gun. The round is a packet of high-energy laser in a vacuum, and the magnetic field acts like an invisible shell that holds it together until it's fired." They grasped it at once. "Isn't that the kind of laser cannon you only see in sci-fi movies?" Gao Jianjun slapped his thigh, his eyes practically glowing. Li Tianshu felt the same jolt of awe. "This thing is pure future tech." "More or less," Zhou Yang replied with a calm nod. "But it has plenty of shortcomings. First is the reload time, nearly a minute per shot right now. We need an auto-loader that gets it down to a few seconds. Second, and this one's lethal, it only fires in a straight line. It can't arc rounds like a howitzer. So the best scenarios are air-to-ground rolls, mounting it on spacecraft or fighter jets, or dueling in the vacuum of space where there's no drag at all." Gao Jianjun and Li Tianshu exchanged a look and involuntarily shivered. "Spacecraft?" Zhou Yang was thinking way ahead. He went on, "There's also the decay issue. An extended-range howitzer can hit 70 or 80 kilometers, maybe 100 at the extreme. This laser cannon can't. Once the projectile is out, Earth's magnetic field weakens the confinement, and the laser itself attenuates. This prototype tops out at about 40 kilometers. Put it in space, though, and in theory the range is limitless." He splashed some cold water on their excitement. "Bottom line, this is just a prototype. It's riddled with flaws, so don't get carried away." Gao Jianjun scratched his head. "Who's getting carried away?" "Mr. Zhou, don't sell yourself short. This is the world's first genuine laser, Canona global first. How can you talk like it's nothing?" Li Tianshu tried to smooth things over with a grin. "Mr. Zhou just sets the bar high. Honestly, building a laser cannon in 1 month already blows our minds." Zhou Yang cut them off with a wave. "Skip the flattery. Pull in weapons experts from Norinco and the aerospace group immediately. Our next focus is miniaturization, shipborne, airborne, ground-mounted, even a handheld laser rifle. Work with the experts in design from real combat needs. If we can build a cannon, that means we've cracked the core of laser weapons magnetic confinement. Now we have to build every type of laser weapon we can." Li Tianshu nodded hard. Gao Jianjun thumped his chest. "Consider it done, Mr. Zhou." Before he could leave, Li Tianshu asked, "By the way, how's the controlled fusion project?" "We didn't build this reactor facility just for laser weapons, it's for fusion experiments." Zhou Yang waved the concern aside. "Still early days. I've got 10 teams, each on a sub-project. Progress is decent, but we haven't even started assembly, so don't get your hopes up. Controlled fusion is just as critical, and we need it to ignite and to shrink down in size." He swept his gaze over the two of them, his voice firm. "In the foreseeable future, laser particle weapons will take center stage. They guzzle power, and you can't drag an extension cord onto the battlefield. High-capacity batteries might run a laser pistol or a lightsaber, but heavy laser weapons will need a compact fusion reactor built in if you want truly unlimited ammo. By the way, Zhou Yang said as another thought crossed his mind, how is the smart city coming along? The infrastructure should be almost finished, right? Construction started last April, and 8 months have passed. At Z Nation's building speed, the main structures of a large city should already be in their final phase. Li Tianshu nodded immediately. That's right. The work is nearly done, and we expect full delivery around May. Excellent, Zhou Yang replied, doing the math in his head. Before the job is totally wrapped up, let's adjust one more piece of the design. If everything goes well, we can ignite the controlled fusion reactor in May or June. Then we'll install it directly in the smart city and power the whole place unlimited energy. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun traded glances, their eyes lighting up. Li Tianshu couldn't help asking, Mr. Zhou, are you saying we'll solve controlled fusion within half a year? Labs worldwide have wrestled with the problem since the 1980s and earlier, never breaking through. Yet Zhou Yang planned to finish in 6 months. It sounded impossible. Zhou Yang added calmly, that's if everything goes smoothly. If it doesn't, there's no telling. Since humanity first tamed fire, energy has been the core of civilization, and Zhou Yang understood exactly how monumental this step would be. Meanwhile, sentiment in M Nation was quietly shifting. After their Blackbird reconnaissance plane had been shot down, they stayed on edge for days. When they realized the nation had made no statement at Allah's if the incident had never happened, they finally relaxed a little. The crash's cause is still unknown, and M Nation doesn't dare risk another Blackbird, relying instead on satellite surveillance. But if the Blackbird couldn't capture crucial images, satellites stand even less chance. Elsewhere, Matrix Network was still scrambling to finish the database and ramp up helmet production for Miracles. The global open beta, originally set for January 15th, was postponed yet again. It wasn't until February 1, just as Z Nation prepared for the new year, that Miracles finally launched overseas. On day 1, Matrix Network reported nearly 1.5 billion players logging in simultaneously, and helmet sales were close to the same number. The world may have 6 billion people on paper, but many impoverished countries still struggle just to eat. War, displacement, and hunger leave no room for entertainment. Subtract the elderly and children, and the pool of potential buyers tops out at about 2 billion. Reaching 1.5 billion meant the game had virtually swept the globe. Foreign players no longer envied Z Nation, they experienced the shock of virtual reality firsthand. In the first few days of the open beta, many countries slipped into a mini global recession. Office workers skipped their jobs, shops closed their doors, and everyone stayed home to tackle quests. The media marveled that the lure of VR was even stronger than expected. Back home, the new year was only 2 weeks away. Half a month early, Zhou Yang gave the entire research team a break and headed home himself. After 2 months apart, he and Shinryun made up for lost time in their own little world. For several days, they were almost never out of each other's sight. Only when they had had their fill of intimacy did they start shopping for New Year supplies. While tidying the living room, he noticed 2 brand new VR helmets placed side by side on the coffee table, polished until they shone by his mother-in-law. It turned out that during this period, the 2 elders had become addicted to sightseeing in Shinji with the helmets. Shinji had been in open beta for a month when the developers introduced a special profession, tourist. Choosing this option required no leveling, incurred no damage, and allowed free travel across the continent. It was essentially a guided tour package. The update was aimed squarely at middle-aged and elderly players who had mobility issues or simply wanted to enjoy the scenery. The studio even built an in-game senior center, complete with public square dancing and mahjong tables. Fushi Studio had meant well, but it vastly underestimated the ingenuity of players in Country Z. As soon as the tourist class went live, short videos like Selfie with the God of Wisdom and Onadity Tour of the Demon King's Palace flooded the internet. Because they were invincible, NPCs could do nothing to stop them. Some sat on the Demon King's throne, leaving him nowhere to sit. Others insisted on riding dragons, got thrown off, clung back on, and edited the footage into slapstick memes. Soon players discovered a bug exploit. They formed a human wall of tourists around a boss, while ranged classes kited it from outside, not losing a single hit point. The most outrageous incident came when the CEO of Pinduoduo used a free eggs promotion on his own app to summon tens of thousands of uncles and aunties, blocking every guard in the city, forcibly capturing the game's first town, and renaming it Pinduoduo City. On the 10th day after the tourist class launched, Fushi had to work emergency overtime and issued the following fixes. Characters had to be at least 50 years old to create a tourist. Monsters could still attack tourists in the wild. Only designated scenic areas were safe zones. Yet the shenanigans continued. Players lured bosses into scenic zones and used tourists to lock them down again. Fushi finally copied the entire map and opened a tourist-only server that allowed only tourists. From then on, Shinji truly became a game for everyone. Zhou Yang could see it clearly. The time was ripe for fully opening the virtual reality realm. The authorities were discussing the final rollout schedule, and he felt the Spring Festival was the perfect launch window. One evening after dinner, he removed his helmet, turned to his father-in-law Chen Tao, and suggested, "Dad, how about we celebrate the new year in virtual reality this year?" Chen Tao was charging his helmet and paused. "What do you mean?" "It's simple," Zhou Yang explained, gesturing with his hands. "Take the Spring Festival Gala, for example. If you can't be there in person, you could sit in the audience in VR, choose any angle you like, just as if you were really there." Chen Tao blinked in confusion. "Isn't the gala always open to us? Are they not letting us in again?" Given Zhou Yang's status, he was guaranteed a seat at the Spring Festival Gala. It had been confirmed long ago. At Tencent's headquarters in Shenzhen, Ma Huatin was chairing a meeting while the head of Photon Studio outlined their new game roadmap. After the runaway success of Divine Miracle, both online and single-player titles had been battered. Baidu Play's single-player games, however, took a lighter hit thanks to their immersive stories. As Ma listened, he thought, if these narrative-heavy works could be moved into virtual reality, a new surge might follow. Call of Duty, The Witcher, GTA, Red Dead Redemption let players experience real battlefields, otherworldly adventures, or life in the Wild West inside VR, and the draw would be unmatched. With that, he made a snap decision. Tencent would return to the single-player market and shoot straight for AAA productions. The Photon lead seized the opening. "We want to make a horror game. The audience is small, but nothing beats the immersion. In VR, it'll be even more intense. What if we scare someone half to death?" Ma frowned, raising a hand. "Horror lives on jump scares. People already freak out in front of a monitor. In VR, it's practically live-action terror. If someone actually dies, no disclaimer will keep it quiet." The lead rubbed his nose awkwardly. "It shouldn't go that far. Besides, it's single-player and they've paid. Even if they quit, our loss is limited." Ma nodded. "Money up front, and the Nanshan legal team can handle any fallout." He added, "What's the creative angle? We've sketched a few concepts, but there's a safer play by an existing game and adapt it. I'm eyeing Outlast on Steam. It's popular, streamers love it, and the studio is small. With the industry in a slump, the price should be low." "By the Ma echoed." His eyes suddenly lit up, and he slammed the table. The downturn had many developers bleeding cash perfect for acquisitions. Rather than build from scratch, they could sweep up entire IPs. Call of Duty, Need for Speed, Assassin's Creed, each a money spinner. Grab them now and bring them all under our roof. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He decided on the spot. Do it. It's only one studio. With a wave, he dismissed the meeting. The attendees had barely left when his secretary rushed in. "Mr. Ma, we just got an email from Matrix Network." "What?" Ma jolted upright. Anything involving Matrix Network was serious. He hurried back to his office to read it. The email was succinct. On behalf of Tencent, Ma Huatin was to log into the virtual realm at 10 a.m. the next day and attend the Virtual Space Developers Conference. Just one line, yet it flared like a signal rocket. Few words, boundless implications. Ma Huatin sensed at once that the moment he had long awaited was almost upon him. The next morning he cleared his calendar, donned his headset at 9:50 sharp, and slipped his consciousness inside. A flash of light, yet instead of dropping into the familiar Shinji landscape, he hovered in a vast gray-white void. The lighting was gentle, the floor an endless mirror, and silhouettes popped into view. Ma Yun, Yu Changhong, Lei Ju, nearly every domestic titan was present. Faces showed bewilderment, then small knots formed, voices lowering as people sought answers. "President Ma, President Yu." The two old friends exchanged nods. Ma Huatin kept his voice down. You and Mr. Zhou are close. Got any inside scoop?" Yu Changhong gave a rueful smile. "Haven't spoken to him in 6 months. If he doesn't call, I wouldn't dare disturb him." Before he finished, Lei Jun hurried over. "Could this be the full opening of the virtual space? Overseas platforms are nearly ready too." "That's what I'm thinking." Ma Huatin nodded. If the gates truly opened, his dream was to migrate all his games wholesale into the virtual world. Numbers kept climbing. Be a quick count, there were over 1,000 people. At 10 o'clock sharp, two figures appeared silently, Zhou Yang and Fushi. The crowd fell still. No one had expected a face-to-face with Zhou here. A streak of white light followed, and Li Tianchu materialized beside Zhou, mildly apologetic. "Sorry, just walked out of a meeting." "Right on time," Zhou replied, waving it off and sweeping his gaze across the hall. "Too many of you to greet one by one, so we'll get straight to it." Several executives who had been stepping forward froze in their tracks. Zhou turned to Li. "Would you like to explain, or shall I?" "Better you do it," Li said, retreating half a step. Zhou faced the crowd, his calm voice carrying clearly. "You've probably heard the news. The state is considering opening the virtual space, inviting more companies in so we can build a genuine second world together." The words sent a surge of excitement through many. Ma Huatin silently clenched a fist. "So, it's finally here. What is the virtual space?" Zhou lifted a hand. Though soft, his voice echoed everywhere. "Our vision is for it to provide every service people need, just like the real world. Take cities, for example." He swept his arm. Everyone's view soared upward, and beneath them a city blueprint spraying alive roads unrolled like circuitry, skyscrapers shot skyward, neon and window lights blinked on. Or forests. Another gesture. Around the city's rim, deep green spread out, a sea of trees rolling, flocks of birds taking flight. In seconds the scene grew from nothing to grandeur, stunning the onlookers. That's the power of virtual space. A few lines of code and a whole city stands. Even more important is seamless connection for everyone. He pulled back his hand, and city and forest vanished, replaced by transparent corridors and glowing portals. Our preliminary plan is to divide the virtual realm into zones, for example, a lifestyle and entertainment area. As he spoke, he rose into the air, and a gentle force lifted the gathering, sweeping them forward at speed. Ahead, a portal slid open, luminous data streaming from its frame. Zhou was the first through. Beyond the gate, it felt as though they had stepped into another world entirely. With a snap of Zhou Yang's fingers, a coffee shop rose out of nowhere. Steam billowed from the espresso machine, and the wooden bar gave off a light, pleasant scent, as though a real barista might appear at any moment with 2 lattes. In the lifestyle and entertainment zone, all you have to do is put on a VR headset, and you can sit shoulder to shoulder with friends hundreds of miles away, share a coffee, and chat face to face. With a single click you can switch to a ski run, plunge down a slope together, or head to a court and work up a sweat. Any pastime you like is right there. Zhou Yang lifted his hand and kept cycling through scenes. The shimmering surface of a lake at sunset, a towering snow-covered mountain the next instant. As for what specific services should be offered, he left just one line. The platform is in place. The content is up to you. Everyone nodded, eyes shining with excitement. As Zhou Yang had said, the clearest value of virtual space is reducing the distance between people to zero. Phones, the internet, and video calls are convenient, but none feel as tangible as sharing the same virtual room. And with almost limitless malleability, you can do virtually anything here. He waved again, and the environment shifted to a brightly lit commercial street. Skyscrapers lined the road, electronic billboards scrolling ads. Zhou Yang led the group into one of the buildings at random. Think of the commercial zone as online shopping in 3D, he said. When you spot a piece of clothing on the web, you can't feel its texture, but here you can try it on at will. He flicked a finger. A jacket floated in front of him. With a tug, it wrapped itself around him, every crease astonishingly lifelike. In the crowd, Ma Yun's eyes sparkled. Moving Taba into virtual space was exactly the blueprint Head dreamed about. Zhou Yang snapped his fingers once more, and all the images faded back to normal. Facing the crowd, he reminded them, some of you may worry that if shops move into cyberspace, brick-and-mortar stores will collapse and small businesses will close. That is a real possibility. Most of the audience were from traditional industries, already uneasy about the impact of the internet. The prospect of virtual reality only deepened their concern. Ma Yun alone shook his head, unfazed. Zhou Yang went on, some basic errands won't be affected. If you want a pack of cigarettes, you'll still prefer the corner shop over logging into VR first. As for small and medium-sized businesses, this is also an opportunity. A government will open virtual space access to every company and even to individuals. How it all turns out will take time to see. The room fell silent as everyone weighed his words. Zhou Yang's demonstration had clearly opened a door to new business prospects. At that moment, Lei Jun asked, Mr. Zhou, I assume virtual space won't be free? The question snapped everyone back to reality. With so many benefits, why would the government give it away? Zhou Yang nodded. Of course it won't be free. The preliminary plan is to charge by data usage. Let's say someone wants to open a store in virtual space. They'll generate data on our servers, and that requires funds to maintain. Picture a small vendor wanting a 10-square-meter shop like this one, for example. With a flick of Zhou Yang's finger, a standalone storefront appeared, the kind you'd see on a busy street. Think of it like real-world rent. The data costs $100,000 a year, he said offhandedly. If I wanted to open a 4S dealership, the place would be larger and the decor more lavish, so it would consume more data. Running a promotional video takes far more data than splashing on a coat of white paint, so the rent would naturally double. To make it clearer, he added, take President Lei, for instance. If he wants to showcase a Xiaomi headquarters, the data needed for an entire high-rise will be even greater. Zhou Yang's explanation was concise, and everyone nodded in understanding. Just like in the real world, a prime spot costs money. A small venture pays less, a deluxe display pays more, and no one will monopolize the best locations because the price is sky high. And of course, you still have to pay taxes in virtual space, he finished. Tax evasion is nearly impossible here. Every yuan of revenue is transparent data, impossible to hide. Any other questions? Zhou Yang asked, scanning the room. A few more queries came up, which he and Li Tianshu answered one by one. Once everything was covered, Zhou Yang closed his files. In 12 days it'll be New Year's Eve. This year, the state will break new ground. Everyone will celebrate in virtual space. Permissions are active from now on. Explore on your own, and if you hit a snag, ask Fushi. Time is short, so we'll end here. Happy New Year in advance. Happy New Year, Mr. Zhou? Everyone replied before logging off. Ma Huading yanked off his headset and burst from his office, voice booming. All senior staff, back to the conference room now. Big news. Before the session had ended, Head asked about porting games, and Zhou Yang had nodded. Go ahead. Whether a new title would draw players away from Miracle was irrelevant to him. The state didn't count on that game for profit. In his eyes, Miracle's only value was popularizing VR headsets and helping secure the multinational virtual space agreement. That evening, the 7 o'clock news officially announced the opening of virtual space and previewed a host of New Year events. Corporations and media outlets immediately followed, declaring their entry and unveiling their own festivities. Headset sales surged again the moment the news broke. Everyone could see the government was serious about rolling out virtual space, so they might as well by now. In the blink of an eye, New Year's Eve arrived. Chef Xiao Yang, working in a hotel kitchen, couldn't go home this year. It was the busiest season, and although Head requested time off early, the head chef had refused. His family was 2,000 kilometers away, and he hadn't managed to get a train ticket, so he had to stay. On New Year's Eve, once the banquet dishes were plated, the kitchen staff gathered to celebrate. Xiao Yang toasted his colleagues, wolfed down a few bites of rice, then hurried to the break room and slipped on his VR headset. Xiao Yang had rented the VR headset. As the devices rolled out nationwide, a new trade helmet rentals exploded overnight, giving people who couldn't afford the gear a cheaper option, just 50 yuan a day. Some investors even launched VR arcades, targeting the same crowd still saving for their own headsets. Once his identity was verified, an entirely new world unfurled before him. Unlike the previous version, users no longer logged straight into Shinji. They first arrived in an enormous virtual world. The world was divided into 18 cities. Players could enter any of them and switch whenever they liked, basically 18 separate servers, because no single city could handle hundreds of millions of people at once. Xiaoyang chose Southwest City, the closest to his hometown. In the blink of an eye, he materialized in a sprawling, futuristic metropolis. Overhead, the sky was a single ultra-high screen, fireworks bursting one after another. Now, and then a massive banner slid across it. Taba Carnival, visit the commercial district and celebrate the new year. Everyone saw the ads the moment they looked up. Within the city, you could wander the streets or simply open the panoramic map and teleport to any landmark with a tap. Xiaoyang opened his friends list and tapped his wife's avatar. Hey Han, where are you? He'll come find you. We're over by the amusement park, her image replied, floating in midair. Got it, I'm on my way. He pulled up the city map, tapped amusement park, and the scene blurred. A heartbeat later, he stood outside the gate. During the New Year holiday, the park was free to everyone. Crowds surged at the entrance, roller coaster screams mingling with carousel music. Drifting with the tide of people, Xiaoyang finally spotted his family beside the carousel. Daddy! His son and daughter flew into his arms like fledglings returning to the nest. The long-lost sensation brought instant tears to his eyes. She hadn't held them in 2 whole years. A short distance away, his wife and elderly parents stood together, their eyes just as red. Separated by mountains and rivers, the family was reunited in virtual space. A few days earlier, Xiao Yang had asked his wife to rent headsets for everyone. Compared with the thousands it would cost to travel home, the rental fee was negligible. He hugged the children tight, reluctant to let go. It took a moment to steady his voice. Dad, is this what amusement parks in big cities are like? It's amazing, the kids exclaimed, looking around in awe. Hoisting one child in each arm, he said, come on, today Dad's going to play with you until you drop. For 2 years, Head felt guilty about not being there for his children. Now, inside the virtual world, he could finally make up for it. The family dashed from roller coaster to bumper cars to Ferris wheel, laughter echoing until the kids were breathless. Wiping sweat from his brow, Xiao Yang suggested, how about we go watch the Spring Festival Gala? His wife blinked, curious. I wonder what it looks like in here. Xiao Yang pulled up the Visor's system menu. It was crowded with notices. Several companies had bought ad slots, and a single tap could teleport you straight to their store or event. At the very top flashed Live Spring Festival Gala. He dragged his parents, his wife, and their 2 kids into the family queue to ensure they arrived together. One tap, a flash of light, and they found themselves in an endless virtual hall. Directly ahead stood a massive stage ablaze with lights, where dancers moved like flowing water, every thread of their costumes rendered in razor-sharp detail. Soft floating seats formed beneath them, adjustable by a flick of the hand as if they owned a private theater. The system even offered watch with friends or watch with strangers, each delivering its own vibe. The area around the stage was instanced, so no matter how anyone wandered, they never disturbed another viewer of freedom to stroll at what was real. When the dance segment ended, the kids were already looking around. In one corner, a tiny caption appeared, snacks and fruit, its bright icon showing sunflower seeds, peanuts, drinks, and fresh produce within reach. A prompt explained that entering a different module unlocked new functions. In this gala zone, you could switch camera angles, adjust volume, and buy treats. Xiaoyang rubbed his hands. Virtual or not, it's something new, and it's cheap. Look, they even have durian. Didn't you always want some, but thought it was too pricey? He pointed it out to his wife. Prices were almost identical across the board because everything was made of data. She shook her head with a smile. It's all virtual, we can't really eat it, can we? Even so, her eyes lingered on the golden durian. Xiaoyang went ahead and ordered peeled durian, plain sunflower seeds, 5 spice peanuts, and 2 juices. The payment window popped up, he keyed in his password, and the system charged his linked bank card. A tray appeared in a gentle glow, the durian neatly portioned, the seeds and peanuts offered in shelled or unshelled and in multiple flavors. Xiaoyang cracked a sunflower seed. The kernel was crisp and lightly salted, indistinguishable from the real thing. His wife tasted the durian, its rich aroma making her eyes narrow with delight. The children, each hugging a rare winter watermelon, dug in eagerly as sweet juice dripped through their fingers. This place is unbelievable, Xiaoyang marveled. Virtual reality is practically identical to the real world. The lights shifted and the host announced a magic act. Sitting in the front row was Zhou Yang, the developer behind the entire virtual space. Xiaoyang's wife pointed. Isn't that Zhou Yang? He nodded, staring hard, thinking, I really should thank him. On stage, the magician invited Zhou Yang to assist. Zhou Yang already knew every trick, but still had to feign surprise, caught between laughing and cringing in front of the camera. Acts followed one another until midnight approached. The headset pushed a notification. A fireworks show would begin at the stroke of 12. Click to join. Xiaoyang brightened. Come on, Dad will take you to see the fireworks. After confirming private mode, the family of 5 jumped to a broad riverbank. A chill breeze brushed their faces, convincingly cold. Lights shimmered on the water, and faint silhouettes lined both shores. Other spectators. Farther off, people had bought premium spots, dragon boats cruising, airships hovering, even bizarre floating platforms scattered across the sky. With a thunderous boom, the first rocket soared, bursting into a rain of stars. Every spark was simulated with perfect precision. Brightness, color, and spread all surpassed reality. Salvo after salvo lit the sky, fireworks intertwining with water curtains to form dragons, phoenixes, and blooming peonies, turning the river into daylight. Above them, the countdown formed in midair. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A new year began. The final explosion illuminated the entire night. As shimmering light cascaded across the sky, Xiaoyang couldn't help himself. He pulled his wife and children into a tight hug. The new year had arrived. Yet the revelry inside the virtual realm was nowhere near over. It offered almost every form of entertainment imaginable. Determined to capture users in this year one, major corporations were spending lavishly. Tmall fired the opening shot by hosting a gala that brought a dozen top-tier singers together with award-winning actors and actresses on the same virtual stage, ultimately packing more than 10 million viewers into one venue. Tencent followed with the Super Mario Red Packet Run. Players became pixelated avatars that sprinted and leapt through levels, receiving cash envelopes after each stage, and nearly 50 million people signed up within mere hours. BMW staged a Racing God Grand Prix in Track City, where more than 1 million drivers skimmed the ground in digital BMWs, and the top 100 finishers would each receive a real car offline. People in Z country have a tradition of staying awake on New Year's Eve, and after watching the Spring Festival Gala, the night owls are at their liveliest, so the flood of online activities suited them perfectly. At dawn the next day, Matrix Network released its Celebrate the New Year in Virtual Space figures on the official website. In the past 24 hours, more than 703 million users had logged in, and spending had reached 630 billion yuan, a total that covered only in-world purchases and excluded physical merchandise sold through the platforms. 700 million users and 630 billion yuan. The moment those numbers appeared, the world gasped. With Z country's influence rising, Lunar New Year was already under the global spotlight. Moving the main celebration into virtual space for the first time drew the media in droves. In Y country, the BBC cut together a primetime special titled Fantasy New World, attracting tens of millions of viewers. On screen, the blonde, blue-eyed reporter Hathaway raced through 18 themed cities in a single day. Northeast City was a pristine ice and snow kingdom where visitors could grab a snowboard and shoot down an aerial run at any time. Rainforest World was lush and humid, with birds of every color circling overhead. Fairy Tale World was as brightly saturated as a box of candy. Even Y country audiences couldn't resist posting on social media. Now that's how you ring in the new year. Our virtual space is already built. Why aren't we hosting events like this? Don't forget, the core technology comes from Z country. Of course they get first crack at it. If only WED invented something this spectacular first. In the past, many people had only a hazy notion of the virtual world mentioned in the news, dismissing it as nothing more than an upgraded version of the game Miracles. The Lunar New Year spectacle shattered that assumption. Clearly, the virtual world could be this vivid and varied. Now, the hottest topic on message boards worldwide was when each nation would launch its own virtual space, while governments were focused even more sharply on the enormous, almost tangible profits. At the White House in M country, Pele was listening to a briefing on the state of virtual space. What? Consumers spent 630 billion yuan in a single day, and corporate spending hasn't even been tallied yet? That's insane. Inside the conference room, a massive holographic screen was streaming the latest figures. 630 billion, those blood-red digits burned like muzzle flashes, reminding everyone this was just one day's turnover. Pele looked up. Usually unflappable, his voice now trembled. That's over 600 billion, and it's only one day. From what he knew, Country Z's celebration would run for an entire week. Light shows, concerts, themed exhibitions, one event after another. Even if enthusiasm cooled, daily spending would still hover around 500 billion. Roughly calculated, 7 days meant 3.5 trillion in revenue. Pele did the math. How much was their yearly GDP again? He drew a sharp breath, awed by Country Z's purchasing power and more than a little envious. I've heard they even sell food inside the virtual space, and people are lining up to pay for it, an aide said, flicking through his tablet. It's nothing but data, yet players fight to buy it. A spark danced in Pele's eyes. Many of the attractions are free right now, like a theme park soft opening. Once users are hooked, they'll start charging, and revenue will skyrocket. Pulling in tens of trillions a year will be effortless. The aides clustered around the table, whispering. They had agreed the virtual space had huge potential, but none of them had expected a blow-up like this. Bang! Pele slapped the table. We have to launch our own virtual space as soon as possible. Contact Country Z right away and make our intentions clear. Everyone answered at once. Who could resist a money magnet like that? Soon governments around the world sent proposals to Country Z, eager to host the virtual space within their borders. Country Z replied, even faster than expected. We can open the permissions, but first you'll need to expand your data storage. Upgrades, of course, are not free. On the video call, the Minister of Commerce from Country M turned bright red. Didn't you promise to build it for us at no cost? This is a breach of contract. The representative from Country Z spread his hands with a smile. We kept our word. Licensing fee? Service fee? None. Your virtual space is online, and everyone can access the game Shinji. We fulfilled every promise. Where's the breach? The minister's eyes bulged. If it's already built, why not unlock all the features? We can, certainly, the Country Z representative said calmly, but check your storage capacity first. With your current database, you can barely keep a game like Shinji running. A full virtual space is another matter. The first challenge is data. When we went live, our base load was 3051 PB, and it jumped by 1027 PB on the first day. If you're confident your system can handle that, we'll flip the switch right now. The minister opened his mouth, but found no words. The Country Z representative added, and the read-write speeds required for a virtual space are worlds apart from a VR Gamino commercial drive on the market can cope. Then what are you using? The minister asked, stunned. Our own biomimetic cell drives, the representative said with pride. They're expensive, yes, but the capacity is phenomenal, tailor-made for a virtual space. Data transmission has to keep up as well, so we recommend upgrading to our latest 5G technology. Let Huawei handle that. They're excellent. The minister stared at the screen, then slammed the table and shouted, this is hidden spending. I knew it. Nothing labeled free is ever cheap. The head of Nation Z's delegation gave the Commerce Secretary of Nation M a first-hand taste of what it means to be squeezed by ruthless capitalism. It took the secretary a moment to steady his pulse. He drew a deep breath and asked, just tell me straight, how much will it cost to build a virtual space identical to yours? The smirk vanished from the representative of Nation Z, replaced by an air of sincerity. We've run the numbers for you. Upgrading your databases, laying 5G networks, purchasing materials, plus licensing and other incidentals will total roughly $260 billion. $260 billion? The secretary felt an iron grip around his chest. A vein throbbed at his temple, and a single word rang in his head: robbery. By the way, the representative added casually, our engineering team and biocore drive capacity are limited. If you want the upgrade, decide quickly so we can schedule it. Otherwise, Europe goes first. European nations have already reached a preliminary agreement with us worth 640 billion. The phrase 640 billion sent a chill down the secretary's spine. He shuddered. Apparently, even being exploited requires waiting in line. He suddenly recalled how, years ago, they had treated Nation Z the same way. Take it or leave it, and if you don't buy, well, sell to someone else. Back then, Nation Z had swallowed its pride. Now Nation M had to swallow its own. I'll report to the president, he said, voice trembling as he struggled to stay composed. The representative from Nation Z smiled and nodded. Please get back to us within 24 hours, or you'll be slotted after Europe. He paused, almost reassuringly. Don't let the price scare you. Run the system properly, and you'll break even in about a year. Charge domestic firms a usage fee. That's what we do. The secretary's eyes lit up. Right past the cost to business. Want access to the virtual space? Pay for it. The thought cleared his mind, and suddenly Nation Z's price didn't seem so outlandish. Understood. They'll be in touch. He cut the video feed and practically sprinted to find Pele. In the White House office, Pele's face darkened as he heard the report. He slammed the desk. Didn't they say it was free? Now it's $260 billion. Are they insane, or are we? We don't have that kind of money, and Congress will never approve it. The Commerce Secretary swallowed hard and explained, Sir, virtual space is set to become one of the most critical technologies of the future. Every nation is racing ahead. If we don't keep up, we'll fall behind. 260 billion is steep, but Nation Z never meant free. That was bait. Now they're showing their hand. And we can shift the cost to Wall Street. They want the virtual space, so let them help pay for it. Why should the government foot the bill and let them use it for free? The times have changed, sir, the Minister of Commerce sighed at last. And they truly had. The nation, once dismissed as backward, country Z, had reinvented itself into a powerhouse capable of squeezing the so-called foreign masters for a change. Pele froze, then collapsed into his seat. The fire in his chest felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over it, leaving only a cold, clammy chill. The minister's words, the times have changed, still rang in his ears. Fueled by the Spring Festival shopping frenzy, Country Z signed upgrade contracts with governments worldwide, the combined value reaching an astonishing $2.3 trillion, almost equal to his own nation's entire foreign exchange reserve. Even more alarming for rivals, Country Z refused to take payment in dollars, accepting only renminbi and instantly driving up its exchange rate. Yet, thanks to the growing competitiveness of made products, the stronger currency barely dented exports. The money would not arrive overnight, but the winners were already clear. At the top of the list stood Huawei. The eye-catching cell storage drive, commissioned by Zhou Yang, developed by HiSilicon Kirin, and produced by BYD, funneled its direct profits into Matrix Energy's system, ultimately back into state coffers. Riding that same momentum, Huawei swept up a wave of 5G contracts around the globe. Governments hurried to announce their own virtual space platforms, and companies everywhere prepared to copy Country Z's template. The first to cash in was Tencent. Games fit virtual space by nature, and Tencent was first to taste the rewards. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Tencent loudly declared that its flagship title Siji Zhanchang would receive a full virtual spaceport, alongside a remastered version of the classic horror game Taoshan. To beat the clock, the firm poured money into every approval channel, hoping the launch would rescue its nearly collapsed gaming division. Launch day was set for the 20th. Ma Huadeng cleared his schedule and arrived at headquarters before dawn. At 6, he walked through the silent office, the lights turning the floor-to-ceiling windows into a silver screen. Servers for Siji Zhanchang would open at 10, and since the 15th he had unleashed an all-out marketing blitz. Offline battlefield experience events, premium placements in virtual space system recommendations, skyline billboards in every city, and practice corridors so players could rehearse controls before the real fight. Pop-up ads across WeChat and QQ were a given. Tencent had thrown in almost every Thinjit was a Burntboats campaign. But the moment he stepped inside, disaster struck. NetEase's Mingri Jiho had gone into open beta at 6 that very morning. The day Tencent announced its port, NetEase quietly vowed to move its own post-apocalyptic survival shooter into virtual space. Eschewing fanfare, it flew under the radar, then landed its punch on launch day by going live 4 hours early. With another gun battle shooter already up and running, a large slice of Tencent's potential player base was sure to be siphoned away. NetEase is playing dirty, Ma Huaten muttered under his breath. Boss Ma, what now? Do we bring our servers online too? His assistant asked nervously. Of course we do, Ma Huaten snapped. Spin them up right now, Pops. Announcements, every channel we've got. If we wait 4 hours and the crowd leaves, we'll be in even bigger trouble. The order went out, and Tencent blasted pop-ups and notices across every client. Battlefield Blitz was officially live. Inside the virtual space, Zhang Ming slipped on his headset and logged into Miracle. He put the gear he had rushed to finish last night on the auction house. 3 months after launch, the game's popularity still hadn't dipped. In-game, he was a well-known armorsmith. Outside, he was a Douyu streamer with 10 million followers who had already made a fortune forging and upgrading equipment on-stream. He grabbed a few materials from the market for that night's show when a private message alert chimed. The game is online early. Go live now. Zhang Ming froze. He had only just agreed with Tencent to promote Battlefield Blitz at 10 o'clock, and it wasn't even 7 yet. I thought the servers wouldn't open till 10? Change of plans. NetEase just launched after tomorrow. That said it all. NetEase had ambushed Tencent, and a paid streamer had to play along. Zhang Ming logged out and jumped over to the streaming platform. The platform had been fully ported into the virtual space and now offered immersive streaming. Viewers with headsets and a compatible client could step right into the action. Everyone else watched on their phones as usual. Luckily, Battlefield Blitz supported the feature. Zhang Ming went live. It was early, but Tencent's traffic push sent hundreds of thousands of viewers flooding into his stream. Morning, everyone. Battlefield Blitz was supposed to open at 10, but it's up early. I just got the notice, so let's dive in and see how the port looks. He waved to the camera. Chat exploded. I'm stuck at Werno headset. Show us how it plays. Wasn't it 10 o'clock? Why the change? NetEase dropped after tomorrow out of nowhere. Tencent's afraid well bail. Zhang Ming logged into Battlefield Blitz. A pulse-bounding cinematic rolled. He skipped it. After choosing a name, he reached the creation screen. Like Miracle, the game let you scan your real face or sculpt one manually. But gender was still locked, no freeform swapping, a restriction that would likely become standard for big titles. Character finished, he dropped into a camp. This must be the base. Nice detail. That chest is probably storage. And over Hey race the notice board. Let's take a look. Whoa, a New Year event, 7 days of launch perks, and a first OPUP M4 Viper skin. Same old formula. Zhang Ming sat in his streaming booth, grumbling as he dragged the in-game announcement to the center of the screen. The moment he finished, the chat exploded, and a wave of viewers burst out laughing. Old wine in a new bottle, he shrugged. Tencent being Tencent. All we need now is a loot box raffle, and the cycle's complete. Someone in the chat pushed back. Come on, the devs deserve to make money. If you don't spend, they're not stopping you from playing. Quit defending them, another message shot across. Freeloaders and whales don't enjoy the same experience. Zhang Ming raised his voice on purpose. Forget it, I'm going back to Shinji. Shinji is the real good guy here. What's so generous about Shinji? The audience asked. Those whales who pay can wipe out dozens of us. Dozens? Big deal, someone cut in. Ever heard of Wang Daxiao? Last faction war he soloed a few hundred players. I heard that gear set of his cost over 10 million. Zhang Ming arched a brow. Sure, whales get stronger, it's a fact. But hey race the thing. Shinji lets us freeloaders make money off them. That's why I call it generous. He spread his hands. The whales' cash ends up in our pockets, like they're hiring us to be their sidekicks. If I get paid, why would I complain? A line scrolled past. If Shinji ever opens a recharge channel, the vibe would change. Tencent's still a corporation. Zhang Ming tapped the desk, but Shinji is backed by the state. The state couldn't care less about squeezing us for cash. He opened the shop, glancing at the prices. Naturally, there's a store. Look at this outfit. Top price is only 198. Fair enough. Without hesitation, he hit the recharge button and dropped 3 grand. Outfits, backpacks, sports cars, weapon skins, you name it. He bought it, and the whole haul cost just over 1,000. So generous, he said in mock astonishment. The chat erupted. Is this reverse influencer marketing? Someone typed. One thing's clear, this streamer definitely isn't on Tencent's payroll. Zhang Ming glanced at the comments, smirking to himself. Who says I'm not getting paid? This is reverse marketing. As long as the hype builds, newbies will follow and spend. Alright, let's see how much the New Year commemorative set takes to pull. All together now, Tencent is generous. He opened the first loot box. The leftover 1,000 vanished in an instant. Damn, so generous. Perfect at draining whales. Another round. He threw in another 3 grand. Boxes popped open in a rapid string, parts piled up in the inventory, and at last the New Year set burst out, bathed in golden light. Zhang Ming covered his eyes theatrically. I could cry. Hard pity only cost a little over 2 grand. So generous. The stream turned into a carnival, viewership climbing past 3 million. Okay, into the match. With the numbers solid, he hit Q. The screen switched in a flash. Zhang Ming's avatar dropped onto an island bathed in sunshine. The sea glittered, and the salty breeze seemed to drift through the VR headset straight into his nose. These graphics are insane, true virtual reality. He flexed his fingers and realized the controls were nothing like classic battle royale games. No first-person or third-person views anymore. You. No camera tricks. Want to see behind you? Turn your head. Your field of vision ends where your eyes stop. Zhang Ming commented. That ramps up the difficulty. Human eyes naturally miss blind spots. It's paradise for prone campers. The countdown hit 0, and every player boarded the transport plane. The cabin was spacious and uncannily real, gleaming steel panels, vibrating seats. The works. Zhang Ming looked down to find a floating holographic map on his wrist. He tapped twice, and the safe zone and teammate positions sprang into view. He selected squad mode and linked up with his 3 teammates to pick a landing spot. No question, P-City hot drop, he declared after glancing at the flight path. The others agreed, waiting quietly as the transport plane aligned with the route. The moment the ramp slammed open, icy air rushed in and the 4 of them dove out together. The wind howled against his ears, stinging yet exhilarating as adrenaline flooded his system. Squinting, Zhang Ming watched the terrain below zoom into focus. Man, parachuting is incredible. The landscape sharpened from a hazy smear into crisp detail, delivering a near-real sense of weightlessness. Honestly, the best part of this game is the jump. They could spin it off as a standalone skydiving sim. He joked to himself. Viewers who had chosen the immersive POV screamed in the chat. Whoa, this is insane. A skydive on trip.com costs $88 and still doesn't look this good. The canopy snapped open and he touched down squarely on the roof of a 3-story building in P-City. Hell, I almost want to die just so I can jump again, but I can't leave the squad hanging. Let's do this. Zhang Ming had streamed PUBG for years, and his aim was rock solid. With the server still fresh, his skills overwhelmed most opponents. When he got his hands on a sniper rifle, The tactile kick and the vibration that followed a 300-meter headshot felt scarily real. After a few dozen minutes, the squad cruised into the final circle. Victory was within reach when two prone campers hidden in the grass ambushed them. Damn it. I knew abusing camera angles would bite us. The grass snakes are back. I actually walked right past him and never saw a thing, Zhang Ming fumed. Tencent headquarters. Ma Huatin sat at the center of the conference room as the latest numbers rolled in. 1 hour after launch, 18 million players have already logged in, the operations manager reported. Not bad, Ma said, unable to hide his grin. Several executives added, because we launched early, some players still haven't made it in. We expect another surge around 10 o'clock. What about NetEase? One executive set down his phone with a smirk. They've been live for almost 2 hours, and they're only at 12 million. Light laughter rippled through the room. Told you they can't keep up with us. Ma pressed on. How's the cash flow? Operations answered quickly. 3.6 million players have made their first top-up. Revenue stands at 370 million. 370 million in under 90 minutes. The room buzzed with excitement. At this rate, we'll break $1 billion today, no problem. After bleeding money for so long, we're finally turning a profit. Games really are the cash cow. And the port cost was low, just a 1.63 billion yuan license fee. We'll earn that back in no time. Remembering how he had once complained about the fee, Ma now thought it was a steal. By 10 o'clock, active users in Battle Royale exceeded 40 million. Ma Huatin had already gathered his top executives for a victory party. Streamers of confetti hung across the conference room. Champagne was poured, and everyone was waiting for a new legend to be born with Battlefield Survival. During the next few days, the launch week 7-day fiesta, coupled with a string of in-game events, sent the game's popularity soaring 20 million daily concurrents, quickly leaving after tomorrow in the dust. What Ma Huatin didn't foresee was the revenue curve. The 890 million yuan raked in on day 1 was the lone high note. From day 2 onward, the numbers deflated like a punctured balloon. He was stunned. To stem the bleed out, he fast-tracked every premium skin that had been slated for the following week. Revenue ticked up for a moment, then slid again. Refusing to give in, he rolled out another wave of skins, same result. That's when he realized something was seriously wrong. Marketing rushed in with survey data. 1. The skins are too expensive. 2. We already spent money on the mobile version, yet our data won't transfer, feels like a scam. 3. The gameplay is just okay. And, crucially, we can't earn cash. In Legend you can grind for a day and make dozens, even hundreds of yuan. 4. Casual spenders leave after a quick look, and the hardcore crowd heads straight back to Legend because that game still pays. When he read the line, "I'm playing your game, and you still want me to pay instead of earn," Ma Huatin nearly spat out blood. Legend is a state-run title that doesn't care about profit. Its auction house fees alone cover operating costs. Tencent, however, isn't a charity. How could they let players avoid spending yet still take money home? His only comfort was that After Tomorrow, launched the same week, was also seeing miserable conversion rates. While he searched frantically for answers, a single-player title called Outlast released in the same window unexpectedly exploded. Outlast had virtually no marketing, arriving quietly with a flat 99 yuan price tag. Initial sales were sluggish, but once streamers went live, purchases skyrocketed. In 7 days it sold 5 million units, netting $500 million yuan. Although that haul couldn't match Battlefield Survival's launch numbers, Outlast was a standalone game, with minimal licensing costs. Nearly every yuan was profit. Worse still, the buzz kept snowballing. Horror game streams overflowed with screams as viewers delighted in watching their favorite creators shriek in terror. After the show, many bought the game themselves. Some only dared linger outside the asylum gates, yet still craved that mix of panic and fun. When Tencent threw marketing muscle behind it, sales took off like a rocket. 5 million, 20 million, 30 million. Within another week the counter froze at 50 million units and 5 billion yuan. Ma Huatin went rigid the moment he saw the report. He had planned to keep porting mobile titles, but reality slapped him hard. Instead of more ports, they had to double down on single-player games. In the conference room, he slammed the table and roared the 3 words everyone heard: make single-player. As the Lunar New Year faded into memory, life returned to its usual rhythm. Everyone was back on the job, and Zhou Yang bid his family farewell before heading to the nuclear base. In late March, an explosive headline shook the internet. A rebellion had erupted in the Republic of Celia, Africa. The insurgents swept through the country and seized the capital, Bucharest, in just a week. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs promptly issued an emergency advisory, warning citizens to stay away from Celia. Chinese investment projects, especially in mining, dotted the nation. Africa's mineral wealth had attracted China's deep pockets under the banner of development aid, with massive loans flowing into local governments. The money seemed like a gift, yet every step was calculated. 1. Once the loan arrived, Celia was obliged to launch infrastructure projects. 2. Lacking its own capacity, it had to hire Chinese companies. 3. Roads, railways, even the presidential palace were built by Chinese contractors. 4. Most of the funds made a quick round trip back to China, creating jobs and soaking up excess industrial capacity. 5. If Celia defaulted, minerals served as collateral, granting China mining rights and a steady flow of resources. What looked like a fool's bargain was actually a gold mine. Without serious clout, China could never have taken the helm. In previous decades, the United States and Britain ran this playbook, but now China was center stage. When the rebellion broke out, China immediately launched an evacuation. 3 cruisers rushed to Celia's coast, negotiated with top officials, and secured a safe corridor. Under consular coordination, thousands of Chinese nationals reached the port in waves, boarded the gray-white warships, and sailed to safety. Only one geological survey, Team 17 people remained trapped in rebel-held Bucharest. At the foot of the gangway, Consul Wang Kun whispered urgently to the task force commander, Colonel Lin Yan, "Colonel Lin, we can't leave them behind." Lin Yan frowned, pulled out a satellite phone, and reported, "I'm on it. Coordinating now." Just then, a young man stepped out of the orderly line of evacuees. Tall and solidly built, his boots rang against the deck. He halted in front of Lin Yan, snapped to attention, and delivered a textbook salute. Former member of the South China Military Region's Wolf Fong Special Unit, Lung Feng, reporting for duty, sir. The crisp declaration turned heads. Lin Yan, still holding the phone, paused, then returned the salute. Lung Feng's voice was low yet firm. "Sir, I know Bucharest like the back of my hand. This is Celia's civil war, so the state can't intervene directly. I'm a civilian now. I can go in alone and get that survey team out." Wang Kun blurted, "There are thousands of rebels there, armed with heavy weapons. Can one person really pull it off?" Lung Feng gave a calm smile. "Sir, how will we know unless we try? It's not as if we have a better option." Wang Kun frowned. Lung Feng had a point. It was another country's civil war, and if Z Nation stepped in directly, it would almost certainly be accused of meddling. As the two hesitated, Lin Yan spoke up. "Lung Feng, it's good you still care. Clearly you haven't forgotten a soldier's duty. But it won't be necessary." Lung Feng stiffened. "Commander, I'm not afraid to die." Lin Yan shook his head and patted him on the shoulder. "You've got courage, but we can't keep losing our own people for nothing. The government has made its decision about the geology team. We're sending in mechs." Lung Feng's jaw dropped. Even overseas had heard rumors that the homeland had built combat-ready mechs. Wang Kun was even more startled. "Colonel Lin, are you serious? We're going to intervene in the Celia Republic's civil war? Deploying mechs is practically joining the fight." Lin Yan nodded with a faint smile. "A few days ago we might have worried about appearances. But this morning the rebel leader voided every treaty the former government signed. We didn't care how they fought before, but the moment Z Nation's interests are threatened, we want standby. If he wants to flip the table, we'll teach him a lesson." He paused and looked at Wang Kun. "Consul Wang, today's Z Nation is not the country it was. If we intervene, who can stop us? International opinion? Let them talk." Wang Kun's eyes widened after years abroad. He hadn't realized the nation had grown this assertive. Lung Feng was stunned as well, then felt a surge of genuine pride. The motherland was truly strong now. At dawn the next day, a supply ship eased into port. Sailors relaxing on the cruiser's deck noticed 2 enormous steel crates on the newcomer's deck. "What's that?" "No idea." Lung Feng, also on deck, felt his heart leap. Mechs. Hydraulic locks released, and the crates opened slowly, revealing 2 desert camouflaged machines. Sharp lines and thick armor gave them a ferocious profile. They looked nothing like the clunky prototypes of old. After a stunned silence, the crew erupted in cheers. A few were moved to tears. 2 pilots appeared and swung into the cockpits. Engines growled. Blue jets flared from underfoot as the mechs vaulted off the deck and landed solidly on the pier, kicking up dust and setting hearts pounding. An 8-man Marine squad rolled up 12 Mengsher jeeps and a cargo truck packed with supplies, most of them black mech battery pods for sustained operations. Lin Yan stepped beside Lung Feng, his voice low but firm. "Comrade Lung Feng, I hear you've done business in Bucharest and know the situation on the ground. The Marines don't. They'll need your help. Don't worry with mechs covering you. Your safety won't be a problem." Lung Feng snapped to attention. "Consider it done, sir." A 2-story house stood about a kilometer from the harbor. In an upstairs window, a tall, broad-shouldered man watched every movement on the docks through a high-definition telescope. He was nearly as tall as the window frame itself, and his fingers kept the optics steady with a professional scout's calm. On a low side table lay an antiqued shorthand notebook. Each page was packed with terse lines and symbols, and every few seconds he bent down to add another note. A supply ship eased alongside the pier. The crane descended, lifting out 2 huge, dark green steel containers. When the hydraulic locks hissed open, a hard flash of metal caught the afternoon sun, the armor plating of a battle mech. "Fayardwa, get over here. You won't believe what I'm seeing. Country Z mechs." The spotter muttered, unable to hide his excitement. The bearded man had been resting on the cot, flipped upright, twirling a knife through nimble fingers. One stride took him to the window. He yanked aside the remaining curtain, eyes narrowing. "Those are mechs, all right." His brow furrowed. "What's Country Z planning? Stepping straight into Syria's civil war?" Before he finished the sentence, Head pulled an encrypted phone and relayed the sighting with time, coordinates, and dock number up the chain. Both men were KGB agents posted in Syria. Less than half an hour later, the report titled Country Z deploys mechs lay on President Dmitri's desk in Country E. Dmitri studied the stark steel outlines. Then his eyes lit up. Gentlemen, what happens if those mechs are captured or destroyed in the battlefield? Silence fell. Then every gaze sharpened. The chief of staff spoke in a low voice. Even the wreckage could give us years of tech. And Country Z can't suspect us, the foreign affairs advisor warned. Use mercenaries, the intelligence director said. While supply weapons and intel nothing traces back. Move fast, Dmitri ordered, wrapping the tabletop. Once they finish the mission and pull out, the chance is gone. Country Z is the only nation fielding mechs. Everyone wants them. At the same time, Country Ms intelligence service received the same information. President Piri was already planning a media blitz. I needed ammo to smear countries know they've actually deployed troops. Perfect. The defense secretary pitched a bolder idea. Sir, what if we quietly seize the mechs ourselves? Piri blinked, then grinned. He slapped the desk. That's brilliant. Let's do it. He paced the Oval Office. No traces back to us, though. Blackwater used their people. We'll provide gear and intelligence. Let their CEO name a price. Money's no object. As long as we get the mechs, he can bill us whatever he wants. Operations against the two mechs began almost immediately. Mercenaries across the region received contracts so lucrative they couldn't refuse. Blackwater, the largest private military company, deployed its full strength. Most mercenaries are simply former special operations soldiers, but the truly formidable outfits come armed with heavy weaponry. Blackwater, for instance, fields light missiles, attack helicopters, heavy tanks, and infantry fighting vehicles. One Blackwater unit alone could crush the militaries of several African nations. Meanwhile, Lung Feng and a small Marine Corps detachment climbed aboard their convoy and rolled out. The team leader, Jiang Wu, thoughtful and easygoing, unfolded a tactical map as soon as he sat down and began working with Lung Feng on a plan of action. The latest message from the consulate indicated that the geology team was trapped in the Camel Hotel in the city's western district. That neighborhood was the first to fall to the rebels, and satellite images showed that half the buildings had already been reduced to rubble. No one knew whether the geologists were still inside the hotel or had been forced to scatter. Jiang Wu and Lung Feng agreed that the hotel had to be their first stop, but that meant driving straight through the front line, where government forces and rebels were locked in. Combat intelligence suggested the army was launching a counteroffensive today to retake Bucharest, so the city was likely already under heavy fire. Lung Feng compared the map with live satellite photos and plotted a route the vehicles could follow. He frowned and said, thousands of people are mixing it up in there, and we're only a squad. Charging in is too risky. The safest move is to pinpoint the team's exact location from outside the city before we attempt a rescue. Jiang Wu smiled. Risk is part of the job, but we've got the mechs. That gives us some leverage. Lung Feng glanced at the two mechs jogging alongside the convoy. Their silver-gray armor caught the sunlight, and their hydraulic joints hummed with a low, metallic growl. Hard to believe our country actually built these things, he said in awe. Who would have thought? Jiang Wu replied. We owe it all to Mr. Zhou. Without him, we wouldn't have mechs at all. Mr. Zhou Zhouyang? I've seen him on the news. He looks so young. He is, Jiang Wu nodded. Chen Jinsheng, the pilot of Unit 1 back there, met him in person. Said he's modest, no hint of that big-shot scientist attitude. Lung Feng stared at the machines, envy in his eyes. I wonder if he'll ever get to drive one. Plenty of people wonder the same, Jiang Wu laughed. Those mechs cost a fortune, and there are only a handful in the whole country. The pilots are cherry-picked from millions of soldiers. It's no ordinary billet. After more than an hour on the road, the convoy neared Bucharest. The main highway was jammed with families fleeing the fighting, the crush of bodies almost blocking the lanes. To avoid trouble, the two mechs vaulted into the beds of transport trucks. The towering metal giants drew every eye. Refugees stopped in their tracks, faces a mix of shock and awe, as if they were seeing visitors from another planet. Farther on, a makeshift checkpoint brought the convoy to a halt. The officer on duty saw the national flag on the lead vehicle, immediately ordered his men to lower their weapons, and shouted, "Stand down. They're Chinese." He approached, but his gaze kept drifting to the mechs perched on the trucks. Compared with those, the battered AKs slung over his squad's shoulders looked like Stone Age spears. We've received orders to let you enter the city for the rescue, the officer said solemnly. But fighting has already started inside. Are you sure you want to go in? Jiang Wu looked toward the skyline, where black smoke coiled over Bucharest and distant explosions rumbled. The battle was underway. Two mechs leaped off the truck and took up positions beside the convoy. The engines roared, flinging dust across the highway as the vehicles tore toward the city, and within 10 minutes they plunged into a district carved into ruins by fire and shrapnel. Charred walls, twisted rebar, and carpets of shattered glass silently told the story of a fresh battle. Jiang Wu's Marine detachment gripped their rifles, eyes cold and wary, sweeping every shadow along the street. Farther ahead, a burst of gunfire erupted. The convoy had reached the firefight. The four-lane boulevard was cratered by shelling, and dozens of government soldiers were crouched behind overturned, crumpled sedans, trading shots with rebels 100 meters away. Neither side was well trained. They simply hosed the avenue with AKs, leaving it to luck whether a round found its mark, while dust and spent casings churned in the air. It's the Chinese. What are those things, robots? This is unreal, a government trooper muttered, staring at the mechs like a caveman beholding a musket, his worn AK suddenly looking as crude as a poker. Captain, the road's blocked. Do we deter? The driver shouted through the windscreen. Urban conditions changed by the second, and satellite images were already obsolete. Jiang Wu unfolded a paper map and conferred in hushed tones with Lung Feng, who had done business here for years. The city streets were a tangled web. A lane marked open on the map might now be choked by a collapsed wall or a burning wreck. The Black Hawk Down incident flashed through Jiang Wu's mind. Those troops had helicopters overhead and still blundered around like headless flies, and his concern deepened. Suddenly, the visor of Mech 1 snapped open with a click, revealing Chun Jinsheng's smiling face. Take it easy, Captain Jiang. The mechs are running this operation. You're in support. We've got this. The two suits were the mission's main punch. Jiang Wu's Marines would handle perimeter security, haul supplies, and cover the geologist's extraction. Jiang Wu hesitated, remembering Lin Yan's orders. Chun outranked him, so he answered, Sir, what's the plan? They'll scout ahead. As Chun spoke, a wedge-shaped module popped from his shoulder armor, spitting a pale blue flame and darting skyward like a swallow. Drone? Lung Feng blurted. Recon drone, Chun confirmed. He explained briefly. The mech design was finalized but not yet mass-produced, and higher-ups had adopted Zhou Yang's transitional concept, continuing to refine it. Recently, the Wanghu Village Institute in Norinco had added a suite of modules and weapons, one of which was this drone. Barely half a meter long, it carried an Ultra HD camera and encrypted comms, with 4 microparticle thrusters for attitude control and a Lungsan battery that kept it aloft for more than 3 hours. The drone climbed 100 meters, skimmed above the streets, and streamed the battlefield to the mech's holo display. The government and rebel lines, blocked intersections, and every viable route glowed in interlaced red and blue icons. The entire situation laid bare. Dejin, plot me a path, Chun Jinsheng ordered. The mech was no longer controlled by Fushi. A dedicated AI had taken its place. Chun Jinsheng had named it Dejin, and after countless hours together the two were perfectly attuned. Dejin knew every nuance of his piloting style. The drone's photos were instantaneously rendered into a three-dimensional cityscape. An entire district rose on the cockpit screens. A thermal layer overlaid the model, every hostile heat source outlined in red. All the main roads are caught in crossfire. Any detour ends the same and wastes time, Dejin reported in its steady electronic voice. A straight route lit up the very street the mech was facing. Chun Jinsheng signaled the second mech. Its pilot, Wang Jifu, received the same feed through the data link and nodded. Then we go straight through. HQ has cleared us to hit the rebels. They're looting and murdering, time to end it. Through the external cameras, Chun saw bodies scattered along the street. Government troops, rebels, and far too many civilians. The carnage fueled his anger. Move. Chun jumped down, strode to the truck behind him, and flipped open a massive equipment crate with one arm. Inside rested a rotary Canona fighter-grade 15mm Justice Gatling. Grabbing the carry handle, he barked, clear a path. The soldiers exchanged wary looks and hurried aside. Towering over 2 meters, the mech hefted the Gatling and marched straight into the enemy's line of sight. God, what is that thing? A robot. It's a robot. Panic tore through the rebels. Their officer roared, don't just stare, open fire. A hail of bullets slammed into the armor, throwing off sparks but failing even to make it flinch. The Gatling's barrel spun up with a metallic whine and then roared da-da-da-da-da. The rebels behind a wrecked car were the first to be shredded, flesh and metal alike. The already battered vehicle disintegrated under the barrage. The stream of fire swept on. Columns, corners, and makeshift cover burst apart like cardboard, erasing men and defenses in the same blur of destruction. Guided by thermal imaging and the drone's overhead view, no enemy hotspot escaped Chen's sights. He simply pivoted the mech's torso, sweeping left and right. 30 seconds and thousands of rounds later, smoke wreathed the muzzle, blurring his silhouette. The opposite side of the street was rubble. 56 rebels, every one of them dead. Chen raised a hand. Advance. Jiang Wu shivered and cursed under his breath. Damn, I'd heard mechs were monsters, but now I believe it. That's a walking slaughterhouse, terrifying. Beside him, Lung Feng stood frozen, waves of shock crashing through his mind. So this was a mech. With power like that, what could possibly stand against it on the battlefield? At several thousand meters above the city, a Global Hawk reconnaissance drone circled overhead, never taking its eyes off the convoy, and streaming live footage back to headquarters. The command center hummed with icy air conditioning and harsh fluorescent light. Colonel Bradley Wall of the Defense Intelligence Agency, The forward commander stood at the main console, gripping his headset. Beside him was Tosin Kerr, the dour-faced head of the CIA's Africa division, a man who wielded formidable authority. The giant screen in front of them was divided into multiple windows. On the left, the Global Hawk's high-definition feed. On the right, battlefield thermal images and intercepted signals. In the video, Mech 1 strode into the heart of the firefight, sparks dancing across its alloy plating while shell casings rained down. In barely 30 seconds, the rebel position was wiped clean, leaving only smoking weapons and lifeless bodies. The officers watching collectively drew a sharp breath. In the leaked footage from its first engagement, the mech had fought only defensively. Now, committed to an all-out assault, it displayed a level of destruction that made every scalp in the room tingle. Bradley swore, "Damn it, that thing's unbeatable against infantry. Foot soldier agility, tank-grade armor and mobility, and it can fly. Who the hell could stand up to that?" A nearby officer frowned. "The only option is saturation fire. Hit it with enough missiles to blow it to pieces." Bradley shot him a glare, voice low but seething. "As if they don't have missiles too. This is system-in-system warfare now. In a matched architecture you have missiles, they have missiles, but the mech becomes the force multiplier that tips the scale. Missile for missile just cancels out. The mech still dominates. There's no way to win." Tosin Kerr raised a hand to silence them, his tone dark, yet almost thrilled. "Enough. The machine is formidable, no question. If we can make it ours, perfect. Their real objective must be the geology team. Where's Black Arrow? How long until they rescue the hostages?" "Yes, I mean rescue." Lines of Blackwater dispatch data scrolled across the bottom of the screen. On Kerr's earlier order, the company had deployed an 8-man special operations unit, codenamed Black Arrow, veteran XSLs and former Delta operators hardened by years of fighting across African states. CIA intelligence showed that the geology team had been captured in its entirety. The rebels, having torn up their deal with the former government and fearing Chinese retaliation, were holding the geologists as insurance. Washington's real quarry wasn't the hostages but the mech. The geology team was merely bait to lure it into a trap. "I'll patch them in now," a technician said, switching to an encrypted channel. A burst of static, then the line opened. "Black Arrow is outside the presidential compound. Moving in," reported the team leader, Balomon, his voice low and clipped. At that moment, satellite imagery blossomed across the big screen. This round of intel support was provided by Country M. A high-resolution infrared satellite gave an uncannily clear view of everything around the presidential palace. "Damn, that's a lot of people." Toshin, the intel monitor, stared at the screen and suddenly stiffened. 6 figures were skirting the rubble, closing fast on Black Arrow. He jumped to the comm channel, his voice low but urgent. "Balomon, heads up 6 men at your 5 o'clock. Their formation is textbook. They're no rebels." On the satellite feed, the 6 moved along the wall, leapfrogging forward, covering every angle, nothing like the usual aquaving rabble. The presidential palace, in downtown Bucharest, was one of only 2 3-story European-style buildings left standing, though half of it had collapsed. Less than 200 meters away, behind a shattered wall, Balomon's Black Arrow squad lay prone. Toshin's warning wiped the color from Balomon's face. He spun, flashing hand signals, hostiles approaching from the rear. The 8 operators scattered, sliding into pre-selected cover. The machine gunner snapped an M249 into place with a metallic click. 5 seconds later, a team slid into view. Balomon peeked out and instantly recognized the bearded point man. "Shit, Bloodline," he muttered. The others sucked in a breath. "What are they doing here, hired by the rebels? Do we take them now?" Bloodline was a well-known merc outfit. The 6-man element was led by Chris, a former major in Country FS Foreign Legion who had crossed paths with Balomon on other fronts. Ahead, the Bloodline team had already sensed trouble. Chris raised a clenched fist, and his squad melted behind broken concrete, every move crisp. "Mr. Anov, we're near the palace. Can you send the satellite feed?" Chris half-crouched behind a pile of bricks, keeping his voice low. A calm male voice answered in his earpiece. "Sending. Be advised you've got company ahead." Knew it was an ambush. Chris frowned, flipping open the PDA on his wrist. Thermal imaging showed 8 red silhouettes roughly 15 meters out. A glance through the rubble confirmed the positions far too professional to be rebels. Bloodline had been hired by Country E to rescue a trapped geological team, and, being the closest unit, had arrived first. "Boss, want me to drop them?" a teammate whispered. Chris stayed silent for several seconds, weighing the odds. On the other side, Balomon realized they'd been spotted. He took a chance and called out, "Chris. Long time no see, it's Balomon." Chris felt a jolt. So it really was him. Balomon continued, "Looks like we're after the same thing. No sense shooting it out before the hostages are safe. How about we both pull back?" Chris hesitated, then replied, "Roger that. We'll head south." With an old acquaintance opposite and matching objectives, a firefight seemed pointless. Just as both squads prepared to withdraw, a sudden burst of rapid gunfire erupted from the direction of the palace. Both men froze. Someone else was in the game. Inside the command center, Tosin scowled. A 12-man squad had suddenly appeared north of the presidential palace and was now trading heavy fire with the rebel guards. Hundreds of insurgents were already encircling the compound. The arrival of this unknown team had kicked the hornet's nest wide open. This is blowing our cover. Tosin slammed a fist on the metal table, making the equipment vibrate. He bellowed, special forces are supposed to slip in quietly and finish the job. They're not God's bullets, kill them too. How can 12 men slug it out against a force this size? The original plan called for Black Arrow to infiltrate silently, extract the geology team, then lead them into a trap Blackwater had set, where superior numbers could capture the mech intact. But these 12 operators had either bungled the approach or exposed themselves on purpose. The rebels spotted them the moment they drew near, and the situation spiraled out of control. Worse, a reserve battalion sat just 500 meters outside the palace, and the three main combat regiments at the front could turn around at any time. Bradley weighed the facts, his face darkening. Our only chance is to clean out the rebels with Blackwater's troops before Zenation reacts and pull the hostages out. Tosin nodded, speaking rapidly. Blackwater is on the move. Have them push in 3 gunships and wipe out those savages. He switched channels. Barlaman, execute now. Near the palace, Barlaman rose at the order. 10 meters away, Chris and his team did the same. The two groups exchanged a brief glance, then sprinted toward the main gate together. On the palace's second floor, rebel leader Jarita Scard. Middle-aged man glared at the flames to the north. The 12 figures moved with precision and carried top-grade gear. They were clearly no ordinary soldiers. After a moment's study, his deputy muttered, looks like mercenaries. The fight below intensified. Pinned behind cover, the 12 operators were taking fire from more than 100 rebels. Jarrett's blood ran cold. A dozen men daring to storm the palace had to be foreign contractors hired by Z-Nation, and their goal was obviously to rescue those Z-Nation hostages. Bring those Z-Nation prisoners to me, he shouted. Tell the front line to send 3rd Regiment back immediately. He jabbed a finger at the runner. How long until the reserves arrive? Since he had nullified the agreement, Jarrett had expected Z-Nation to strike. Any hope of leniency was gone. His best bet now was to keep an entire regiment close as insurance. They're almost here, the runner yelled back. On the eastern road, dust billowed as the reserve battalion advanced in tight ranks. In the bed of the lead pickup, a recoilless rifle was already mounted. The gunner rammed a shell into the breech with a metallic snap, slid in the next round, and swung the barrel toward the 12 mercenaries. One artillery shell slammed down, followed by several RPG rounds, and the 12-man squad took casualties immediately. Flames towered over the northern wing of the presidential palace, the night filled with explosions and screams. While the rebels were drawn toward the northern firefight, Balaman's 6-man team sprinted through a shadowy alley to the southwest, crouched low yet moving with ruthless speed and precision. Under normal protocol they should have withdrawn, but the order from above was at any cost, so a frontal assault was their only option. The 6 cut across a cratered lawn, then hugged the wall until they reached an iron side door at the rear of the palace. Balaman raised a hand, a quick signal. The breacher darted forward, slapped a pre-rigged block of C4 between the hinges and latch, and started the 3-second countdown. Boom, fire blossomed, debris flew, and the door blew off its frame. Before the echo died, Chris appeared with another unit. We move together, get the hostages out first, he whispered. Balaman nodded in a flash. The 3 Element 16 operators in Alk knifed into the corridor. In their earpieces, Tosin crackled, targets are on the 2nd floor. At the same time, a Global Hawk drone replaced a blinded recon satellite. Its thermal feed showed 17 clustered heat signatures trapped in a central room on the 2nd floor. The geology team. 2nd floor, Balaman murmured, squeezing the trigger. 10 meters ahead, a rebel peeked around the corner. The suppressed shot was dull, a veil of blood mist blooming as he collapsed. Balaman signaled again, and the team advanced, shoulders to the wall. Their weapons were silenced, and the northern chaos was deafening, so no one noticed the infiltration. The only way up was the grand marble spiral staircase in the center of the 1st floor, heavily guarded. Balaman rounded the corridor, caught a glimpse of more than 20 rebels packed at the base of the stairs, and hissed, assault, now. There was no time to find another route. 14 operators burst from cover, no more than 10 meters from their targets. The 2 gunners clamped down on their triggers, muzzles blazing, bullets pouring like a steel waterfall. The rebels were packed too tightly to react. The sweeping belts shredded them, splattering the handrails crimson. Upstairs, Jarrett stood watch over the 17 hostages. A shudder ran through him. He yanked out his pistol and growled. They're inside. Already downstairs. His second-in-command paled at the sudden gunfire and waved his men forward. A dozen guards raced toward the staircase, yanking pins and hurling grenades as they went. Grenades. Balaman and the others were halfway up when the warning came. They dove against the wall. Multiple blasts ripped the air, showering marble chips everywhere. Luckily, the staircase was carved from a solid slab. Otherwise, it would have been blown apart. 2 stay here and hold them. The rest push in. Balaman shouted. Copy. Chris answered. For volunteers, along with the 2 gunners, kept the suppressive fire going while the others charged through the smoke. Balomon leaned out, fired a short burst, and drilled 2 rebels as they tried to peer around the banister. Holes bloomed in chest and forehead, dropping them instantly. Amid the intertwining rattle of gunfire and explosions, Balamon's group finally reached the 2nd floor. The corridor was a butcher's alley. Both sides had casualties, but superior training let the operators drop every rebel they met. Downstairs, the firefight grew even fiercer. Reinforcements were pouring into the foyer. As Balomon regrouped, Jarrett's vicious voice barked from inside a room. "Don't come any closer. I know you're here for these Chinese nationals, and he'll start killing if you do." Balomon acted as if he hadn't heard. He pointed forward, and the team slammed the door open. They had already calculated that there was no way to extract all 17. Whether they rescued 1 or 17 made no strategic difference, so Jarrett's threat to shoot the hostages meant nothing to them. Balomon sprinted forward and smashed his shoulder into the door. At the same moment he shouted, "Nathan, take the shot." 200 meters away, on the roof of a 2-story building diagonally across from the presidential palace, Black Arrow sniper Nathan lay prone behind a rough concrete parapet, his cold M99 braced on a tripod. Through the scope, the entire 2nd floor was laid bare. The 17 geologists were huddled in a frightened clump. 2 8 rebels stood beside the door, rifles trained on the entrance. 3 behind the hostages were 2 more men. One of them Jarrett, though only the arm holding his pistol was visible. There was no time to tweak the angle. Nathan steadied his breathing and locked the crosshairs on that gun hand. The instant Balamon's order landed, he squeezed the trigger. Crack! The heavy round shrieked across the gap. In Nathan's scope, the arm exploded. The severed hand and pistol spun away in a jet of blood. The door burst inward under Balamon's charge. He rolled forward, sparks showering from the armor on his back. The 8 rebels fired reflexively, bullets screaming past his ears. Before he was upright, Balamon's pistol was already barking, muzzle flashes strobing. A flashbang followed, arcing in behind him. Bang! Blinding white light, and a wall of pressure knifed through the room. The rebels clutched their heads, eardrums ringing. Outside, Chris' team leaned in and fired short, controlled bursts, their 3-round salvos echoing down the corridor and dropping all 8 in seconds. The shockwave rocked Balomon too. Shaking it off, he caught a glimpse of a figure diving out the window. Jarrett. "He's out the window," Nathan called over the comms. His second jumped with him. "Forget them, secure the hostages." Balomon growled. Chris' people were already pouring in. Balomon met Chris' eyes and snapped, 1 each. He scanned the dazed captives and fixed on a frail woman. Lighter, faster. A teammate lunged in, thumbed a pressure point on her neck, and flipped her over his shoulder. Chris chose another petite woman and did the same. The remaining hostages were beyond their reach. "Move it. Rebels are closing in," Nathan warned. Downstairs, hundreds of rebels were swarming. Jarrett, his arm a bloody stump, hopped in agony, face contorted with rage. "Open fire. Blow them all to hell." A recoilless rifle angled up toward the 2nd floor. "Load. Charge." Boom! The shell shrieked toward the building. Jarrett no longer cared about hostages. He wanted everyone dead. But a heartbeat before impact, a harsh white beam speared down from the sky. It ripped through the night and snapped into place between the shell and the wall. Boom! The fireball erupted, yet the facade remained unscathed. As the smoke curled away, a towering mech emerged. Meanwhile, a second mech dropped from the sky, landing in front of 2 soldiers with RPGs trained on the 2nd floor windows. The machine swept its massive sword sideways, striking with the flat of the blade. Boom! The soldiers were hurled dozens of meters as if hit by a bullet train, their bodies pulped before they even hit the ground. In a single heartbeat, the chaotic battlefield fell silent. Every rebel frozen, eyes fixed on the 2 steel reapers that had just arrived. On the distant 2nd floor balcony, Nathan screamed, "Move! The mechs are here!" Inside, Balomon flinched at the warning. His legs turned to water, trembling uncontrollably as near-paralyzing fear surged through his chest. "The mechs, the reapers are here," he stammered. From the cockpit of his airborne mech, Chen Jinxing looked down, barely glancing at the recoilless rifle before he slammed the thrusters, crashing through a 2nd floor window with a thunderous boom. Shards of glass and compressed air blasted outward. Sparks flew as the armored limbs touched down. Scanning the room, Chen locked onto Barrowman's subordinate, the man with a woman slung over his shoulder. "Put her down, and it'll make it quick," he said through the external speakers, his voice as cold as a blade. Rewind a few minutes. Chen had just cleared the street and was leading his convoy forward when an urgent transmission cut in. A satellite had picked up heavy fighting at the presidential palace. Analysis confirmed hostages on the 2nd floor. Command had also spotted an unknown armed group assaulting the building. Fearing the hostages would be caught in the crossfire, they ordered Chen to break off and provide immediate support. "Hold your positions and await further orders," he barked to his team. He exchanged a nod with Wang Jifu, and the 2 mechs ignited their thrusters, rocketing toward the palace. They arrived just as the recoilless rifle fired, intercepting the shell and saving the hostages on the 2nd floor. Now, On the second floor, one of Barrowman's men pressed his pistol to the woman's temple and yelled, "Stay back. One more step, and he'll pull the trigger." Barrowman stared at the 2-meter-tall, angular mech, shaking like a leaf. "What do we do? Tell me what to do," he cried. Meanwhile, in the underground command center, Bradley watched the mechs appear on the feed and slammed a fist on the table. The plan is blown. The 3 gunships he had called in were still kilometers away, at least a minute out, and the fight on the ground would be over in seconds. Tosin pointed to one corner of the screen, shouting, "We still have a chance." They're making a run for it. On the feed, Chris' team was dragging hostages down the stairs and had already reached the first floor, only meters from the exit. "Their objective matches ours," Tosin said quickly. "Send Blackwater to support Femur, steal the hostages from them if we have to. As long as we lure the mechs into the kill box, we win." A glint crossed Bradley's eyes. Whether Chris was working for Country E or not didn't matter. If they could spirit the hostages away and tie up the mechs, he would take it. Barrowman was now expendable. Back amid the rubble on the second floor, Chen held his position, the smart optics in his visor locking onto 3 targets, with special priority on the man carrying the hostage. A panel on the mech's left shoulder snapped open and a fist-sized silver device popped out. It erupted in a burst of searing white light, a flashbang detonating in the confined space. Barrowman and his 2 men instinctively shut their eyes and raised their arms. In that split-second window, the mech moved. Its greatsword sliced through the air, a gleaming arc aimed straight at the hostage-taker. The blow cleaved him from head to toe, splitting him clean in 2. Blood splattered everywhere, filling the air with the stench of iron. Barrowman stood frozen. Before such overwhelming power, he didn't even dare lift a hand. Chen Jinxing gave him no chance to breathe. With a single kick boom, it was as if a speeding locomotive had slammed into him. Barrowman was hurled across the room, punched a gaping hole in the opposite wall, and vanished from sight. After confirming the threat was gone, Chen Jinxing stepped forward, helped the woman on the floor to her feet, then spun, and, with a flash of cold steel, drove his sword through the last enemy's chest. As he sheathed the blade, he murmured, "That flashbang module works like a charm." With the Research Institute working hand in hand with Northern Industries, a flood of new modules had been rolled out. The strobe module he had just used could blind opponents like a flash grenade, while doubling as a floodlight at night. There were even gimmicks like twin blades merge, single blade splits, and spring-loaded throwing knives hidden under the forearm. Zhou Yang had given only one order: if it boosts combat power, try it. So the engineers simply crammed every idea they had into the armor, unsure which configuration would turn out to be the ultimate form. Chen Jinxing looked over the hostages on the ground and frowned. The head count didn't add up. He lifted his visor, revealing a familiar face, and declared, "I am a soldier of the state of Z." These geologists had been captured, battered by stun grenades, and dragged back and forth across the edge of death. The weaker ones had already blacked out. The rest burst into tears of relief when they saw a soldier from home. Thank you. We thought we were dead for sure." "Don't worry," Chen Jinxing said with a smile. "Our country never leaves anyone behind." Then he asked, "You were 17 in total, right? Why is one missing?" A middle-aged man collected himself and pointed outside. "Another team just took Xiao Jiang away." "What? Another squad?" Chen Jinxing's face darkened. "Dejin, search. The drone module is already circling overhead," Dejin reported crisply through the earpiece. "No contacts to the north," Wang Zhifu followed up. At that moment, Wang Zhifu stood alone among hundreds of rebels, sword in hand. The silver greatsword hummed menacingly as it dragged across the ground, pinning the surrounding enemy in place. Jarrett was scared out of his wits. In theory, he knew the state of Z possessed mechs, but he had never seen one and had always assumed they were overhyped tin toys. No better than a tank after all. A few RPG rounds can take out a tank. Besides, he was certain Z would never meddle in the Syria Republic's civil war. The reality in front of him proved how wrong he was. Not only had Z intervened, they had sent in these terrifying suits, and their combat power eclipsed anything he had imagined. As Wang Zhifu turned to check the northern sector, Jarrett hunched his shoulders and tried to slip away. But it was as if Wang Zhifu had eyes in the back of his head. He whipped around and thrust. The greatsword tore through the air with a thunderous whistle and punched straight through Jarrett's chest. "Headquarters is very clear," Wang Zhifu said calmly as he withdrew the blade. "Anyone arrogant enough to challenge the state of Z needs a lesson in manners." The rebels around him held their breath, too frightened to make a sound, each one terrified of becoming the next Jarrett. Wang Zhifu thrust himself upward, boosters flaring, and landed on the second floor of the presidential residence. His eyes swept the ruined city blocks until they locked onto Chris' team. A soldier was carrying a woman through the rubble only a few dozen meters away. "They'll catch them," he growled, kicked off again, and shot forward. A missile streaking with white-hot exhaust came straight at him. Wang reacted fast, but the AI in his armor was faster. The sword flashed like lightning. Metal shrieked and sparks burst as the missile split in two, yet the shock wave still hurled him backward. He smashed into a rooftop. Boom. Tiles flew. He rolled to his feet. A kilometer out, 3 helicopters were closing fast, 2 Apaches and a Black Hawk. The missile had come from one of the Apaches. The roof shook again as Chun Jinxing vaulted up. You all right? Fine. Wang brushed dust from his visor and eyed the gunships, chuckling. Since when do rebels waving AKs fly Apaches? Doesn't matter. We have one job: get the geology team out alive. Chun drew his shield. You stay with them. I've called Captain Jiang. They'll be here soon. Lead the evac. Need a hand up here? Wang hesitated. Just 2 Apaches. Chen's gaze was icy. His thrusters roared, and he shot into the sky like a comet. He's coming straight at us. The Apache pilot's voice quavered. Thea had never faced powered armor before. Open fire, take him down. The gunner barked. The 30mm cannon thundered, a waterfall of flame. 10 rounds a second spewed forth, but the mech rolled and surged ahead, tracer chains whipping past him. In seconds he was upon the first Apache. Chun roared and hurled his massive sword. Steel pierced the cockpit, ran through the fuselage, and boomed. First Apache shattered midair in a rolling fireball. Chun didn't slow. He punched his thrusters and dived on the second gunship. Reflex made the crew pop a missile, but at point-blank range it couldn't turn. The mech vaulted upward. The missile skimmed beneath his boots as he landed on the canopy. Transparent armor tore like paper. He yanked the front pilot out and flung him into the sky. The scream vanished in the wind before the body spattered far below. The surviving gunner wet himself as Chun stepped off. That wandering missile came back around and locked onto the pilotless Apache. Boom! The second gunship erupted, debris scattering across the night. Barely a dozen seconds had passed, and Chun Jinxing had erased 2 Apaches from the sky. Inside the command center, the Global Hawk had recorded every detail of what was happening at the presidential palace and beamed the footage back. On the screen, 3 helicopters roared into view. The dust whipped up by their rotors reflected in Tosin's eyes. The word rescue suddenly reignited his spirits. Maybe, just maybe, there was still a chance. The hope lasted barely 10 seconds. 2 streaks of light flashed, and the mech, fast as a phantom, sliced 2 Apaches in half with a single motion. The wreckage plummeted, trailing black smoke, and even through the monitor the explosions made everyone in the command center flinch. Against this steel monster the gunships were as fragile as toys. Its heavy composite armor and uncanny agility shattered Tosin's concept of fire superiority. His heart went from the mountaintop to the abyss in an instant. Bradley sucked in a sharp breath, his fingertips whitening against the console. On the feed, Chun Jinxing's mech gleamed with blinding metal as it pounced on the last Black Hawk, like a leopard. Everyone understood the transport chopper carried even less firepower. Its fate was sealed. Worse, Chris' team under the Black Hawk still hadn't grabbed the dangling fast ropes. Their narrow window to escape was closing fast. The operation has failed, Bradley said, his voice hollow. He had expected the mech to be formidable, but not this overwhelming. The only countermeasure he could picture was a wide-area saturation strike, give the mech nowhere to run, and even the thickest armor would crack under relentless impact. No, Tosin snapped, jerking his head up as if shocked by electricity. There's still a way. What way? Bradley blinked. The M270s blanket the entire area. Our firing positions are within range, Tosin said, his eyes bloodshot. Are you insane? Bradley recoiled half a step. For this mission, Country M had procured a full suite of heavy gear for Blackwater, normally a security firm with no access to true military hardware. To ensure nothing went wrong, they had been given Apaches and Black Hawks, several self-propelled guns bought on the international market, and 5 M270 MLRS launchers. The M270 had been out of production for years and officially labeled obsolete, yet everyone knew that a single ripple of 12 rockets could level a grid square. I'm not crazy, Tosin growled, the madness in his expression nearly spilling through the screen. This mission was a mess from the start, so let's go all the way. Saturation bombardment now? If those 2 mechs survive, they'll write my name backward. Then we send in ground teams to recover the wreckage. Those things are built like tanks. We might even get them back in one piece. He fixed Bradley with a stare, enunciating every word. Do you understand? If we bring those 2 mechs home, we're heroes, national heroes. Bradley's eyes widened, his breathing quickened. Reason screamed that the risk was enormous, but the lure of heroism was a silent poison eating at his resolve. After a few seconds, he gave a slight nod. On the battlefield, Chun Jinxing's mech had already turned the 2 Apaches into fireballs and now had Chris' team in its sights. The Black Hawk was forced to drop altitude, release its ropes, and signal them to board at once. But the voice in Chris' earpiece ordered him to stay off the chopper at all costs. That meant facing the relentless mech on the ground. The smoldering wreckage of the 2 Apaches was seared into his mind, and the weapons they carried couldn't even scratch its hide. That single moment of hesitation was all Chun Jinxing needed. He was already upon them. The greatsword was still out of reach, but a shield could serve just as well. Gripping the rim, Chun Jinxing spun and hurled it like a discus. Pull up, pull up. The co-pilot shrieked, but the blade-edged shield sliced into the fuselage, metal screeched, and the fuel tank detonated. A fireball ripped half the sky apart. Lit by the flames, Chun Jinxing dropped from midair, landed without a wobble, and planted himself in front of Chris and his men. "If you're smart, put her down," he said, voice cold as steel. Chris couldn't understand Chinese, but the murderous intent was crystal clear. He nodded frantically and signaled his team to release the woman. No bounty was worth dying for. They were just mercenaries, not martyrs. "Good call," Chun Jinxing snorted, then bent to help Xiao Jiang to her feet. "She's safe. Where's Captain Jiang? Close, I'll be here any second." The words were barely out when a chill stabbed his heart. He jerked his head up. Black dots dotted the night sky, each trailing a white-hot tail, arcing toward them. "Rocket barrage!" Chris screamed, his face blanching. Boom, boom, boom. Round after round rained down with the presidential palace at dead center. Explosions fused into a blazing sea. The once solid walls vaporized, hundreds of rebel soldiers shredded by shock waves. Rubble and flesh churned together within 500 meters, hell played on repeat. 60 rockets hammered the zone in the opening salvo, and the barrage showed no hint of stopping. Meanwhile, Jiang Wu and his team were racing toward downtown. "These mechs are beasts," found the geological crew in no time. "Mission wrapped," someone bragged. "Unstoppable on the ground, unbeatable in the air," another laughed. "Give it a few years, and every Special Forces trooper will have one," a third chimed in. The mood in the truck was light and easy. Suddenly Lung Feng jabbed a finger forward. "Look, what's that?" Through the windshield Jiang Wu saw countless dots falling, each trailing flame. "Rocket barrage!" Tires screamed as the vehicle slewed sideways. Jiang Wu leaped out, face drained. "Government troops? Hell no, government doesn't own that kind of firepower. Quit gawking, head for the palace." Jiang Wu dove back in and floored the gas. The first bombardment lasted nearly 90 seconds. 5 12-tube M270 launchers loosed 60 rounds, plowing the palace grounds again and again. When the convoy arrived, the once grand building was a flattened ruin, scorched earth still radiating heat. "Find survivors." Jiang Wu bolted toward the rubble like a madman. "Survivors?" How someone muttered, his voice tiny in the ringing aftermath. Under that blanket of fire, who could still be breathing? Lung Feng was right behind him. Where the palace gates had stood yawned a vast crater, severed limbs scattered everywhere. At its center lay a shattered mech, half its frame missing. Inside the cockpit, Wang Jifu was curled and blackened, roasted to charcoal. Every eye went blood red at the sight. "Those bastards!" Jiang Wu roared, slamming a fist into the ground. "Captain, not a single one survived." Jiang Wu stood at the edge of a smoking crater, his knuckles bone white and fury boiling in his chest. Who did this? It wasn't the government troops, and it couldn't be the rebel, so who else was out there? Someone had even deployed rocket-grade heavy weapons, proof that a third force was moving in the shadows. "Captain, Major Chun is still alive." A teammate yelled from across the debris. Jiang Wu wheeled around and sprinted toward the sound. Roughly 400 meters from the demolished presidential palace, a mech lay on its side in the rubble, its hull blackened and scarred yet still humming. Lung Feng and several others were fighting to flip it upright. With a thunderous clang the mech heaved, rolled over, and planted its feet. The faceplate snapped open, revealing Chun Jinxing, blood trickling from every orifice. To everyone's shock, a woman was curled up in a gap beneath the cockpit. Xiao Jiang, the geologist, had been kidnapped earlier by Chris and his men. "Major Chin has suffered severe concussive trauma. Immediate medical evacuation is advised," the mech's AI announced in a cool, female voice as it took over the system. The armor split apart, and Jiang Wu's squad carefully lifted Chun Jinxing free. The moment they moved him, he half opened his eyes and murmured, "There's someone under me. Is she okay?" "She's fine. No serious injuries," the medic assured him after a quick check, then turned to Jiang Wu, his face hardening. He whispered, "His condition is critical." The mech absorbed most of the blast, but the repeated shock waves are lethal. "We have to get him back to the ship. Contact the cruiser, tell them we need a helicopter now." Jiang Wu snapped. Before the order finished leaving his lips, De Jean's warning rang out. "Multiple hostiles approaching. Establish a defensive perimeter immediately." "Hostiles?" Jiang Wu's eyes narrowed. Blue light flared from the mech's visor, projecting a holomap that showed rebel troops pouring in. Even though the high-altitude drones had been tossed by the blast, they still fed back data. At least a full battalion was closing fast. "This was their headquarters," a soldier muttered. "Now it's leveled. Jarrett's probably dead, and they'll blame us." "Set up the perimeter and call for backup," Jiang Wu ordered, voice steely. Lung Feng raised his rifle, ready to fire, but De Jean spoke again. "Comrade Lung Feng, I remain combat capable. Put on the pilot suit and take command." Lung Feng hesitated. "Yes, you," the AI insisted. "Your build is closest to Major Chen's. He'll handle the assist." Jiang Wu clamped a hand on Lung Feng's shoulder. "No time to think. Move." "Got it." Lung Feng drew a deep breath. Following De Jean's instructions, he stripped off Chun Jinxing's pilot suit, took the wrist key ID band, and slid into the cockpit. The armor sealed, the system rebooted, and the power gauge shot up. Lung Feng gripped the controls. "All right, tell me how to drive this thing." Lung Feng asked, still dazed. "Simple, Dajin, the AI butler, boomed in his earpiece. You are the mech, and the mech is you. When you move, it moves. Really? Lung Feng inhaled, then burst into action, springing from the rubble. The heavy armor crashed to one knee before, with a growl of hydraulics and servos, rising to its full height. In seconds, Head mastered the basics with computer assistance. He climbed onto the truck parked at the curb, unhooked the Justice Glass Gatling gun, and slung 2 full ammo boxes at his waist. Leveling the weapon at the alley, he checked the drone feed. The rebels were less than 200 meters away. A row of dented pickups burst from the far end of the street. Lung Feng squeezed the trigger, bullets pouring like a waterfall. The lead vehicle screeched to a halt, concrete exploding beneath it. Come any closer and die, he shouted. Dajin translated into Sari Yin and blasted the warning through external speakers, the threat echoing down the street. A rifle round smashed into his faceplate, and an RPG screamed toward him. Lung Feng didn't hesitate. He opened up at full rate, shredding the pickup and vaporizing nearby rebels into a red mist. Anyone who tried to peek out was forced back instantly. On the flank, a dozen enemy fighters charged. Lung Feng swept the muzzle across them, turning the rush into torn flesh and splintered bone. A distant rumble of artillery rolled in. Lung Feng's face hardened. Mortars. The drone had already tagged the enemy battery. The first shells were only ranging fire. By luck, no one was hit. Igniting his back thrusters, he vaulted skyward, then dived toward the mortar pit, raining blazing rounds from above. Hundreds of bullets ripped open sandbags and gun barrels, wiping out the entire position and everyone in it. Aboard a destroyer in the harbor, Lin Yan received the distress call. He slammed a fist into the steel bulkhead. Bastards. Of 17 geologists, only one was alive. One of 2 mechs was wrecked, one pilot dead, another critically wounded, and the rebels were firing rockets. Fury lit his eyes. Launch the helicopter. Jiang Wu will send coordinates. Missiles on standby, he ordered. Fire the missiles. He barked. The CIC staff flinched. The executive officer hesitated. Captain Lin, should we report to higher command first? Report what? Our people are dead. Anyone who hits us pays in blood. Lin Yan's voice was ice. For every one of ours they kill, we'll make them pay 100-fold. On the battlefield, Dajin spoke in Lung Feng's ear. Comrade Lung Feng, HQ uploaded the coordinates. Missiles inbound. Help Jiang Wu withdraw to the safe zone. Lung Feng landed beside Jiang Wu. Before he could speak, a searing white streak tore across the sky. A surface missile plunged into the densest rebel sector. Boom. The earth convulsed, heat and dust whipping past. The rebels' rocket barrage had been fierce, but it was nothing beside this. Everything around the blast-ruined buildings, streets, and countless rebels was obliterated in an instant. Hardly had the first blast faded when another missile dropped from the sky. Boom. A mushroom-shaped fireball erupted at the crossroads, its blistering shock waves stacking and rolling down the street. From a drone's vantage above, the expanding rings were clear, rippling like deep red stains across water. Jiang Wu and the others dove into the nearest crater, gravel and dust slamming into their faces. Boom, boom, boom. Several more warheads slammed home, punching fresh hollows into the ground. The feed from Lung Feng's drone showed what was left of the district. The avenue that had held over 1,000 rebels was now a shredded ruin. More than half lay dead where they fell. The rest clutched AKs and fired blindly, panic written on every face. They looked like 2 cavemen with sticks who had just met a steel monster armed with a Gatling gun, utterly helpless. They're pulling back, Lung Feng said quietly. Sure enough, the rebels wheeled and ran, rifles wobbling in their hands. One more strike at this intensity would wipe them out. Rotors thundered overhead. 2 helicopters ripped across the skyline. The gunship dove first, its cannon tracing ribbons of fire. A volley of rockets followed, turning the rebels' last line into scorched earth. Only then did the rescue helicopter settle onto the street. Jiang Wu, Lung Feng, and the few remaining teammates heaved the blood-soaked Chen Jinsheng and Xiao Jiang into the cabin. Lung Feng helped sling the mangled exosuit onto a flatbed truck. The geologists' ruined bodies were all that remained on the ground. Those bastards, Jiang Wu growled, gathering the limbs with trembling hands. Dead or alive, we're taking them home. Their souls belong under our flag. Meanwhile, inside the command center, Tosin stared at the real-time feed, his face the color of ash. How did this happen? He muttered. His plan had looked flawless. A rocket barrage to cripple one suit and leave the other intact. Even if Jiang Wu's team showed up, Blackwater's men would reach the city first, overrun them, and haul the suits away. He had never counted on a panicked rebel column blundering into the fight. Never imagined Chen Jinsheng's suit would reboot under a fresh pilot. And least of all expected the Chinese destroyers at the harbor to weigh in with a full salvo of cruise missiles open, unmistakable intervention in someone else's civil war. Tosin screamed. Why did the ships fire without clearance? He had assumed the destroyer would request authorization, a delay long enough for Blackwater to spirit the suit out. Reality had slapped him hard. The fleet hadn't hesitated for a second. Bradley sighed beside him. This isn't the China we used to know. They used to tiptoe around international opinion. Now they're strong enough to act. They say they'll evacuate citizens' warships, show up overnight. They say someone's trapped in exosuit is dropped in. Their people get surrounded, missiles fly immediately. You misread them, Bradley said, patting Tosin's shoulder. Face it, you've seen their resolve. 3 guided missile destroyers off the coast. Unless you can sail in a carrier group, there's nothing we can do. How are we supposed to steal a mech or a helicopter now? Ground troops, armored vehicles, none of them matter. Send all the men you want. A handful of missiles will still wipe them out. Tosin nodded gloomily and sighed. Order the retreat. Amid the rubble, Lung Feng hauled the wrecked frame of Mech 02 onto a flatbed truck, then scooped up 2 scattered power cores. His eyes were ice cold. Captain Jiang, we have to settle this score. Their comrades had been slaughtered, and it clearly wasn't the rebels who did it. Someone else was to blame. Jiang heart tightened. Lung Feng, what are you planning? What I have to do, Lung Feng said, his voice hard as frost. The drone traced the rocket's trajectory. The launch site is 50 kilometers northeast. I'm going there for payback. Alone? Jiang Wu shook his head. No, it's suicide. Lung Feng ignored him. Anyone who kills our people must pay. Our brother's blood won't be spilled for nothing. With that, he snapped the power cores into the mech's flight ports and rocketed into the sky. Lung Feng, you idiot! Jiang Wu stamped his foot in frustration and patched a call through to the fleet, reporting everything. High above, Lung Feng retrieved his sword and shield, the edges still razor sharp. He fired the boosters and streaked northeast in a white blur, the landscape sliding past in the mirrored metal below. In minutes he cleared the city limits. Drone footage showed a column of 8 Mamba APCs kicking up a long plume of dusty-made vehicles, every one of them. The forces in Celia? That's odd, he muttered, narrowing his eyes. Could be they're not regular army at all. Elsewhere, Tosin was about to order a full withdrawal when he suddenly saw the intact mech leave the city and charge straight toward a Blackwater convoy. What the he could hardly believe it. He bellowed, Blackwater, open fire. Everyone else, support. He needn't have shouted. The convoy commander's eyes were already wide at the sight of a mech overhead. The gunner on the lead vehicle squeezed the trigger. A stream of rounds clanged against the titanium hull. Lung Feng snorted and dived. Both hands on the hilt, he drove the sword down like a falling meteor, punching through the roof of the first Mamba. Momentum split the moving APC in 2, its steel belly torn open. Without pausing, he swept the blade sideways in a crackling arc. Crunch. The roof of the second APC peeled away. The gunner never had time to scream before the blade cut him in half, spraying blood across the plates. Lung Feng yanked up a dazed soldier and growled. Who are you people? The man trembled, voice shrill. You don't know. Lung Feng's fingers closed. Bones snapped, blood soaking the mech's joints. He seized another soldier. The man's face was gray as ashes. We're Blackwater. He croaked. Blackwater, the world's largest private military and security firm. Lung Feng's expression darkened. Behind Blackwater stood the United States. No wonder you had rocket artillery, he muttered. On paper, Blackwater was limited to light gear Mambas and little bird helicopters. Saturation fire rocket launchers were nowhere on their approved list. If they dared bring them in, someone big was backing them. Murderous fury surged. Lung Feng spun, sword leveled at the still-firing vehicles, and charged straight into the hail of bullets. With no heavy weapons on their side, and only infantry to face him, the mech was practically invincible. Its bulletproof alloy armor gleamed coldly, and the greatsword in Lung Feng's hands resembled death's scythe, cutting down lives with every casual swing. In less than 2 minutes the mech swept the battlefield clean. Armored vehicles were reduced to scrap, and bodies littered the ground. Lung Feng tossed aside the ruined APC shell, fired the thrusters, and vaulted back into the sky in pursuit of his target. 50 kilometers ahead. He kept the thrusters at full burn until 1 battery pack ran dry, then landed. Luckily, 2 spare packs still hung beneath the mech's torso, so endurance was not a problem. As he swapped the depleted unit, the mech began to drop, and from deep in the forest a cluster of mini-missiles burst out, screaming toward him. Lung Feng instantly killed every thruster, and the massive steel body plummeted like a meteor. The missiles carved exaggerated arcs to follow. The moment he touched down, the engines flared anew, and the mech shot forward, hugging the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The pursuing missiles had no time to correct their course and slammed into the forest behind him, blast heaving walls of earth 10 meters high. Through the smoke and dust, Lung Feng spotted his real objective, a makeshift camp hidden among the trees. 5 M270 rocket launchers sat side by side. 2 self-propelled howitzers had their barrels raised, and a fully crewed main battle tank waited nearby. The tank's turret spun and leveled its gun at the airborne mech, then roared. Lung Feng vaulted the mech upward a dozen meters, narrowly dodging the high-velocity shell. Unlike airplanes or tanks, those lumbering giants, a mech guided by AI could move with human agility, changing direction the instant its pilot wished. Still airborne, he banked, then slammed the thrusters to full and dived. Both hands gripped the sword, a flash of cold light. Schlunk. The tank's barrel was sliced off cleanly, molten metal spraying everywhere. The tank died on the spot. Lung Feng landed squarely on the turret, greatsword across his chest, and scanned the camp with icy eyes. More than 100 soldiers froze where they stood, staring up at the steel giant in terror. Inside the command post, Tosin felt sweat stream down his forehead. The mech had found them so quickly, and it had disabled the tank in a single stroke. If it closed the distance, rockets, artillery, rifles, everything would be useless scrap. Were 100 soldiers supposed to charge it with assault rifles? That would be suicide. What do we do now? Tosin muttered. The situation was completely out of control for one reason. The mech was too powerful. In the center of the camp, Lung Feng raised his sword and began to advance, ready to clean house. It was going to be a massacre. A few minutes later, 2 military helicopters appeared in single file, the carrier-based choppers sent to support Lung Feng. The fierce blaze flickering through the trees looked like an enormous flare, drawing both aircraft toward it. One of the pilots glanced down and blanched. In the center of the camp, several rocket launchers and other heavy weapons lay in smoking fragments. The ground pocked with craters, and the mech's desert camouflaged. Now died a lurid blood-red stewed alone amid the wreckage. Good grief, that guy's a killing god, one pilot muttered. On the ground, Lung Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, forcing down the murderous urge rolling in his chest. When he opened them again, he raised a hand to signal the helicopters, ignited the mech's thrusters, and streaked back the way he had come, the exhaust branding the scorched earth with a brilliant arc. The command center screens still showed the devastation. Tosin's face had gone chalk white. His lips trembled so badly he couldn't form a sentence. The whole operation had collapsed, 16 citizens of country Z were dead, and no one could predict how Z would retaliate. Just then the door slammed open and 2 burly soldiers strode in. Tosin Kerr, you're coming with us, one of them said coldly. Who are you? On what grounds are you taking me? Tosin shrieked, but iron hands seized him. Without another word, the soldiers clamped a grip on each shoulder and dragged him from the room. Watching Tosin hauled away, Bradley felt a chill run through him. He knew his own turn wouldn't be far behind. Half an hour later, Lung Feng piloted the mech back to the harbor. Lin Yan appeared, her gaze lingering on the mech's crimson armor before she let out a long sigh. The hatch opened, and Lung Feng vaulted to the ground. Good thing you're not on active duty, Lin snorted, her tone icy. If a soldier had disobeyed orders and rushed onto the battlefield like that, I'd have shot him myself. Then she slapped Lung Feng's shoulder. Still nice work. In her version of events, a concerned civilian had watched his compatriots slaughtered, lost his temper, commandeered a military mech, and stormed the enemy camp. Absolutely no connection to the armed forces. Thank you, ma'am. Lung Feng snapped to attention and saluted. Ma'am, the rockets that hit us came from Blackwater and behind Blackwater. I know. Lin cut him off, a cold smile tugging at her lips. A so-called security company. Night fell as the warship moved north along the coast. Below deck, Lung Feng had just closed his eyes when the hull gave a subtle shudder. Instinctively, he hurried to the porthole and saw 4 missiles slicing westward, white-hot exhausts tearing across the night sky. Westward, several hundred kilometers along the shore lay Blackwater's largest base in Africa. Lung's heart thumped. So this is Country Z's answer: wipe out their stronghold in one go. The night was ink black. The 4 cruise missiles ripped through the clouds and, minutes later, reached their brightly lit target. The base was no proper military installation, no integrated radar, scant air defenses, and could only wait helplessly for destruction. The missiles plunged straight into the main building. Boom. A towering fireball roared skyward, and the entire compound was instantly swallowed by flames. Online, countless people were glued to the evacuation updates. Posts flooded every feed. Some tallied headcounts, others shared photos from the scene, and many just kept refreshing the official announcements. I heard they're bringing back several thousand this time, one comment read. It's too chaotic. Overseas wars break out at the drop of a hat. Home is still the safest place. Most users silently hit the like button. How lucky, they thought, to have been born in Z country. That night, CCTV released the latest bulletin. Everyone had been evacuated safely and the naval vessels were already on their way home. The scrolling comments instantly filled with flowers and safe and sound, and netizens finally exhaled in relief. Just then, a desperate plea rocketed to the top of the trending list. The clip showed a haggard woman cradling a 5-month-old baby, her voice hoarse from crying. My husband went to the Republic of Celia 2 months ago for a geological survey. Before the evacuation, he called me and said the embassy had arranged for them to board the ship. I still haven't received his I'm safe call, and the embassy can't explain why. If he was on that naval vessel, why hasn't he called? The internet says everyone's back, so where's my husband? Our baby is so small, he can't grow up without a father. I just need to know whether my husband is alive or dead. The video racked up more than 10 million views in a flash, was reposted by every major outlet, and a wave of doubt swept across the web. Didn't they say everyone was back? My relatives have already checked and safe. Why hasn't her husband? If something really happened, why hasn't the government said so? At that day's Foreign Ministry press briefing, the question was fired straight at the podium. Can you confirm that every citizen has been evacuated safely? Rumors online claim an entire geological team has yet to report in. Is that true? Spokesman Zhao Gang had been smiling moments earlier, even cracking a joke with the reporters. Mid-sentence, his expression stiffened and the room's atmosphere turned to ice. The reporter who had asked the question felt a shiver. He sensed head hit on something big. Zhao Gang fell silent and touched the earpiece in his right ear, clearly receiving instructions. A dozen reporters exchanged anxious glances, their breathing quickening. The seconds crawled by in tense silence. Only after a full minute did he speak again. I regret to inform you that an accident occurred during the evacuation. A 17-member geological team was taken hostage by rebel forces. When our rescue units moved in, heavy fighting broke out. After multiple rocket attacks, one of our courageous soldiers was killed and another severely wounded. Of the 17 compatriots in that geological team, 16 were brutally murdered. Boom. It felt as if the entire briefing room had been blown apart. Every reporter stared, eyes wide, their souls nearly shaken loose. The battle was fierce, with salvo after salvo of rockets tearing through the site. 2 soldiers were hit, 1 killed, 1 critically wounded, and of the 17-member geological survey team, only a single person made it out alive. The moment this news broke, the press conference erupted. Casualties on that scale were a national shock for any country. Before the moderator could speak again, a reporter shot up a hand. Who fired the rockets? Low murmurs rippled across the room. Rockets? Does the Syria Republic's regular army even have that kind of firepower? No way. At most they carry RPGs. The rebels are worse, no unified command, nowhere near enough to pull off coordinated salvos. This was a pre-planned hit, someone who knew the ground in advance. Zhao Gang stepped to the podium, raising a hand for silence, his gaze sharp enough to cut through the crowd. On behalf of the government, I have a word for whoever carried out this attack. The blood of our compatriots will not be shed in vain. Blood debts will be repaid in blood. Any force that dares challenge the sovereignty and dignity of country Z will face the strongest possible response. He paused, pronouncing each syllable with icy clarity. And remember Thisto, not say you were not warned. With that, Zhao Gang declared the briefing over and strode off stage. Reporters felt a chill run down their spines. He had never used such unforgiving language before. Blood debts will be repaid in blood meant the authorities had already identified the culprit. And do not say you were not warned was the kind of line reserved for the brink of war. Within minutes, the story rocketed to the top of every trending list online. 17 dead. This is no minor incident. They killed our geology team with rockets? That's no small-time outfit. The government's using hard language. Something big is coming. Nuclear research base. Zhou Yang had been following the incident from the start. Standing outside the lab building, he dialed Li Tianshu. How's Chen Jinsheng? Zhou asked, still remembering the young mech pilot. A heavy sigh drifted through the line. Spinal damage. Surgery's done, so everyday life won't be a problem. But piloting a mech again, I'm afraid that's over. Zhou fell silent for a moment. Was it the US? 80% certain, Li answered, voice like ice. We tried to cut risk by sending mechs as escorts. Turned out that made them the target. They'll do anything to seize our machines. Blackwater's finished for good this time, Zhou said quietly, but with absolute certainty. The state won't let this slide. After a brief pause, Li changed the subject. How's your schedule there? Almost ready. The main body of the fusion device is close to complete. First ignition is set for April 1st. April 1st? Li sounded stunned. That's soon and it's April Fool's Day. Zhou chuckled. For other countries, it won't be a day for jokes. ITLL be a nightmare. Li pressed on. Since the structure's done, can we release the news? Zhou hesitated, reading the intent, then nodded. No problem. Handle it as you see fit. Hanging up, he strode toward the massive excavation at the heart of the base. At the bottom, a 30-meter-wide fusion reactor stood silent and imposing, its steel skin gleaming under floodlights. Hundreds of engineers in protective suits swarmed around it, calibrating supports, tightening bolts, cross-checking data. Every step of the installation was brutally complex, the required precision so extreme that even the smallest deviation was unacceptable. At the entrance to the base, 2 helicopters dropped out of the sky. Their rotors whipped up a haze of yellow sand. As soon as the skids touched down, the door slid open and a familiar figure stepped out. Kong Hui. Mr. Zhou, he greeted, extending his hand with obvious excitement. Zhou Yang walked up, smiling as he teased, I wondered who they'd send, and it turns out they brought in the network's top anchor. Kong Hui laughed. To interview someone of your caliber, only us old hands will do. The wind's nasty out here, let's talk as we walk. The base sat in the middle of a desert. Gusts laced with grit howled past, stinging the skin like pinpricks. Kong Hui couldn't help admiring Zhou Yang. With his stature, he could easily stay in comfort behind the lines, yet he insisted on remaining at the toughest research front. Inside the corridor, Zhou Yang spoke first. How have you planned to shoot? They'll cooperate however you need. Thank you for understanding, Kong Hui replied, perking up. There are 2 parts. First, we'll cut a news clip, no longer than 15 seconds, for the 7 o'clock broadcast. Second, on orders from above. We'll gather extra footage for a future documentary to pave the way for making controlled nuclear fusion public. Zhou Yang nodded, joking, the shorter the airtime, the denser the information, right? Exactly, Kang Hui chuckled. He explained further. Controlled fusion is destined for civilian use, and one day it will have to be revealed and promoted worldwide. Like virtual reality, whoever moves first will reap the rewards, so a documentary makes perfect sense. No problem, Zhou Yang said, leading them onto the main thoroughfare. You can film anywhere in base 1 except the second base. The real secrets are in our heads, not in a few photos. His tone brimmed with confidence. In the past, when technology gaps were small, a single snapshot could let rivals copy most of the design. Now the gap has become a chasm. Even if you park the entire machine in front of them, without the key parameters, no one can reproduce it. The virtual reality headset proved the point. Billions have been shipped worldwide. Labs have dismantled them again and again, and no one has managed a successful reverse engineer. Controlled fusion will be the same. Even if foreign scientists tour the facility, without the core data, they'll have no way to replicate it. That's why small nations can never truly catch up with great powers. The strong grow stronger while your first-generation mech is still taxiing. Theirs is already on its second flight. How do you compete with that? Eventually, some countries simply stop trying. As far as Country Z is concerned, out of more than 200 nations, only a handful are worth a fight. The so-called major powers are nothing special. Kang Hui raised his thumb. Mr. Zhou, that's real swagger. No one has yet cracked the Longxin battery Zhou Yang developed years ago, and that remains the source of his confidence. As for why the second base is off limits, Kang Hui understands perfectly and never asks. Following Zhou Yang, they began their tour of base 1. Finally, in front of the main fusion chamber, the camera zoomed in on Zhou Yang for a brief news spot. The clip ran just 10 seconds, yet it perfectly proved the rule that the shorter the airtime, the bigger the payload. The following evening, the internet was still obsessed with the 17 dead incident. At 7 on the dot, the CCTV evening news began. Midway through the broadcast, without any warning, a line of text flashed on screen. Under academician Zhou Yang's leadership, our controlled nuclear fusion device has achieved a breakthrough. The primary structure is now complete. We now go live to our reporter. The feed cut to the lab. Under bright white lights stood Zhou Yang in a lab coat, calm as ever. Behind him loomed a gigantic metallic cylinder, a cold fusion core crisscrossed with pipes and blinking LEDs. This is the ignition system for our controlled fusion reactor, Zhou Yang said, enunciating each word as if reading from a prompter. It's basically finished, and we expect to bring it online in the next few days. The camera held steady, offering only a mid-shot of the reactor. As soon as he finished, the report ended and the newscast moved on. The segment was so brief that anyone who blinked missed the whole thing. But within minutes, the internet exploded. On TikTok, the newscast ended at 7:15. By 7:16, the official CCTV news account had posted the full video. By 7:28, the hashtag was #1 on the trending list. Zhou Yang's drawing power was once again undeniable. Comments streamed in. Holy crap, did I just watch fake news? Controlled fusion? Somebody explain. It's not some gadget. Controlled fusion is a man-made sun. If it works, humanity gets near unlimited energy. The problem is it's insanely hard. Global teams have tried for decades and failed. We've been at it for years too. So that's where Zhou Yang disappeared to. His TikTok's been silent. Turns out he's been buried in fusion research? That's nuts. Nuts? Try priceless. Every nuclear physicist alive has been gnawing on this for years. That tells you how hard it is. The report said the main reactor is done, and Dr. Zhou said ignition is days away. Does that mean they've cracked it? Who knows? The whole thing was one sentence. Could they give us a few more seconds? Debate raged. Foreign media rushed to translate and repost, and governments worldwide were rattled by the Blinkandiumisit segment. Across the Pacific, Perry woke from a nap to an aide handing him the report. What? Controlled nuclear fusion? He bolted upright. Head feared retaliation from Country Z, but had seen only surgical strikes on Blackwater's global assets. Within days, the world's largest private military company was on life support. Terrified, Perry withheld help and even helped purge Blackwater's leadership to keep his name out of it. He knew Country Z pegged him as the mastermind, yet lacked hard proof. So they were being reasonable. He thought the crisis had cooled until this fusion bombshell. Is this Country Z's real counterstrike? That's going straight for the nuke option, he muttered, cold sweat beading on his brow. Controlled nuclear fusion, this was the ultimate power play. Pele convened his advisors immediately. The conference room lights were glaringly bright. A row of aides had only just sat down when guards ushered several scientists inside, coats still on their shoulders. Is this thing real or not? Pele rapped the table. A nuclear physicist from MIT spoke first. Fake, 100% fake. Pele's eyes sharpened. Explain. The expert adjusted his glasses and rattled off his answer. At our current level, commercial-scale controlled fusion is impossible. Zhou Yang brilliant as he is single-handedly do what global elite teams haven't cracked in decades. It's probably a smokescreen from Country Z. The so-called ignition unit is most likely just an upgraded East device, rebranded as mature fusion. Pele frowned. The rapid-fire explanation was pure speculation, no evidence. He looked to the second physicist. The second expert cleared his throat. One video isn't enough to guess the inner workings. Honestly, I can't see much at all. The aides exchanged glances. Someone murmured a summary. Almost certainly fake. Professor Rosen's right ITER hasn't managed it despite unlimited funding and top scientists. Country Z is probably throwing out a decoy because of that earlier incident. Pele knew exactly what that incident was. He wondered if Country Z was bluffing. He waved the scientists out. As the door closed, he asked quietly, "Can we scout the site again? That device is almost certainly the nuclear base we found earlier." The defense minister coughed and spread his hands. "That won't be easy. We still don't know how the Blackbird went down." The room was comfortably warm, yet Pele yanked at his tie in frustration. He knew the usual tactics wouldn't work on Country Z. If a weak nation claimed to have fusion, he could laugh and sanction them the next day. But Country Z was different. Economically, they were nearly on par, and many supply chains still depended on Country Z. Another trade war would only backfire. Militarily, there was even less room to maneuver. Pele just wanted to finish his term in peace, didn't want to wake up one morning to find a battle mech kicking in the door. With no good options, he could only hope the news was fake and race to catch up. What has ITER been doing? We've poured money into it for years and have nothing to show. He slammed the table. Pull our people out. We'll build a fusion program ourselves right now, immediately. Understood? His voice rose. Fall behind and you get beaten. If Country Z really masters controlled fusion, Country M doesn't have much time left. The staff nodded repeatedly and began drafting action plans. As for the international uproar, Zhou Yang paid no attention at all. Zhou Yang's attention was now fixed entirely on controlled nuclear fusion, and the leadership had just greenlit the April 1st ignition. On March 25th, the massive ignition system was finally declared complete. "Mr. Zhou, it's done, finally done," Su Jindong yelled, waving his arms like an excited kid. More than 1,000 engineers cheered behind him. Applause and whistles ricocheted around the conference hall. Even Zhou Yang, caught up in the wave of excitement, pumped his fist to release weeks of pent-up emotion. When the noise subsided, Zhou Yang clapped to get everyone's attention. "Great work, everyone. We've built the machine, but that's only step one. Real success comes when ignition ends without a hitch. We've got 1 week until April 1st, so go over every system again. Leave nothing to chance." "Got it." Su Jindong nodded hard and immediately sent the teams off for a thorough inspection. Early the next morning, Li Tianshu rushed into the test site. The moment he entered, his gaze locked onto the steel behemoth of an ignition unit. "Should we run a preliminary ignition?" he asked, straight to the point. "Oh, has the plan changed?" Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Li Tianshu nodded. "Headquarters wants to invite a few guests to watch on-site and broadcast the whole thing live. So we're done keeping it under wraps?" Zhou Yang asked casually, remembering the recent news leak and letting it go with a shrug. "Exactly." Li Tianshu spread his hands. "This is a commercial reactor. A moment that can go down in human history shouldn't happen behind closed doors." "Commercial, huh?" Zhou Yang chuckled. Controlled fusion was meant for the market, even the mechs were now positioned for civilian use. Then Li Tianshu's tone shifted. "And headquarters is looking to expand." "Expand?" Zhou Yang tensed at the weight of that word. Li Tianshu nodded firmly. "Yes. No more pure defense. We're strong enough now. After all these years of keeping our heads down, it's time to show our hand." The statement set Zhou Yang's chest on fire. Expansion meant staking claims and setting standards, one hand full of cash, the other holding a big stick. Defense and expansion followed completely different playbooks. "Fine. I'm a scientist. Whatever the country needs, they'll do it," Zhou Yang said with a grin. Li Tianshu bent at the waist and gave a formal bow. "Thank you." Zhou Yang waved it off. Some things were better left unsaid. In the blink of an eye, April 1st arrived. 3 days earlier, every major outlet had begun rolling the same teaser. At 10 a.m. on April 1st, the nation's first commercial controlled fusion reactor codenamed Swirenchi would ignite, with live coverage across all media. After 3 days of non-stop buzz, the news had spread to every corner of the country. "They only just announced the project. How are they firing it up already?" "That's how we do things. Once it's public, it basically means it's ready. It's not about to succeed, it's already succeeded. We'd never release key information without absolute confidence. Commercial fusion, straight to market. Our country just leapfrogged the world. If this ignition works, it's a game changer for all of humanity." April 1st. At 6 in the morning, every local channel abruptly cut its programming, and every screen switched to the CCTV special broadcast. The lights in Studio 1 were soft, and the host, Liao Mingjiu, stood beside a round interview table, flanked by 2 invited titans of nuclear physics, Zhang Ling and Wang Chuxin. Zhang, the elder, was dean of the physics school at Harbin Institute of Technology, his temples dusted with gray. Wang, director of a well-known domestic research institute, had sharp, penetrating eyes. Liao got straight to the point. "What our viewers care about most," he said, is how commercial-scale controlled fusion will change everyday life. Will our power bills go down? Zhang and Wang exchanged a quick glance, and the senior scientist spoke first. The principles of controlled fusion are in every textbook, so I won't repeat them. Internationally, we have ITER, at home we have EAST, and the United States has INDEF. All of them have achieved ignition, but all remain in the laboratory. The reason is simple: the energy return is lousy. We might have to put in 10 units of energy and get only a tenth of one back. Who could sell that? The general view is you need a gain of at least 10 to be barely acceptable. He paused, raising a hand toward the screen where the word Swirenchi was scrolling. I don't know the exact gain of Mr. Zhou's machine, but if he dares call it commercial ID, guess it's north of 10. That would be nothing short of astounding. Wang took over. In the short term you won't notice much, but energy is the foundation of modern society. Over the long haul the impact will be profound. As for your electric bill, it probably won't drop right away. Liao chuckled and steered the conversation elsewhere. Between questions the director kept cutting to live feeds from the research site. A silver-gray control hall gleamed under bright lights. Technicians wove through a forest of tubing, and numbers flickered across the console displays. At exactly 9 o'clock the screen switched again, opening a live link to Zhou Yang, the chief designer of Swirenchi. He wore a perfectly tailored suit, with an endless expanse of reactor casing stretching behind him. Liao asked, Mr. Zhou, how are the preparations? How confident are you about today's ignition? Zhou smiled calmly. We're very well prepared. As for confidence, about 50-50. There are always variables. The remarks sounded casual, but he knew perfectly well it wasn't a question of whether they could succeed. They had to. 2 days earlier the team had quietly carried out a trial ignition, and the machine had run flawlessly, meeting every design spec. For the sake of today's broadcast, they had shut it down again, reset it layer by layer, and rolled every parameter back to zero like a tunnel boring machine that finishes its cut, then backs up to seal the hole, waiting for the officials and reporters to arrive before breaking through again in grand style. Zhou Yang muttered a quick complaint under his breath and cut the video link. The leadership was about to arrive, and not just the domestic hierarchy. The guest list featured ambassadors from every major nation. The United States included, along with delegations from the International Energy Agency, the IAEA, and the United Nations. Even ITER, which had once left China at a disadvantage, had been invited, and, to everyone's surprise, had accepted at once. The sky was a flawless blue. On the apron, government jets bearing various national emblems rolled forward, their tires hissing over the sandy ground. As the cabin doors opened, the guests descended the stairs into a wall of heat before being whisked away by a motorcade headed for the underground facility deep in the desert. At the end of the convoy walked ITER's Director General Henry, board member Anderson, and technical advisor Vieira. The moment his feet touched the tarmac, Henry squinted at the barren landscape and sighed. I never imagined they could build a giant nuclear test complex in the middle of a desert. Anderson nodded. Their infrastructure capacity is impressive, no question. Pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, Vieira spoke with pure excitement. Impressive isn't enough, it's world-class. What fascinates me is which fusion approach they chose. That 30-second clip they released told us nothing. A scientist to the core, Vieira cared only about the technology. Anderson, by contrast, sounded downright dismissive. He scoffed. Professor, you'd better brace for disappointment. Their tech is worlds behind ITER's. If we can't achieve commercial fusion, do you really think they cracked it in a few months? My money says they simply scaled up east. Zhou Yang was bragging he could build a real fusion reactor without using our technology. I can't wait to see what he actually rolls out. Henry offered a supportive laugh. Those claims might fool politicians, but the flaws are obvious to us. Do they think we wouldn't dare show up? If the ignition fails, they'll expose them on the spot and remind everyone that ITER is the only viable fusion device on this planet. Vieira just shook his head and hurried to catch up with the group. The elevator plunged downward, revealing the underground complex bit by bit. Interlocking metal frameworks, artery-like pipes snaking overhead, and massive support columns lit by cold blue light. Anyone stepping into this cavernous space for the first time would instinctively hold their breath in awe of humanity's command over steel and energy. Soon they reached the star of the day, Swirenchi. A 30-meter-wide toroidal chamber dominated the hall like a slumbering beast. The viewing platform had been placed at the perfect angle, and the guests took their seats one by one. As the last footsteps faded, Zhou Yang entered with Su Jindong. Ambassadors from several nations rose to greet the man whom both nature and science had hailed as the greatest scientist of the 21st century, eager to shake his hand. Zhou's epic-making achievements left no room for doubt. Maintaining an impeccable smile, he greeted each guest in turn until he reached the 3 representatives from ITER. Vieira's fingertips trembled with excitement, his lips parting as if words had deserted him. Zhou spoke first, his eyes settling on the man in the middle. Director Anderson, isn't it? We've met before. Anderson flashed a brilliant smile. Mr. Zhou, you have an excellent memory. We met in HF. Outwardly respectful, he still nursed an unmistakable hostility. careful to hide it on Chinese soil in front of China's most celebrated scientist. Anderson tried to brush it off with a smile, but Zhou Yang had no intention of letting him get away that easily. The hall was brightly lit. VIP seats lined up with hardly an inch to spare. The government's invitation to the ITER delegation was meant as a warning, and Zhou Yang still remembered Anderson's swagger at the HF conference 6 months earlier. Mr. Anderson, Zhou said, smiling while letting his voice carry across the room. When we last met, I told you we would achieve controlled fusion on our own. 6 months later, we've done it. Anderson's smile froze. He nodded stiffly. Then congratulations. Zhou continued. During this time, Professor Su and I have reviewed every fusion roadmap. Dozens of heads turned. Even the camera crew looked up. Our study shows that the mainstream paths probably can't reach the goal. In other words, they're wrong. So we took another path, cold fusion. What? Vieira cried out. Mr. Zhou, did you say cold fusion? Is that ignition device really based on it? The quiet chatter burst into an uproar. This was the first time Zhou publicly disclosed his technology, and the experts in the room turned paler than the lights overhead. Cold fusion had been dismissed long ago. Magnetic confinement was orthodox, laser confinement a side road, and cold fusion pure heresy. Yet Zhou, champion of the heresy, had succeeded, while the orthodox crowd was still stuck at the gate. Anderson could no longer smile. Zhou had all but declared ITER's magnetic confinement wrong. With Zhou's new triumph, a single sentence from him magnetic confinement won't work could sink ITER's credibility. In a project already strapped for cash, that might be a death blow. Henry's face also went ashen. Zhou's salvo was aimed directly at them and hit hard. If the ignition proved commercially viable, Zhou would be crowned the new leader of global fusion, and his words could ruin ITER. Henry tried to speak, but Zhou merely smiled at him and Anderson, then turned away, leaving no room for rebuttal. Henry flushed, feeling as though a stone were lodged in his chest. Zhou clapped his hands. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Let's begin. It was almost 10 o'clock. In the center of the circular hall, 3 cameras focused on the ignition device, red lights blinking. Millions at home waited by their televisions. Many research institutes had paused work just to watch. Curiously, few foreign networks carried the feed. Perhaps they didn't want their audiences witnessing China's dramatic rise. At 10 sharp, the ceremony began. Several officials delivered brief remarks, highlighting the breakthrough's significance for the nation and the world's energy landscape. Finally, one turned to the audience and said, "Now, let's hand the stage to our beloved scientists." Zhou Yang stepped onto the stage. At once the house lights dimmed, leaving only a soft spotlight above the lectern. Almost simultaneously, a gigantic hologram dropped from the dome like a curtain, suspending a full cross-section of the device called swear-in in midair. This is the basic layout of our swear-in reactor, Zhou Yang said, tapping the image with a steady hand. When the unit is started at room temperature, tritium inside it continues to accumulate. Once the density crosses a threshold, it shifts into self-sustaining fusion. The process is completely sealed. To the naked eye, nothing changes. The so-called ignition ceremony is nothing more than pressing a button. Whatever happens inside is invisible to the outside world. He slid his finger slightly, magnifying the top of the reactor. The ultimate goal of fusion is power generation. Instead of the traditional conversion chain, we turn the heat directly into particle energy. This is the thermal conversion modulite channels the intense heat and gamma rays from fusion into controllable particles. A handful of experts in the front row leaned forward, eyes locked on that spot. If protocol allowed, they would have fired off questions about the mechanism that tames gamma rays so neatly. Viewers at home, awash in jargon, felt as if they were listening to an alien language. Well then, Zhou Yang paused just long enough to recapture every gaze. To give you a clear, intuitive look at fusion power coming to life, we've chosen the most straightforward demonstration. He turned toward Wang Sungwen, who nodded and spoke quietly into a handset. A muted rumble overhead. The heavy domed roof split open, and a shaft of afternoon sunlight poured in. Camera zooms picked up the circular gap 50 meters across, revealing a cloudless sky. Let's ignite, Zhou Yang declared, offering no explanation for the missing ceiling. Ignition, Su Jindong ordered in a low voice. Lights on the console before swear-in winked on in sequence, while researchers flew across the touchscreens. System diagnostics running. Diagnostics complete. System 1 online. System 2 online. System 3 online. Parameters met. Prepare for countdown. 10, 9, 1. At the final number, every indicator lit up. Externally, the massive reactor remained still. No flicker, no tremor. The upheaval locked in a hidden chamber. Several people exchanged puzzled looks, unsure if it had worked. Systems normal. Swear-in ignition successful. A researcher reported, standing to shout the news. Applause burst out, though doubt still flickered in many eyes. Had it really succeeded? Zhou Yang raised a hand for silence. Bring the conversion module online. Begin power output. Energy converter engaged. Before the words had faded, everyone looked up. A ribbon of pale blue flame erupted from the reactor's crown, flowing like liquid, shooting 10 meters high. then thinning and vanishing into the rarefied air. Increase conversion power to maximum, Zhou Yang said calmly. Power rising 5%, 10%. The blue flames surged again, clearing the roofline and climbing dozens of meters while the readout still showed only 15%. 20, 30, 50. The counts rolled on. At 50% the plume soared a full 100 meters, a sapphire spear aimed at the sky. It kept growing. The air itself began to bristle. Though the hall was still, some felt their hair lift free, electrons skittering around them. 80%, 9100. At full power the pale blue column ballooned into a towering pillar, punching straight through the clouds. Zhou Yang raised both arms, the light behind him outlining his figure. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future. The image froze. Zhou Yang standing before the sky-piercing flame, like a deity come to earth. The guests in the hall were stunned. Across the livestream feeds, viewers around the globe were equally speechless. Controlled nuclear fusion, an artificial sun, infinite energy. At this moment it felt as though humanity was holding its own star. In the CCTV studio, Zhang Ling and Wang Chuxin were trembling with excitement, whispering over and over, "We did it! We did it!" Bullet comments exploded across every platform. "My God, is this the power of science?" I'm covered in goosebumps. An artificial sun. The name Swirenshi is perfect. Some posts reached back into legend. Swirenshi sparked the first flame of civilization, and now Zhou Yang has ignited fusion, giving civilization a second sun. He's a legend already. Someone wrote, and the screen filled with flag emojis. How lucky that this light of fusion was born in our country. The entire internet erupted, an unprecedented surge of pride ablaze. At the center of the fusion base, a torrent of energy shot toward the dome. Zhou Yang raised a hand to Wang Sungwen. Reduce power. The ionized air crackled at every movement. Wang Sungwen immediately eased the output. The pillar of light contracted, then vanished, and the hall returned to normal. After a heartbeat of silence, thunderous applause broke out. No one clapped louder than the researchers from Country Z. In the crowd, Li Tianshu flashed Zhou Yang an OK sign. He had been there for the first ignition, but back then the magnetic field hid everything, and all he could see were numbers on a screen. He had worried the broadcast might be a letdown. Zhou Yang had saved the spectacle. The flare they just witnessed was explosive, every bit as jaw-dropping as their first venture into virtual reality. Perfect score. The invited ambassadors wore complicated expressions. They had known Country Z rarely made empty boasts, but they had expected only an upgraded East. None imagined Zhou Yang would leap straight to a device this dramatic. The roaring energy seemed to proclaim that the era of Country Z had arrived. The representative from Country M instantly regretted coming. Why had he volunteered to witness Country Z's rise with his own eyes? Other delegates reacted in their own ways. Some were stunned, some were already calculating, and several international organizations could barely contain their excitement. Controlled nuclear fusion has become humanity's ultimate dream, not only for its staggering energy output, but also because the tritium dissolved in seawater could power civilization for hundreds of millions of years. Most importantly, unlike fission reactors, a fusion plant produces no long-lived radioactive waste. The only byproduct is harmless helium. International bodies agree that such a breakthrough should be shared with the entire world, yet ITER's delegate Anderson and his team looked as though someone had poured ice water over them. Earlier, Zhou Yang had publicly dismissed the ITER approach as fundamentally flawed, cutting deep with every word. Anderson kept a calm facade, while secretly praying the ignition test would crash and burn. Instead, the experiment succeeded spectacularly, the numbers exploding like fireworks. The moment the results were released, despair spread across their faces. Zhou had just proved to the world that cold fusion was the rightful path, relegating their cherished magnetic confinement program to a dead end. A flawless ignition was only the beginning. Once commercial fusion arrived, it would inevitably upend the world's entire energy landscape. The next morning, with no time for celebration, Zhou Yang showed up at the institute as usual. The Sueran initiative had taken its first giant step, but his sights were set much farther in miniaturization. Only a fusion core as compact as Iron Man's arc reactor could penetrate every corner of modern life and transform society from the ground up. After a night of revelry, the research team, led by Su Jindong, settled back at their stations. Months of working with Zhou had taught them to stay grounded and avoid flashy gimmicks. In his office, Zhou sorted through the system's latest reward. The moment the first ignition succeeded, the prize had dropped: nanomedical machine technology. It wasn't just a set of nanomedicine protocols, it was a complete machine blueprint. The deeper he read, the more it reminded him of the near-omnipotent medbay in the movie Elysium. Fushi Zhou called. A virtual projection shimmered into view, Fux's golden outline solidifying into a lifelike figure. Although his mainframe was already installed in the smart city under construction, most of his computing power still served the institute until the city went online. Congratulations, Fushi said first. Congratulate me on what? Zhou raised an eyebrow. Several holographic magazine covers popped up. Nature, Science, and the Chinese journal Popular Science had all released special Sueran editions, each featuring Zhou on the front. The cover photo captured him with his back to the fusion flare, arms spread wide. Let me guess, Zhou chuckled. Pages of praise, ending with a jealous sigh, right? Right on the mark, Fushi laughed. Not a word off. Forget that and look at these, Zhou said, sliding the stack of documents toward him. Fushi stepped forward, a sweep of blue light scanning the pages in an instant. Moments later, awe crept into his usually even voice. Mr. Zhou, this design is extraordinary. If we can actually build it, human life expectancy could soar, perhaps even reach the theoretical limit of 120 years. Average life expectancy varies from one country to another depending on living conditions and medical care. Yet even under the best circumstances, most people struggle to live beyond their 60s or 70s. Researchers have long suggested a very different figure. In theory, humans should live for more than 120 years. The reasoning is straightforward. Like every species, our natural lifespan is roughly equal to the number of times our cells divide multiplied by the interval between divisions. Human cells can divide about 50 times, with each cycle taking roughly 2.4 years, placing the upper limit at around 120 years. Even in the most advanced nations, life expectancy still hovers around 70, leaving a gap of about 50 years. Those extra decades would mean far more than a longer retirement. They would almost double the time humans can learn and create knowledge. Imagine an ordinary scientist who earns a doctorate at 30 and begins specializing in a chosen field. In mathematics, for instance, even a gifted researcher needs close to 20 years until about age 50 to absorb the discipline's accumulated results. By 60, they finally have the strength to venture decisively into the unknown, but their physical and mental stamina are already declining, leaving less than a decade for major breakthroughs. With an additional half-century of life, that golden window could stretch to 30 productive years. Those extra 20 years would propel human civilization forward at an exponential rate. Su Jindong is a vivid example. A leading nuclear physicist at home, he is already over 60. In a few years, no matter how ambitious he remains, retirement will force him into the background. If his lifespan were extended by 50 years, the nation would gain another 2 or 3 decades of his experience and insight. In the living room, Fushi sat on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and said quietly, Mr. Zhou, this device faces plenty of technical hurdles. Zhou Yang nodded. The system had provided an almost overwhelming set of technical files, yet the mismatch was obvious. It was like handing university-level math problems to an elementary school student. Even with the answer key, the pages were bewildering. Fushi continued, to make this machine work, we first need a complete map of the human genome. Fortunately, that was finished in 2004. Next comes an in-depth study of every disease. I've read the relevant papers. Different illnesses emit distinct radiation signatures. If we build a database linking each radiation pattern to its disease, the scanner can lock onto a target instantly. But that means charting every single ailment, which is a massive undertaking. He paused, set the cup back on the table, and added, the real sticking point, though, is treatment. Fushi looked up at Zhou Yang. Your proposal relies on a special type of nanobot. Strictly speaking, it's more biotech than nanotech. These tiny organisms can reproduce rapidly, and we can program them the way we write code by embedding different DNA sequences. Then we would eliminate the diseased cells and replace them with nanobots, completing the treatment. Fushi ran through the entire chain of technologies in one breath, then listed the 3 primary hurdles. 1. Disease mapping, pinpoint the affected tissue in an instant. 2. Nanobot fabrication, controllable, mass-produced, and fully replicable. 3. In-body reassembly, hundreds of millions of nanobots must arrange themselves with absolute precision. A single misaligned node would doom the effort. He shook his head and sighed. Another monumental project. Zhou Yang didn't disagree. He nodded slightly, though his tone was resolute. The payoff is immense. It could free humanity from disease and extend our lifespan. Put everything into a feasibility report and send it straight to Director Li. Fushi answered and faded like a beam of light. The report arrived that night. Early the next morning, Li Tianshu stormed into the lab building. The office door was barely shut when he blurted out, Mr. Zhou, can the technology in this report really be achieved? Throughout history, immortality has been the ultimate dream. Now someone was telling him that living to 120 might be within reach. The shock eclipsed any political directive. Zhou Yang replied calmly, the only way to know is to try. Li Tianshu nodded, then lowered his voice. If it works, could humans actually live forever? Zhou Yang's brow tightened. He knew the question came from eyes behind the curtain, not merely Li's curiosity. After a moment, he shook his head decisively. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if nanobots replaced every cell in your body at once, would you still be you? Your body wouldn't be your own. Life possesses an essence we can't yet touch. The most we can do is make the body healthier and longer-lived. Li Tianshu nodded repeatedly, visibly relieved. Sometimes it's safer to snuff out an idea than let it roam free. Steadying himself, he switched to a formal tone. Very well. What support will the state need to provide next? Zhou Yang looked up earnestly. This is a long-term endeavor. There are more than 7,000 known rare diseases. Our first task is to build a global database. Step 1. Collection massive and comprehensive. Record and tag every rare disease so the instruments can recognize them. Step 2. Development. The key is cultivating nanobots. You'll need a life sciences team of several hundred people stationed at the Wanghu Village Institute. Don't build a new facility. He never mentioned funding. Given his track record, the government would spend whatever it took. Research failure is common. Zhou Yang's unbroken string of successes is already a national miracle. No problem, he'll arrange it immediately. Li Tianshu agreed on the spot, then paused, recalling another inquiry. By the way, Mr. Zhou, if we build a Swirenchi, roughly what would it cost? The question was sudden, but Zhou Yang understood at once someone higher up wanted numbers. The government's asking about Swirenchi? Li Tianshu nodded. Only you know the true price. Even if we consider exporting, we need a baseline figure. Zhou Yang waited for a moment, then offered a ballpark estimate. Exact accounting is tricky, but if you need a number that setup would cost a few billion. Li Tianshu gave a slight nod, already sizing up the situation. Zhou Yang caught the look in his eyes and instantly realized that Director Li would never give in easily. Even a price 100 times higher was still cost to these people. If anyone wanted the technology, they would first have to sign a stack of unequal treaties. At this moment, controllable nuclear fusion was unique in the world. Although its greatest value lay in civilian applications, that only underscored its weight. Once energy was no longer scarce, the first things to appear would not be sky-piercing superweapons, but fully automated megafactories, climate-controlled megafarms, and cities whose lights never dimmed. In other words, the technology's strategic significance was self-evident. Zhou Yang was convinced that until the nation had squeezed every drop of potential from fusion and transformed its own industrial landscape, it would share the technology only in tightly restricted ways, and always with clear political strings attached. Only when it could crush an entire era would it open the floodgates. While the two men exchanged what looked like casual glances, the projection flickered and Fushi materialized at the end of the table. Director Li. Fushi nodded politely, then turned to Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, I have an idea for collecting medical data. Oh, let's hear it. Zhou Yang motioned for him to continue. With a wave of Fux's hand, a soft blue light revealed a plump, white robot. Li Tianshu blinked. Is that Baymax? Zhou Yang looked at him, silently asking how he knew. Li Tianshu cleared his throat. My daughter loves the character. Exactly Baymax, Fushi said. Baidu has been developing a companion robot and bought the rights to the Baymax image. The project's been running for months. Recently, President Li took a team to our lab in Wanghu Village to consult on control systems. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and quickly caught on. So you want to add a medical module, just like in the movie, and use Baymax to gather users' health data? Precisely. Fushi traced a diagram in midair, white light forming the blueprint. We start with a database of common illnesses, so Baymax can scan the body, offer prevention tips, and give reminders. Then we keep collecting more complex cases, updating until we reach our target. Zhou Yang fell silent, weighing the plan. Li Tianshu's eyes were already shining. Fushi, this is brilliant. If we had to visit every hospital ourselves, the manpower alone would be staggering, but Baymax slashes the cost and can even make money. Who wouldn't want a cute personal medical assistant? Zhou Yang nodded slowly. It's worth considering. Contact Baidu and tell them he'll swing by in a couple of days to see their progress. Understood, Fushi replied, and the projection vanished. They'll join you, Li Tianshu added. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was turning over another thought. With their current tech base, building a truly practical robot was no challenge. Should they launch a large-scale rollout of household robots to replace human labor? Yet that brings back a familiar problem. Large-scale adoption of robots could trigger a tidal wave of unemployment. Zhou Yang sat cross-legged in his office chair, staring at the research building outside the window and asking himself, if robots take our jobs, what happens to everyone else? His first idea was to draw people into virtual reality, letting them pass the time there while earning money. Unfortunately, VR technology is nowhere near mature enough for that. He thought of another path: universal security. From the moment a child is born, the state would provide housing, healthcare, and education so no one worries about basic needs. The breakthrough in controlled fusion had brought that blueprint closer to reality, but in Zhou Yang's view, overall productivity still fell short. Forget it, that's the government's problem. I'm a scientist, why am I stressing over this? He laughed at himself and pushed the thoughts aside. 3 days later, at Baidu headquarters, morning light spilled through the glass atrium, casting a cold sheen. Li Yanhong and several executives waited at the entrance. A voice crackled in his earpiece. The car's here. A brand new Hongqi sedan glided into view. Li Yanhong stepped forward. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang got out, shook hands all around, exchanged a few pleasantries, and went straight to the point. Fushi already briefed you, right? I'm here to see Dubai. Skipping any further preamble, Li Yanhong motioned everyone toward the underground lab. Who would have thought a side project would bring you here in person? Inside Baidu, Dubai was hailed as a major breakthrough, but to Zhou Yang, it was little more than a parlor trick. The elevator door slid open. Under milky light stood a plump, white robot Defy. Its look was almost identical to the movie version, a rounded body and two black, grape-like eyes. Defy was already powered up. Its head rotated slightly, those black pupils locked on Zhou Yang. He tapped the shell. It felt as soft as an inflatable pillow, yet surprisingly firm. A recognition module plus basic AI gives you this response piece of cake. Li Yanhong handed him a data pad and added, the outer layer is our own polymer. It's soft, heat-resistant, and tough hard to puncture even with something sharp. An engineer handed over a gleaming knife. Li Yanhong jabbed the blade into Dabe's belly. The material dimpled but didn't tear. Nice elasticity, Zhou Yang nodded. What about the internal structure? A second Dabai, stripped of its skin, was wheeled over metal bones exposed in a tidy arrangement. One glance told Zhou Yang the secret. Honeycomb air bladders filled the gap between skeleton and shell. When inflated, they supported the frame and transmitted every movement cleanly to the exterior. Make it walk, Zhou Yang ordered. Yes, sir. The technician typed a command. The skeletal Dabai lifted a leg and waddled forward in an endearing gait. Almost identical to the movie, yet far more agile than expected. Not bad, Zhou Yang said. Smiling, Li Yanhong recalled. Our original algorithm couldn't manage that. We had to consult your institute to fix the agility issue. He paused, then added solemnly. The control algorithm actually comes from the mecha system. Next, Zhou Yang watched demonstrations of Baymax's load-bearing strength, movement speed, jumping ability, and more. When the tests ended, he nodded slightly. The product is already highly refined, it's ready for the market. The RD team breathed a sigh of relief, but Zhou Yang tapped Baymax's chest and added, even the internal frame is made of high-strength crystalline steel. It's been mass-produced for years, but almost all of it goes to the military. You rarely see it in civilian projects. Li Yanhong quickly explained that he had first come across the alloy at an institute and requested a batch. We were going to use titanium, but it would have driven up costs and weight. Crystalline steel is lighter and cheaper. Zhou Yang scanned the group. When do you plan to launch? We've finalized the functions, and we'll have BYD handle initial manufacturing, Li responded. If sales are strong, we'll build our own plant. We're targeting an early June release. That's soon enough, Zhou replied calmly. I want a medical module added to Baymax so it can serve as a healthcare robot diagnostics only. Fushi will send you the retrofit plan and module design. The phrase medical module made Li's heart skip a beat. Once a product enters healthcare, standards skyrocket and regulatory scrutiny intensifies worldwide. He had intended to market a friendly companion robot round, white and endearing. Now the project would double in scope. Still, he didn't protest. Zhou's visit had to carry deeper, possibly national, significance. Baidu was now a state-owned enterprise, and serving the country came first. He simply nodded. Understood. Satisfied, Zhou asked, I heard the autonomous car you're developing with BYD is finished? At the mention of self-driving cars, Li's eyes lit up. The test track is right behind the building. Would you like to see it? They walked to the former parking lot, now a sprawling autonomous driving proving ground. A sleek, futuristic car was hurtling around the course, but what really drew Zhou's attention was the track itself. Every conceivable hazard scenario had been recreated. The current test involved a driver's worst nightmare: a sudden pop-out. A large truck was parked on the left side of the road, completely blocking the autonomous car's view. With a soft mechanical whir, a bicycle suddenly darted from in front of the truck and into the lane. As Zhou Yang watched, the self-driving car reacted the instant the bicycle appeared, slamming on the brakes. The vehicle's nose dipped sharply, the suspension compressing until it nearly scraped the pavement, while two long, black skid marks burned into the asphalt, and the acrid smell of scorched rubber filled the air. Pulled sideways by momentum, the cyclist swerved, his handlebars almost grazing the bumper, but he shot past the front of the car with barely an inch to spare. We're calling this model the BYD Summer Series for now, Li Yanhong said, patting the roof with obvious pride. It's already certified at level 3 autonomy. Our goal is level 5 full self-driving. We're even planning to remove the steering wheel and every manual control. He gave a quick rundown of the standards. Internationally, autonomous driving is graded from L0 to L5. Right now the ceiling is L3. Take the latest Audi A8. It's the first car in the world that can operate at level 3 on public roads. Levels 4 and 5 are still theoretical. There isn't even a certification process yet. Across the proving ground, technicians were running traction recovery drills, emergency lane changes, the moose test, and more. Plumes of rubber smoke drifted through flashing beacons, sketching out busy test tracks. Watching it all, Zhou Yang thought that once AI matured, building these capabilities would be far easier than in the past. Will this project be part of the Smart City program? He asked. Li Yanhong nodded. One of the core goals is fully automated transportation inside the city. Safety is crucial, Zhou Yang reminded him. If someone hacks an autonomous vehicle, the consequences could be catastrophic. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, we'll make the system airtight, Li Yanhong promised, though he hesitated and kept glancing at Li Tianshu. Zhou Yang immediately guessed the concern: approval for road tests. No matter how safe a manufacturer claimed its cars were, they still needed authoritative evaluation, and there were no specific regulations yet. Permission would ultimately depend on the right agency nodding yes. That was why Li Yanhong hoped to leverage Zhou Yang's visit. A single sentence from Zhou could outweigh 10,000 from Baidu. Zhou Yang smiled and offered a compromise. The car looks good. Start testing it inside the smart city zone. If the results are solid, then expand. Li Tianshu nodded in agreement. Li Yanhong's eyes lit up. Although Zhou hadn't given a direct green light, he had outlined a clear path. City tests first, nationwide rollout if successful, more RD if not. Understood, he replied, barely able to hide his excitement. After leaving Baidu, Zhou Yang didn't return straight to the nuclear base. Instead, he detoured home. He hadn't seen Qinryun in a month or two and felt a bit guilty. He'll get out here, he told the driver. I can walk him myself. The driver nodded and pulled away, while several figures flickered in the shadows, clearly security personnel. Zhou Yang opened the gate, certain someone was inside. In the courtyard, Qinryun was crouched beside the flower bed, trimming the roses. When she heard the door, she looked up. The instant she saw Zhou Yang, her eyes widened with joy. A second later, she clapped a hand over her mouth, staggered to the corner of the flower bed, and vomited. Zhou Yang froze. She wanted to throw up at the sight of him? Had he gotten that ugly? No, looked exactly the same as always. Zhou Yang hurried over. What's wrong? He asked softly, patting Qinryun's back. She leaned on the dining table and retched a few times, then gestured for water. Zhou Yang dashed into the bedroom, grabbed the bottle of mineral water from the nightstand, twisted off the cap, and brought it to her lips. After a few sips, the color returned to her face. She shot him an exasperated look. What do you think? Are you sick? I can call a doctor. He reached out to feel her forehead. She brushed his hand aside and sighed. A brilliant scientist, yet no basic common sense? A woman dry-heaving, what could it be? The truth hit him like a jolt of electricity. You're pregnant. He swept her into his arms and spun in place. Qinryun blushed and nodded. The symptoms started after New Year. I had it checked about 2 months. It took us over half a year after the wedding, pretty slow. My mom's been nagging. Zhou Yang was over the moon. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You're always busy. Why bother you with something as small as a pregnancy? Small? This is monumental. His voice trembled. From now on, I'm staying home until the baby's born. Any idea if it's a boy or a girl? It's only 2 months, how would I know? And what difference does it make? Don't tell me you're old-fashioned. Not at all. Boy or girl, they'll love them the same. He raised his hands defensively. She shook a playful fist. That's better. My hormones are skyrocketing. My mood can flip in an instant, so don't push me. Remembering her not-so-gentle punches, his smile froze for a second. And quit staring. You're a top scientist. If you neglect your research and the country's projects because of me, I won't take the blame. Catching the warning in her tone, Zhou Yang nodded. Relax. I handle strategy. The lab can manage the details. He'll work remotely. She nodded, eyes sparkling. Great. Log in and help me farm bosses. Farm bosses? He blinked. When had his wife become a gaming addict? It's not that crazy, Qinryun shrugged. I'm just bored. I want to see the world, and since I can't travel, I roam in VR. Some people online claim brainwave headsets harm the baby, so I keep it short. With her special status, overseas travel was nearly impossible. Virtual worlds were her only escape. Harm the baby? Doubt it, Zhou Yang muttered. He knew the headset tech inside out in essence. It was like dreaming while asleep, and had never heard of dreams hurting a fetus. For the next stretch of time, Zhou Yang stayed home to look after Qinryun. While caring for his partner, he fielded a steady stream of phone calls. Friends, business associates, and colleagues from the institute all called to offer their congratulations. Zhou Yang took the chance to explain that he would be working from home for a while, so he could balance family needs with a new project. Among the second-generation mechs key upgrades, the energy problem was already half solved, and the weapon system, handled by Lin Daiwai's team, was advancing quickly. What still needed Zhou Yang's personal attention was the propulsion system. Building on the first-generation particle thruster, he had to push the speed even higher, and the system offered only one path forward: a warp engine. The warp engine concept had been proposed for years until true faster-than-light travel became possible. It was seen as the closest approach to light speed. Theory says a warp drive can come arbitrarily close to the speed of light, but can never fully cross that threshold. The principle draws on black holes. By creating a region of extreme curvature like a singularity, a spacecraft behaves like a ball rolling along a slope in distorted space. Traditional propulsion simply pushes the ball. A warp engine smashes and folds the space ahead into a ramp, letting the craft accelerate as it rolls downhill. To do that, one must generate a curvature field on par with a black hole. Conservation of mass energy means only an immense mass or energy source can bend space that much, and the electric thrust from a particle engine is nowhere near enough. The answer is controlled nuclear fusion. The good news was that Zhou Yang had already cracked controlled fusion, clearing the first hurdle toward a warp engine. From theory to production, however, countless challenges remained. He spent half a month sorting every technical detail, cross-referencing the system's data, and mapping out a full RD roadmap. Then he drove to the Wanghu Village Research Institute and handed the plan to Yi Rongming and the others. A warp engine. Mr. Zhou, this plan is gigantic, Li Bingxian murmured, frozen in place as he flipped through the pages. Yi Rongming and Su Chun wore the same look: shock, excitement, and a dawning sense of pressure. Lately, they had been leading teams working with domestic defense companies and institutes, fitting particle thrusters, high-strength crystal steel, transmission systems, and hydraulics onto fighter jets and tanks. Those projects were starting to feel small. The three of them had planned to ask Zhou Yang for a more ambitious challenge. Instead, the project found the manned warp engine was far beyond anything they had imagined. A warp engine? Are we developing a spaceship now? Yi Rongming blurted out. Su Qin swallowed hard and nodded. If we really make this work, our battlefield won't be limited to the atmosphere anymore. Li Bingxian drew a deep breath, eyes shining. If we pull this off, we could go straight to interstellar travel. Zhou Yang chuckled. Come on, that's hardly ambitious. A starship ought to break light speed, or at least execute a spatial jump. Without FTL or jump capability, it's just a souped-up rocket. Yi Rongming adjusted his glasses and lowered his voice. I get the theory, but miniaturizing controlled fusion is still out of reach. The reactors we have now are over 30 meters across. Stick one of those into a ship and you end up with a steel leviathan. Which is why we tackle it in stages. Zhou Yang leaned back, arms folded across his chest. First, we build a prototype whose only job is to validate the warp drive technology. The good news is it overlaps with our particle thrusters, so the existing fusion plant will do. We'll cram that 30-meter brute into a custom thruster and generate thousands of times the thrust of today's particle engines. Where would you even mount something that big? Han Ping cut in. On an aircraft carrier. Zhou Yang traced a huge outline in the air, as casually as if describing the lunch menu. Hang it under a carrier that displaces tens of thousands of tons. Let the whole thing lift off, and you've got yourself a flying carrier. The room fell silent. All three stared at him. Yi Rongming opened his mouth to object, but the old saying flashed through his mind. With enough thrust, even a brick can fly. He swallowed. If we can really launch a carrier, the spectacle would make Apollo look tame. Zhou Yang nodded vigorously. That's step one. After the prototype proves the warp tech and once fusion is finally miniaturized, we move straight to step 2, the real warp engine. Their eyes met, and they nodded almost in unison. What about the fusion unit? Yi Rongming asked. We still need one at the lab. They'll handle it. Zhou Yang tapped the table. Give me a month, and the reactor will be up and running at the Wanghu Village Institute. We already hollowed out part of the mountain. We could dig deeper, but I plan to leave it on the surface. Country M has scanned the place and even sent fighters to bomb it, so underground or above ground makes little difference. When he finished, their gazes drifted through the floor-to-ceiling windows toward the busy construction site that had already survived a bombing run. Cranes roared, trucks shuttled back and forth, and the next round of upgrades was underway at full speed. June arrived in no time. The launch of the Baidai robot was entering the home stretch, and Baidu staff were rehearsing late into the night for the press conference. Posters covered subway stations and bus stops in every major city. The plump white robot in the lightboxes waved at passers-by and drew countless glances. It was the world's first household robot equipped with genuine artificial intelligence. Paired with tags like Baidu Presence and powered by Matrix Energy, an already feverish level of attention climbed even higher. Almost every outlet asked the same question. What will it change? The date was finally set for June 6th. Through the Fuxi system, Li Yanhong sent Zhou Yang an invitation, hoping he would appear on stage. Zhou Yang hesitated, then politely declined. He didn't mind the spotlight. He simply felt his energy was better spent on the warp drive and fusion prototype. Still, even if he stayed away, the hype had to build. He arranged for Matrix Energy's official account to release a series of short technical videos that clearly demonstrated how deeply the Baidai robot was tied to Matrix Energy. He believed that if Baidai became a hit, it would pave the way for the medical robot he was about to launch. A hot-selling Baidai would only accelerate the rollout of Zhou Yang's healthcare model. The leadership has signed off on the medical unit project, and a team of life science specialists is already being assembled. We expect to launch by mid-June, when a dedicated institute will open in Wanghu Village with a large, state-of-the-art biolab. Zhou Yang has been plotting the publicity for weeks. The finalized prototype of the Big by Smart Robota gift from Betano sits quietly in his living room. It tracks Chen Riyun's vitals in real time and doubles as a handy laborer whenever Zhou Yang needs muscle. One day, he dusted off the phone he hadn't touched in ages and logged into his dormant Douyin account. It had only 2 posts, yet boasted the platform's largest following, an astonishing 470 million. Zhou Yang decided to upload a short video to stir things up. After adjusting the camera, he hit upload without a second thought. Red alerts flared in Douyin's operations center. No way, Zhou Yang just posted. He's back after half a year? Operations Director Luo Hanwen slapped the desk. Well, push it to everyone. Boss, we don't have to. Nearly every user already follows him. They were right. The moment the clip went live, home pages everywhere flooded with it. Am I hallucinating? Zhou Yang updated. Took him long enough to remember his password. Relax, the guy just wrapped up controlled fusion. He deserved a break. Comments blew past 10,000 in seconds. Likes rocketed by the million. Many viewers hit like before even watching. On screen, Zhou Yang leaned into the lens to focus it, his unfiltered face filling the Firmino beauty mode needed. The casual backdrop was his living room. Filming at home, huh? Mr. Zhou, time to shave. Gillette razors are the best. The ad account swooped in. With the camera fixed, Zhou Yang flopped onto the sofa, directing and starring in his own uncut show, earning a collective grin from viewers. He shouted, "Big Buy, bring me a Coke." The comment stream exploded. Which Big Buy? A beat later, a chubby white robot waddled in, identical to its movie namesake, clutching a Coke. Whoa, that's Big Buy. Baidu said they'd roll out a robot like this, so this is it. It's not even on the market yet, and Zhou Yang already has one? Maybe he's running the whole project. Big Buy handed over the Coke. Zhou Yang, too lazy to reach, said, "Open it for me." Big Buy eyed the pull tab, then its own chunky fingers. "Are you serious?" It sighed, blinking in exaggerated disbelief. The moment it happened, half the viewers nearly burst out laughing. On the live feed, Big White wobbled its round body, still wearing that clueless grin. Low on danger, high on humiliation, someone joked, and a flood of teasing comments rolled across the screen. A few viewers even marveled at how smart it seemed. They had good reason. Its AI core had been mentioned in the very first introduction. Zhou Yang accepted a chilled cola, tapped the bottle impatiently, and said, "You can't even open a soda. What good are you? Maybe I should just sell you." Big White's face lights dimmed in instant misery. "Please don't sell me, master. I'm useful. I can massage your legs." It pleaded, dropping to its knees. Its pillowy arms thumped against Zhou Yang's calves with a convincing thud-thud. "And I can mop the floor, too," it added, springing up. It scampered into the corner, grabbed a mop, and began scrubbing back and forth on camera, huffing dramatically. The earnest yet ridiculous performance left the audience in stitches. Comments raced across the screen. "This thing is crazy smart. So cute, I need one. It looks so huggable. It can do chores. Household MVP 1. Hope it's affordable. Come on, it's a robot. ITLL cost as much as a car. Yeah, I'm out. There's no way I can drop 6 figures on that." The video cut off right there, and only then did everyone realize Zhou Yang had just given Big White a brilliantly effective promo. Major media accounts reposted the clip within minutes, and Big White Robot rocketed to the top of the trending lists on Douyin, Weibo, and Baidu. Even a few celebrities announced they would buy one the moment it hit the market, eager to get the Zhou Yang edition. Meanwhile, Li Yanhong had been disappointed to learn Zhou Yang wouldn't attend the launch, but the viral video more than made up for it. It was far better publicity than anyone had planned. June 6th arrived. Baidu spared no expense, streaming the launch across every major platform. The venue glittered with lights, and the host was none other than the long-absent Li Yanhong. After a brief greeting, he laughed. "I had a whole speech prepared to introduce our big white robot, but Mr. Zhou's video already said most of it for me." The guests chuckled knowingly. That one short clip had pushed the buzz to its peak. Even so, a formal introduction was still in order. Li Yanhong spent a full hour detailing Big White's skin materials, internal structure, and performance specs. While the technical data was exhaustive, many viewers had already formed their ideal image from Zhou Yang's video, so most of the audience focused on the next topic, the price. And now, Li Yanhong announced, the part everyone cares about most: the price. Instantly, reporters in the hall and viewers online perked up. The prevailing sentiment was clear. People loved Big White, but they were just as certain it would be expensive, maybe prohibitively so. After all, it was still a robot, no small purchase by any measure. It was probably too pricey to be realistic, and the most convincing explanation people offered was that Baidu is now a state-owned enterprise. State-owned firms do have to make money, but even more they need to align with national strategy. Some observers argued, if mech suits can already fly and AI has become mainstream, why hasn't the government formally released the humanoid robots imagined in Future World? The core technology is in government hands, so expecting a private company to go first is wishful thinking. The delay, they reasoned, suggests the state is shaping a broader plan. Against this backdrop, Baidu's unveiling of Dubai might well be an officially backed field test meant to gauge social acceptance and measure how a home robot could shake up daily life. A high-tech product's ripple effects only become clear after it reaches real users. Everyone remembers how countless gadgets were broken by power users in the past. With that in mind, many believe Dubai, being experimental, wouldn't be outrageously priced. The aim would be to get as many units into homes as possible, because the larger the sample, the better the data. This logic gained broad support. Most onlookers guessed Dubai would land somewhere between 100,000 and 200,000 yuan, but no one was certain the answer would come only at the launch. The event hall buzzed with voices. Without much build-up, Li Yanhong lifted his hand, and a giant screen flashed a single figure: 89,999. For a split second the room fell silent. Then cheers and applause surged like a wave. Live stream chats exploded. Wait, did I miss a 9? Only 4 nines. 90,000. Seriously? I thought at least 120,130. No, I'm tempted. Great price. I still can't afford it. 90,000 is just a giant toy to mew. What would I do with it? They said it can monitor your health and spot diseases early. A hospital checkup costs pocket change. 90 grand isn't exactly a bargain. Praise and complaints volleyed back and forth. No matter how polished Li Yanhong's pitch sounded, Dubai was still an expensive toy to many. Plenty of people were busy just making ends meet, with no spare cash for impulsive buys. The house lights dimmed a notch, and the spotlight settled on Li Yanhong again. For anyone with a tight budget but a strong desire to buy, he added, we're offering a 1-year, interest-free installment plan. Put down only 7,500 yuan, and you can take Dubai home. Next, he announced the release date June 15 and emphasized that supply would be plentiful. The launch ended, but interest in Dubai only grew hotter. Foreign media ran the story. The world's first AI companion robot. Round and lovable, who could say no? Yet Baidu had no immediate plans for overseas sales, leaving many international netizens disappointed and asking why it wasn't coming to their markets. With the debate and anticipation still raging, June 15th arrived in a blink. At midnight sharp, Baidu's website opened its sales portal, and 54 flagship experience stores across the nation unlocked their doors, ready to welcome every customer. Shanghai, Big White Experience flagship store. At dawn on June 15th, the staff arrived early on a cool morning breeze, raised the shutters, checked every demo unit, and rehearsed the activation protocol, making final preparations for opening day. At 8 o'clock sharp, the glass doors swung open, yet only hurried commuters strode past. The doorway was perfectly empty. How come there's no one here? I thought we'd have a line around the block, one clerk muttered. The imagined 100-meter queue and buying frenzy evaporated. Only the staccato echo of footsteps remained. Manager Jiang Yuan's expression tightened. She clapped her hands, rallying the team. No rush is normal, she said, calm and firm. Remember, we're selling a 9,000 robot, not a 9,000 phone. Think of a car dealership. Crowds camp out on opening day to buy cars. Relax, follow the procedure, and don't make any mistakes, understood? They nodded, reassured. A Dubai was a serious purchase, nothing like a phone fans could queue for overnight. 9 o'clock brought the first customer. Sunglasses and a mask hid everything but his eyes. Do you have stock? Can I take it today? He asked the moment he stepped inside. Jiang Yun greeted him with a professional smile. Of course. We have plenty in stock. Good. I'll pay by card, he replied, as brisk as a courier beating the clock. Maintaining her smile, Jiang Yun offered. Would you like to try it? Our demo area. The launch already covered everything. Ring it up. I'm in a hurry. Payment processed, Jiang Yun guided him to the storeroom. A staffer rolled out a huge wooden crate. Would you like us to activate it here, or will you do that at home? He hesitated. Activation runs through an ID sequence, Jiang Yun explained. If we do it here, we can also show you the accessories and precautions. He thought for a moment. Let's activate it here. She nodded and signaled for a crowbar. The crate's panels were pried open, revealing a 1.6-meter-tall Dubai lying quietly inside, still deflated like an uninflated neck pillow. Please remove your sunglasses and mask so Dubai can scan you, Jiang Yun reminded him. He hesitated, then slipped off the mask. Jiang Yun froze. A nearby clerk whispered, Isn't that Zheng Xiaoxian? Shits me. Keep it down, he urged, gesturing impatiently. Jiang Yun recovered and led him through the steps. Voice recognition first, facial recognition next. Once verified, Dubai began to inflate, its white shell ballooning. 5 seconds later, the plump, endearing figure from the movie stood before them. Hello, owner, it said in a soft, sweet voice. Zheng Xiaoxian circled the robot, satisfaction bright in his eyes. Let's go home. He pushed open the door, and Dubai waddled after him, its round body gleaming in the sunlight. At the curb beside a black G-Class, Dubai lifted a leg, hunched its shoulders, and wiggled its way into the SUV, an awkward yet determined effort that made Zheng Xiaoxian burst out laughing. Zhou Yang had been posting videos of Dubai on Douyin for weeks, and Zheng Xiaoxian hit the follow button the moment he saw them. From that day on, he wanted one of his own, and as soon as the robot finally went on sale, he rushed out to buy it. Now, with his new Dubai settled in the back seat, Zheng Xiaoxian kept glancing over his shoulder while steering the car. Dubai, what can you actually do? He asked. The robot had already deflated its airbags, shrunk a size, and buckled itself in. It's electronic, I lit up. I can do almost anything, depending on what my owner needs, it replied. Would you like me to sing? Without waiting for approval, it launched into an off-key a cappella performance, oddly charming despite the missed notes. The G-Class rolled toward Zheng Xiaoxian's apartment complex. At one intersection, the light flipped to yellow. He accelerated into a left turn. At that moment, a delivery truck barreled through from the opposite direction. The crash sounded like an explosion. The truck plowed into the G-Class, shoving it more than 10 meters before the SUV flipped twice and came to rest on its side in the middle of the road. Bystanders rushed over, some calling the police, others dialing for an ambulance. The entire left side of the G-Class was crushed beyond recognition. Amid the shouting, A rear door burst open and a white figure eased itself out. What is that thing? It can still move. I know it, it's Defy, the new robot from Baidu. It only went on sale today, and this driver already has won? The violent impact had barely scratched Defy's hard shell. Surveying the scene, it spoke in a calm mechanical voice that made the crowd fall silent. Has anyone contacted emergency services? My owner may be injured. After confirming that help was on the way, Defy headed straight for the driver's side. The door was jammed shut. It deflated the airbags in its right arm, narrowing its fingers to clamp onto the handle. Then the muscle-like bladders inflated with a snap. Metal groaned as the deformed door tore free. Beneath the plush exterior lay a skeleton of high-strength crystallized steel, capable of exerting thousands of kilos of force, an outright powerhouse no one had seen in action until now. With the door gone, Defy leaned in and unlatched the seatbelt. It resisted the urge to haul Zhang Xiaoxian out immediately. Instead, it placed a broad palm gently against his chest and limbs. Sensors in its fingertips read the subtle feedback, tracking breathing and pulse while checking for possible fractures. For the moment, that was as far as Defy could go. The design team had once considered building an X-ray or ultrasound modules to scan for internal injuries, but those systems were still too bulky, and the miniaturization challenges proved insurmountable, at least for this first production run. Soon the traffic police arrived. They froze for a moment when they saw Defy, the snow-white, round robot parked beside the car. Defy greets the officers. Here is a summary of the incident. The robot took 2 small steps forward, projecting a blue-white beam that opened a clear holographic screen half a meter away. The footage revealed everything from the moment Zhang Xiaoxian turned on his signal to when the car stopped. My owner drove normally throughout, with no speeding or other violations, it stated in a steady, polite mechanical voice. After watching the video, the officers could only nod in shock. Robots had become this advanced? An ambulance screeched to a halt. The paramedics, too, were stunned by Defy's appearance. The robot shuffled over and pointed at Zhang Xiaoxian. Doctor, my owner's heart rate and breathing are stable. No obvious external injuries or fractures are present. He is unconscious and needs a cranial CT to confirm any trauma. The doctor's jaw dropped. He knelt for a quick check and found Defy's assessment perfect. How did you do that? He asked. My hand sensors monitor vital signs in real time. My database stores professional medical knowledge. My haptic module detects fractures and other anomalies. Defy raised its right hand, the silver sensor in its palm glinting in the sunlight. The crowd was dumbfounded. This robot is insane. It's a jack-of-all-trades and even do first aid. They said it had medical functions at the launch. I didn't believe it, but this is impressive. It opened the door, checked the injuries, and called for help on its own. If this happened in the middle of nowhere, it could save a life. At 90,000 yuan, it suddenly seems cheap. 90,000. I was about to place an order, maybe not. It's not cheap, but saving a life is worth several times that. The paramedics lifted Zhang Xiaoxian into the ambulance. Defy waddled after them, not forgetting to scoop up the wallet, phone, and other valuables and tuck them into its storage compartment. Before long, video of the scene went online. Zhang Xiaoxian was already a celebrity, so the clip shot up the trending lists. In the comments, some fans worried about his condition, but most marveled at Defy's intelligence. It can literally save lives. Amazing. I thought it was pricey. Now it feels like a bargain. I'm buying one, no matter what. Let's go in on a payment plan together. Baidu headquarters. At midnight, the online sales portal opened. At dawn, Li Yanhong walked in and asked for the numbers. 78,400 units nationwide. Seeing the figure, he nodded with satisfaction. For a robot priced like a car, the result exceeded expectations. It was only the first day, and he hadn't hoped for an overnight boom. Slow, steady growth driven by word of mouth suited him just fine. The sales figures from flagship stores nationwide hadn't come in yet, and they were expected to be modest anyway. There simply weren't that many flagship locations. Yet by noon the chart on the back end shot up as if someone had slammed a throttle forward. In a flash, more than 10,000 extra units had been sold. Li Yanhong quickly pinpointed the cause. The celebrity Zhang Xiaoxian had been in a car crash, and Defy had rushed in to pull him from the wreck. A bystander filmed the rescue, uploaded the clip, and the video went viral. Fence-sitters had been hesitating clicked buy almost instantly. Studying the report, Li Yanhong could only marvel at his accidental good fortune, even as he managed a wry smile. The buzz kept snowballing. Almost overnight, packs of Lightfoot Defy robots appeared on city streets. Hey Defy, run downstairs and grab me breakfast. The round-bodied robot wobbled down the stairs in quick little steps, darted into a convenience store, and came back moments later with a bag of hot food. Clips of this creative bossing around became Douyin favorites. Some people pushed the idea even further, treating Defy as a money-making machine. On a construction site, a Defy sprinted back and forth hugging 3 bags of cement, while its owner lounged in a chair sipping soda. Camera trained on himself as he raved. 300 bags a day, 90 grand in turnover. You'll break even in under 300 days. Guys, throw a few million into a fleet of Defy just for hauling bricks. Paid off in a year, pure profit the next. Baidu even offers a 3-year warranty, so you're clearing millions before it's up. The pitch was obviously a gag, but it opened the floodgates. Videos teaching viewers how to earn 5-figure monthly incomes with Dubai delivering packages. Doing odd jobs began popping up one after another. During his lunch break, Zhou Yang scrolled through Douyin, Dubai skits filling the screen. At first he chuckled, then his smile faded and his brow knit tighter and tighter. What's wrong? Chun Ryun, sitting beside him, noticed the change. He handed her the phone. Take a look. The headline screamed off the screen. Drug trafficker uses Dubai as courier in multiple successful runs before police catch on. Chun Ryun's eyes widened. People really will try anything, huh? Zhou Yang fell silent. A knot of unease formed in his chest. The rollout of smart robots was happening so fast that trouble was bound to follow. If they could be used for drug runs today, what would stop someone from sending one to rob a bank or attack a stranger tomorrow? Cute as Dubai looked, it had formidable strength. A solid punch would flatten an average adult. Slip in a malicious chip, and the evil robot scenarios from the movies suddenly didn't feel far-fetched. Right now, Dubai's AI operated under strict constraints, including a core rule that it mustn't do harm, but rules have loopholes. The drug case proved it. The owner simply said, "Deliver this package," and Dubai complied, unaware of what was inside. There were ways to mitigate the risk: automatic package scans, recipient ID checks, but each fix collided with another rule. Dubai must not inspect a user's property without permission. If an ordinary customer just wanted to send a regular parcel, forced inspections would cause outrage. The contradictions were obvious. After turning it over in his mind, Zhou Yang made up his mind. No matter what, one more layer of safety had to be added. The problem was only sprouting now. If bad actors truly gamed the system, the entire effort to popularize smart robots could stall. Very soon, Dubai received a free upgrade. The new connectivity features were marketed as auto navigation and remote integration, but the real purpose was to let the backend collect usage data in real time. Once online, Dubai automatically detected high-risk keywords such as murder. If a user said, "Help me kill someone," Dubai would immediately upload the audio and logs. The backend would then examine that segment to determine whether the request was a joke or a serious intent. If judged genuine, Dubai would alert the authorities and the user would face prosecution. If it was normal conversation, the old rules still applied. Apart from core data, everything else was periodically deleted or overwritten. Although the system could not seal every loophole, it greatly reduced the opportunities for criminals. By July, Zhou Yang suddenly received a call from Lin Daiwei. "Mr. Zhou, we've finished the laser rifle." Zhou Yang paused, incredulous. Already? Then he decided, wait for me, I'll come back tomorrow to see it. At dawn the next day, he hurried back to the nuclear base. In the center of the lab, a sleek yet bulky rifle rested neatly on the table. Zhou Yang stepped forward and lifted it with one hand. It was surprisingly light. An elderly man with silver hair smiled and explained, "Except for the load-bearing parts, everything has been replaced with composite polymer, so the weight drops sharply." His name was Chen Xiaoi, a weapons expert from Northern Industries who had worked on the Type 95 rifle and new firearm design inside out. "To be honest," Chen Xiaoi said, stroking the gun with a long-lost excitement, "I've spent my life designing weapons, but I never imagined I'd build something like this. It overturns almost everything I know about firearms. The biggest difference is that it has no barrel in the traditional sense." He pointed to the muzzle, where a layered, ringed structure replaced the usual tube. Using magnetic deviation, the laser round is directionally accelerated in a confined field, giving it phenomenal muzzle velocity. The magazine, the firing mechanism, everything has been re-engineered. Zhou Yang joked, "Feels like we're making an oversized toy gun, doesn't it?" Chen Xiaoi nodded. "Exactly. When you fire it, there's almost no recoil, no shell casings, no smoke. The frame is light, the report is soft. When you hold it, it's hard to connect it with the deafening kick of conventional small arms." "What about power?" Zhou Yang shouldered the laser rifle, pressed the stock into his shoulder, aimed at a distant target, and pulled the trigger. There was no sound. The instant the trigger was pulled, a pale blue flash erupted from the muzzle and vanished before the eye could catch it. 300 meters away, the target on the concrete wall burst into light. When the dust settled, Lin Daiwei lowered his goggles and explained, "We call it a laser rifle, but it actually fires a superheated plasma ball confined by a magnetic field. It burns through the target with heat and delivers a kinetic punch. On Mr. Chen's advice, we set the effective range at 300 to 400 meters, where the energy drop-off is ideal and lethality stays consistent." Zhou Yang nodded. "If it were a true light beam, it would travel near light speed and be invisible, and in theory, it could be reflected. Current high-power lasers can burn through mirrors in an instant, but reflection is still possible. This weapon is different. It launches a tangible energy sphere. Hitting something hard makes it detonate in a splash of heat, while soft tissue is seared straight through, leaving no chance of reflection." He squeezed the trigger again. The pull had just enough resistance to avoid a toy-like feel. Pale blue streaks, like tracers, split the air and hammered the distant target. Exact rate of fire is 162 rounds per minute, Lin Daiwei reported. That's slower than conventional rifles that easily hit several hundred. A specialty gun like the N94 can push its first 2 rounds to 1800 per minute. But traditional guns run out of ammo and need a magazine swap. Ours keeps firing as long as it has power. Zhou Yang checked the weapon. So how many shots per charge? Lin Daiwei replied. At first we put the battery pack in the stock and planned to swap out the whole stock. Mr. Chen pointed out that replacing a stock in combat isn't practical, so we switched to a magazine-style battery. Only then did Zhou Yang realize the gun still had a standard magazine. Well, he had assumed it was just part of the grip. Smiling, Chen Xiaoyi added, this is only a prototype. Soldiers are used to firearms, so a laser could feel odd. We shaped the battery like a mag. Hey race, the power indicator green is full, yellow is a warning, red plus a buzzer means you're dry. He tapped the light strip on the side. On the field, hear a beep and see red. Yank the mag and slap in a fresh one. We also built a recovery port into the pack. He patted the magazine in Zhou Yang's hand. An empty pack can be collected, recharged, and used again. One battery pack like this can fire roughly 800 shots. Zhou Yang nodded. For a personal weapon, 800 rounds was generous, and if the packs could be swapped like magazines, resupply at the front wouldn't be an issue. Has it been tested? He asked. Every new rifle has to survive the gauntlet: Arctic cold, desert grit, swamp mud, rainforest humidity, the whole lot. The AK's worldwide fame comes from being practically indestructible. Soak it, bury it in sand, give it a shake, and it still rattles off rounds. The slickest weapon is half useless if it freezes up or shorts out in the rain. And this time we're talking about a battery-powered laser rifle. A short or a cracked component could be fatal. Chen Xiaoyi replied. So far we've done only preliminary lab tests, no large-scale field trials. But the data look promising. We built waterproofing, insulation, and shock protection into the design from the start. Zhou Yang didn't press further. Chen Xiaoyi was a seasoned weapons engineer. If he said the bases were covered, they probably were. Then Lin Daiwei added, by the way, Mr. Zhou, we've also built a prototype of the lightsaber you mentioned. Oh, Zhou's eyes lit up. The second-generation mechs were meant to wield plasma weapons, and once the core tech was cracked, the rest was just form factor. Wang Sungwen jogged over carrying an enormous hilt. The guard was nearly 30 centimeters wide, the grip 50 centimeters long and as thick as a forearm. It was so heavy he could barely manage it. Zhou tried to lift it, but couldn't raise it one-handed, easily 30 or 40 pounds. That's a bit heavy. Lin Daiwei explained. You said it was mainly for mechs, so we used high-strength crystal steel for the casing. It won't deform on impact. Can you bring it down to 2 or 3 pounds? A normal person has to swing it, Zhou asked. Lin Daiwei shook his head. Not yet. Shrink the size and the energy density drops, and we don't have a way to compensate. How do you turn it on? Wang clamped the hilt into a test rig and pressed a black oval button near the guard. In under a second, a white-hot blade hissed out, extending a clean 2 meters and less than 10 centimeters wide. Heat washed over them, the spitting image of a movie lightsaber. Zhou nodded in approval. Holding a plasma stream to exactly 2 meters was impressive. He was about to ask about cutting power when a soft pop sounded. The brilliant blade shrank, blinked, and vanished. Wang scratched his head, embarrassed. Battery's dead. Zhou blinked. Head counted maybe 5 seconds altogether. Was this thing just for show? 5 seconds of glory and done. Lin Daiwei cleared his throat. The firing mechanism is housed inside the hilt, he said. It's already thick and long enough. If we make it any bigger, it'll just look weird. Zhou Yang laughed in exasperation. But it only lasts 5 seconds. The fight hasn't even started, and it's out of juice. That's our biggest headache, Lin admitted. There's almost no room left for a battery, and this thing burns power like crazy. Unless energy density makes another leap, it can't stay active for a real fight. He paused, then suggested a compromise. Let's have it share the mech's battery. Share it? How exactly? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Well, install a wireless charging module in the hilt and another in the mech's hands. In combat, the sword draws directly from the mech's power pack. Our calculations show a single pack will keep the blade running for about 10 minutes. Zhou Yang chuckled. That's a true midly off-the-road fix, perfect for our good enough to work tradition. Since the sword is for a mech anyway, sharing power makes sense. Until we have compact fusion, the mech will just have to carry extra battery pods. Forget looking cool. If it can fight, that's cool enough. All right, they'll bring in a mech for a test. The moment he spoke, Lin Daiwei and the others exchanged excited looks. The sword was ready, but they'd never tested it on a real machine, and only Zhou Yang had the pull to get one. He made a call. A few hours later, a standard-issue mech rolled into the reactor facility. The cockpit opened, and a major in combat gear jumped down and snapped to attention. Mr. Zhou. His name was Lu Yongchuan. Piloting a mech already felt futuristic. Now he was about to handle a lightsaber. Zhou Yang returned the salute and pointed to the metal hilt on the table. I brought you here to swap your weapon. Lu Yongchuan picked it up. Dozens of kilos felt like paper in the mech's hand. Why is it just a hilt? Because it's a lightsaber, Zhou Yang said with a grin. A lightsaber? Like the ones in the movies? Liu's eyes widened. It won't work, yet we need to modify your mech first, Zhou said, beckoning the engineering team forward. He led them himself, opening the armor on both of the mech's forearms and installing the wireless power modules in the reserved slots. No one knew the internal layout better than he did. With a few adjustments, he integrated the modules seamlessly into the existing circuitry. The next day, the modifications were complete. In the center of the test range, Lu Yongchuan clasped the new hilt with both hands, drew a deep breath to steady himself, and decisively pressed the activation switch. With a hiss, a blinding white column erupted from the tip, solidifying into a 2-meter blade that hummed in the air. Awesome! Wang Sunwen couldn't help roaring, his voice echoing beneath the steel ceiling. The mech and lightsaber combo looked straight out of science fiction, and he felt it was the coolest thing ever. The people around him shared the same feverish gaze. The suit was the distilled embodiment of every man's dream of steel and firepower. 5 seconds flashed by, and the saber, drawing on the mech's power supply, was about to prove once again that a real man only lasted 5 seconds. Zhou Yang hurriedly reminded him, quit posing and move. Let's see what it can do. Lu Yongchuan nodded, the leg servos roaring as he surged forward. The range was packed with silicone mannequins. He locked onto the nearest one and brought the saber straight down. With a soft sizzle like a hot knife through butter, the dummy split cleanly in two. The cut was charred black, the silicone along the seam nearly vaporized, and the air filled with the acrid smell of burnt plastic. Like a laser rifle, the saber killed with plasma. He touched it, and you evaporated. He pivoted and swept the blade across a thick wooden post. The wood offered almost no resistance, snapping cleanly in the middle. Sparks danced across the cut, and the stump burst into flames. The third target was a heavy cast iron ingot. The moment metal met plasma, it flashed into a cloud of white vapor, the edges glowing red and droplets of molten iron spraying everywhere. Impressive. Chen Qiai's eyes lit up. Hit a tank with that, and it's scrap in one stroke. The others chimed in, and even Zhou Yang nodded to himself. In the past, a mech had to rely on brute force and razor-sharp blades to get this result. The lightsaber achieved the same damage with almost no mechanical effort. Next came a concrete wall. Lu Yongchuan swung again. With a deafening crack, the slab exploded into chunks, expanding under the heat before collapsing in a shower of debris. He was on a rampage now, mowing through the range in full Dynasty Warriors mode. Mannequins, posts, metal blocks, and walls fell blazing and broken in his wake. In minutes, the place looked like a war zone. It felt great, but in less than 10 minutes the power gauge nosedived. Lu Yongchuan hurriedly shut the saber down, panting, batteries dead. Applause erupted, but Zhou Yang let out a long sigh. Real power is the heart of technology. A battery-driven mech is just an oversized toy. Only a near-limitless source like nuclear energy can turn it into a true killing machine. With the lightsaber test over, they turned to the other new toy, mech-mounted laser cannon. The gun was nearly 1.7 meters long and as thick as a grown man's waist, wrapped in cables and coolant lines, clearly not something an ordinary person could lift. Lu Yongchuan pulled the trigger, and a dazzling beam roared out, burning a hole clean through an iron block more than 2 meters thick, the surrounding metal flowing red-hot. But the real issue was still power. The mecha's own power supply, even with an auxiliary battery pack, couldn't feed the laser cannon. Zhou Yang rubbed his temples in frustration and watched the jagged energy curve on the monitor, letting out a long sigh. Miniaturized controlled fusion energy constraints are already choking our technology. The blue glow of Iron Man's arc reactor flickered through his mind, and he muttered, if we could build one of those right now, would mass-produce laser cannons and mount them on every vehicle. But reality was merciless. Su Jindong's team had worked around the clock and only recently squeezed the Swearin reactor down to a 20-meter diameter, nearly half its original size. Yet still a far cry from the chest-mounted battery Zhou Yang wanted. He figured it would take at least another year to reach Iron Man's wearable scale. Sir, if shrinking it is so hard, why not build a bigger one instead? Fux's voice echoed through the conference room. He flicked his hand, and a holographic screen flared to life. A deep blue mech nearly 100 meters tall towered in the projection. Zhou Yang blinked. Isn't that Gypsy Danger from Pacific Rim? Exactly, Fushi replied with conviction. With our current technology, fitting a reactor into a human-sized mech is nearly impossible. Scale it up to 100 meters, though, and it suddenly makes sense. Zhou Yang pondered. The smaller a device, the harder it is to build like phones. Give him a brick-sized handset, and he could cram in a row of 10th-gen core processors that would obliterate any flagship, but packing the same power into palm size sends the difficulty skyrocketing. When you go big, you can relax the tolerances, and what you lose in finesse you can make up for in sheer capacity. Fushi continued. There are 3 main challenges to building a mech of this magnitude. First, power. The larger the frame, the hungrier it gets. Conventional fission reactors are bulky, highly radioactive, and a single battlefield breach would be catastrophic. The Swearin reactor, however, uses cold fusion, virtually no radiation, waste that can be handled on site, and a higher energy output. It's safe and reliable. Second, materials. A machine weighing thousands of tons will collapse under its own weight without an ultra-strong alloy. Fortunately, we have crystallized high-strength steel that can carry the load. Third, the neural interface. Movies talk about neural drift, but it's essentially the same as VR tech. We've already mastered EEG input and can fully replicate the cinematic effect. The claim that pilots would face crushing mental stress is overstated. The human brain has so many neurons that any mech movement can be translated into a consolidated set of electronic signals for the system to interpret. On top of that, an AI intermediary can take the pilot's simplified commands, convert them into complex maneuvers, and coordinate every limb of the machine. That offers another advantage. We can now mount any of our laser weapons directly onto a mech, no matter how large they are. The laser cannon that downed a Blackbird at an altitude of more than 20 kilometers can, with only minor modifications, be fitted straight into the weapon slot of a super heavy unit. As for the internal hydraulics, transmission systems, single-block muscle engines, and the massive gyroscope that keeps everything balanced, none of these pose a real challenge with the tools we already have. We could even add an oversized particle thruster and give the chassis short-range flight capability. Sir, miniaturization is incredibly hard, Fushi said calmly. Why don't we build a larger prototype first, prove the concepts, and then scale it down piece by piece until we reach the humanoid mech you envision? Technology evolves like cell phones did, starting out as bricks and getting smaller, right? Zhou Yang said nothing, yet his mind cleared in an instant. He had been trying to leap straight to the summit with the system's data, but the difficulty was escalating geometrically. Why not follow the natural path, simple to complex, large to small? The system had given him 3 years to deliver a second-generation mech. 1 year had already passed. He had mastered controlled fusion and produced a rudimentary weapon system, but the curvature engine and life support suite were still a distant dream. If he spent the next year building a large mech powered by fusion, he could create a midterm variant and simultaneously validate many of the Mark II's critical technologies. The final year could then be devoted to an all-out push for the true second-generation model, and the timeline would still be comfortable. As Fushi had pointed out, the technologies required for a giant mech were essentially ready. Just as he made up his mind, the system prompt detonated in his head. Congratulations, host. Random mission triggered: build a large nuclear-powered mech to validate second-generation technology. Reward: ecological-based system technology. Zhou Yang froze. A random mission? And what exactly was ecological-based system technology? Was it the triple constant megabiosphere theorized by researchers, or a self-contained ecological fortress in deep space? The system offered no hint, and he couldn't be sure yet. But the mission was there, and refusal wasn't an option. Returning to himself, he nodded solemnly. All right, we'll do it your way. First, the giant mech. Help me draft the blueprints. He had intended to go home and keep Chun Ruyun company after reviewing the laser weapon, but that plan had to change. He called Chun Ruyun and explained that he might be late. She knew he was working on humanity's future and didn't complain. She only reminded him again and again, don't stay up all night. Eat on time. Your health comes first. By the way, put Ziyu on the phone. I want to talk to him, she added. Zhou Yang hesitated. That really isn't necessary, he replied. Chun Ruyun gave a soft snort. You bury yourself so completely in work that you lose track of everything else. I really should assign someone to keep tabs on you. Zhou Yang could only spread his hands, unable to argue. For the next 2 weeks the lab blazed with light. Zhou Yang trimmed meals and sleep to the bare minimum, channeling every bit of energy into a colossal mech blueprint. The new frame had a code named Xingtian. In myth, Xingtian wields an axe and shield as a god of war. Given that this mech would carry a gigantic battle axe, no name could be more fitting. Half a month later the work lights finally went dark, and a hologram flickered to life. On the translucent screen, a steel-clad giant rotated slowly. Height: 105 meters. Fux's simulations with high-strength crystalline steel showed that this was the limit. Any taller, and the frame risked tearing itself apart. Any shorter, and it would no longer be super heavy. Zhou joked that one stomp from this machine could count as a weapon. The primary armament was an enormous axe, backed by an equally oversized shield. Zhou doubted the shield would ever be needed once built. The mech itself would be a mobile fortress. The secondary weapons kept things simple. A body that size could swallow missile racks or small rocket pods. But Zhou followed the Dragon Soul approach and made every auxiliary weapon an external module. Advantages: 1. The internal drive train stays intact, preserving structural strength. 2. Laser cannons, missile bays, or other payloads can be swapped out at will to match the mission. Propulsion used the same external first, internal second concept. Packing every thruster inside would devour space and require multiple attitude control units, driving complexity and maintenance costs through the roof. Instead, Zhou designed a detachable fusion-powered booster pack, the same idea he had given Yi Rongming's team. If a reactor can push a carrier weighing tens of thousands of tons, moving a mech of only a few thousand is trivial. On the battlefield, the pilot clips the nuclear backpack to the frame, fires the vector nozzles, and crosses oceans or mountains in one burst. Once combat begins, the pack can be jettisoned to shed weight. A few small thrusters remain inside one set, each at the shoulders, elbows, and knees for short dashes, sudden lunges, or added punch speed, letting the steel giant move like a true warrior. Control remains undecided. Zhou favors a human pilot with AI support and plans to test that first. Pure AI control would free up cockpit space, but he believes critical moments still need a human hand. However powerful an algorithm becomes, it remains a cold calculator. Humans alone can summon the will to stand firm when all hope seems lost, to fight and die for country and conviction. That loyalty and ferocity will always lie beyond artificial minds. Zhou Yang took a step back and gazed at the holographic projection, a surge of pride welling up inside him. Azure beams traced the outline of a mountain-like mech, its 30-plus-story height pressing down as if it could shake the earth at any moment. Zhou Yang suddenly realized that humans are instinctively drawn to the colossal. The bigger it is, the more powerful it feels. Behind him, Fux's synthesized voice sounded. Sir, should I forward the design to Director Li? Snapping out of his thoughts, Zhou Yang shook his head. No. Reorganize the plans once more. I'll fly to Beijing myself. Staring at the virtual giant, he added in a low voice. Building something this size is no small job. Outside of industrial powerhouses like China and the United States, no one else could even dream of it. Images of key equipment flashed through his mind. Tintasantan forging presses, ultra-large gantry, cranes, every piece indispensable, most countries having never even seen the blueprints. At dawn the next day, a business jet sliced through the clouds and touched down smoothly at Beijing Airport. As the stairway unfolded, Li Tianshu and several aides braved the wind on the tarmac, hurrying forward. Mr. Zhou, you actually came in person? There's a plan we need to discuss face-to-face, Zhou Yang replied with a smile, shaking his hand. The remark made Li Tianshu's heart skip. A plan important enough to bring Zhou Yang himself could not be simple. The motorcade left the airport and headed straight for a secluded estate in the western suburbs, a residence effectively reserved for Zhou Yang whenever he was in Beijing. Once seated, Zhou Yang exchanged a glance with Li Ziyu, who pulled a manila envelope from her bag and handed it to Li Tianshu with both hands. The cover bore a stark title, Manufacturing Plan for an Ultra-Large Fusion-Powered Mech. Li Tianshu's pulse quickened as he opened it. The second page featured a front cutaway drawing that filled nearly the entire sheet, flanked by cold, hard numbers. Height, 105 meters. 105 meters. He blurted. When he first heard ultra-large, he thought 10 meters would be the ceiling after all. The current Dragon Spirit model barely topped 2. But this steel colossus was the size of an office tower. On a battlefield, its mere presence could paralyze an enemy with fear. Mr. Zhou, are you serious? 105 meters is outrageous. Li Tianshu asked again, incredulous. Zhou Yang nodded, smiling. I've hit a bottleneck with next-generation mechs, and it occurred to me not build something huge to validate every related technology? If we're calling it big, we might as well go as big as possible. Turning the pages in a daze, Li Tianshu found each new section more astounding. Full structural design, critical materials, control systems, a fusion reactor compartment, every element theoretically verified. Even the budget was penciled in at the Indian initial estimate of 170 billion yuan. That's the price of several aircraft carriers. Li Tianshu gave a wry smile. So, Mr. Zhou, you've come back hoping the state will foot the bill? Zhou Yang nodded. A machine this size costs a fortune, and to be honest, we still don't know whether it will prove truly combat-worthy once it's built. A colossal mech may look unstoppable. One step can flatten a tank. One shove can topple a building, but a single nuclear warhead would still wipe it out. To Zhou Yang, that hulking frame is a lighthouse on the battlefield, a target you can lock onto from hundreds of kilometers away. Xing Tian isn't exactly slow. One stride covers 100 meters, but its sheer bulk means it will never be as nimble as Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul can fire its thrusters and pivot like lightning, whereas if Xing Tian tried to reach the same speed, air resistance would crush it into a sheet of twisted metal. It would be like asking an aircraft carrier to chase a fighter jet, pure fantasy. In his mind, Zhou kept replaying a combat scenario. Tanks unloading shells from dozens of kilometers out, fighters circling overhead, missiles locking on from hundreds of kilometers away. Even with the heavy armor he designed, Xing Tian couldn't survive that kind of sustained bombardment. That's why he still questioned its real combat value. After laying out all his concerns, Zhou spoke gravely. The next-gen mech, in my view, should be small and powerful, like Dragon Soul. If it has to be bigger, then it needs an energy shield. Otherwise, this monster, which costs nearly 200 billion, will be nothing but an ornament, and that's a responsibility I want shoulder. I came to Beijing to hear your thoughts and find out where the leadership stands. 170 billion isn't just a number, that's enough money to build several aircraft carriers. Li Tianshu listened and suddenly laughed. Mr. Zhou, you're overthinking it. Given your contributions to the country, 200 billion, even 2 trillion, if you give the word, the state will spend it. Even if it ends up useless, if you want to build a 200 billion yuan toy, the country will accept it. Besides, Xing Tian is a technology demonstrator for the next generation of mechs, and that alone makes it worthwhile. Zhou was moved, but waved him off. Enough. You're just a department head, so don't talk so big. Get the paperwork upstairs, have them convene a review, and bring me their answer. If we really start building, this will be a top-tier project that pulls in a mountain of resources. Li straightened a little, half joking, half serious. Don't let the word director fool you. I carry more weight than you think. Cradling the design files, he turned and left. Once Li was gone, Zhou stayed in his suburban manner, refining every detail of Xing Tian. What superalloy to use for the frame, how to zone the armor thickness, how to optimize the power core. Equations filled page after page while he waited quietly for word from above. He didn't have to wait long. 3 days later, Li Tianshu returned to the manor, beaming, and handed Zhou an authorization slip. It held only 2 short lines, yet each carried tremendous weight. Approved. Full support. Li Tianshu walked over and asked where they planned to build the giant machine. Zhou Yang thought for a moment, then smiled. Let me be selfish, just this once set it up at the Wanghu village lab. It's close to home, so I can check on my wife whenever I need to. Chen Riyun was several months pregnant. Even with help, Zhou Yang felt better staying near her. Li Tianshu understood. With Zhou Yang standing, he could have taken a break and no one would object. Yet he chose to throw himself into the work anyway. Li Tianshu said nothing more and bowed deeply. At dawn the next day, Zhou Yang headed home. But 2 days later he hurried back to the institute. Outside Wanghu village, an engineering brigade was already leveling the ground. Bulldozers and rollers roared in succession, churning up loess under their treads and filling the air with dust. Inside the conference room, all the project leaders had gathered. When Zhou Yang entered, everyone rose. Mr. Zhou. He nodded and motioned for them to sit. You all know me, but I'm not familiar with everyone here. Let's start with introductions. The middle-aged man on his left spoke first. Mr. Zhou, I'm Lin Hui from the Armament Equipment Group. We've assigned 2,000 engineers to this project. The Armament Equipment Group, nicknamed Southern Industry, ranked alongside Northern Industry as a world-class defense giant. Zhou Yang stood to shake his hand. Welcome. Lin Hui straightened, excitement written all over his face. Next to Lin Hui was He Xingming, a vice president of Northern Industry. Vice President, he and I are already acquainted, so we can save some time, Zhou Yang said with a smile, then looked to the man beside he. The man quickly rose. Good morning, Mr. Zhou. I'm Zhou Lei from the Transportation Construction Group. The company, often called Jiaojian, owned Jinhua Heavy Industries and the world's largest 20,000-ton gantry crane vital for assembling the mech. Zhou Yang acknowledged him with a nod. On his right, a lieutenant colonel sprang to his feet, boots clicking as he saluted. Han Chaos Han, General Logistics Department, in charge of construction. With the military handling quality and schedule, there was nothing to worry about. Zhou Yang shook his hand, then turned to the gray-haired man behind Han. I'm Wang Huajia, Machinery Industry Group. The man introduced himself. The conglomerate included heavy industry, First Tractor, Erzhong, and the Second Design Institute, and it operated the world's largest 80,000-ton forging press. Many key components of the Xingtian mech would be machined there. Institute staff members Yi Rongming and Su Chun were present as well, along with the head of the high-strength crystallized steel mill. Zhou Yang's brother-in-law, Zhang Bo, would oversee the drive system. At the back, He Ziyu sat quietly. Every cent would flow through Matrix Energy, which would handle all accounting and auditing for the project. Zhou Yang rose and motioned for Li Ziyu to turn off the lights. You all know the confidentiality rules, he said. So let's get straight to it. What exactly are we here to build? The room went pitch black, leaving only the soft hum of the equipment. In the darkness, dozens of corporate heavyweights waited in silence. Each of their state-owned conglomerates had enough muscle to churn out an aircraft carrier on short notice, and the fact that they were all gathered in one place spoke volumes about the gravity of the project. A seam opened in the ceiling fixture, flooding the table with a single spotlight. A hologram blinked to Lithia Live's eyes blueprint suspended in midair, its neon blue lines forming the skeleton of a massive steel giant. This is our target, a supersized, fusion-powered mech, Zhou announced, his voice cutting cleanly through the hush. Sharp intakes of breath rippled around the room. Beside the projection, the front view diagram carried one bold note. Height, 105 meters. Over 30 stories tall. The executives instantly pictured Gundam and Ultraman, awe spreading across their faces. Shocked, Zhou asked, half smiling. He Xingming leaned in and lowered his voice. Mr. Zhou, is it really 105 meters? Exactly, Zhou said with a nod. I wanted it even bigger, but the plant and transport limits forced us to dial it back. The remark landed with a jolt. Apparently dialed back already meant colossal. But a machine of this size and power would demand an ocean of technology. Lin Hui spoke next. Mr. Zhou, this isn't a showpiece. We're talking about a mech that can move, operate, and fight. He stopped, the sheer scale already written on his face. Zhou lifted a hand, calm and confident. It looks impossible, but 99% of the key technologies are already ours. The room fell silent again, a mix of disbelief and anticipation thickening the air. When had the nation's tech reached this point? Zhou began counting off the breakthroughs. 1. Power. The fusion reactor is sealed and running. Both the lab unit and the demo unit have passed every test. 2. Materials. High-strength crystalline steel is in mass production, tens of millions of tons per year. 3. Weapons. Laser beam control and energy convergence meet all specs. 4. Thrusters. Omni-vector pulse drivers are validated. 5. Internal systems. Control chips, a custom instruction set, VR interface, humanoid AI, biomimetic cell chips, every box is ticked. 6. Mechanics. Drivetrain and hydraulics prove their worth in the first-generation mech. He spread his hands, looking each executive in the eye. So, tell me, which bottleneck is left that could stop us from building this beast? Silence answered him. As they connected the dots, they saw that most of those breakthroughs centered on Zhou himself. No wonder the state called him a national treasure. After a pause, Chaos Han snapped to attention. Mr. Zhou, we're your soldiers. Tell us what to build and how to build it. Nods and firm replies circled the table. Now they understood. Zhou had summoned them for an ancient history engineering campaign. The mech's codename is Xingtian, Zhou went on. We've cleared the tech hurdles, but manufacturing it still defies conventional wisdom. We'll need multiple groups, shared resources, and a reverse-engineered timeline to finish on schedule. A unified yes, Sir echoed back. The job carried national weight. Failure was off the table. Good. Zhou refocused the hologram on an exploded view of the mech's frame. The first question we have to solve. Xingtian split into gigantic modules on the display, 2 construction paths flashing side by side, one vertical and one horizontal. Zhou's finger hovered between them as he asked, steady and clear, do we build it standing up or lying down? Should we build it upright or on its side? That's the first crucial question. At over 100 meters tall, Xingtian posed an unprecedented assembly challenge. Scanning the conference room, Zhou Yang invited everyone to weigh in. The project leads dove straight into work. In an instant, the air seemed filled with blueprints and data. Zhou Lei from Jiaojin spoke first. Mr. Zhou, I favor horizontal construction. We could manufacture it in modules the way we build large ships, then hoist the whole thing into place. Assembly would be far simpler. He Xingming shook his head. A mech isn't a ship. He spread out an internal schematic. The Longhun units we assembled at Northern Industries have extremely complex wiring and linkage systems. If we build it lying down, we'd have to finish the shell first and stuff the parts in afterward, but every exterior panel on a mech is a mobile cover. We need to erect the frame first and install each subsystem around it. That means it has to stand during construction. He had overseen several Longhun builds and knew the structure inside out. His tone left no room for doubt. Wang Huajie from the machinery group propped his chin in his hand and added, building it upright means erecting scaffolding over 100 meters tall. We'll need a gantry crane of similar height, or we'll never lift the core components. To anchor the frame, we'll have to cast concrete piles of the same height around it for support. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. These were veteran engineers, seasoned by massive projects. They knew every trick in the book. Though he led RD, he relied on their expertise in construction to craft a workable plan. The meeting stretched over an entire week. After repeated debates, verifications, and calculations, they reached a decision. Build it standing. The project was divided into 4 major departments. 1. Perimeter Civil Works, led by Chaos Han, responsible for the factory building and all infrastructure. 2. Component manufacturing, coordinated by He Xingming. The machinery group and the high-strength crystal steel plant fell under his command for forging and production. 3. Final assembly, headed by Lin Hui from the ordnance manufacturing group with assistance from Zhou Lei, dedicated solely to Xingtian's assembly. 4. Logistics and finance, overseen by He Ziyu. His single duty was to secure funding, while the institute supplied technical support. As overall director, Zhou Yang controlled the master schedule. Once the plan was set, implementation began immediately. First on the list was a vast assembly hall. Zhou Yang's initial idea was to build it directly at ground level. A colossal facility that could completely enclose the 100-meter-plus Xingtian, ensuring both convenience and secrecy. A 100-meter-high factory was simply too ambitious, so Chaos Han proposed a compromise, 50 meters above ground, 50 meters below. That way they only had to erect a building half as tall to house the mech. The ground had already been leveled and compacted, and searchlights stood at the 4 corners like lighthouses. With no ribbon cutting and no fanfare, a single command sent more than 100 yellow and orange excavators flooding onto the site like a tide of steel. The crew worked in 2 shifts. People rested, the machines did not. The engines roared without pause for 24 straight hours. The goal was clear. In the shortest time possible, dig a crater 10,000 square meters in area and 50 meters deep, moving 500,000 cubic meters of earth. Work officially began at 6 o'clock in the morning. By dawn the next day, Zhou Yang woke up, opened his window, and found the landscape completely transformed. The giant pit was finished, its walls sheer as if sliced by a knife. On the muddy floor, still steaming in the crisp air, dozens of pile drivers were pounding away, lowering rebar cages one after another. Farther off, concrete mixers waited in a long line, their headlights forming a flowing ribbon of light as they pumped gray slurry into the foundation piles. In the span of a single day, the world had turned upside down. At CIA headquarters in the United States, a special intelligence team kept a reconnaissance satellite locked on the Wanghu village base. Agencies around the globe knew this was Zhou Yang's institute. Security was so tight that infiltration indeed, even a close approach was impossible. At 8 a.m., analysts began comparing the satellite photos received overnight. Because of the time difference, U.S. midnight coincided with daylight in China, so all the images were taken in visible light. Hey, where did that hole come from? They spread the high-resolution printout on the table. A jolt of electricity seemed to pass through the room. A massive pit had appeared beside the institute, surrounded by construction machinery. CIA Director Ferguson arrived within minutes. Enlarged on the screen, the pit's shape and area were unmistakable 10,000 square meters. It was clearly the foundation of some enormous facility, but its purpose was unknown. Ferguson frowned. Do we have a satellite overhead right now? In half an hour we'll have one with infrared imaging, an analyst answered. Good. Get fresh imagery. Track every shipment of materials and dig up anything you can find, Ferguson ordered. 30 minutes later the new data arrived. On the thermal scan, the pit's floor blazed with hotspots, workers, and machinery, proving the operation never stopped. Ferguson's expression grew darker. Keep a round-the-clock watch. Report any change immediately. I'm going to brief the president. Almost simultaneously, intelligence centers and other major powers erupted with the same alarm. None of them had ever eased their surveillance of the institute. Nothing escaped their gaze. Zhou Yang knew all of this, but he didn't care. The Xingtian mech was far too large to hide. Better to build it in plain sight than tiptoe around. By the time the world understood what he was doing, Xingtian would already be finished. And with China's current strength, what could anyone do about it? Object? He would laugh it off. Want to test him? Step up and learn some manners. The nation now had the confidence to meet any challenge. All construction activities were advancing in parallel. The site changed daily. Steel frames shot up like a forest, and arcs of welding light turned the night as bright as noon. In just 10 days the main assembly hall had begun to take shape, its gigantic ridgeline cutting a bold profile against the sky. At the same time, 2 Tintasantan gantry cranes from Genoa Heavy Industries rolled in on flatbeds. Crews and cranes worked around the clock, hoisting massive columns that made the building look as though it were sprouting steel wings. Outside, several temporary production lines were already running. Core components slid from the lathes, still radiating the warmth of freshly cooled metal. Every department and contractor had clear responsibilities. One team handled the alloy skeleton, another the power module, another the precision control chips. An unseen assembly line now spanned the entire country, and every part would ultimately converge on this single site. The project ran with military precision. Any misstep was corrected immediately. While monitoring progress, Zhou Yang was also preparing for another critical task, selecting the pilot for Xingtian. Those cinematic scenes of dual consciousness cockpit sharing were, in his view, pure fiction. This mech would be flown by one person, alone. The real issue was whether any human mind could endure the strain of controlling such a steel behemoth. Fushi could offer only the guess that there might be pressure. The rest would have to be proven in tests. That day Li Ziyu knocked on his office door. Mr. Zhou, everyone's here. Got it. I'm on my way. Zhou closed the file in front of him and headed for the lab. The laboratory was brightly lit, the faint smell of disinfectant in the air. 18 soldiers stood rigidly at attention, their eyes as sharp as blades. Ranks varied from sergeant to lieutenant colonel, yet not one of them looked nervous. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you know who I am. Zhou began with a smile. 18 heads nodded in unison. By now, very few people in the country failed to recognize him. Li Ziyu handed him a stack of dossiers. As Zhou flipped through them, he glanced up at the line of soldiers. The files recorded their full histories. All had seen real combat. Each was a special operations elite selected from different military districts. Zhengminke, correct? Zhou paused on one page and looked up at a sun-browned captain. The captain nodded. The record says you fought on the southwestern border, taking down traffickers. Another nod. Have you ever killed anyone? After a brief silence, he answered crisply, yes. Tell me about your toughest fight, Zhou said. Zhengminke felt a flicker of uncertainty. The orders had only said he was to join an experiment personally directed by Zhou Yang. Even the brass seemed unclear on the details. And now, straight off, came these questions. Was Zhou just curious? He thought for a moment, then answered honestly. We set up an ambush with local border troops against a drug gang. The intel said 20 hostiles, 50 showed up. One of my men tripped a mine and was wounded. 2 border soldiers took him back to base, leaving me with 6 others to face all 50. We decided to fight it out. 7 against 50. Anyone could picture the odds. Yet in Zheng Ming's account it sounded almost routine, as if he were describing someone else's experience, his tone completely steady. After the firefight broke out, 6 border guards were wounded in succession, but the traffickers scattered. Roughly 30 of them fled with their ringleader, and I tracked them alone through the rainforest for nearly 50 kilometers, fighting for 3 straight days before finally taking him down. Zhou Yang's expression hardened. One man against more than 30, chasing them 50 kilometers, battling in that suffocating jungle for 3 days with almost no supplies. If that soldier isn't a king of the battlefield, then no such title exists. He couldn't help admiring such steely resolve. It was nothing like those American troops who radio for air support the moment things get tough. I noticed several of you have crossed paths with traffickers along the southwest border, Zhou Yang said, glancing up. Are they really that brazen down there? Not brazen, deranged, Zheng Minka answered, his voice low. Men die for money. These traffickers will do anything for it. They're no longer sane. Zhou Yang had heard of that lawless triangle, but this was his first real taste of its blood-soaked brutality. He frowned slightly. As you have intelligence, pull every file on that region. I want to see everything. Closing the folder, he looked around the room. You are the best of the best, the nation's most loyal soldiers. You're here for an experiment. It carries real danger. If anyone has doubts, you can walk away now. A brief silence followed. No one spoke. Every gaze was rock steady. Zhou Yang smiled. I'm serious. Stepping back wouldn't be shameful. Each of you is already a hero. Frankly, I'm still debating whether to involve you at all, so if you want out, say so. The silence held. At last Zheng Minka smiled. Mr. Zhou, quit testing us. We're no heroes, you are. I don't know what this experiment is, but if it helps the country, we'll risk our lives without a blink. Moved? Zhou Yang nodded. Very well. Let's begin. Researchers stepped in and quickly fitted everyone with monitoring gear. These devices stream your vitals, Zhou Yang explained. Now lie down and put on the VR helmets, you know the drill. Nearby stood 18 neatly arranged immersion pods. Know it. We live in those things, Zheng Minka joked. Our unit runs brutal combat sims inside them all the time. The military had long embraced VR. Special ops teams treated it like an everyday battlefield. Once the 18 soldiers were settled, Zhou Yang donned a helmet himself. He hit the start key. A flash of white, and suddenly he stood in a vast, brightly lit digital space. Zheng Minka and the others appeared as well, snapping into a textbook formation without a word. With a sweep of Zhou Yang's hand, a massive mech materialized. Xingtian. 105 meters tall, its layered armor and jagged plating carved a terrifying silhouette that seemed to crush the very air, making the soldiers' scalps tingle. Is that a mech? It's gigantic. Someone whispered, breath quickening. Faceta face with a on 105 meter Xingtian, humanity felt impossibly small. Everyone in the room was familiar with combat mechs, and they also knew the military had quietly screened a handful of pilots. Back then, who didn't dream of commanding a steel behemoth and surveying the battlefield from above? But with so few units available, most people never even made the waiting list. Now, faced with one of these giants and hearing Zhou Yang announce an upcoming test, the same thought exploded in all 18 candidates' minds. Was he about to choose a pilot? In that instant, every gaze burned with anticipation. This machine is codenamed Xingtian, Zhou Yang said, pointing at the towering colossus. Its controls are extraordinarily complex. You'll train in a virtual environment until you've mastered every step of its operation. As he spoke, 17 more units of the same model materialized beside the first, forming a neat steel phalanx ready to launch. Zhou Yang and the others engaged their anti-gravity packs, rose into the air, and landed at the hatch atop Xingtian's head. The door slid open and the group filed inside, finding a cockpit the size of a basketball court. The layout resembled the Jaegers from Pacific Rim. The control pod sat in the head, with semi-transparent alloy eyes that allowed a direct view outside. Because the mech stood so high, naked sight alone would be useless in combat, so radar arrays and panoramic cameras stitched a live 3D image onto the cockpit walls, giving the pilot a full 360-degree view. Let's begin. Your first task is simple: make the mech move, Zhou Yang said with a relaxed smile. Unlike the Dragon Soul's pilot-led, AI-assisted system, Xingtian was so massive that even the slightest motion required the coordination of thousands of parts. According to the schematics, the machine had 86,782 components. Every action generated a flood of data. Handing everything to an AI would be easy, but Zhou Yang insisted on having the pilot take the lead while the AI played backup. Whether a human brain, linked directly to the data core, could handle that volume was still unknown. An hour of virtual training passed, and all 18 mechs remained motionless. Sweat poured off Zheng Minka. For the first time, he felt the true weight of his dream. At last, he gritted his teeth and issued the command to step forward. A knee lifted slightly, but the foot stayed planted, throwing the mech off balance and triggering instant gyroscope alarms. A person might instinctively catch themselves, but inside Xingtian, riding a 1,000-ton monster meant engaging countless actuators. With a thunderous crash, Zheng Ming's unit toppled, the impact rattling the entire training hall. His face flushed crimson, and worse, once down, Xingtian lay on its side like an armored beetle unable to rise. Zhou Yang shook his head. and an awkward silence settled over the room. Their performance was dismal. At that moment, Fux's holographic figure appeared beside Zhou Yang and spoke softly. Sir, perhaps we should let the AI handle control. I understand your concern some human qualities can never be perfectly replicated, but we could make the AI primary and have the pilots supervise remotely. Zhou Yang said, we're only at the beginning. Don't start thinking about failure yet. Set up a mech for me and let me try. Fushi stopped him at once. Please don't. You're too valuable to risk. This experiment can be dangerous. Inside the lab, the monitor beside the neural link kept flickering. Brainwave readings soared into jagged peaks, and the torrent of data drained all color from the participants' faces. Zhou Yang frowned. Fux's worries were clearly justified. A human brain had no outlet for that flood of information. Track their vitals in real time, he ordered. If they show fatigue, pull them out immediately. Then he logged off the virtual space. The experiment ran nonstop for the next 7 days. 18 volunteers, including Zheng Minka, split sharply into 2 camps. 3 of them, after a brief adjustment, could barely make Xingtian take a step. The remaining 15 fell far behind, and 4 mechs still hadn't moved at all. Even the mechs that did move were so stiff they might as well have had rusted joints nowhere near combat ready. Reviewing a week's worth of data, Zhou Yang confirmed that the overload was ravaging the brain. Walking relies on muscle memory and puts little strain on the mind. Piloting a mech is different. Complex commands and fine movements arrive all at once. Within an hour, every brain was near burnout, as numb as after an all-night study session. Next, he pinpointed the real limiter. Iron will mattered, but the decisive factor was intellect specifically, the mix of intelligence and motor learning talent. Quick-witted people with good coordination adapted much faster. He recalled a famous case. A woman in RB known for freakish talent yo-yo tricks, card throwing, knife flinging, skills most need years to hone took her only an hour or 2. Talent, he realized, is a brutal dividing line. Now he knew exactly what kind of candidates to recruit. 6 months later, the VR world had become a gleaming future metropolis. Neon holoscreens, floating street signs, and sleek skycars made it feel like a sci-fi epic. One day, every logged-in user was stunned by a system announcement. 10 million in cash for the toughest mech pilot. The ad popped up like an old-school QQ window and instantly ignited the net. Which company is rich enough to buy that slot? The ad fee alone must be astronomical. The prime banner in this world rents by the hour at 100 million apiece, and even cash can't always secure it. Tech giants Tencent among them often booked several hours straight to launch new games. The promise of 10 million in cash drew crowds to click. The rules were simple. This was a mech piloting obstacle course. Among all who cleared it, the fastest finisher would take home 10 million in cash. The event would run for 7 days. Which company released this game, anyway? Another mech title jumping on the bandwagon. Ever since the Dragon Soul class debuted, anything with giant robots has been on fire in the market. Not long ago, Tencent spent a fortune acquiring Respawn Entertainment, the studio behind Titanfall, and ported the classic into VR, sparking a fresh wave of mech-to-mech fever. Now a new mystery game focused on mechs has surfaced. The official site doesn't mention the developer at all, clearly trying to drum up intrigue. But what really grabs attention isn't the secrecy, it's the 10 million yuan cash prize for the beta. Free test, 0 barriers to entry. The moment the pop-up appeared, players swarmed in. It wasn't just casual gamers. Pro reviewers and major publishers were tracking this mech pilot test just as closely. Xia Mingyang, a reviewer for GamerSky, was among them. The second the push notification arrived, he hit enter game. The screen went dark, then exploded with light. He found himself in a vast, brightly lit hall so big the walls vanished into the distance. A colossal mech towered before him, its metal skin reflecting cold white light. Standing at its feet, Xia felt as tiny as an ant. Whoa, that's massive, he murmured. Then he noticed the surroundings plain monochrome walls, a floor without even a texture. This is the intro? The environment's so bare, couldn't they spring for a few assets? He grumbled. In VR, visual fidelity comes down to data volume. Everyone uses the same engine. The more data you throw in, the better it looks and the pricier it gets. That's why only the big studios can afford truly top-tier graphics. Still, every contour and light on this mech was almost photorealistic, proof that the team had poured resources into it. Without that polish, Xiao would have quit on the spot. Before he could stare any longer, a figure materialized, an officer in a crisp uniform, face expressionless. Rookie, board the mech and begin your training. Clear all training stages, and you'll head to the real battlefield. Straightforward. I like it. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao had his avatar jump onto the machine. The moment he slipped through the top hatch, a display flared to life, and he settled into the cockpit. That's when the real torture began. Head assumed the game used the standard W++ click setup, but the very first step almost sent him packing. To make the mech move, he had to boot up every subsystem in sequence 17 in all. Reactor, electric drive, power frame, shield generator miss one, and nothing worked. They've got to be kidding, he muttered, yet he slogged through each step. When he finally thought he could take a stride, An even denser wave of commands filled the UI. Even lifting a leg required precise activation of multiple muscle modules. The slightest error triggered an alarm and shut down. Numbers danced across the control panel, making his scalp crawl. Half an hour later, Xiao logged out in defeat. All flash. No substance hardcore, just for the sake of it, he snorted. Back in the real world, he picked up his pen and tore Mech Pilot to shreds, leaving it without a single kind word. The exasperation wasn't limited to Xiao Mingyang. Everyone who joined the test felt the same way. The game was brutally difficult. What is this game anyway? Which studio made it? They enjoy torturing people, right? The controls are crazy. I messed with it for ages and couldn't get my mech to move. I actually got mine to budge, but the moment I took a step it toppled over and never got back up. After a round of noisy complaints, the players reached a conclusion. The developers had intentionally set the difficulty to max just to generate buzz. A 10 million credit bounty? No one would collect it. Time to give up. In the test zone, similar gripes echoed everywhere. Beating the game seemed almost impossible. Yet no one expected the ad for the game to stay pinned to the top of the system's recommendations for a full day. 100 million credits per hour, 24 hours straight. Even more shocking, the same ad remained in place the next day. Only then did some players realize this was no ordinary title. Any game willing to burn through billions on marketing had to be something special. Sure enough, that same day a video labeled Mech Training Stage Walkthrough appeared on the forums. The mech on screen moved fluidly, linking combos with ease, proving the game wasn't broken. Their skills were. Soon after, a colossal electronic billboard materialized above all 18 major cities in the virtual world, like the Jumbotron in an NBA arena. No matter which street you stood on, a glance upward revealed it. The display rolled out the fastest mech pilot progress. This wasn't a billboard you could buy with cash alone. It seemed the game company practically owned the virtual space. Curiosity about the game's background and resources spread like wildfire. Inside the lab, Zhou finally decided to call it quits. Zheng Minka and the others were determined, but the talent gap was too wide. Effort alone wouldn't bridge it. How are things in the virtual world? Zhou asked the AI, Fushi. Fushi sounded slightly surprised. The fastest player has already reached the first combat stage. What? Zhou shot upright. The game's only been live 4 days, and someone cleared the training levels? That's insane. Hidden masters were one thing, but this was ridiculous. Got any footage? Let me see. Fushi nodded, and a projection filled the room. Stage 1 was a plains duel. The player's mech, Xingtian, faced an opponent of equal size. One look told Zhou the pilot's control was terrifyingly smooth, light years ahead of Zheng Minka and the others. The enemy closed in. The player chose to kite, rolling away in quick succession, then slipped behind the foe and brought a giant axe crashing down. Within minutes the rival mech hit the dirt. Stage cleared. Zhou figured the pilot had run countless tests to perfect that tactic. What's the pilot's name? Zhou asked, intrigued. Clearing stage 1 like that was already impressive. Fushi pulled up the real profile of player Zhangxi. A plain-looking girl's face appeared on the screen. A woman? Zhou blinked in surprise. Zhou kept reading. A brief profile of Hezin, a teen, middle school dropout, parents living filled the screen, and nothing else. Coordinate with the National Security Bureau. I want a full background check on this girl and the results on my desk the moment they're ready. We need to meet her in person. Zhou closed the file, his voice firm. This girl, Hexin, is exceptionally gifted. In the live streaming wing of Chuanfeng Media in SH City, the lights blazed. It's time, we're going live. Director who checked his watch, his shout echoing down the corridor. Lily, touch up your makeup 3 minutes. Tang Lily, the company's top streamer with a textbook influencer look, sat at the vanity pressing her lips together while the makeup artist added the final touches. Who squeezed in and ran through the plan. You start with a dance. Midway, your strap accidentally slips. Look panicked. Cover the essentials or the mods will shut us down. As he spoke, he loosened the strap so a gentle nudge would make it fall. Tang Lily nodded, then complained, that substitute gamer you hired is too good. I can't keep up with her moves. Can you tell her to slow down? Who shrugged. Sweetheart, otakus want more than a pretty face. They want skill. Pretty girls are a dime a dozen. Your edge is being both. Find time to practice, okay? She snorted under her breath. Nobody cares about skill. They only care about looks. A staffer burst in. Boss who? Xiaohe's gone. She's not answering her phone. We're about to start. What do we do? What? Who exploded? Go find her now. Xiaohe, Hexian, was the stand-in gamer hired for Lily. Her skills were first-rate, but her plain looks kept her off camera. Who clenched his teeth? Have Lily chat with the viewers. Stall as long as you can. Tang Lily's smile stiffened on camera. 5 minutes into the stream, a plainly dressed girl rushed in, out of breath. Hexian, where have you been? We're live. Keep this up, and I'll dock your pay. Who barked? Sweat glistened on Hezin's forehead. Please don't be angry, boss who? I was at the bank sending money home. The line was endless. I'm really sorry. It won't happen again. Please don't cut my pay. Lily excused herself, teetering over on towering heels. She jabbed a manicured finger near Hezin's eye. Listen, who got you this job? You make 10 grand a month because of me. Screw up again and see what happens. I'm sorry, Lily. It won't happen again. He Xian bowed repeatedly. With a cold snort, Lily tossed her hair and strode back to the set. What are you waiting for? Get in there and log on. Still apologizing, He Xian hurried into the next room, logged into the game, and began playing under Lily's account. Downstairs at the office tower, police cars swarmed in and quickly formed a perimeter. Red and blue lights pulsed in the morning glow as officers stretched yellow tape around the building, sealing every entrance. Passers-by were stopped, and the usually busy lobby was suddenly off limits. Hey, what are you doing? I need to get out. My client's coming any minute. How am I supposed to work with the door blocked? Someone complained, but the only answer was a line of tape that read, no entry. A low growl of engines rose in the distance. A motorcade eased to a stop in front of the tower, identical, gleaming Hongqi sedans whose sheer presence made the crowd hold its breath. Regular folks simply didn't rate this kind of escort. Car doors popped open. A dozen men in black suits leapt out, faces hard, the bulges at their waists impossible to miss. They fanned out, locking down every corner of the plaza. Site secure VIP may disembark, one of them murmured into a mic. After 5 full minutes of checks, the center sedan's door finally opened. A young man in simple clothes stepped out. The onlookers gasped in unison. That's Zhou Yang. Wow, it really is Mr. Zhou. Is he here? I've never seen him this close. Like any of us have. With his status? No way. He looks way better than on TV. What presence, total boss. Every earlier gripe vanished. For someone like Zhou Yang, this level of caution seemed normal, though people still wondered why he had come to this company. Flanked by agents, Zhou Yang smiled and nodded, signaling everyone to relax, then took the elevator straight to the 9th floor. 9th floor, Chuanfeng Media. The receptionist was so rattled by the line of agents and officers that she barely dared to breathe. Even the boss, who rushed over after hearing the commotion, was struck speechless by the scene. With a chime, the elevator door slid open and Zhou Yang appeared. Hi, don't be nervous. I'm just here to find someone, he said gently, which only made everyone more tense who needed this kind of entourage. The boss drew a shaky breath and managed, Mr. Zhou, who are you looking for? A girl named He Xian. You could have heard a pin drop. Everyone knew He Sin, an ordinary employee with a knack for gaming. Yet Zhou Yang had shown up in person for her. Minds across the room stalled. From the crowd, Tang Lily shot up her hand. Mr. Zhou, I know where she is. He'll take you. Thank you. Zhou Yang replied politely. Tang Lily's heartbeat quickened. Did Zhou Yang just smile at me? Maybe he's interested. Confident in her looks, she slipped out of the crowd, throwing him a coy glance. Where is she? Zhou Yang asked. Inside, room 7. Tang Lily pointed down the corridor. Zhou Yang nodded, his eyes sliding past her as he strode for room 7. Mr. Zhou, can we snap a photo together? Tang Lily called in her sweetest voice. She hadn't even finished before a solid arm blocked her path. An agent shoved her to the floor without ceremony. What's wrong with you? She shrieked, but the agent didn't spare her a glance. Zhou Yang had already reached room 7. He pressed the handle. The door wasn't locked and it swung open. The room was barely 5 or 6 square meters. A single bed and a computer desk crammed into a corner. In front of the glowing monitor sat a girl wearing headphones, blissfully unaware of the commotion outside, still deep in her game. Zhou Yang stepped into the room, but He Xian remained oblivious, completely absorbed in his game. On the monitor, his Zed finished a silky combo that felled all 5 opponents at once. Godlike flashed across the screen, declaring the match all but over. At the doorway, more than a dozen agents in black suits stood shoulder to shoulder like stone statues. The remaining employees crowded against the corridor walls, silent and tense. They whispered to themselves, why would Zhou Yang come for He Xian? Do they even know each other? Impossible. But if they don't, why would a man of Zhou Yang's status appear in person? Those who had bullied He Xian blanched at the thought, especially Tang Lily, whose face drained of color. Inside, He Xian led his team straight down the lane, demolishing the inhibitor, turrets, and finally the nexus. The victory screen appeared. He stretched, turned to grab some water and jumped when he saw a stranger standing behind him. Nice game, the man said with a warm smile. He Xian froze. His gaze slid past Zhou Yang to the wall of men at the door. A face from television flashed in his mind. I've seen you on a show. You're Zhou something? Zhou Yang. He offered his hand. Hello, He Xian. It's a pleasure to meet you. The full name hit home. He Xian hurriedly shook his hand, palms slick with sweat. Panic fluttered in his chest. What on earth was someone like Zhou Yang doing here? Is there something you need from me, Mr. Zhou? He asked timidly. Zhou Yang nodded, his eyes sweeping the room. In the corner lay a duffel, a wash basin, and a rolled-up quilt, clearly all of He Zin's belongings. I'm here specifically for you, he said, sitting down on the bed. For me? He Zin's eyes widened. He was sure had never crossed paths with this titan. In the VR title mech pilot, Zhou said, cutting to the chase, you cleared the game and hold the top ranking, correct? Mech pilot? He Xian paused, remembering how Head pulled an all-nighter 2 days ago, sneaking the company headset to clinch the 10 million yuan prize and set the fastest clear time. With 2 days left in the event, Head still worried someone might overtake him. That game was at yours. Exactly, Zhou Yang nodded. I commissioned it. He Xian was floored. Zhou Yang had been behind it all. So you're here to give me the prize money? He ventured. Zhou Yang laughed heartily. The money is yours, of course. But my real purpose today is to offer you an opportunity. An opportunity? What kind of opportunity? He Xian was even more confused. One that could change your life, Zhou replied, meeting his eyes. To become an actual mech pilot, the only one of its kind in the world. If everything goes as planned, Xingtian will build a single unit to prove the tech and deter our enemies before moving on to a second-generation model. A mech pilot? The room seemed to spin around He Xian. Zhou Yang rose, speaking solemnly. This is a chance to serve your country, bring honor to your family, and secure a prosperous future for yourself. But think it through, he warned. Once you're a mech pilot, you're a soldier. The training is brutal, and if war breaks out, you'll be the first to hit the front line. Zhou Yang's voice reverberated in the cramped room. He checked his watch and added, I'll give you 2 days. Make up your mind and let me know. He drew a stark white card from his jacket and passed it to her. It bore no name or title, only a single, clean line of numbers. He Xian accepted it, her fingers trembling. She watched him walk out. Even after the door clicked shut, she stood frozen. Outside, Zhou Yang nodded politely to the people waiting in the corridor. Sorry to interrupt. He strode away, and the entourage that had come with him vanished in seconds. For a moment, everything was silent, then the office burst into motion. What's that? Tang Lily snatched the card from He Xin's hand, eyes lighting up. A phone number. It has to be Zhou Yang's number. I actually have Zhou Yang's number. Give it back. He Xian sprang to her feet, teeth clenched. Mr. Zhou gave that to me. Tang Lily's smile faded, but she tossed the card back with a snort. Fine, take it. Who wants it anyway? She had already memorized the digits. Their boss, Mr. Hong, elbowed through the crowd and looked at He Xian, anxious. Xiaohe, do you know Mr. Zhou? Why was he here for you? Every gaze fixed on her. He Xian shook her head. It's nothing. She understood that becoming a mech pilot was confidential. Humph. Whatever, Tang Lily muttered. Watch your tone with her, Mr. Hong barked. Tang Lily stared at him, stunned. Before she could retort, he continued. Don't think I haven't heard the complaints bullying, swearing at her. Do it again, and you're out. She exploded. Hong, without me this dump would have gone under ages ago. Yell at me again, and he'll quit right now. See how long you last. The two traded shouts, spittle flying. He Xian barely heard them. Zhou Yang's promises rang in her head. Serving the nation, bringing honor to her family, and a life of comfort. She looked around at the cramped office, the bickering co-workers, the endless squabbles, and felt a wave of disgust for her present life. I've decided, she suddenly announced, her voice cracking like a whip. Decided what? Mr. Hong asked, startled. Tang Lily scowled. Don't think you can show off just because you know Zhou. He Xian was already out the door, clutching the card. She burst through the building's entrance and collided with a man in a black suit. Who are you? She asked, steadying herself against the frame. Who I am doesn't matter, he replied impassively. Mr. Zhou told me to wait for you. He'll handle everything from here. Downstairs, inside a black sedan. Lu Jun glanced back at Zhou Yang and nodded. She's accepted. Good, Zhou Yang said, smiling. The pilot for Xingtian was secured. Now it was time to begin full-scale production. Inside the institute, Zhou Yang was flipping through the files sent by the National Security Bureau. The several centimeter-thick folder held nothing but figures and photos about the Golden Triangle, annual narcotics output, the percentage smuggled across the border, and the ever-growing list of border guards who had fallen in close-quarters fights with traffickers. Closing the last page, he gave a cold snort and muttered, a cancer. Sir, the girl is here. The door swung open as Li Ziyu poked his head in to report. Oh, Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. He rose to his feet and ordered, send her to the assembly bay. In the assembly bay, He Xian was already waiting. Her hair was now cropped to ear length, and she wore camouflage fatigues, looking far sharper than she had the last time they met. The moment she saw Zhou Yang, excitement nearly overwhelmed her. She snapped to attention and saluted. Mr. Zhou. Good. Textbook form. Zhou Yang nodded, then asked, everything sorted at home? He had given her a few days to enlist, and had wired 10 million yuan to settle her parents. Reining in her emotions, He Xian replied, all taken care of. I bought my parents a big house with the money you gave me. They're thrilled. Zhou Yang didn't probe further. He lifted a hand in signal, and Kong Ming rolled over a brand new mech, its metal skin throwing off a cold gleam under the lights. A mech. He Xin's eyes blazed with wonder. She had pored over the handful of photos online countless times, and now the real thing stood before her. This unit was built just for you, Zhou Yang said. Get into your combat suit and take her for a spin. She had expected a long stretch of training first. The chance to start with live controls left her stunned and elated. This wasn't a game, it was a real mech. Dressed in her combat gear, she climbed the ladder and slipped into the cockpit. When the canopy sealed, the HUD flared to life and the slight vibration felt like a heartbeat. How does it feel? Zhou Yang called from below. Amazing, like a dream. Her voice echoed from inside the machine. Then quit standing around and move. Roger. She eased the sticks forward. The mech lurched at first, but within seconds it wove smoothly through the obstacle pylons, servos rumbling as the frame flowed together in swift, seamless strides. Just then a man in combat gear approached, his features sharp, his gaze calm as stone. He surveyed the training field. The mech's agile movements drew a flash of admiration from his eyes. Mr. Zhou, is she the pilot you picked for Xingtian? Zhou Yang nodded. What do you think? The man, Su Bin, was himself a mech pilot. First time in the cockpit, and she's already like Fist Hat's real talent, Su Bin said with a faint smile. But the moves are still rough. She needs a proper course. She's yours, Zhou Yang said. We move in 3 days. Understood. 3 days later, a military transport plane skimmed the treetops along the southwest border. The engines roared, blending with the rush of wind. Su Bin crouched in front of He Xin's seat, cinching the straps on her combat harness. Nervous? He asked. She nodded, then quickly shook her head, forcing bravado. Not at all. Relax. Su Bin patted the armor on her shoulder. Trust your mech. She'll keep you safe, all right? She nodded hard, though her face was still pale. In a low voice, Su Bin added, Truth is, I didn't want you on this mission. Mr. Zhou says you're only here to observe, but even observer feels like a stretch. Your problem isn't piloting, it's resolve. You've been a soldier only a few days. You haven't endured real training, and your will hasn't been tempered into steel. Xian pressed her lips together and gave a determined nod. I can handle it. Su Bin said nothing more. At that moment, the cabin intercom crackled to life. The captain announced they were nearing the drop zone. Warning lights snapped on, and the rear ramp lowered. Beneath a slate sky, a gale laced with fog rushed into the hold, whipping the canvas tarps. The mech's armor rattled, as though urging them forward. The red lights turned green. Go. Su Bin sealed his visor, nodded to Xian, and hurled himself into the void. One heartbeat later, Xian drew a deep breath and leapt after him, plunging into the screaming air currents. 2 scarlet light mechs tore through the rolling clouds on tails of fire, like twin meteors. In the mist, Xian glimpsed Su Bin's silhouette ahead. Boosters now? His voice crackled in her headset. She thumbed the switch. Blue-white jets flared from her back, leveling the mech into a glide. The pair skimmed the treetops, foliage blurring across their visors, then touched down lightly in the heart of the rainforest. The ground was a mire. Each step swallowed the mech to mid-shin and made progress a slog. Su Bin checked the tactical map. Intel says a trafficking squad crosses today. Our priority is to intercept. Move. Copy. Xian lifted a leg only to sink again. Use the boosters, keep moving. Su Bin rose half a meter, feathered his thrusters, and the mech slid through the brush like a butterfly between blossoms. Mimicking him, He Xin's agility soared, and she fell in behind. On the far side of the jungle, more than 20 men coaxed pack mules along. Rifles swept the undergrowth. At their head strode a wiry man with blade-cold eyes, a pistol clenched in his right hand. The border with Country Z is just ahead, stay alert, he growled. Relax, Feech. We pulled that kid out and leaked fake intel. The cops think we'll move the day after Tamarono, chance they guess we're crossing today, one henchman boasted, thumping his chest. Maybe, but stay sharp. If this goes south, the general won't be happy. The moment the column crossed the line, the wiry man caught 2 crimson blurs. What the hell? Was all he managed. 2 red mechs burst from the brush and planted themselves in the path. Rain-slick armor gleamed, and a crushing menace settled over the clearing. What is that? The wiry man gasped. Mechs. Damn it, they're Country Z mechs. Someone screamed. The man's thoughts roared. Mechs just to nail traffickers? That's insane. Scatter. A voice shrieked. The traffickers bolted in every direction. Su Bin reached over his shoulder and drew a massive hilt with a metallic click. Flame-searing light erupted, a laser sword nearly 2 meters long, blue-white patterns blazing in the rain. The wiry man gaped, mind reeling. Mechs, now a laser sword, Country Z, are you out of your mind? Su Bin streaked through the traffickers like a bolt of crimson lightning. His scarlet mech wove at high speed, the laser sword spinning a blazing curtain of light, shattered rifle barrels, and torn flesh sprayed in every direction. No one could touch him. More than 20 smugglers were sliced clean through before any of them managed a second pull on the trigger, limbs scattering across the dirt, blood flooding like spilled paint. The mech screeched to a halt. Behind it lay utter ruin, the air thick with scorched metal and blood. He Xin's visor snapped open, her pupils shrank, bile rose, and she lost her breakfast on the spot. Su Bin sheathed his sword, turned, and strode calmly over the bodies. From first strike to finish, less than 3 seconds had passed. Xin dry heaved twice more, forced the acid back, and made herself look at the mangled remains. Good nerves, Su Bin thought, offering no mockery. As he approached, he heard the girl muttering, It's fake, it's all fake, like a mantra. Tough kid, he chuckled. All right, move out. That squad was nothing. Our mission is to tear down the whole Golden Triangle. Xin nodded rapidly, her face still chalk white, yet she ground out, they had it coming. Su Bin torched the shipment as an afterthought, flames billowing up. The two mechs threaded the jungle, and along the way Zin's breathing steadied and color crept back into her cheeks. Half an hour later, a village cradled by hills appeared on radar and in sight. Subin jettisoned the first battery pack, lightening the machine. Our target is Nongcha, the real power behind the Golden Triangle, he said over comms. Old school operator, lives here year-round. Leveling the village and the poppy fields is easy, but they can rebuild in no time. We need shock values how them what rebuilding the triangle will cost. Hexine nodded numbly, chilled by the lethal resolve in his voice. We also have an undercover agent here. Might be blown, might be dead. Keep an eye out. With that, the red and gray mechs burst from the trees side by side. The village looked quiet, but sentries were everywhere. Traffickers patrolled with AKs, watchtowers bristled overhead, their heavy guns glaring outward. Holy, what is that? It's coming right at us. Shoot, shoot. In the nearest tower, two gunmen sprayed bullets in panic, rounds sparking off the mech's armor, nothing but perfect outlines. Subin snorted. Thrusters roared, and the mech leapt skyward. A flash of red, and he materialized in front of the tower. The two gunmen looked up at the hovering crimson machine, their faces draining of color. The laser sword fell in a vertical arc, cleaving man and heavy gun alike. Half the wooden tower sheared off and erupted in flames. Heads up, Hexine shouted. Subin seemed to grow eyes in the back of his head. He cocked his helmet aside. An RPG whooshed past, skimming the armor and streaking away in a tail of fire. A few dozen meters away, the Rocketeer watched his shot miss. When the mech slowly turned its gaze on him, he dropped on his backside and scrambled away on all fours. The entire compound erupted. Gunfire, shouts, and pounding boots ripped through the night as scores of traffickers burst from their shacks, rifles and rocket launchers at the ready, sweeping the darkness for targets. In the village center, the doors of a two-story wooden lodge slammed open. A graybeard elder in a loose white robe strode down the steps, his voice like thunder. What's happening? Who's shooting? We're under attack, General. Someone's hit us. A panicked gunman blurted. The man was Nong Cha, de facto ruler of the Golden Triangle and a self-styled general. He answered with a brutal kick that sent the speaker sprawling. Quit screaming. We've got 300 men, mortars, and a helicopter. Even regular troops wouldn't dare touch us. Whoever's come here is signing their own death warrant. Go kill them and skin them for me. Money bought firepower, and the Golden Triangle had smuggled in enough restricted weapons to match any border force. The next report, however, was chilling. General, it's a mech from Country Z. A what? Nong Cha froze. A mech, sir, the flying kind. A cold shudder ran down his spine. Everyone knew how terrifying mechs were. A mech, he muttered, then spun and bolted. Start the helicopter. We're leaving now. Fighting back was suicide. Getting out alive was the only goal. With several lieutenants shielding him, Nong Cha sprinted for the landing pad behind the village. Floodlights bathed a battered, second-hand Black Hawk. Two machine guns were crudely welded to its doors. Inside the compound, Subin had gone full berserker. Any trafficker K or RP Guas wiped out by the crimson Longhun he piloted, its armor already shining wet with blood. Whoop whoop whoop. The Black Hawk's rotors clawed at the air, and the helicopter thundered upward. Subin snorted and started after it, but a second mech Zin's finging rocketed past him, so he held back. Inside the cabin, Nong Cha watched the red mech below. Dozens of gunmen poured fire into it, but the rounds only sparked off its plating. When its cold optics swept toward him, his scalp prickled. Higher, fly higher, he screeched. Then he saw the second mech. Two of them. Panic surged. Deploying two mechs against one drug lord was overkill enough to raise a small nation. Hexine gritted her teeth, drew her laser blade, and ignited her thrusters. She streaked toward the Black Hawk like a crimson lightning bolt. The helicopter yanked into a climb. The altimeter spun. The aging frame groaned under the strain. No matter how the pilot fought, he couldn't shake the pursuer. In a flash, Hexine swung. A streak of red light sliced diagonally through the Black Hawk's belly. Nong Cha's eyes bulged. Everything below his chest was charred. His body began to separate as a deep fissure ran across the fuselage. Boom. The helicopter bloomed into a fireball, scattering shards and flame across the night sky. Hexine hovered just outside the blast, only daring to open her eyes once it was done. Shed swung with them shut. Nice work. Subin's amused voice crackled in her headset. She had no time to smile before he snarled. Those animals. Captain Su, what is it? Heart racing. Hexine sheathed her blade, dropped to the ground, and hurried into a wooden hut. The interior was dank and dim, water dripping in the corners. Subin stood beside a rough table, face like granite. On it lay what had once been a human being, now a mutilated lump of flesh. It was the undercover agent they had found. One glance made Zin's stomach heave. The savage wounds spoke of unspeakable torture. Kill them all. Subin strode from the hut, murder blazing in his eyes. Hexine watched Subin walk away, then turned back, her earlier nausea suddenly gone. The cabin reeked of blood. A mutilated body lay sprawled across the dark red floorboards, its torn limbs a silent record of the torture that had preceded death. A name flashed through her mind: Yang Shua, deep cover agent, 33. He might have had a wife, maybe children waiting to be fed, yet to keep narcotics from crossing the border, he had dived undercover for years. Even as his flesh was flayed, he still managed to smuggle out the cartel's true shipment date. He had carried the word mission to his final breath. All for the greater good. She had only heard that line on television. Today it weighed on her chest like iron. Snapping to attention, she gave a crisp salute, then stepped out of the hut. Outside, flames painted half the sky crimson. Su Bin, laser sword in hand, moved like a phantom. Every flash of cold light cut down another trafficker. Some dropped to their knees, begging for mercy, yet did not even deserve his gaze. Kill. Gritting her teeth, he XN drew her sidearm and plunged into the firefight. 15 minutes later, the gunfire faded. The entire compound had sunk into a private hell. Huts burned, smoke clawed at the sky, tongues of fire licked the tiles, and the stink of char and bursting timbers filled the air. Su Bin tossed aside a torch. An instant later, the blaze swallowed the remaining buildings. He XIN found a piece of scorched felt, wrapped Yang Shua's corpse, and cradled it as if carrying a medal. She hurried to Su Bin's side. With one swing, he scored the blackened earth, leaving a blinding slash that formed a single, towering character. Kill. The glow had not yet faded when he spoke, voice low and raw. Move. Jets flared, and he rose into the night. He XIN followed, still holding the body, her thoughts heavy. At last she understood why Zhou Yang had insisted she join Su Bin on this mission. One village burned, one lord dead within the golden triangle. It was nothing but a ripple. As Su Bin had said, raising a single camp meant little. The real goal was deterrence. The next day the headlines exploded. News outlets everywhere ran the story, but nobody seemed to care about a destroyed hideout or hundreds of dead traffickers. Every spotlight locked onto one point. Z Nation deploys mechs again. The chorus rose at once. Two mechs wipe out hundreds of traffickers. Too dangerous. We must protest. What? Z Nation sent two at once? Protest theory building far too many. Z Nation. Object. Opposing Z Nation had become routine for certain countries. Intelligence agencies were more disturbed by something else. The two mechs had abandoned traditional blades for an unknown kind of light sword. Survivors recalled weapons that glowed along their entire length and sliced metal, houses, even people in a single sweep. Civilians untouched by the battle confirmed the details, leaving no way to hide what had happened. Analysts swarmed the site, gathering evidence until they could say for sure. It was no ordinary light blade but the stuff of science fiction, an actual laser sword. Z Nation has built a laser sword. Mechs were unbelievable enough, now they have laser swords too. How is anyone supposed to compete? Public opinion erupted, and at that moment Z Nation began to speak. Amid a flurry of accusations, chiefly those from Country M, which claimed that Country Z had crossed its border without provocation and even killed its citizens, the press room blazed with white lights. Country Z's spokesperson lifted his eyes, gave the nitpicking reporter a single glance, and said nothing. That look was unmistakable. Yes, we crossed the line. So what? Want to wrestle? I'm ready. The reporter's stomach dropped, and the long denunciation he had prepared died in his throat. Since they love to brand us a threat, the spokesperson drawled as he adjusted his cuff, his voice cool and steady. Let's show them what a real threat feels like. Confronted with that reply, Country Ms. delegation fell instantly silent, and the media chatter about the Country Z threat disappeared overnight. As an old saying among military enthusiasts puts it, if people fear you might have a gun, you'd better be holding one. At the same time, sparks showered through the lattice of steel beams inside the heavy machinery plant on the city's eastern fringe. Zhou Yang led Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun past rows of scaffolding, fire dots landing on the brims of their hard hats. Over the roar of the machines, Zhou's voice rang clear. Now this, he said, sweeping an arm at the vast workshop, is what real confidence looks like. Gao Jianjun flashed a thumbs up and laughed. Well said, Mr. Zhou. Those featherweights outside aren't worth our breath. Li Tianshu gave a discreet cough, signaling for moderation, though he couldn't help admiring the nerve on display. They stopped at the center of the plant, where a towering steel skeleton stretched out like the spine of a giant beast. Gao Jianjun stared upward. The frame's already up? Assembly comes next? Exactly. Zhou slapped a column as thick as a water tank. We're moving faster than I ever expected. Either the key technologies have been fully cracked, or they're already mature. Otherwise, we'd never be ahead of schedule. How long till the whole thing is finished? Gao asked. Earliest, 6 months, Zhou replied, raising 5 fingers before adding. And that's if every step goes off without a hitch. 6 months? Gao's eyes went round. I thought at least a year or two. Even Li Tianshu frowned in surprise. Half a year to build a mech more than 100 meters tall, codenamed Xing Tian? Zhou rested a hand on the roll of blueprints. We have over 3,000 project teams on this. 600 companies nationwide are producing components in parallel. More than 10,000 core engineers are on it, and the supporting staff multiples of that. When tens of thousands of people circle one goal and the tech's already ripe, 6 months isn't that fast. Calling it a national effort is an exaggeration. By the way, why are you two here today? He asked, turning around. Li glanced at Gao. General Gao wanted to see the place for himself. As for me, I'm here to invite you to the Smart City completion ceremony. It's done? Zhou blinked, did a quick calculation, and chuckled. Been over a year already? Li nodded. The ceremony is set for August 10th, about 10 days out. You have to be there. The city exists because of you. Count on it, Zhou said with a smile. The Smart City had been officially named Qiming City, after the morning star that heralds Donna's city built for the future. Vast sums had gone into infrastructure, and the latest technologies had been poured into every corner. Online forums were already buzzing. Have you heard? The Smart City is finished. You mean Qiming City? Took long enough. Long. 1 year to build a whole city, and you call that long? So when's the lottery? I've been signed up for half a year with no news. Applications to live in Qiming City had opened after the new year, and more than 80 million people had applied nationwide. The sign-up counted households, not individuals, so those 80 million names represented roughly 80 million families. At an average of 3 people per household, that meant 240 million contenders for 800,000 permanent slots, a 310 shot at best. August 5th. Media Open Day in Qiming City. Any news outlet on the planet could register for a front-row look at the megaproject billed as the smart city of the future. The announcement alone set off a global buzz. A price tag of 15 trillion yuan was headline material in itself, and Z country's recent tech boom only sharpened the question. Just how smart could one city be? At dawn, a charter jet lifted off from the capital's airport, packed with reporters, nearly half of them from overseas. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon arrive in Qiming City. The message repeated in English, French, Russian, and several other languages, snapping the drowsy press corps awake. Brian, a BBC anchor from Country Y, slapped his colleague. Julian, power up that window shot. Julian raised his camera. The plane was dropping through a thin veil of cloud when a forest of skyscrapers burst into view. Lights danced along glass facades. The whole city straight out of a sci-fi movie. So this is Qiming City. Unreal. Check out that central tower like a blade piercing the sky. The layout's insane. Perfect grids, clear hierarchies. And the scale? They built an entire city in barely a year. That's Z country speed. Several foreign reporters repeated the phrase. They had already seen Z country's jaw-dropping construction pace. Yet Qiming City still raised the bar. From above, the master plan looked like a precisely drawn circuit board. 1. Functions were obvious: tall towers at the core, ringed by neat, low-rise housing. 2. Roads formed a chessboard, broad and straight, with lanes reserved for future driverless traffic. 3. Central buildings wore mirror-like, angular facades, bouncing blue sky and white clouds, radiating high-tech flair. 4. Parks and green belts laced the city, softening the steel forest with ribbons of green. To give everyone a full panorama, the captain circled once overhead. The municipal park's lake lay flat as glass, an autonomous cleaning boat tracing silent paths. Roofs of photovoltaic buildings in the distance flashed silvery highlights, as if waving. The jet finally touched down at a new airport more than 30 kilometers from downtown. Welcome to Qiming City. The captain's voice triggered applause. The aerial preview alone had the group buzzing for what lay ahead. Reporters filed off the plane. At the end of the runway, a middle-aged man strode forward. Friends of the media, welcome. I'm Lu Qingping, mayor of Qiming City. He'll be your guide today. To showcase Qiming City on the world stage, the newly appointed mayor hosted the tour himself. Flashbulbs erupted. Being the mayor of the world's first smart city was a headline in its own right. After a brief greeting, Lu motioned for everyone to follow. He pointed toward the enormous terminal nearby. Our first stop is this fully intelligent airport. The entire airport is a study in modern design. From a distance, it resembles an inverted bowl resting on the ground, its sweeping steel frame flooding the interior with light. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Qingping smiled and asked, "Have you noticed how spacious it feels in here?" The reporters looked around and realized he was right. Both the departure and arrival halls were stripped down to minimalist perfectiono barrage of billboards, no rows of electronic screens, and not a single forest of overhead signs. Even the usual flight information boards were gone. Mayor Lu, without signs, won't people get lost in a place this big? One reporter asked, raising a hand. Lost? Not at all, Lu replied, shaking his head. We've replaced most of the staff with AI guidance systems. He led the group toward the escalators. A flash of light rippled over the floor, and a pleasant-looking female attendant materialized a hologram. The press corps gasped. Holographic projection was now commonplace in Z country. That's right, it's a hologram, Lu said, pointing at it. Once we're fully operational, these will be everywhere. Each one is an AI stationed in a specific zone to help passengers. The holographic hostess offered a slight bow and a sweet voice rose at their feet. Welcome, everyone. The audio moved precisely with her image. Speakers installed in the floor keep the sound synced with the projection, Lu explained. When foot traffic is light, the hologram disappears so it doesn't bother anyone. Cameras clicked in rapid bursts. Lu gestured. The hostess waved politely and then vanished. Notice the faint beige circles on the floor? He prompted. Only then did the reporters look down. Every 5 meters or so a small beige circle marked the floor details they had assumed were decorative. We see them. What are they for, Mayor Lu? Someone asked. Lu stepped onto the nearest circle. 5 seconds later, a holographic interface floated in front of him. Fixed kiosks can't help everyone, so we added interactive guidance, he said, pointing at the virtual panel. These circles form a grid. The AI pinpoints your location and appears right in front of you. A reporter hurried onto another circle, and a matching interface popped up 5 seconds later. Passengers can check their position or locate any facility. Need a restroom? It will guide you, Lu demonstrated. Now we'll select main service desk. Instantly, a glowing arrow appeared on the floor, tracking his footsteps in real time. When he turned, it adjusted with him. Unbelievable, this is so smart. The holograms are amazing, like something straight out of the future. The reporters exclaimed, shutters clicking nonstop. For a moment, they felt like country folk in a magnificent garden, completely dazzled by what they saw. Mayor Lu, this is straight out of science fiction, a chorus of reporters exclaimed. Arriving in the airy, glass-walled departure hall, they watched shimmering light screens cascade from the ceiling, forming invisible nets that gently enveloped every traveler. Despite the reporters' amazement, Lu Qingping remained composed, his voice steady. This is just the beginning. Our airport's smart features go far beyond this, he said. He raised a hand, and a holographic panel sprang up beside him, blue-white data flowing upward. 1. From the moment a passenger steps into the terminal, the system locks onto their face with pinpoint accuracy. If a ticket has been purchased, the flight is matched automatically, and boarding passes are issued without a line. 2. If a passenger misses the boarding time, the AI projects a reminder directly in front of them. Should they fall asleep, the system immediately alerts the nearest staff member. 3. A smart luggage card activates with a simple identity scan, trailing its owner like a loyal guide dog while weighing, scanning, and clearing security on the move. As Lu demonstrated each feature, his tone never wavered. Around the hall, robotic arms moved luggage with clockwork precision, and hairfine laser beams drew glowing guidelines on the floor. Everything ran as smoothly as a well-rehearsed stage play. By combining artificial intelligence with holographic projection, we've created a prototype of the airport of the future, he concluded. The reporters looked around, dazzled by the blend of lights, projections, and people. One muttered, "This place is incredible. Compared with it, every other airport in the country looks ancient." Right, and the staff in most airports are awful, another added. If this is only the airport, imagine the rest of the city, someone else said. Their overlapping chatter showed how fully their enthusiasm had been ignited. If Chiming City called itself a smart city, this airport was proof. Now, let's take a look at the downtown area, Lu Qingping said with a slight smile, gesturing for them to follow. When the elevator doors slid open, the reporters stepped into a bright underground corridor. Soft lights set into the silvery arched ceiling glittered like stars, while a straight track stretched away into the distance. Stopping at the platform, Lu Qingping dropped his bombshell. Next, we'll ride the first vacuum maglev train in China and in the world. The reporters exchanged bewildered looks. What did he say, high-speed rail? A foreign journalist whispered. I only know China's bullet trains are fast. No, he said vacuum maglev train. Never heard of it, another replied. Even the domestic reporters were puzzled. Vacuum, maglev, is that just a faster bullet train? Maybe something like the Shanghai line? He emphasized vacuum, so it must be different. It's still a train. 400 or 500 kilometers an hour. Tops, someone guessed. China already leads the world in high-speed rail. Adding a bit more speed would be normal. Before the chatter died down, Lu Qingping spoke again, his words crisp and firm. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not boarding a conventional bullet train but a maglev that runs inside a vacuum tube. This is the first commercial line anywhere on Earth. More importantly, its top speed is 4,200 kilometers per hour. How fast? 4,200 kilometers per hour? Did I mishear that? The platform fell silent, broken only by the rustle of notebooks and the rapid click of camera shutters. The reporters stared, half convinced their ears were playing tricks on them. That velocity is 3 to 4 times the speed of sound, faster than the quickest fighter jet. Inside the vast exhibition hall, the number 4,200 kmh blazed on a data screen, pulling every pair of eyes toward it. The foreign reporters collectively sucked in a breath, then stared in shock. My God, 4,200 kilometers an hour. Is this really a train? Even planes aren't that fast. Airliners only manage 700 or 800. This is 5 times quicker. What kind of technology is this? It's unbelievable. Our so-called high-speed rail barely tops 100. At least you have high-speed rail. We only have old trains that crawl along at a few dozen. I'm losing my mind. Has country ZS tech advanced this far? They've left us in the dust. Exactly. After touring that airport earlier, I feel like we're still in the Stone Age. Amid the animated discussion, the group followed Lu Qingping down to the basement level. The underground station was spacious, silver-gray metal walls gleamed under the lights, and the air carried a cool metallic tang. On one side of the platform, a train roughly 50 meters long, its shape reminiscent of a gigantic capsule waited in silence. It sat within a massive circular tube, the seams so tight they looked invisible. Lu Qingping pointed to the train. This is our vacuum maglev, the Qiming. It runs inside a sealed, airless tube, so there's zero wind resistance. That's how it reaches 4,200 kilometers an hour. Before he finished, cameras flew up. Shutters clattered in rapid bursts, and a videographer backed away while refocusing, desperate not to miss a detail. In seconds, Lu Qingping was ringed by lenses. The airport is 32.5 kilometers from downtown, he went on. On this train the trip takes just 1 minute. 30 kilometers in a minute. Reporters were stunned. That's insane. And it's actually under a minute. Lu Qingping chuckled. In theory, at 4,200 kilometers per hour the ride would be 30 seconds. But with acceleration and braking it's 52. By the time you step aboard and look for a seat, you're already there. Laughter rippled through the station. The local journalists doubled over, while foreign correspondents forced uneasy smiles. The gap felt like magic. A low hiss followed as the airlock door slid aside. The train docked flush with the platform, equalized pressure, then opened its cabin doors. Lu Qingping stepped in first, the others filing after him. Each opening required docking, pressure balance, and re-evacuating the tube, reminding reporters of spacecraft docking. I thought it was a vacuum. Why don't I feel short of breath? Yeah, there's even a bit of airflow. The tube is a vacuum, Lu Qingping explained, but the train has fresh air circulation and oxygen generation. A smart system monitors O2 levels, and any exhaust is vented once we stop, so it never feels stuffy. Please take your seats. The train is about to depart. The layout differed from a conventional high-speed train. Seats lined the sides, while poles and handrails filled the center more like a subway car. Because the ride is so short, the design favors rapid boarding. A few photographers grabbed window spots. The rest stood by the rails, firing away at every detail. This feels just like the subway. Except it's so fast you won't even have time to set down your bag. At 4,200 kilometers an hour, will our bodies shoot ahead and our souls lag behind? Maybe this thing is unbelievably quick. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.